There came a time when a thriving human civilization was flooded and hidden underwater, and humanity fell into decline. But at this time, marine underwater life, on the contrary, flourished in that new world. Here and there, the remains of the ruins of various buildings stood out from under the water, where people tried to build at least some kind of life. But around those ruins, terrible, bloodthirsty sea monsters always lurked. On one of these concrete islands stood Bot's two children, his younger sister, Summer, who noticed something and showed it to her brother. She pointed to the distance where a figure could be seen on the horizon. The blurred outlines showed a man with a stick or some kind of weapon. Botha watched the figure approaching with fear and shivered at the thought that it might well be a sea monster. And Lita jumped into the boat, grabbed the oar, and sailed toward this vision, her brother not even having time to stop her. The girl turned her head back and said cheerfully that it was their dad who had returned, and she was waiting for him. Botha was screaming frantically for her sister to return to the ship immediately because it was definitely not their father. Since her sister did not understand what her brother was talking about and did not turn the boat around, Botha had no choice but to jump into the ocean after her. The boy dived underwater, turned his head to the side, and saw a school of fish swimming out of a large hole in the building wall. They were sea monsters, dangerous creatures, and a lot of them were swimming toward the boy. Botha quickly swam to the surface, and his sister called him to her boat because it was too late to return to the island. However, the boy grabbed hold of the rope on the bow of the boat and pulled it along with him to the ledge of the sunken building. The boat docked and little Lita got out of it and onto the building, with Bot telling her to move as fast as possible. The sea monsters were rapidly approaching the children, and the boy barely managed to get his feet out of the water before a huge monster slammed its head against the building. As a result, two lonely, frightened children sat hugging each other on top of a building protruding from the water, while sea monsters swam menacingly around them. From time to time, huge monsters would swim up to the ruins and hit it hard to push the children into the water. Sometimes the blows were so strong that the children lost their balance. In addition, the building itself was collapsing, and the children risked falling off it into the water when there was no stable place left on it. Botha recalled how their father once hugged his children and promised to protect them both, even at the cost of his life. And then a terrible thing happened. The father passed away, but before that, he apologized to his son and asked him to take care of Lita instead. The father gave his life to save the children, so Botha decided that he had no right to give up so quickly. So the guy decided to pull himself together because he realized that he had to protect his little sister. He held a huge sharp sword in his hands and began to swing it left and right, injuring terrible monsters in this way. But falling back into the water, the wounded monster completely destroyed the ledge of the building, and Bot and Lita lost their balance and flew headlong into the ocean. Together with huge stones, the brother and sister found themselves underwater and began to swim to the surface. Luckily, the strong boulders beat the sea monsters pretty good, and the Bot pulled the sister to the pier where they had been standing earlier. The boy thought that they were now in relative safety and wondered what they should do now. But suddenly, I heard something scratching against the side of the ship and realized that the sea monsters had returned. The terrible monsters had already gotten on deck and were crawling up to the frightened children, and Botha held his sword out in front of him. Little Lita was crying and calling for help, saying that she wanted to live very much. The boy felt his weakness against those sea monsters, and tears appeared in his eyes. He heard only that his sister did not want to lose her life. And then one monster abruptly rushed at the children, knocking them to the deck, but immediately his actions were stopped by someone's accurate shot. The children, who no longer knew where to wait for rescue, looked back in surprise and saw someone rapidly approaching them on the water. And it was a heavily armed girl who confidently sailed toward the children on a surfboard. The sea level in this world was constantly rising, and continents were disappearing underwater one by one. The prosperous human civilization was completely swallowed up by water, and as a result, humanity fell into decline. The entire world created by man for thousands of years was flooded. Everything was destroyed. However, life has not disappeared from the planet on Earth, now luxuriant underwater world thriving marine life. All the majestic buildings, bridges, roads, and infrastructure that people had skillfully used lay in ruins at the bottom of the ocean. Numerous high-rise and low-rise buildings were buried under the water column and became homes for marine life. All the material things that humanity had acquired were flooded and unable to work, but fish and other marine animals and plants now felt like masters of this world. The people who managed to survive the global flood tried to keep themselves alive at any cost, and Botha and her father regularly walked along the bottom looking for food. Each time the father warned his son to be more careful to report if he saw metal obstacles or broken glass. But Botha behaved rather self-confidently. He wanted to appear older and more independent and was annoyed by his father's constant care. This time they came across a market that had not yet been completely destroyed. The father and son went inside and started walking among the shelves, which still contained various products. Finally, Botha came to one shelf and saw a lot of canned food and called his dad. The father, meanwhile, had a large cart and was filling it with the necessary things. He told his son to gather everything they might need for use. Then Botha showed his father one of the cans and asked him what it was. His father explained that it said it was milk powder. And then he was outraged that his son still hadn't learned to read and reproached him for not doing it again, even though Botha had his own opinion on the matter and said that learning to read was useless, since there was no place to apply it anyway. However, the father insisted, telling his son that even if it seemed useless to him now, there might come a time in the future when he would need it. The father concluded by saying that Botha needs to study more and tried to explain to his son how important it is for the future. However, the son never liked his father's preaching. He called it just annoying grumbling. Then Botha saw that his father had taken several forks and was very surprised. He tried to explain to his father that they already had a lot of forks, so there was no need to take them and drag them with them. However, the father stood his ground, as he had told his son before, that when he thinks he doesn't need something, he will eventually need it. Eventually, the guys gathered food and various other things and decided that this would be enough for now, so they had to hold on tight. My father pulled hard on a strong rope, and immediately 5 balloons filled with air above the cart and the cart itself, with not all of its contents and 2 people, flew rapidly up to the surface of the water. As he climbed higher and higher, Botha looked down at the place where they had just quietly hunted for the remaining ones at the bottom of the ocean. His father calls this place ruins and says that it used to be a city full of life where many people lived, and it was obvious. But now, when he looked down, he saw that all those buildings under the water looked dead gloomy and scary. The bullets lifted the cart and the people very quickly, and soon they all found themselves on the surface of the water, right next to the boat that was their current home. Little Lita climbed high up on the mast and looked for her family to return. She was very happy when she saw her father. Her father immediately asked her if she saw anything interesting from that height. However, the girl sadly replied that she could not see anything worthwhile, and began to slowly climb down the mast, holding it tightly with her arms and legs. The father sat down on the box in disappointment and thought that perhaps the birds in the area had nothing to sit on and rest for a while. But Botha said that they hadn't even seen a single bird for several months. The son asked his father if he really thought that there was anyone else alive besides them. Little Lita asked her father with childlike spontaneity if everyone had gone to heaven like their mother. The father looked at his children meaningfully and decided to tell them something very important. He said that he was sure that there were still people alive somewhere out there, that the ocean itself was very huge, and that they just hadn't met them yet. Then he sat down next to the children, hugged them to his chest, and said that until they met anyone, no matter what happened, he would protect them with his life. He also instructed them that they should both take care of each other and help each other. They are all in the same boat now, and this should never be forgotten. Each of them had their own duties on board. My father was responsible for hunting and for the maintenance of the ship, that is all kinds of repairs on it. Personally, Botha was responsible for food supplies and everything related to food and water. And little Lita, although still just a child, was already responsible for washing and cleaning. Although my father had one more extremely important task, constant research of the ruins. However, starting last year, his father allowed Botha to hunt with him on the surface, thus teaching him the craft. But recently, for the first time, I allowed him to go down to the ruins with. A small crane was mounted on their boat, with the help of which the father could pull a cart with found things and food on board, so they took everything they needed from the sea. And of course, one of the children's favorite things to do was to look at all these strange things and mechanisms that they were bringing up from the bottom of the ocean. But they had one more unconditional rule that they all had to strictly follow. At 9 o'clock in the evening, when the sun was setting, all the alarm clocks they found that showed the same time started ringing. Then came the time that my father always feared and never joked about. As soon as the alarms rang, my father quickly opened the hold and they all took turns jumping down. In the end, it was the time that not only my father but all of them together were afraid of, and it was not in vain. So the alarms rang, and Lita was the first to go down into the hold, and her father asked his son to move faster. Botha quickly ran to their hiding place, and when he started to descend, he saw the fish hanging on poles which he was drying in the wind and sun. The boy shouted in frustration that he had completely forgotten to collect the fish beforehand and intended to do it now, but his father wouldn't let him. He simply shoved his son inside the hold where Lita was already. And then he hid in there himself and closed the door. Soon the sun completely disappeared behind the horizon and night fell. My father and his children were sitting on the floor, and there was complete silence around them. Only the ticking of a few clocks could be heard. Lita had a small pet fish that she kept in a glass jar. The girl decided that the fish was lonely and took the jar in her hands and asked her father if she could hug the animal, to which both her father and Botha told her that she needed to be as quiet as possible. They both said it so sharply that the girl hugging the fish jar was very scared. And almost immediately they all heard a loud crash outside, and the father realized that someone he was very afraid of had come and hugged both of his children tightly. Monsters came up to their boat, monsters that always came out at night. They were nocturnal. From all sides they surrounded this boat, which was drifting alone in the ocean, with a father and 2 children on board. The monsters were constantly banging their huge carcasses against the side of the boat, and the children were very scared at these moments, and all Botha wanted was for the monsters to just go away and leave them all alone. The boy panicked a bit, and then he felt his father put his hand on his shoulder and very calmly said that everything would be fine. Dad explained that the monsters would just push the boat a little bit out of curiosity and then swim away, leaving them alone. However, as long as the monsters did not stop rattling around the ship, the children were very scared. Sometimes water oozed through the door leading to the hold, which made it even scarier. The father, who was just as scared as his children, never let them go at such moments until the monsters sailed away. After about an hour, it would stop. It would be quiet again, and the tired children would go to bed. As Botha was falling asleep, he asked his father if there were also many scary monsters where he used to live. And my father replied that it was a lot because those monsters are found wherever there is water, and now it has swallowed up the whole world. But they also had harpoon throwers everywhere who skillfully fought those monsters. The bot was very interested in this information and wanted to know a little more about who the harpooners were. And my father told me that such throwers were called warriors who fought sea monsters to protect their cities. The father spoke about it very proudly and enthusiastically, because he was also one of them, and then he showed his son the tattoo on his shoulder and explained that it was the mark of a harpooner. The bot looked at the picture carefully and asked what those 6 strange dots were below the circle, and my father explained that the dots were not dots but 6 stars. The son was very interested in his father's story, and when he heard about the stars, he asked what they were. And then the father realized that his children had never seen the stars in the sky, because they always hid on the lower deck at night. Then he looked up dreamily and said that the stars were very far away, but they were so bright that at night, when the daylight was hiding, they became visible. Since ancient times, people have used the stars as guides to stay on track and also used them to sail the sea. And they look like millions upon millions of bright gems scattered chaotically across the black sky. While the father was telling such interesting stories, the children fell asleep unwittingly, and he thought sadly that he would really like to show them these stars, so that they could also see how beautiful it is, what a magical sight it is. So another dangerous night passed. Morning came, and the father and his children climbed from the hold to the upper deck on poles where their fish were drying, and all they saw were heads. All the carcasses had been eaten. Botha was extremely disappointed about this because this food would have lasted them for a whole week. They also saw a complete mess on the deck, with a lot of scattered broken things to start working on. But the father carefully hugged his children and said that the main thing was that they were okay and lucky to be unharmed. Little Lita said that she was not hurt at all. However, Botha was not so calm looking at all this chaos. He was not sure that they were just lucky. And then he pointed to the huge scary scratches left on the deck by their nightly guests, sea monsters, and the completely smashed side, and said that it looked like the monsters were telling them to get off their territory. However, my father was an incorrigibly optimistic person. He said that the scratches and damage only meant that he now had work for the whole week and was only worried about having enough materials to do it. Then, Botha bravely and very seriously asked his father if he wanted his son to go down to the ruins and collect the necessary spare parts. When his father heard this, he was very nervous, but Botha explained that he would be busy with the repairs himself, so the boy could go downstairs to get the materials, and his father was categorically against it. He explained that sea monsters could be hiding among the ruins, and that Botha shouldn't go there by himself, even during the day, because it was too dangerous. Botha still did not give up. He said he just wanted to help and said that they were there together yesterday, so now he could swim there himself. My father said that they were indeed there together, but before that he made sure that the place was safe to explore, although it seems that now he has no choice. But he still insisted on his point, and very seriously told Botha and Lita that he forbade them to go down to the ruins until they turned 17. The son reacted very sharply to this. He attacked his father, saying why it was he who decided where they could and could not go, and that he was old enough to go where he wanted and when he wanted. However, the father also began to say very sternly that these rules existed only for the safety of their family, and Bot did not let up. He asked when his father would stop treating them as little children and not treat him like a child. And then he pointed to a small fish that was swimming carefree in a jar and said that he was not as brainless as this goldfish. But the father emphasized that he only forbade going down to the ruins and that he would take his son wherever he wanted. However, this permission was not enough for Botha, and he rejected the offer. He said in frustration that it still didn't change the fact that they were stuck on this dilapidated boat. And in general, if you look around, they have absolutely nowhere else to go but the water. Their family has nowhere to go, and they are simply imprisoned on their boat. And then he added that it's just like a little goldfish imprisoned in its tight, transparent jar. Then the father realized that his son's mood had deteriorated and decided to bring him back to his senses. While the father and son were arguing like that, little Lita called out to them to stop and look at where she was pointing. The girl cheerfully pointed her finger at the bright sunny sky with a flock of birds flying peacefully. The father and Botha immediately stopped their argument and looked at the birds with open mouths in amazement. The father immediately ordered his son to raise the sails as soon as possible. Finally, the boat quickly sailed in the direction the seagulls were flying, and soon the heroes saw the ruins of a building that stood high above the ocean's surface. A small boat, in which a father and his 2 children had been fleeing for a long time, was rapidly heading for that building. When they got closer, they saw that it was a house on an island. With cheerful cries, birds flew back and forth, circling the interesting building. Then, Botha happily told his father that there were people there, and he could see them. The children were so excited about this that they began to call out loud and friendly so that someone on the island could hear them. However, my father immediately shut their mouths, as he was the only one who understood the danger that could await them there. Then he took his weapon and ordered the children to wait for him on board the boat. And finally, my father said that if something happened to him and he did not return to them, they were obliged to turn the boat around and sail away. Bot could not understand anything. He asked his dad if he was going to fight the people on the island. And my father seriously replied that his behavior depends on whether those people are good or bad. Throwing his sword behind his back, his father jumped from the boat into the water and swam to the building. He dived quite deeply and saw many other ruins underwater, and then came to the surface, the children watching him excitedly. It wasn't far to swim, so my father quickly coped with the task and eventually got to the island completely wet. He very carefully began to examine the area, and looking through the holes, asked if there was anyone there and said that they needed help. Then he went inside the building and saw 3 floors and a wooden staircase to the top. And not meeting anyone on the ground floor, he didn't think twice about climbing those stairs and then saw the door. Very carefully, slowly, my father approached that door and slowly opened it, the door creaking loudly. Upon entering the room, my father immediately saw a skeleton whose clothes were almost completely shabby. 3 more skeletons were lying on the floor nearby. 2 of them were a mother and a baby she was holding to her chest. Meanwhile, Botha and Lita were standing on board their boat, very happy. The girl said that she hoped that good people lived on the island, and her brother expressed his desire to meet them as soon as possible. Suddenly, Botha heard a louder splash of water behind him, so he turned around and saw something strange floating there. He could not see very well, but he could recognize the person in general outline. At that time, my father saw that there was no one on the island who survived and began to look for some useful things for his family. At first, he was interested in a small green box and decided to see what was inside. When my father carefully removed the lid from the box, he saw that there were 2 large shells. The man picked up one of those explosives and carefully examined this antique. He was also very interested in the huge hole in the wall of the building, which was perfectly round. As he got closer, my father saw that the rebar that was now sticking out was bent inside the building, which could mean that the people who lived here were attacked from the outside. Then he lightly explored the outside of the wall and saw the same huge, deep scratches on it as on the side of his boat after today's attack by the sea monsters. He recalled his son's words that these scratches looked like a monster telling them to get out of their territory. Suddenly, the man's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp cry from his daughter, who was calling him. So he immediately stopped exploring the building and quickly jumped into the water to swim to his children. Soon enough, the father crossed a short distance and asked his daughter what was wrong. The girl said something about her brother. The man got on board and asked his son what he was going to do because they had to get out of here. But the son only asked his father for help and explained that someone was in the water. My father was a little surprised and began to look closely at the creature that was floating on the surface of the water near their boat. It was with great horror that the man realized that this creature was not a man, but a terrible monster. So he shouted loudly to the children that this was not a human being at all, and it was dangerous to stay here any longer. As soon as my father shouted these words, the monster suddenly gave up the ghost and disappeared completely under the water. The bot was surprised to hear that the monster had abruptly disappeared. Perhaps it had drowned. But my father knew very well that you were not a monster that had completely disappeared and definitely not drowned. Then all 3 of them realized by their feelings that there was something under their boat. The father realized that they were in great danger, so he grabbed the children and held them close to him, and meanwhile a terrible monster at the bottom of the ocean took an interest in their boat. That monster was so huge that it suddenly dived out from under the water and attacked the boat and grabbed it with its strong giant jaws. The boat rose above the water and simply crashed. The father was still hugging Botha and Lita tightly, trying to save his children. The monster looked at his victims with a menacing gaze, not letting go of his teeth. The father and children realized with horror that they were being attacked by a very dangerous giant sea monster. Then the monster grabbed the relatively small boat with its 2 rows of strong, huge teeth. The boat was collapsing in front of the father, and the children began to be swept off the deck. As a result, the father held onto the remains of the side with one hand, and with the other hand held his children, who almost fell into the ocean. In the end, the sea monster completely smashed the boat with the people on it, and the father and his 2 children fell into the water. Their boat was broken in 2, but they managed to get out of the water on one of the halves. However, the sea monster did not leave them alone. Bot's father and Lita saw it swinging its powerful tail at them. With it, the monster sharply struck the remains of the boat, turning it into small pieces. And the father and children fell into the water because they had nothing to hold on to. After the sea monster completely destroyed the boat that was home to the small family, it sailed away. And fortunately, the whole tragedy happened near an island building that the father began to explore, and thus, the 3 of them were able to escape and did not drown. When everything had calmed down a bit, his father asked Botha if he was okay, and the boy said yes. And then my brother looked at his sister, whose eyes were closed, and began to move her. The girl did not react, but my father explained that Lita most likely fainted as a result of shock. Then the father said that he was extremely happy that the children survived and that they were relatively well. Then Botha looked at him and asked him, frightened, what had happened to him. When the sea monster completely destroyed their boat, the father and his children were thrown onto an island building, and the father was impaled by one of the rebar wires. A piece of iron was just sticking out of his body, but the father told his son not to worry, to which Botha excitedly said that there was a lot of blood. Then his father told him that there was no time for that now. If they stayed here, they would all die, so he told his son to take his sister and run away. He hugged Botha's head and promised that when he caught up with them, he would follow right behind them. In the end, Botha took us and his unconscious little sister and ran away as fast as he could at his father's command. And only then, when the children disappeared from the man's sight, he tried to remove his body from the rebar that had gotten into it. Since he could not move, he remained sitting in the same place, and soon he saw the same sea monster approaching him. The man only realized that something was wrong because the monster came out of the water despite the scorching sun. That monster had 4 jaws, the lower 2 with 2 rows of giant teeth, and a smaller one above which were huge, slanted eyes. It was now looking at the man, and he slowly began to reach for his weapon behind his back, but suddenly the monster turned its gaze to the fleeing children. It smiled disgustingly with its 2 upper jaws, and saliva flowed from them. It decided to hunt the little ones. The father shouted at the top of his lungs to his son to run away from the inevitable death and save himself and his sister. It was very difficult and uncomfortable for Botha to run, especially since Lita was still unconscious. But he realized that now it was up to him to save the lives of him and his younger sister. The sea monster, meanwhile, had come completely to the surface and was chasing the children to the islet, almost catching up with them and opening its terrible jaws to grab them. Luckily, Botha had just run up to the entrance of the building and quickly jumped in, so the monster only sank its super strong fangs into the concrete structure. As the monster's head was now stuck in the building's structure, it pushed its stubby, toothy hand inside through another hole in the wall. Breathlessly, Botha pressed himself against the opposite wall, and little Lita lay on his lap. At first, the tentacle was open like a flower petal, and then it closed them and began to spew out some kind of liquid. Botha grabbed his sister's groin and tried to avoid the liquid and ran from place to place. Then the boy fell to the floor and, holding his little sister tightly to him, rolled over, and suddenly the tentacle stopped attacking. The bot was shaking from what he had just experienced, and when he saw that the tentacle had simply disappeared, he decided to look out. There the boy saw his father standing there, holding his weapon firmly in his hand. Botha was extremely happy to think that his father had overcome his injury and neutralized the sea monster. But suddenly the boy saw that something unnatural was happening to his father, and he gradually turned into a tentacle of a monster. Since Botha was careless enough to go outside, I think the sea monster walking towards his dad easily grabbed the boy with its tentacle. It completely enveloped him with petals and pulled him towards it. Poor Botha thought that he was dead. The guy tried his best to save himself, but he realized that things were bad, and the tentacle was holding him tightly in its grip. Finally, the sea monster pulled Botha into its teeth to swallow him immediately. The monster's giant mouth was wide open, and the boy was incredibly horrified to see the number of sharp teeth inside it. And then, with the last of his strength, my father escaped from the captivity of the rebar and sharply rushed at the sea monster and cut off its tentacle. The bot was saved by a severed piece of the monster's tentacle that had been holding him in its tight embrace, now fell down feebly. The father heroically caught his son with his free hand while piercing the body of the sea monster with his sword. And then they both successfully landed on the islet. Botha had never seen his father as such a tough warrior. Meanwhile, the man shouted at the monster not to move his son. For a moment, the monster covered its terrible maw, but my father did not retreat. He was ready to fight. Then he turned to his son and ordered him to hide somewhere behind some stones. The sea monster was extremely large, and the man thought that he had never seen such a giant leviathan before, perhaps even larger than the scutum. However, immediately my father stopped himself. He decided to stop thinking about extraneous things and distractions because now he could not make a mistake and lose. Otherwise, he will not be able to save his children, and this cannot be allowed. Botha sat behind a rock and watched the incredible spectacle of his father's fight with the monster, seeing his father bravely rush to attack the giant sea monster to destroy it. Dad was such a skilled warrior that he swung his sword left and right, inflicting deep wounds on the monster all over his body. The monster howled in pain, its wounds were bleeding profusely, and it had no way to defend itself. And then the man sharply climbed up the back of the sea monster to strike it from there. In general, the monster was huge, fat, and clumsy, and therefore moved slowly. So, being on the back of the monster, the man stuck his sword into its body, and without pulling it out began to go down, inflicting another huge and deep wound on the monster. My father realized that the sea monster was not in the water, and therefore he had a great chance of defeating it. Having made a huge cut on the monster's back, the man abruptly pushed off from it and, performing a flip, jumped off it to the ground. And the monster hit the opponent very hard with one movement of its tentacle, and the father slammed against the wall of the building, splattering blood. My father was in incredible pain and screamed out, and Botha shouted loudly to him. The man's wounds made it difficult to move, and the sea monster gradually advanced. And then my father saw a rope with a big hook in front of him and instantly had an idea how to use it. The monster had already opened its giant mouth with many teeth and was trying to swallow its opponent, but suddenly the father cut the rope in one motion. A part of the islet where the man was standing collapsed. His stones fell on the sea monster, and his father was suddenly lifted up as he held on to a piece of rope. In this way, he climbed up to a protruding stumpy log sticking out of the wall of the building and hung on it. The monster didn't give up with its mouth open. It tried to reach its opponent even though the stones were still falling on it. Meanwhile, my father gathered all his strength and tried to pull the log out of the wall, and he succeeded. And then he pointed the sharp, stumpy end of the log right into the monster's mouth and pierced it from the inside. The bot who watched that terrible battle was admiring how cool his father was. The boy saw the sea monster writhing in pain and realized that his father was doing well and winning. However, the struggle was still ongoing, and my father held on to the huge log he had pierced the monster's jaw with and was actually in its mouth. He tried to get out of there, striking his opponent one after another, but the monster also tried to harm him. Suddenly, the log on which my father was holding on cracked, and he staggered and ran into the sharp teeth of the monster, which pierced his body in several places. All this was happening in front of Botha's eyes, and the boy saw his father's strength leaving him, and he could no longer move. Then the father turned to look at his son for the last time, and his face showed great pain and sadness. From the time they were very young, my father cared and worried about his children and taught them to love each other. Every time Botha dove underwater, and his father lost sight of him and his son did not surface for a long time, he felt as if his heart was about to burst out of his chest. As night fell and the father held his children tightly to him, he tried to smile at them, trying to calm them down a bit. However, at those moments he was incredibly scared because he realized how he was hiding in danger next to them. The father was afraid of losing his children, and this fear never left him for a moment. It was what was killing him from the inside. He was afraid that he would not be able to protect them, and this is what he always feared most of all. The father looked at his son one last time with a gentle, warm look and told him that he loved him very much. Then the sword fell from his hands, and instead the man pulled out one of the mines he had recently found in an abandoned building from his bag. In the end, the father asked his son to take care of Lita for him, and then stuck the explosives directly into the body of the sea monster. As a result, a huge explosion occurred. The mine completely tore the monster's head off, but the father exploded along with it. It was the final death of a giant sea monster that was dying and hiding underwater. And so Botha was left alone on the shore of a small island with his father's weapon, a large sword, lying in front of him. The boy got to his feet and saw the carcass of the sea monster finally swallowed by the water and his father taken into its arms forever. Botha's eyes filled with tears, and then he saw his father's broken glasses floating to the surface, and the boy sobbed bitterly. There was silence all around, with only the gentle lapping of the ocean waves and the desperate cry of a little boy shouting the word, "Dad." Botha realized that his father could not be brought back, so now he had to take his place, no matter how hard it was to survive among the ruins that stood out in the middle of the blue ocean, and so he took his father's sword. Then the fatigue of the experience overcame the boy. He fell asleep and dreamed of their broken ship floating in the fog, and he was on this ship calling out to his father and younger sister. Then he hears someone sobbing in the corner and sees Lita huddled under her knee, crying, so he goes over to her and asks what happened and where her dad is. Then Lita pointed her finger overboard, and Botha looked out and saw a bloody spot with something floating in. Looking more closely, the boy saw his dead father, whose body had been almost completely eaten by sea creatures. Botha screamed furiously and wanted to jump to him, but little Lita grabbed his clothes from behind and asked her brother not to do so. His sister grabbed onto him tightly and begged him to give up the ridiculous idea of swimming to his father's body. The boy looked back at her and suddenly, in a dream, his sister's face turned into a scary monster in the form of a skull that growled at his brother not to leave her. From all this, Botha screamed loudly, and meanwhile a real storm was raging around the island, with thunder and lightning and high waves crashing against the ruins every time. When the thunder rolled loudly once again, Botha woke up from his nightmare and realized that he was inside a dilapidated building and that little Lita was sleeping peacefully on his lap. The boy looked at his younger sister and remembered how his father died. He used to think that his father perceived him only as a child, but now he finally understood the essence of this attitude. The fact is that the father always tried to protect his children from those sea monsters, leviathans, and from the whole ocean, and he managed to do it every day. He again recalled his father's warm, tender look when he realized he was leaving this world, and his words to his son to take care of his little sister. And now their father is no longer with them, and Botha hugs his only family member in this world, little Lita, tightly. From now on, the children were left alone in the middle of the ocean waters. Then Botha and Lita left the room, and the boy suddenly saw that their small lifeboat, which had always been tied to a larger boat, was washed up on the islet and some things were still intact. Botha immediately rushed to pull out what was intact and called his sister for help, telling her not to sit on the sidelines and to help pull something useful out of the boat. Little Lita was always very sad and asked her brother where their father had gone. Then he realized that his sister knew nothing about his father's death, and he didn't know what to tell her or whether she would be able to take the truth properly. He looked at Lita, who was hugging her knees alone and asking with tears in her eyes why her father was not with them. Then the girl began to cry loudly and asked if their dad had died and was now in there with their mom. Now Botha himself could not hold back his tears. He went to his little sister and hugged her, and they cried together with grief. Then the children gradually calmed down and eventually began to search their boat, which the waves had washed up against the ruins of the building. In the end, they managed to save a few things, and little Lita noticed that their watches still worked. But the bot reminded her that a sea monster had attacked them during the day, so they could no longer rely on that watch. Suddenly, Lita's tummy rumbled loudly, and her brother gently asked her if she was hungry and stroked her head gently. But Lita, although she was still very young, still realized that they had no food, and she denied that she was hungry. However, the insidious tummy did not stop talking, and the girl got angry with herself. She exclaimed that she could be patient, and her brother suggested that she try to catch at least something. Then the guy started rummaging through the surviving things and realized that their harpoon gun was gone, along with all the fishing tools, and it was bad. And then Botha got to one of the boxes, picked it up, and since there was a small hole in the bottom, forks fell out through it. And the boy immediately remembered how his father was always collecting many forks, and even took a few during their last dive to the ruins. He also recalled that he told his father that they already had a lot of forks, so why would they want to take them upstairs? And his father taught him that if he thinks he doesn't need it, he might need it later. Any little thing might come in handy someday. Botha started to cry at the mention of his father's science. Now he was beginning to understand all his words, and finally, taking a fork, cord, and stick, the boy made a wonderful harpoon. He said that instead of a real harpoon, they could use this temporarily. And then the boy went closer to the water to try to catch some fish, but the ocean waters were a little scary for him now. He doubted whether he should go there and how risky it was because his father always told him about the dangers. Botha was very afraid if the sea monster was still alive. Now the water he had become completely accustomed to in his life was scaring him. And then little Lita grabbed his hand and asked him not to go there. She was very afraid that the monster might come back. And then the children turned to the other side and saw a small crab on a stone. They realized that these animals were found on the island, so they searched for a few, caught them, then made a fire and fried the crabs for dinner. Little Lita was eating crab meat with relish, and saw that Botha was not eating anything. She asked if he would, and her brother replied that he was not hungry at the moment, so she could eat everything. And the girl was enjoying the sea delicacy with pleasure, while Botha was just admiring her and suddenly felt his stomach growl. Then the guy stopped admiring his sister and seriously thought about the fact that they had no food or water on this island, so they urgently needed to come up with a plan. At first, he found various surviving bottles and built a structure to collect rainwater in them, which at first they got a little bit, but the boy knew that it would not last long, for one day at most. Then he remembered his father's teaching again. Once his father suggested that the boy learn to drink seawater, although Botha did not believe it was possible. But his father showed him one construction. You could cut off the bottom of a plastic bottle, wrap the edges inside, and then cover the container with seawater and put it all in the sun. As the water heats up, it will begin to evaporate. Droplets will settle on the walls of the bottle and gradually drain into the curved areas. For Botha, it was some kind of strange science, but he made those structures out of all the plastic bottles he found, filled them with seawater, and put them in the sun. Soon, they started collecting fresh water. The boy was shocked that his father's experiment worked, so the children decided to try the water they had collected on their own, and were delighted to find that it was not salty at all. Botha picked up his little sister and began to spin with her, and the children were sincerely happy that they had succeeded, and now they no longer had to worry about fresh water. His father had taught his son a lot, and now the boy remembered his father's teachings and realized that they would make it. It was not known how long the children would have to live on this abandoned island. Then Botha decided that he needed to thoroughly explore this house island. Lita also wanted to go with her brother. So the children went through the same door that their father had already passed through earlier and began to climb the wooden stairs. On the way up, little Lita was a little tired, so her brother helped her overcome the last steps. And then, when they entered the room on the top floor, they saw the same picture with skeletons that had been revealed to their father the day before. There were some bugs and larvae crawling all over those skeletons, and it was a scary sight. The children became incredibly scared and both screamed in fright. Little Lita immediately grabbed onto her older brother, saying that she was very scared, shaking with her whole body and asking him who these people were. And Botha explained to her that in his opinion, all these people once lived here on the island. However, the girl again asked why they died, and her brother simply suggested that they see if there was anything useful and valuable in that room and leave. Then he started pulling down the bedding and curtains, which were full of dust, and handed them to his sister, who was coughing from the dust. Then Botha found a metal canister, shook it, and realized that there was some kind of liquid inside. His first thought was that there might be water in it, but he opened the lid and smelled it, and it immediately became clear that there was gasoline inside the canister. Looking further, the bot saw a box that was open, so its contents were visible. There was one shell inside it, although it was clear that there were supposed to be 2 mines. Without thinking twice, Botha put down the gas can and picked up the explosives. When he read what was written on it, he immediately remembered that his father had pulled the same projectile out of his pocket and stuck it into the body of a sea monster. It was an identical bomb that his father had used during a recent battle to defeat a terrible monster. At once, the boy's eyes flashed back to the images of his father's incredible battle with a sea monster, and Botha wondered if he would ever be able to fight such monsters like his father. Then the boy involuntarily looked at the skeleton of a mother hugging the skeleton of her child and thought that all these people must have been family too. Botha hugged his little sister and wondered if he could protect her so that she would not end up like those people. Now it was a very painful question whether the children would be able to survive here on their own among the continuous water around them. However, they had no other choice but to do their best. Botha made harpoons, and little Lita tried to catch crabs so that they would not be hungry. The boy knew that if they were going to live on that island, sooner or later he would have to go underwater and hunt. Even though Botha was still a young boy, he knew that he might have to face the sea monster if it appeared here again. And then he thought resolutely that in that case he would definitely use his father's sword, and with that weapon in his hands he would defend his little sister. In the end, it was his father's last wish, and he remembered again how tenderly his father had looked at him then. But as long as Dad was alive, Bot had never picked up this malfunction before, so now he tried to explore it and pressed a small lever. Suddenly the sword hissed and began to make other strange sounds, and it became extremely difficult for the boy to hold it in his hand. Then this sword pulled the guy forward with it, and Botha realized how amazing this weapon was. However, at the moment he did not know how to handle it, and he was not strong enough, so he flew into the column with all his might. His nose started to hurt extremely badly, and little Lita came up to him holding a jar with a newly caught crab and asked her brother if he was crying. When Botha calmed down a bit, his sister took him by the hand and asked him to follow her to see what she found. The girl led her brother to a large door in the floor, to which Botha said it was just an ordinary door. But then he saw a small hole in the side of that door and looked down through it and realized that there might be a basement. Then, Botha pushed the door open, and the children saw a staircase leading down. Lita said that crabs were hiding there, and the boy told his sister that he would go check it out because there might be something useful for them. Botha armed himself with one of his homemade harpoons and started to go down to the basement. His sister asked him to be careful. The guy was slowly going down the stairs and suddenly heard a strange humming noise, but he continued to walk on, and suddenly, right in front of him, a large fish jumped out of the water, which turned out to be at the very bottom. Then Botha saw that in this basement there was a kind of pool with a lot of fish swimming. The boy was very excited about this discovery because this fish meant that he and his sister would have something to eat. Then he didn't think twice about putting on his scuba goggles and diving underwater. Immediately, he caught sight of a huge fish that looked at the newcomer with fear. And now, being underwater, Botha saw that there were a lot of fish swimming around. So he immediately decided to start hunting because he needed to take care of food for his family. The boy was skillful with his homemade harpoon, and since there were a lot of fish, he almost immediately caught one of them. Botha was very happy because they already had water, and now they wouldn't have to worry about food, which made him very hopeful that they would succeed. The boy realized that they could stay here on this island and live a good life. So Botha was happy that his life was slowly getting better with his sister, and suddenly he saw a light flashing, so he decided to swim over and see what it was. Under the influence, the boy saw a gray ball in front of him and, touching it lightly, felt that it was soft. But then he pulled his hand back in horror because he began to realize what it was. Botha looked around and saw many such balls attached to the ruins everywhere, and from time to time some of them made a knocking sound. The boy was among an infinite number of sea monster eggs with ripening fruits. Suddenly, one of the eggs next to Botha cracked slightly, and a terrible gray monster's paw came out of it. The boy realized that he was in the nest of sea monsters, and some of the eggs began to crack and monsters hatched from them, so he rushed to escape from this terrible place. Although Botha immediately realized and swam out of there as fast as he could, one monster managed to grab the boy's leg. The monster immediately pulled its victim toward it and opened its terrible maw to bite off the guy's leg. But Botha managed to get away with it and stuck the harpoon into the sea monster's eye. The monster screamed in pain and clutched at its wounded eye, trying to pull the stick out of it, and Botha immediately continued to climb up to leave that terrible place, and already on the surface he realized how many sea monster eggs he had found. And the very next moment, the monster's paw appeared again from under the water, and the monster began to crawl ashore. It was the same wounded monster that had just hatched from an egg, with Botha's homemade harpoon still sticking out of its eye. The monster began to climb the stairs to catch the boy again, and Botha grabbed his father's sword and began to swing it in front of the enemy. Then the monster opened its terrible mouth, and Botha jumped up with all his might and ran down the stairs from the basement. He managed to get upstairs quickly and then immediately closed the door to the basement. Then the boy heard a loud thud from below, and the next moment the sharp fangs of the sea monster sank into the boards. The monster tried to throw down the door on top of which Botha was sitting to get out of the basement, and then Botha gathered his strength, got to his feet, and pointed his father's sword at the sea monster. And then he sharply stabbed that sword right into the door under which the terrible monster was. Almost immediately, the knocking from below stopped, and Botha thought he had managed to defeat the sea monster. Then he pulled his sword out of the door and started dragging stones and stacking them on top of the door to prevent the monsters from getting through to the surface. When a small hill was formed from those stones, the boy fell weakly to the floor, breathing heavily, and only now he realized that he could not see his sister anywhere. Botha looked around excitedly, calling out for her, then ran in search of her further into the rooms. The boy ran as fast as he could to the exit of the building and looked outside to see his little Lita standing on the edge of the island, staring into the distance. Botha calmed down a bit when he found his sister, but he started calling her to him and told her not to come close to the water. However, the girl did not seem to respond to her brother's calls, so he approached her, and she stretched her hand forward, fascinated, and pointed to where she was looking. Botha looked in that direction and saw a figure that closely resembled a man with a sword or a stick. The boy was very scared and thought that the monster was still here, that the sea monster was still alive. Botha recalled all the monster's transformations to lure his victim, and meanwhile little Lita got into the boat and sailed in the direction of the vision. The girl shouted joyfully that it was their dad, and the child was happy that her father had returned. However, Botha shouted at her, telling her to go back immediately because it was not their dad. Suddenly, all the alarms rang at the same time, indicating that the most dangerous time of the day had come, so Botha did not hesitate to swim to catch up with his sister. Returning underwater, the boy immediately saw a lot of sea monsters that had just hatched from eggs begin to swim out of the building. Lita was shouting to her brother to get on board the boat, and the children realized that it was too late and they would not be able to return to the island. So Botha grabbed hold of the rope and pulled the boat to another small ruin that protruded from the ocean. The children began to climb it as fast as they could, and their brother asked his sister to move faster. Meanwhile, the sea monster swam closer and closer to them, and one of them almost grabbed Botha's leg, but at the last moment the boy managed to pull it out of the water. The children climbed to the very top of a small ledge of the ruin, and the sea monsters surrounded them and swam around them continuously. Botha looked back and saw that their island was very close, but unfortunately they could not get there now. They simply would not have time to swim there. The boy realized that as soon as they jumped into the boat, sea monsters would immediately attack them, but it was very dangerous to stay here, so he frantically thought about what to do now. From time to time, the monsters swam closer to the ruins and slammed their carcasses against the stones with all their might. One day, Botha barely managed to keep from falling into the water, but he realized that with such monster attacks, sooner or later the building would not stand and would collapse, and the boy imagined a terrible picture of him and his sister falling from the destroyed shelter and falling right into the clutches of monsters who tear them to pieces. Botha could already sense a certain doom in their current situation because there were so many monsters floating around. He could not do anything about it, and no thought of how to save himself ever crossed his mind. And then the boy remembered again how their father had constantly told them that he would protect them even at the cost of his life. And yet, when the terrible moment came when the father had to pay with his life to save the children, he asked his son to take care of little Lita for him. Therefore, Botha told himself that his father risked his life and then gave it to save his children, so why is he now giving up so quickly? Then the boy pulled himself together, grabbed his father's sword, and decided that he would protect his little sister as his father had asked him to do. Therefore, Botha fearlessly rushed at the sea monster that was ready to attack them and struck it with his sword directly on the head, dividing it in half. The wounded monster retreated and fell into the ocean, and the boy realized that he had succeeded. He had been able to do it. However, he wounded only one monster, and there were many around, all of them ready to attack the children. But Botha didn't even think about giving up. He swung his sword left and right and caused irreparable damage to the monsters. One by one, the wounded sea monsters fell into the water, but at the same time they destroyed the ledge of the building where the children were standing. And the ruins began to crumble right under the children's feet, so Botha grabbed his little sister tightly with one hand and clutched his father's sword with the other and jumped down. The children managed to land directly into the boat, which was their only escape. Suddenly they heard a strange crunching sound and saw something chaotic happening among the sea monsters. In a moment, they realized that the monsters began to devour each other. Apparently they didn't care what they ate, as long as they were not hungry. Then Botha wasted no time in ordering Lita to take up the oar and row to the island as quickly as possible, while the monsters were busy devouring each other. However, there were a lot of sea monsters, and some of them still rushed to catch up with the boat with the children. Both Botha and Lita managed to swim to the island because the distance to it was short. But as soon as they got to the shore, the girl was frightened and said that the sea monsters were very close. When the children went inside the building, Botha looked for a place to hide, then he looked up. The boy came up with the idea to climb the stairs and then destroy those steps, so he told his sister to climb faster. Lita gradually climbed up the stairs step by step, followed by Botha, and tried to cut through the remaining steps with his sword, but almost immediately realized that they were too thick and the sword would not hold. Then the boy looked down and saw that the first sea monsters began to crawl into the building. The monsters immediately saw him and crawled toward the stairs, and Botha tried his best to destroy step after step, and then one of the monsters grabbed hold of one of them. The monster immediately began to grab the other steps with its paws, and Botha quickly ran up to his sister. The monster stretched out its paw with sharp claws and managed to injure the child's back, and then the step on which he was holding on cracked, and the monster fell down, taking down all the other monsters with it. As a result, the children were now on the top floor, and the monsters were crawling downstairs, unable to reach them because the stairs were destroyed. Then the sea monsters crawled up to the wall and started scratching at it, trying to get up. They were nervous that they couldn't get to their victims, and Botha reassured his sister that the monsters wouldn't be able to get to them. Then the guy fell to the floor and started saying that they had done it and thanked God for saving him. And then little Lita noticed that her brother had a wound on his back, although Botha said it was just a scratch, and that it was still better than being eaten. Then the guy suggested that they go to the room they had already been in with their sister and wait there until dawn. However, as soon as he opened the door, a horrifying scene appeared in front of them. A sea monster that Bot had wounded in the eye in the basement. The monster immediately attacked the boy Bot, who fell on his back without orientation, and his father's sword flew out of his hand, so the boy had no opportunity to defend himself. The next moment, the monster opened its terrible jaws to swallow the victim, but was suddenly stopped by little Lita. The girl stuck a piece of metal rebar into the sea monster's second eye and screamed for it to let her brother go. Now the monster had two wounded eyes, howled in pain, and began to wriggle. The monster gradually began to lose his eyesight. He looked at Lita, and suddenly the picture became blurry, so I started sniffing to orient myself in space. The girl had nowhere to run when she got close to little Lita, as she was pressed against the wall. The sea monster now in front of her began to open its terrible mouth with sharp fangs, but suddenly it was distracted by a loud noise, and Botha grabbed a gasoline can and began to bang on it hard, drawing the monster's attention. And the guy succeeded in this trick. The monster turned its head to him, and then Botha threw a can of fuel directly into the monster's mouth. This threw the monster a little off balance, and the boy took advantage of this to quickly grab his father's sword and swung it sharply at the metal rebar, provoking sparks. Those sparks went everywhere and got to the sea monster, in whose mouth there was a canister of fuel, so it was engulfed in fire, and the monster just started to burn. Immediately, Botha grabbed his little sister with one hand to escape the danger zone as quickly as possible. He pointed to a ladder leading from the room to the attic and said they needed to get to it. The children quickly began to climb upstairs, and Botha saw the flaming monster wriggling and dropping the box of explosives. So in the attic, his brother shouted to his sister to lie down on the floor because an explosion was about to happen. Then, having completely climbed up to the attic, Botha ran up to little Lita and grabbed her, holding her close. And the next moment the whole building exploded. As several bombs exploded as a result of the fire, the children began to fall down. The stones of the building cracked and also fell down, neutralizing all the sea monsters that remained on the first floor. Both Botha and Lita fell into the water, but fortunately survived and got out on the remains of the boat. Botha was also happy that the explosion had crushed all the eggs of the sea monster. But now the children were faced with the next task of what to do next. The island that had become their temporary refuge was now completely destroyed and sunk. And then he heard a very familiar and eerie scratching sound behind him. He looked around and saw that sea monsters began to climb out of the ocean onto the deck, and there were a lot of them. Grabbing his father's sword, Botha tried his best to protect himself and his little sister from the monster. However, there were really a lot of them, and one of them grabbed the sword blade with its sharp teeth and tried to gnaw on it. Botha realized that he and his sister were in a hopeless situation, and then his eyes filled with tears and he desperately thought that he wanted to live and mentally asked for help. Tears spilled from the guy's eyes, and at that moment he realized how much he did not want to die. And the next moment, the monster that had seized his father's sword was hit by a shell, and the monsters began to retreat. Both Botha and Lita looked into the distance and saw a figure on the horizon rapidly approaching them, and then the children saw that it was a young girl heavily armed. The boy hugged his little sister and could not believe his eyes that they were seeing a human being. The girl had long ash hair and one eye was covered with a bandage. The children looked at her in shock and realized that they were finally seeing a living person. Meanwhile, the girl attracted the attention of the sea monsters, and when the monsters turned around and headed for her, she skillfully attacked them. Numerous small shells fell on the monsters, causing irreparable damage, so they stopped attacking children. Then Botha completely covered his little sister so that she would not accidentally get hit by shells, and he noticed that the girl was shooting harpoons. He was curious about who the girl was who had appeared so suddenly at a very important time for them. However, the fight against the sea monsters was still ongoing, but the girl was very skillful in destroying them. Her harpoons reached the monsters even underwater, so she didn't even give them a chance to swim closer to her. Then suddenly the children heard a creak behind them and turned around to see that a sea monster had already opened its terrible jaws to grab them. Then Botha pushed Lita to a safe distance and grabbed his father's sword and began to repel the monster's attack. However, the monster snatched the weapon from the boy's hands and Botha realized that now he would not be able to defend himself and his sister, but immediately a bunch of small harpoons flew at the monster. In the end, all the sea monsters were destroyed by a strange stranger who appeared at the right time to help the poor children. The girl began to adjust her weapon, and then suddenly Botha shouted with all his might that the danger was over. Immediately behind the girl's back, another sea monster emerged from the water and rushed at her. The strange stranger managed to escape from certain death, but she couldn't hold on to her harpoon gun and it just went under. Also, as a result of the monster's attack, the girl was wounded in the arm, and the wound was bleeding. Meanwhile, right below her, another flock of sea monsters began to gather in the ocean waters. But the stranger was ready for this twist, so she pulled out two of her peculiar serrated swords that she usually carried behind her back. Then she pointed her surfboard at the spot where the monsters began to rise to the surface and rush to attack them. The stranger was very skillful with her swords and did it so quickly that the monsters did not have time to strike back. Having thus dealt with the next batch of enemies, the girl headed for the next pack. The children stood on the ruins and watched this battle, and Botha was fascinated by this incredible sight. He was surprised at how easily the girl destroyed the sea monsters. Very skillfully and quickly, the stranger destroyed numerous monsters one by one, although more and more of them arrived, but she did not give up. Suddenly, one sea monster growled right on board the destroyed boat where the children were standing, but the girl immediately jumped on its back and destroyed the enemy, and finally, it was over. Both Botha and Lita were still clinging to each other in fear, and the boys were wondering who this girl was, and doubting whether she was a good or bad person. Since this strange stranger appeared out of nowhere and saved them from terrible monsters, maybe she is good. But there was a moment in the battle when this girl was shooting from a harpoon and shells were flying everywhere, even in the direction of children, and it looked very dangerous for them because she could hurt him or little Lita. Bot couldn't figure out who the strange stranger really was. He was wondering whether to perceive this girl as their savior and friend or as an enemy. Finally, the girl was the first to speak to the children and say that they were very lucky to meet the harpooner in the open sea. The fact that the strange stranger turned out to be a harpooner explained a lot, and he immediately recalled how his father told him about people who were called harpooners and that he also belonged to them. They were real fearless warriors who defended their cities by engaging in battles with sea monsters. The boy now remembered this conversation about warriors who had extraordinary skills to destroy monsters. So this girl was also a harpooner, just like their father was. Then the girl told me her name was Kana, and she was from the United Busousan. When Botha asked about this one Busousan, little Lita hugged her older brother because she was still scared of the unknown. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, they heard a roar, as if something was thundering. Kana turned in that direction, and the children saw a huge island approaching them. This floating island was coming closer and closer, frightening with its large-scale size and creating a lot of noise around it. Finally, he swam to a distance where you could see the inscription, Unified Busousan, on his bow. It turns out that it was a real huge ship with a lot of different structures on it. That ship sailed very close to the ruins where the children were, and Kana now realized that the ship was as big as an entire island. As the children stared in amazement at the incredible size of the ship, numerous bubbles appeared from under the water, and then something began to rise to the surface. But it was the first time the children had seen such a thing, so they were very scared. Only Kana would agree calmly. She said that they had finally arrived, and then the hatch on the submarine opened abruptly. Immediately, a well-dressed man appeared from the opening and greeted the harpooner. The girl looked at him emotionlessly and reproached him for being too slow. The man's name was Brune. But her husband disagreed with her remark, saying that it wasn't them who were slow, it was just her who was too fast. Botha watched the whole scene in amazement, realizing that at last they were in front of people, they had met real people. And then other crew members started coming out of the submarine hatch, and the children saw several people at once. Meanwhile, people on the ship also began to come on deck, many of them whispering to each other. Both of them could not believe in such a miracle, while the people on board the ship were also surprised to find two small children. For a long time now, relative silence has reigned, broken only by the lapping of ocean waves and the lively whispers of many people in unified Busousan. And the people kept coming out of their rooms, more and more of them, and Bot and Lita were very surprised by the number. The boy was in tears at the sight, and little Lita asked her brother if it meant they were saved and would be safe now. Then Botha hugged his little sister very tightly and cried a lot, remembering their father. After all, they had finally met the people their father had been striving for, and now they had succeeded. The guy was overwhelmed with emotion. He was not ashamed of his tears, he just cried, realizing that now they were both saved and everything worked out. Then the ship turned on huge searchlights that illuminated the remains of the ruins where Botha and Lita had been hiding for the last few days. A huge number of destroyed sea monsters became visible, and harpooners sailed to the island. Kana told them to investigate and make sure everything is clean because they can't let any of the monsters escape. After a while, she asked one of the researchers, Dr. Foyd, what he had found. And the man replied that he could only say that after Kana there was nothing to do here, she had cleaned it up well. After examining the entire territory of the ruins of a small building, the harpooners reported that everything was clear. The only thing left of the sea monsters is the diced and shredded meat carcasses. Then Dr. Foyd said that Kana was very evil and brutal, and could have left at least one monster alive for him. And Brune replied that Kana would never allow the sea monster to survive, and would never leave it alive. And the doctor only confirmed that out of all the harpooners, those sea monsters were simply unlucky to meet Kana. Then he drew attention to the monster's crushed eggs, and Dr. Foyd remarked that if they all hatched, people would be in big trouble, and asked if she had crushed them all here. But the harpooner Kana replied that it was not her fault, and she was curious about who had destroyed the whole nest of sea monsters. Brune looked at the carcasses of the destroyed monsters and said that he had never seen such ugly monsters, and asked what kind of monsters they were. Then one of the researchers called Dr. Foyd to examine his findings. Kana and Brune also looked in that direction and wondered what the others had seen underwater. Dr. Foyd came closer and couldn't believe his eyes as he saw the destroyed carcass of a Kentucky blue. This defeated giant monster now lay on the ocean floor, and harpooners approached it from different directions to examine it. People were amazed at the enormous size of this sea monster. It was at least 50 meters long. Brune asked Dr. Foyd if it was really a Kentrasi, and if he meant that it was one of the 7 sea devils. And the doctor replied that he was sure that they were looking at a lifeless carcass of a Kentras, and that it was clear that this monster was much bigger than rumors had it, and then asked Kana if she had killed this monster alone. But the girl replied that it was not her doing either, and she wondered who managed to cope with such a huge monster. Dr. Foyd himself was surprised who managed to overcome such a giant sea monster. And then Kana looked at the monster's carcass lying next to her and saw an interesting sword sticking out of it, but she didn't know who it belonged to. Meanwhile, a boat with some people from the ship was approaching the destroyed islet. When the boat came closer, a man in a suit took some papers, asked the children their names, and carefully wrote their names on the registration plate. Then the man asked how long they had been drifting in the open sea. And then he added that, judging by their appearance, it seems that it was quite a long time, probably more than a year. And Botha said that, in his opinion, they had been in this position for about 10 years. Here the man was quite surprised at such a long period and asked how the two of them survived for 10 years on the high seas, and said that they were great in that case. But then he abruptly changed his emotions and made it clear that this was ironic, and that in his opinion, even children have now lost respect for lower-level civil servants and look down on them. And then that man tapped Bot on the head with his folder and told him to tell the truth now because his documents could not contain false information. And then a little summer girl intervened in this conversation, pushing the man away and saying that it was all true, they were not lying. Then the man just snapped at the kid and started shouting at her how she dared to raise her voice and threaten him with words, whether she even knew who he was. The girl politely raised her index finger up and said she knew he was a small civil servant. The man poked his folder with a pencil in surprise, and later explained to Botha that their father was drifting with them. In a very quiet and sad voice, the boy said that his father was no longer with them, and he told me that he died while fighting that sea monster. Then the civil servant made fresh entries in his documents and asked the boy if it was just the two of them and his sister now. Then he said that his name was Lee Kehoe from the refugee center and he would be looking after them, meaning that he would look after them both. After that, the officer said that the children could ask him any questions they were interested in, and little Lita started to make faces at him. Botha pulled his sister away from the man and asked who all these people were and pointed to those who were exploring the ruins of the island, and Lee Kehoe said that the children were probably seeing harpooners for the first time. The bot has now confirmed his suspicions that all these people are indeed harpooners. The boy looked in the direction where Kana and their other colleagues were standing and realized that these were the people who protected other people from sea monsters. And he recalled how his father had recently shown him his tattoo on his shoulder and explained that it was the sign of all harpooners. Now Botha could see with his own eyes that his father was telling the truth about all this. And these were not fairy tales or fictional stories. Kana clearly had the same tattoo on his shoulder as his father. Then the civil servant said that it was Kana who saved the children from the sea monsters who was really special. He told me that this girl is a 3-star harpooner. Botha listened to all this with his mouth open, and Lee Kehoe asked if the guy thought it was incredible because Kana had 3 stars. And then the officer added that in this way harpooners mark on their bodies the number of sea monsters they destroyed. And each star means 100 such victories. That is, 1 star on the tattoo will indicate that the harpooner has defeated 100 monsters. Unfortunately, however, a huge number of harpoon throwers died before they could get a single star, which is why 3 stars are so impressive, because it means that Kana destroyed at least 300 sea monsters. And Botha directly asked Lee Kehoe if the 6 stars meant that at least 600 monsters had been destroyed. After this question, the civil servant laughed outright and said that 6 stars was simply impossible, and even among the harpooners of the United Busousan, the most common is 4 stars. And if there were a 6-star harpooner anywhere, this man would have become a real legend long ago. But Botha remembered very well the drawing on his father's body and what it depicted. There were 6 stars under a common sign, and the boy himself noticed them back then. And then harpooners sailed past the boat with the children and the civil servant. Kana shouted to Lee Kehoe that they had received permission to board so they could go on board. Then the girl looked intently at Botha, turned away, and headed toward Unified Busousan, and the boy noticed his father's sword behind her. So without hesitation, the guy called out to her to express his complaints about it. But Kana was completely absorbed in her thoughts about the sea monster they had just seen in the ruins. Brune said that he had never seen such an ugly monster before, and he didn't even know what species it was. And the girl remembered another monster that had a very thick and dense shell, so the counterattacks of the people did not cause any harm to it, and thus they all became prey to the scutum. Brune said that he heard that all the harpooners of the United Busousan had to risk their lives and go hunting to destroy this monster. However, the devilish megacrab scutum was never defeated and was not destroyed by any harpooner. He simply devoured people one by one, and when he finally satisfied his appetite, he simply returned to the abyss. Then Brune turned to Kana and said that she shouldn't tell him that she really believed in the fairy tales and fables of those refugees. However, Kana said that it was not a fairy tale at all, and there was no fairy there. She remembered very well how things really were. The girl recalls how one woman called out to her, realizing that she herself had already fallen into a sinister trap. She remembers people who became victims of the scutum, how the sea monster devoured them, and this woman shouted to her to hide. Then the monster closed its giant mouth, cramming everyone in its path, and began to chew, and poor Kana heard the terrible crunch of bones and, despite it, the woman's last word to run away. And now the girl said that she did not need the stories of other eyewitnesses because she saw it all with her own eyes. For those sea monsters, humans are just floating snacks that can be eaten whenever they want to satisfy their appetite. Brune looked at Kana ambiguously and thought that maybe that was why she hated sea monsters so much. Meanwhile, the boat carrying Botha and Lita, along with a civil servant, arrived at the big ship. Lee Kehoe did not call attention to Botha and Lita in a very nice way, calling them petty. When the children looked at him, the officer told them to follow him because they had arrived at the place. Botha and his little sister saw a large passage to the hold that opened to let them onto the ship. This was the main entrance to Unified Busousan, and everything looked very pompous compared to what Botha and Lita had seen so far. The boat was moored near the stairs and the entrance was well lit. Botha climbed over the side of the boat and began to help his sister do the same, while Lee Kehoe warned the children to watch their step. Then one man handed Botha a box with some things, saying that it was what he had been able to collect from Botha and Lita's former boat. Then the children followed the civil servant, and he said that they would provide them with temporary housing for the time being. The brother and sister were very surprised by this information and asked Botha if it meant they could stay here, and Lee Kehoe said that if they were going to stay here for a long time, they should not cause any trouble, because if they make any mistakes during their probationary period, they would be kicked out immediately. Lita was very happy that they could stay here, and Botha was also very happy about it. But suddenly the civil servant noticed something and became agitated. He said they needed to get shoes immediately because walking barefoot here would be a real disaster. Then he looked at his watch and realized that his shift was almost over. However, there was no other way out, so he told the children to follow him to the market, and little Lita asked what it was. The officer turned to them with a smile and said that they would see for themselves when they got there. So the children walked with Lee Kehoe to the market, passing through numerous spacious halls. They were surprised first of all by how spacious and huge everything is here, because they were not used to such a scale. And little Lita noticed that this ship did not even rock, and it was very strange for her. Soon the children saw a huge lifting hook with a variety of things inside. Then that hook opened, and all those things fell out of it with a terrible crash onto the floor. Immediately, workers wearing helmets and face masks approached the pile and began to dismantle it. The bot realized that the people on the ship also use relics that they retrieve from the ocean floor. Then he smelled metal nearby where welders were working. Meanwhile, the civil servant kept walking and told the children to stay close to him or risk getting lost. Then they passed by a workshop with strange machines, and a man, probably an engineer, was watching them work and taking notes. After a while, after passing by such huge workshops, Lee Kehoe and his children finally arrived at their destination. And then the children just froze in amazement as they saw a huge hall with many floors, where many people were moving around, some of them buying something, others eating, and others just talking. Both Botha and Lita were incredibly shocked to see such a huge number of people. It was amazing for them. Somewhere, some traders were calling for the freshest fish that was still floating in the sea. Then the children saw an old violinist sitting on the floor, closing his eyes and playing a magical melody, although they had no idea how he did it or what a violin was. As they walked along the market, Botha and Lita saw kebabs being grilled on the grill and thought it must be delicious. But the civil servant told them not to linger anywhere, to keep up with him, and to move on. Lee Kehoe led them to a shoe shop where they found a whole pile of different kinds of shoes. The seller happily pointed to a pile of shoes and said that 2 pairs would cost 30 naira. The civil servant was outraged that 30 nuts were too expensive and asked when the price had risen so much, and then explained that these children were refugees, so he asked to lower the price a little. The salesman folded his arms across his chest and asked if the employee really thought that shoes were made of seaweed, and that he knew full well that he could not lower the price. Then Lee Kehoe asked the bot if he could exchange something to bargain with the seller. The boy began to rummage through his belongings in a box that a kind man had kindly collected for him and found a watch. However, the seller was not at all happy with this offer and showed a complete sale of watches behind his back. Then Botha pulled out a few more forks and a glass corked bottle of alcohol. The seller immediately noticed him and told him to show him this bottle, which was the product he was interested in. When Botha turned the bottle around to face the merchant, he immediately saw that it said whiskey. The bot was very surprised that the salesman was so enthusiastic about some whiskey, and he didn't know exactly what it was. And the merchant made a very clever expression on his face and said that he thought he could exchange this product for shoes. Botha was very excited about the offer because he and his younger sister really needed shoes, and he didn't know what to do with alcohol, but a civil servant intervened. He walked right up to the shoe salesman and asked him how he could buy 2 damn pairs of shoes for a whole bottle of whiskey. And then the civil servant shouted very loudly to all the people present that these children had a bottle of whiskey. The shoe seller was trying to stop the whole thing, but Lee Kehoe didn't stop. He was shouting to people that there was real whiskey here. Then one man came up to Botha and examined the bottle of alcohol and concluded that it was indeed real whiskey, a real bottle, intact with all the seals in place, and then he said that they hadn't seen real alcohol for a long time. Then different people ran to the children and started offering to buy the bottle, first for 300, then for 500, then for 900. Finally, someone offered 1,000, but Botha just stood there holding a valuable bottle of alcohol and did not fully understand what was going on. The bidding continued, and it became more and more interesting, with people offering 1,200 and then 1,600. Finally, when it was over, Botha and Lita went to their room with new shoes, a bag with different things, and various goodies. My brother said that, in his opinion, very good people live here, and Lita also confirmed that they were given so much for just 1 bottle of alcohol. And then the girl shook her head and said that if they had known this would happen, they would not have poured all this goodness into the ocean. But the bot cheered her up and said that they had no other choice because fresh water was much more important to them than alcohol. And the civil servant listening to this conversation said that the value of things changes depending on the situation and told them to never forget this. Then he leaned closer to the children and said that the only thing that can be trusted here is money, and they should understand that. Finally, they came to a door with the number 14 written above it, and Lee Kehoe said that they would be living here for the time being. The door creaked open and the children looked inside the room and saw a complete mess, with all sorts of things thrown around. The place was completely uncleaned and quite dirty, covered with spider webs. Much to the civil servant's surprise, Botha and Lita looked at each other and exclaimed that this was great, this was cool. The children fell on the bed with the dirty bedding, which immediately raised dust, but they were happy to be able to lie on the bed. Then Lita saw a window by the bed, and this also made them very happy, because they finally had their own room and both of them started looking out through that window. And then the girl stepped back from the window with great surprise and told her uncle to look at the sky shining. Lee Kehoe didn't like Lita calling him that, but he asked the girl if she was so stupid that she didn't know they were stars. And when Botha heard that those lights in the sky were called stars, he finally understood what his father meant. And the children were fascinated to look at the mysterious starry sky where many bright stars were burning. It was an incredible sight that they had never seen before, as they had always been hiding in the hold from sea monsters at night. Botha remembered a conversation with his father when they were talking about the stars. How upset my father was that his children never saw the stars because they were always below deck at night. And my dad told me that the stars are actually very far away, but they are so bright that you can see them at night, and he said that he would really like to show them to the children somehow. Because the stars are beautiful, and the father sincerely wanted his children to see how beautiful they are. Tears came to Botha's eyes again when he remembered his father, and now he saw with his own eyes that the stars are really beautiful. The children were admiring the stars, while the United Busousan ship was in full swing, with cranes creaking. Dr. Foyd was in charge of the whole process, and he ordered us to slowly lift something out from under the water. Quite slowly, the reels carefully spun, winding around strong ropes and pulling on the chains attached to them, and soon the dead carcass of the sea monster was lifted up out of the water. All the workers involved in that work were shocked to see how huge this monster was. The harpooner Brune was also here, and he was still disgusted by the extremely ugly appearance of this creature. Dr. Foyd, on the other hand, was trembling with pleasure that he had finally found such a valuable specimen for science. The old man told Brune that this is what the top of the food chain of the modern world looks like, a top predator. And it was indeed a Contrassi who belonged to the 7 sea devils. The harpooner was only interested in one thing, whether he could survive after fighting such a monster. Dr. Foyd laughed and asked Brune if all he could think about at that moment was fighting sea monsters. After all, even to this day, humanity knows extremely little about sea monsters and is in the dark about who these creatures are. The doctor said that he, as a scientist, was simply obliged to investigate this and reveal the secrets of those sea creatures. His eyes were burning furiously, and he realized that now he was getting a lot of opportunities that he had been dreaming about for so long. And all he wants to do at the moment is to dissect this thing into pieces for the sake of the future of all mankind. Then the professor giggled nervously and Brune stood there in complete disbelief and eventually asked where Kana had gone. Meanwhile, the girl went to a man named Sting and asked him if he had found out anything about what she had asked for, and he was waiting for her. Kana walked closer to the table where the man was working, and Sting suggested that we get straight to the point. He said that this was real and a great find. On the table in front of them was the sword of Botha and Lita's father, and Sting said with certainty that it was the harpooner's sword. Then Kana wondered how such a valuable thing could be there in that place. She took the sword in her hands with a distinctive ringing sound and raised the weapon up, still surprised that it could be a harpooner's sword. The girl said that in this case the weapon could belong to only one person. He was a legendary 6-star harpooner named Ma Theon, whom everyone called the one who kills Leviathans. Sting asked Kana what she was going to do now that she had learned such important information. And the girl thought and said that soon a bloody massacre would begin here. She said that the children they found and rescued today should not stay here. Meanwhile, Botha and Lita were lying peacefully in their new bed, the girl already asleep in her brother's arms and the boy thinking that for the first time in his life he was going to sleep looking at the stars. He remembered that people told him that they did not have to worry about anything because harpooners with stars on their arms were protecting this place. But still, for some unknown reason, Botha could not fall asleep for a long time. After learning this important information about the harpooner's sword, Kana sat on the windowsill in her room and thought. So far, one of the 7 sea devils has been destroyed. On the carcass of this monster, battle wounds were very clearly visible, and everyone can see how desperate the fight was. The girl thought about the weapon she had found. She knew very well who the owner of this sword was. Therefore, it would be logical to think that it was Ma Theon who took the life of Kentris. Kana wondered why the harpooner did what he did, what he wanted to protect so badly, even at the cost of his own life. She could think of only one answer, that she could only do this to protect her children. Perhaps, after all, Theon was trying to protect his family by engaging in such a terrible struggle. The girl hugged her knees in thought and looked at the small snow globe on her windowsill. Kana recalled her family. Her parents and she were refugees who once lived on the high sea. Like all other people adrift at sea, they had to survive somehow. To do this, they went down to the seabed and combed through the ruins, sometimes digging through the garbage to find the things they needed to live. The girl recalled being 14 years old and looking at some of the things she found underwater as garbage. However, her father explained to her that this was not garbage, and that she should just let her daughter think of it as a treasure hunt. Suddenly, my father pulled out a rag with something wrapped in it and began to unwrap it. It was this small snow globe, and my dad looked at it with admiration and said it was almost new. Then he wiped it well and gave it to his daughter, saying that it was for her. Kana looked at this thing and saw a whole new world inside that little glass ball. There was a beautiful 2-story house with snow-covered fir trees around it. The girl looked inside fascinated and thought that probably all people used to live in such houses. But then Kana resolutely held the glass ball back to her father and told him to take it away because she didn't want it, and her parents were surprised to hear why she didn't want it. And my daughter very sensibly explained that they could sell this balloon in unified Busousan and make money on it. But the mother told her daughter not to worry because it was really a gift from her mom and dad, so she should just enjoy it and take care of it. Then the girl shook the glass ball again to make snow inside it and thought that she would really like to live in such a house. All the refugees collected and delivered scrap metal to unified Busousan and received the supplies they needed in return. In their small boats, they sailed up to the huge ship, which Kana could see only from the outside. At the time, this giant ship was the envy and admiration of a 14-year-old child. Sometimes, when they swam up to hand over scrap metal, music would be heard from the ship. The girl realized that people who live here do not have to worry about sea monsters or even strong storms. Kana looked out from her boat and thought that she would really like to live there. After all, every refugee tried to become a full-fledged resident of a united Busousan. The life of the refugees was very tiring. Every evening they gathered for a meeting, spreading a map in front of them and agreeing on where they would search for something valuable and necessary the next day. Accidents were common among them, and injuries were commonplace, as were attacks by sea monsters. These creatures could suddenly appear out of nowhere and attack seabed researchers, so it was not always possible to protect themselves from them. Kana remembers well how her Uncle Cholman and Aunt Midori died in this way once. People died every day for one reason or another, and it was hard to say goodbye to the next victims every time. In fact, the life of refugees was extremely cruel and harsh. Looking at all this suffering and deprivation, Malakana could not understand why they had to live like this. One day, after another tragic event among refugees, Kana's father and mother were sitting at the table, and her father said that they just had to find the treasure, because he was told in unified Busousan that they would be accepted and given citizenship if they found that treasure. My mother saw how hard it was for her husband and went to him and hugged him tightly. Kana stood behind the wall and heard all this conversation between her parents, but she was not at all sure that Busousan would buy any treasure from them. The girl was completely despondent about this, seeing the hopelessness of their situation. Every day, Kana and her parents would go down underwater in search of valuable things and did not understand where any treasures could come from in this cluttered ocean. But one day, while exploring the ocean floor as usual, Kana's father saw something and thought he had found what he needed. Then he and the other refugees approached the huge gate behind which the relics were supposed to be. A large sign of Masuda Heavy Industries stood on the gate. The refugees opened those gates and went inside and saw a number of huge balls with windows. All the people who were here were happy to have finally found it, and then they did everything they could to lift one of those structures out of the water. When the apparatus was lifted up with titanic efforts, the refugees were extremely happy that they had managed to do it. They hugged each other, almost danced, told each other how good they were, and it was a wonderful day for them. One Kana looked at this pile of scrap metal and could not understand what the treasure of this junk was. But the father explained to his daughter why she was wrong. He said that it was not just scrap metal, but a deep-sea research rig designed by an ancient civilization before the sinking for deep-sea diving. And then Mom and Dad told Kana that thanks to this installation, they would be able to join the unified Busousan very quickly and become its full-fledged citizens and residents. For a girl who had been dreaming of living there for so long, it was incredible. Kana hugged her parents and wondered if this meant that they would no longer have to drift around and go hunting to find the things they needed to live. All the refugees were extremely happy that they no longer had to worry about sea monsters. But it was at that moment that the real nightmare began for them. The refugees, who were celebrating the fact that they had finally managed to find a real treasure in the depths of the ocean, were attacked by a giant sea monster. Everyone who was safely on deck at the time was attacked by a terrible monster and fell into its jaws as food. Kana was sitting on the deck and saw all that horror with her own eyes. She also saw her mother being devoured by the sea monster and heard her mother calling out to her. The mother was crying and shouting desperately for her daughter to hide somewhere. The girl was frightened and squeezed into the side of the ship, and the blood of its victims was spraying directly from the monster's giant mouth. It was then that she was shot in the eye as the refugees who still survived tried to counterattack the terrible monster. They rushed at him with any weapon they had at hand and desperately struck at the enemy. Then the monster raised one of its paws with sharp spikes and brought it down directly on the men, crushing them completely, and then shoved them into its mouth. Then the monster went to catch other people on boats that were sailing nearby. In one of them, 2 men were arguing. One said to turn back, and the other mentioned that his friends were fighting there, but the first one convinced him that all those friends had already been eaten and their turn would come soon. However, the men did not have time to do anything because one of the sea monster's limbs was already heading towards them. They just stood there in complete stupor and watched what the monster was going to do, and the next moment, numerous thick spines fell from the sea monster's paw on the men, completely piercing their boat and themselves. And then Kana's father ran up to her and grabbed his frightened daughter and quickly dragged her away. They ran into the hall where the communications center was located, where the signalman was sitting on the floor, shivering and unable to say a word. Then Kana's father grabbed the radio himself and started shouting into it to get a response from Unified Busousan to the refugee fleet's request. Dad said that they were attacked by a giant sea monster and repeatedly asked them to answer. Meanwhile, the monster was destroying everything in its path, and no one answered from Unified Busousan. A man was fishing near that place, Ma Theon, the father of Botha and Lita. When he was young, he heard a noise from afar, and then saw a boat approaching and realized that something strange was happening. Meanwhile, in the refugee fleet, Kana's father kept trying to contact the United Busousan, and his daughter covered her injured eye with her palm. He kept repeating that their fleet had been attacked by a giant sea monster and kept asking if they could be heard. At that time, the boat came closer to Theon, and the man saw that the whole vessel was completely pierced with sharp spikes. Theon immediately realized that those people had been attacked by a sea monster and turned his head in the direction of the roar. The sea monster continued to destroy the fleet of refugees, destroying boats one by one. And Kana's father in the cabin tried in vain to contact United Busousan by radio, but they did not answer. And finally, the long-awaited voice came from the speaker, announcing that Unified Busousan was on the line. The man, a radio operator, who by then was sitting in deep shock and unable to act appropriately, grabbed the radio from Kana's father's hands and started shouting for help and saying that sea monsters had attacked them. The man was begging for help so emotionally that he eventually began to choke and tears were pouring from his eyes. The men were happy that they had finally received an answer, but then a voice from the speaker coldly informed them that the United Busousan was not obliged to protect the refugee fleet and was not responsible for their protection. Then Kana's father, in desperation, grabbed the radio and began to beg them for help again, saying that they had a child here. My father shouted as loudly as he could and asked them to save at least her, and he kept on persuading them. And the same voice from the speaker just as coldly informed them that their request was denied. Kana did not understand why those people who had such enormous power refused to rescue them. She only heard a wish of success in the end of the call. Then her father made one last attempt to be heard by Unified Busousan and told them that they had found treasures with the Masuda Heavy Industry mark and begged them not to disconnect. And at that moment, a sea monster broke through the ceiling and grabbed the man in its giant claw, completely covered with sharp spikes. Kana jumped up and started screaming loudly, but her father forbade her to approach him. He shouted to his daughter to stay away and run as far away as possible. And then the sea monster clenched its pincer holding Kana's father, and the characteristic crunch was heard again. The girl lost her only two close people that day, her mother and father. It was extremely frightening and impossible to accept, because not long ago they had been laughing and hugging together. Kana looked up at the sea monster that had just deprived her of all her loving people and did not understand how this could happen. The girl was standing right under the ominous jaws of a giant monster, and it seemed as if she had lost all sensation, including fear. Kana was left all alone in this indifferent world, and the teenage child did not understand why this had to happen to them. Frankly speaking, she felt doomed and resigned to her fate, and suddenly someone grabbed her with a strong hand and pulled her away from the dangerous place. He was a young father of Botha and Lita, who was not afraid to come to the aid of people. Theon took Kana in his arms and said that one should not give up life so easily. Then he brought the girl to a man who worked as a radio operator and told him that he would leave the child with him for the time being. The radio operator looked at Theon in fright and stammered to ask who he was. The man was trembling all over and could not control himself. And Botha and Lita's father replied that his name was Ma Theon and he was a harpooner from the United Busousan. Then Theon pulled his sword from behind his back, and the radio operator saw that it was a real harpooner's sword. Malakana looked at her savior in awe and could not believe her eyes, trying to memorize his name. The radio operator was very happy. He knew the name of this famous harpooner and was grateful that he had come to save them. He also said that he thought that Unified Busousan had left them here to die because they had cut off communication with them. Then the man began to look around and ask where the other harpooners were because he was waiting for help. And Theon simply told him that this ship would soon sink, so he ordered him to take a lifeboat and escape while he distracted the sea monster. And then the radio man's joy came to an end. He asked if this harpooner had come here all alone, and Theon meanwhile went to meet the monster. The harpooner saw that this monster looked very strong and wondered if his sword could pierce the monster's carapace. Then his struggle with the enemy began, but before that, Theon cut the ropes of the boat and launched it and heard the splash of water. Then the harpooner struck the monster with his sword, but the metal met with strong resistance, so only small cracks formed on the enemy's body. The shell of this sea monster turned out to be stronger than Theon thought before, which complicated the situation. Then he decided to increase the power of his weapon and turned a special lever on his sword to the maximum setting. Suddenly, the sword hissed loudly, and Theon took a comfortable position for a fight of greater intensity. The man was waiting for the monster to launch a new attack and stood right under its belly, preparing to strike. When the sea monster began to attack, Theon skillfully used his sword and dealt damage to the monster from below. Kana was very surprised to see that the monster had even retreated a little, and the harpooner continued to strike him. Theon taunted the sea monster that it had probably never seen such a strong and rebellious prey before. Meanwhile, some not yet fully digested victims fell out of the monster's wounded belly, and Theon asked if the monster was satisfied that it had managed to stuff itself with people. Then the harpooner shouted angrily at the monster that it was a damned shrimp. And keeping his sword at maximum capacity, he promised the sea monster that he would slice him up right away. And then he jumped high and started swinging his weapon in different directions, causing irreparable damage to his opponent. Kana and her husband, a radio operator, were shocked to see the scene and could not come to their senses. The girl could not believe that it was just one person fighting on equal terms with a giant sea monster. She realized that he does not let himself be eaten, and is not afraid of the monster at all. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Theon wielded his weapon as if dancing, and he was doing a great job. He seemed to be piercing his opponent. This time, the harpooner will manage to cut the carcass as he has already damaged its shell. So the man prepared for the final attack in this battle. He began to jump on different parts of the sea monster's body and continuously strike it numerous times. Theon was a real predator hunter. 14-year-old Kana watched the harpooner's artistic movements with her mouth agape. This man is really the one who takes the life of the Leviathans, and he does it very skillfully. A few more accurate and powerful sword blows, and now the sea monster's shell was finally cut through. For a moment, Theon stopped to reload his sword. He had the last capsule of gas left, so now he had to finish off the sea monster. The monster must have sensed its end was near, and so it mercilessly and chaotically destroyed everything around it. In this way, he tried to completely destroy the ship and sink it while he was still alive, and the harpooner understood this. Piece by piece, the monster tore off parts of the ship and threw them wherever it could, which made the harpooner extremely angry. And he abruptly got up from his seat and, carrying his sword in front of him, saying that he would take the life of the monster, resolutely rushed into another attack. Meanwhile, one of the parts of the ship that the monster threw with all its might fell somewhere in the place where Kana and the radio man were standing, throwing them in different directions. The girl's legs were pinned by the debris, and she could not move and asked the radio operator to help her. However, he looked at her frightened and just started running away from that place, leaving the girl frail and alone. Little Kana began to cry and call out to the man in a trembling voice, stretching out her hands to him, while Theon's battle with the sea monster continued. But suddenly the monster stopped resisting and responding to the harpooner's blows, which surprised the man a bit. And in that moment of relative calm, Theon saw a radio operator run up on deck, shouting that he didn't want to die. Suddenly, the harpooner heard an alarming roar, felt that something terrible was about to happen, and loudly shouted to the radio operator to lie down on the floor, and the next moment, with a terrible whistle, numerous spikes of the sea monster flew towards the harpooner, causing him wounds. One thorny piece cut into Theon's leg, another into his arm, and eventually he managed to hide for a while. The radio operator, on the other hand, was unlucky. He did not have time to hide, and several sharp spikes penetrated his body, taking his life. But the harpooner's right hand was stuck to the wall with one spike, but he was still gripping his sword with it. Then Theon took another spike out of his leg, and the sea monster ran towards him, attacking with its claw, barely managing to save his legs. And with his next blow, Theon stabbed the monster with his own sharp stake, even though his right arm was still pinned to the wall. Then, with a titanic effort, he pulled his arm completely out of the stake and jumped high, spinning into a whirlwind. And then, with great power, he struck the monster with a strong blow from a height. He realized that he could not lose this chance, so he struck as many places as he could reach. Then he had also completely used up all the gas he had with him, so he couldn't recharge his sword to deliver more powerful blows. The only thing that comforted the man was that his opponent also did not look particularly healthy after a long battle. Meanwhile, the sun had already begun to rise, and it was very bad and life-threatening for the sea monster. The sunlight struck his eyes, which he immediately hid and jumped off the ship into the ocean waters. Theon walked to the edge of the deck and looked overboard to make sure that the sea monster had really escaped. And then, completely exhausted by the long and extremely difficult battle, he weakly went down to the floor. The fact that the monster fled into the sea at sunrise meant that even giant sea monsters hate sunlight. Then Theon gathered all his strength and went to look inside to see how Kana was doing. The man saw that the child was pinned down by the wreckage of the ship, so he immediately began to free her, and then Kana asked if he had managed to destroy the monster. And the harpooner replied that he did not take his life because the monster ate everything he could and ran away because the sun was already rising. And then Theon helped the girl out and asked her if she wasn't happy to see another new day. However, Kana was not happy about it at all, and said that she had nothing to be happy about anymore. The girl cried bitterly and said that that night her mom and dad were eaten by that terrible monster. Theon stroked her head sympathetically and said that this was indeed a very difficult, irreparable loss. Suddenly they heard other boats approaching them, because as soon as the sun came up, the harpooners of the United Busousan came in a cloud. However, they did not come here to save people, but only to take the relics found by the refugees. Then the commander-in-chief offered to sign an agreement with them, which meant that they would pay for the girl's treatment in exchange for the relics. They slipped her a document and said that as soon as she signed it, she would immediately become a full-fledged citizen of the United Busousan. And of course, she signed it since she was completely alone in this world. On that terrible night, Kana lost her family and her home, and she was seriously injured, so there was no other way out for her. So now she became a full-fledged citizen of the United Busousan, which she had dreamed of for a long time, and she was sincerely congratulated on this, although she did not understand why she, the only one of the refugee fleet to survive, was congratulated on anything else. Relics found by refugees and a huge claw of a sea monster were delivered to the huge island of this community, and the harpooners there were heroes of the residents of Unified Busousan. People came to see the new achievements of their association and were amazed at the enormous size of the monster's claws. They were completely unaware of what had happened that night, but they were told that their harpooners had defeated a Scudum, one of the 7 sea demons, and even found and obtained a relic. Kana, to all those people, refugees meant absolutely nothing. She even heard the citizens of Unified Busousan saying that refugees are big simpletons and essentially work for free just to get citizenship here. But who would have thought that they would be able to find Masuda's relics? One of the harpooners, calling the refugees idiots, ironically said that yesterday they even asked for help. Then the man mockingly said that he had refused them, and everyone else started laughing loudly at this. Kana listened to all this and could not believe her own ears how cynical all those people were. Then the harpooners laughed that since all the refugees were dead, they essentially got all their relics for nothing. And then Kana couldn't take it anymore. She came out of her hiding place grimly and approached the men, holding a piece of glass bottle in her hands. She looked up at the harpooners with her one eye and asked if she had heard correctly that they were waiting for the sea monster to devour all the refugees. The man who refused to help came closer to Kana and asked if she was the refugee girl who had survived the monster's attack. And he saw the furious girl immediately attacked the vile man with a shard and said she would destroy him. But he immediately straightened up and sharply hit her in the face, thus completely repelling her attack. Kana fell to the floor and hurt herself, and the harpooner came up to her and said right to her face that he thought all refugees were just dirty vagrants and then called her a slut. The next thing he did was to pull out handcuffs and tell Kana that resisting a harpooner was a serious criminal offense. And then he put these handcuffs on her and said that if they wanted to, they could even execute her on the spot. But I decided to educate the girl about their laws and, in particular, about one iron rule. And the unspoken rule is that the harpooners are the law and justice and fairness in Unified Busousan. At this information, Khan laughed frankly and in an adult manner, especially at the words about justice. The girl looked up and asked if when they asked them for help and they just turned away from them, this is called justice, and called them miserable cowards. The impudent harpooner could not stand it and got angry and kicked the girl hard. Then he started shouting at her how dare she behave like that and say such things to them. Then he was joined by 2 other harpooners, and they all started beating the poor girl with their hands and feet. One of them shouted that he would teach her good manners and good behavior. He had already prepared his fist to hit the child again, but suddenly someone grabbed his hand. And it was none other than Theon himself. The other harpooners were now afraid of what they were doing here, and Theon silently decided to teach the impudent men a lesson, and began to deal with them at his own discretion, even though he himself was wounded. With one skillful punch, he knocked all 3 of them into a heap and angrily asked what the hell they were doing here, mocking and beating a wounded child. However, one of the bastards replied that Theon had the right to interfere with the duties of his fellow harpooners. These words about his comrade and his noble profession made Theon even angrier. He asked if those bastards called it their duty to kill a poor child, and those harpooners shouted with one voice that this is exactly how it is. They are here to fulfill their duties. Theon's rage increased many times over. He clenched his fists tightly and said he was ready to show them what happens to those who break the law. Now the harpooners realized that Theon was not joking. They were very scared and decided to leave because this is not a man they can handle. But the one who spoke the most in favor of Doha finally told Theon not to be overwhelmed because he may be strong, but he is still just a commoner. He threatened him that if he continued to behave like this, he would be thrown to the fish. This statement only made Theon laugh, and then he asked Kana how she was feeling and if she was okay. Then he and the girl went out on deck, and Theon told her that the Unified Busousan was not too different from refugee ships, where the stronger ones devour the weaker ones. The only difference is that here, instead of sea monsters, you deal with people. And he explained to her that if she wanted to survive here, she had to become stronger. Then Kana asked him very seriously how people become harpooners. This question surprised Theon a bit, and he asked her instead if she meant to say that she wanted to become a harpooner herself. He also said that it's not that easy, Most people fail and give up quickly. But Kana was stubborn and stood her ground, saying she would do it even at the cost of her own life. The girl clearly stated that she would definitely become a harpooner no matter what it took. And then Kana smiled crazily and said that after that, she would take the life of every monster in this world, every single one of them. And as a result, she joined the harpooners because they did not distinguish between the commoners and the elite. This is exactly what Matheon did. He never made a distinction between people of different status. With all his heart, Kana wanted to become a harpooner as strong in body and spirit as Theon was. And then when he protected her poor lonely child from injustice, she made him a promise. So now an adult, Kana, a 3-star harpooner, remembered the whole story and she owed Theon a debt of gratitude. But now she wondered if her idol had sent his children here on purpose. Kana thought Theon had done it so she could protect them. As the day went on, a siren sounded to call everyone's attention, and a megaphone said that Busousan unification was protected from typhoon and sea monsters. The people were told that they were the chosen ones and had to fulfill their duties to make possible the revival of the great unification of Busousan. There were calls to work together for a brighter future. There was a huge scrap metal warehouse on the island where all metal finds from the ocean floor were dumped. Little Botha came here first, and there was already a worker working there, to whom the boy addressed himself, but the man did not hear him. Then Botha shouted louder, asking if the man had any work for him in the warehouse. Then that worker got down from his car, looked at Botha, and said that it would be difficult for him to work because he was too small. The man apologized to the boy and explained that not even every adult can do this job, and Botha noticed the big, strong muscles of the worker. The guy had a list of different jobs for himself, and he couldn't get into the second one, so it looks like he won't be able to get a job doing hard physical work. Then he decided to look for a job where physical strength was not so important. So he turned to a woman who was baking, but she refused him, saying that she did not accept refugees, so he should look elsewhere. So Botha went on, but everywhere he was rejected, and he began to feel sad when he heard a beggar sitting under the wall, asking for alms from passers-by. It was an old woman who could barely tell people that she hadn't eaten anything for several days and begged them for help. The bot immediately put his hand into his pocket and found 2 nuts, so he immediately threw those little old ladies into the jar without delay. And then he apologized to her for throwing so little because it was all he had, and she thanked him sincerely. The boy explained that he did not have a job at the moment, so he could not give her more, but as soon as he found one, he would definitely give her more. My grandmother smiled pleasantly and said that Botha was a very kind boy. And then she took out something of hers and said that she wanted to give the guy this thing as a sign of her great gratitude. The grandmother had a seed in her hand and said that it symbolized hope, and in her opinion, the seed was more suitable for a boy like him than for an old beggar like her. Botha then he squeezed the seed in his fist with the thought of hope and felt that for some unknown reason, he felt much better. Then Botha went back to his room and decided to count how much money he and Lita had left, and he was sad to see that they had spent half of it in just 1 week. Little Lita was sad that now they wouldn't be able to eat fried sardines, but his brother said he needed to find a job as soon as possible. He had already contacted Mr. Lee Kiho, who explained to him that in unified Busousan, everyone works and pays taxes, and if someone cannot pay, they will be kicked out, so he strongly advised him to find a job. And Botha told him that he did not refuse to pay his taxes, but no one wanted to hire him. The boy realized that they would not last long at this rate, so he suggested that his younger sister reduce the number of fried sardines to 1 a day. Little Lita was sad and reproached her brother for spending their money on some strange seeds. And then she took hold of her head and declared that she could not give up the sardines, and suggested asking a civil servant for help. And then suddenly Mr. Lee Kiho came to them. Lita immediately shouted that if you just whistle, he will appear. A civil servant came to ask how the bot was doing with his job search and was very surprised that all employers had turned him down. Then he looked up meaningfully and said that in that case he had no other choice but to use his personal influence. But then he warned the guy that the job he could offer him was a bit dangerous. So whether he was ready for such a bot, he definitely agreed. Then the civil servant took him to the lower floor to the plumbing area where the water supply was running. There they were met by another employer who read Botha's resume, which was written by Lee Kiho, and stated that Botha was a strong, healthy young man. And the civil servant boldly pointed at the little boy. However, the man attacked Lee Kiho and asked where the hell he was supposed to assign this child and why the official brought him another refugee. But Kiho said that the man did not trust him. He had brought him a real hero. And both Lee Kiho pointed to the boy's hands and said that he was a natural locksmith. However, the employer had a different opinion, but decided to give the guy a chance to work for him anyway. Botha was very happy about this and thanked the man. Then the civil servant instructed the boy that he should work hard and try his best. Finally, sea monsters may be the most terrifying creatures in the water, but on this ship in unified Busousan, the most terrifying thing is poverty. The Busousan unification may protect its people from typhoons and sea monsters, but it does not protect them from hunger, poverty, and disease. Let Botha always remember that. The guy thought seriously and tried to memorize Lee Kiho's science, and the civil servant went about his business. Then the new employer told Bot that he shouldn't stand around and get to work. He took the guy to a compartment where other workers were already working, one of whom explained to Botha that they were replacing old pipe sections with new ones. And Botha immediately set to work. He was ordered to stick a stake in one place between the joints of the two sections, and an unfortunate thing happened and stinking waste splashed out of the pipe directly at the guy. The foreman looked at the drawing and said that it did not indicate that there was a sewer. Then he went to his boss and said that the pipes were laid in a complete mess. Nothing fit together at all. And the boss, who was now engaged in welding, replied that in this case their task would be to make sure that everything went together. The bot was a little surprised to hear the figure of 100 years, but now the boy was getting to know him a little. He knows a lot about the history of this ship. Botha asked him who built such a huge ship, and Kavoran told him that it was people when there was still land there. He also said that people were able to create ships even much larger than that one and had such capabilities. It was an amazing civilization. And also ice pieces that fell to Earth after the collision of those comets with the moon. And of course, the water was rising higher and higher, and people began to look for solutions to survive in such circumstances. So, they came up with the idea of combining dozens of ships together and began to implement this plan. It was their ship that was named the United Busousan in the hope that one day it would return to the city of Busousan. One of the workers said that this ship is older than their boss, Kavoran, so if they don't keep maintaining it and patching it up, it will sink soon, and Kavoran said that it is not that old, it has plenty of strength. Little Botha was now beginning to understand a little bit. He saw how the men worked here and how hard their work was. This work was not easy at all, and thanks to these people the ship is afloat, and thanks to them, Botha and Lita can continue to live in unified Busousan. And then he set to work, determined to make sure that United Busousan stayed afloat, and Boss Warren recognized his diligence. The boy looked at those men working tirelessly and decided that he wanted to be one of them. This was also necessary so that he and his younger sister Lita could stay in unified Busousan forever. The bot continued to work and suddenly saw that water was starting to collect on the floor. The guy tried to continue repairing the pipe, but suddenly a stream came out of it. The water but the worker said that the collector of this pipe was too deep inside and they would have to disassemble the entire system and take away all the remaining pipes, but in this case there would be even more water. Kavoran's boss got very angry and asked how the worker could install the pipes in such a way, and the worker justified himself by saying that he was just doing what he was told. Suddenly, the water. Meanwhile, upstairs, no one knew about this plumbing disaster, and in the room where Botha and Lita lived, the girl was peacefully watering flowers in flower pot. In general, suddenly she heard a knock at the door and thought it was her brother, so she immediately opened it and asked if he had found a job. But there was no bot outside the door. There were 3 adult men standing there, and they greeted the girl. Then the man said that she was very similar to her mother, almost an exact copy of her. Then he gave me a nasty smile and said that he was still an old friend of their father's. Meanwhile, Botha continued to work with the plumbers, but there was an emergency in their hold, and the water was flooding and rising quickly. Boss Horan said that if it reached the machine shop, they could be finished. But now, one employee screamed in fright that it was impossible and the boss would not succeed. He said, observing the whole situation, Botha snatched the flashlight from his boss's hands and said that he would go to the pipe himself and do everything. The patient only told him not to talk nonsense and not to make him laugh with such statements. A guy put on his scuba goggles, and his boss told him not to do anything because it was dangerous. However, before the boss and the other employees could catch the bot, he quickly took as much air as possible into his lungs and dove underwater and swam down pipe number 3. Then he finally saw a huge pipe with a big number 3 on it, and this pipe was not even connected to anything. Meanwhile, all the plumbers were worried about what to do now, as they could not even help the boy. The men were very worried that the boy might get lost and drown. And then he was very disappointed and angry with himself that he could do nothing and was of no use to anyone. But Foran's boss came up with a method to get through to Botha. He ordered all the workers to knock as hard as possible on the pipe that the guy would need to work with. So, without thinking twice, the boy jumped into this pipe and soon swam to the air pocket. The bot, he knew he died. There was a grate with a lot of different garbage behind it. So Botha began to break up the debris to make way for the water flow in the pipe, and he succeeded. Meanwhile, the water actually started to come down, and the men realized that the guy had coped with a difficult task. However, time passed, and Botha still did not return, and the boss of Kavoran realized that things were bad. 18 minutes had passed, and the bot simply began to drift in the middle of the water, a wrench falling out of its weak hand. Boss Kavoran was still shouting through the hole for his little employee to get out of there now. The other plumbers stood there sadly, realizing that too much time had passed since Botha had gone on a mission underwater. One of the workers tried to calm down his boss, telling him that 24 minutes had already passed, so he should accept it because it was over. Now, and suddenly, to the great surprise of everyone present, Botha got out of the pipe, dived out of the water, and fell to the floor. One man looked at his watch and said it couldn't be because 30 minutes had passed. The guy had been underwater for 30 minutes. Boss, he squeezed him with his arms around him, and thus excess water came out of the boat. The patient could not get over it. He thought the guy had already died. Then the boss started asking for details and asked if the bot could find an air pocket. Botha was now coming to. He wiped his nose with his hand and said that it was the air pocket that saved him. Otherwise, he would not have gotten out. And then all the other employees rushed to hug the guy, saying that they thought he was dead, but luckily he was alive. And the boss, Kavoran, praised Botha for his good work and told him that he was smart. Then Kavoran patted the guy's head again and said that the most important thing was that he was alive. And after all that, the boss invited Botha to join them and work in their team. The bot could not believe his ears and asked directly if this meant that he would now have a job. Then Kavoran confirmed that this was the case and that the guy would be working with them fully. And then one of the workers shouted that it would be great because they were short of workers after their Mickey died, but everyone else immediately shut him up and beat him. And the boss said that they were expecting him at the workplace tomorrow anyway. The workers immediately prepared drinks for everyone and decided to toast their new locksmith. The employees were happy to see the newcomer, and Botha was extremely pleased. He also felt very warm, looked into his cup, and was very happy to have an official job. After all, it has now become a full-fledged part of unified Busousan and will have its own rights here. After a day at work, Botha went to the market, bought some groceries and other goodies, and ran home to tell his little sister that he had gotten a job. Very quickly, the boy ran into their room and shouted to Lita from the doorway that he was back. And the kid was sitting on a chair in the middle of the room and did not express her emotions about it. She was acting very strangely. Bot got excited and came closer to his sister and asked her what was wrong or if she was in pain. But then suddenly, little Lita screamed frantically for Botha to get out of here immediately. However, of course, before he could realize what was going on, he was immediately attacked by a man who hit him in the face. It was the same bastard harpooner named Dohu who had once had a conflict with Botha and Lita's father. He said that when he saw the boy's name in the report, he thought his heart would stop. And now the firstborn son of Theon, Botha Dohu, was standing in front of him. Then he kicked the little boy again, painfully, right in the chest. After that, the bastard grabbed the boy by the hair and asked if his father had died in the mouth of a sea monster. But he feels very bad about it because he really wanted to take his father's life with his own hands. Looking directly into the boy's eyes, Dohu told him that his father was a traitor to the unified Busousan. The other two harpooners were also here with Doha. The children were sitting on the floor, little Lita hugging her older brother. Botha could not believe his ears. What he heard about his father did not fit in his head, and this is how the harpooners welcomed the children home. The brother and sister could not even defend themselves because they were attacked by 3 adult men, citizens of unified Busousan, who called the children puppies of a lousy traitor. And again, the bastard Doha started kicking the defenseless bot on the head and face. The boy fell to the floor, and the harpooner asked him if he didn't think it was a bit shameless to come here after all that in search of protection. Little Lita rushed to her older brother's aid, but another harpoon caught her. The bastard continued to mock Botha, while the boy said that his father was not a criminal. He was a harpooner who protected other people. At this, Doha laughed very loudly and began to contradict the boy about Theon's defense of people. Theon, the legendary 6-star harpooner of Doha, who kills leviathans, asked if this was the kind of story their father told them while they were traveling the seas on a pile of garbage somewhere. And then the bastard told the boy to listen carefully to one secret that his father would never tell him and would not want his son to ever hear. Doha heard that the children and their father had never met a single living person in all 10 years of sailing at sea, and Botha remembered how he had once asked his father if he really thought there was anyone else alive besides them. And as my father replied, he was sure that there were still people there, but they hadn't met them yet because the ocean was so big. Some doubts began to arise in Botha's mind about their past and their father's past. And then Dohu said that it was just that Botha and Lita's father was on the run all the time, hiding from unified Busousan. Botha said it couldn't be. He couldn't just believe what those people were telling him. And Doha continued to speak, asking if Theon really thought he would forget everything in 10 years, and began to slowly remove the glove from his left hand. When he took it off, the children saw that there was a prosthetic arm instead of a hand, and the man told the children to look closely at what their father had done to their friend. And then Dohu also said that Theon is the one who takes lives, and he took the lives of countless harpooners from the United Busousan. Both Botha and Lita's father also incited the citizens of unified Busousan to revolution. Botha still stood there as if mesmerized, unable to accept this terrible information that their father was the one who took people's lives. Another harpooner grabbed the guy and held him on his head and neck, while Doha said that someone had to pay for this crime, so let Botha blame his father exclusively for all his trouble. While the other harpooner was holding Botha's head, Doha reached out with his prosthetic arm and grabbed the guy's face with sharp metal claws. He shoved those claws into Botha's cheeks and started to slowly cut them. Little Lita screamed for them to stop, and then suddenly, a siren sounded, and an order was given through the loudspeaker for all harpooners to report to their combat positions. The siren kept sounding, announcing the emergency to everyone in Unified Busousan and summoning the harpooners to their combat positions. People began to go out into the common corridors to the common squares, all worried that they were attacked by monsters. Unified Busousan was under another attack by sea monsters, and those harpooners who mocked Botha and Lita also needed to come to its defense. Meanwhile, some boats were hurriedly approaching the United Busousan ship, and they had only a little more time to go. They were relentlessly pursued by sea monsters, and people on boats tried to escape. The monsters were moving much faster than those boats, and emerged from the water right in front of the fugitives. Immediately, the sea monster grabbed one of the men with its strong teeth. The people on the boats began to defend themselves by shooting at the monsters, but there were too many of them. The monsters caught up with the boat and approached it from different directions and attacked everyone on board. They stuck their snouts into the captain's cabin and killed those who were in charge of the boat. Other people tried to shoot the monsters. On this boat, civilians with their families were sitting in the hold, and suddenly the ceiling began to pierce. Soon, a huge hole was formed, into which the sea monster first looked, and then several of them broke through. The terrible monsters immediately began to hunt the people who were there, and they tried to hide in the corners in terror. However, the boat was still completely wrecked, and the other fugitives saw it and realized that everyone had already died. And the other boats decided to move forward even faster, realizing that if they lagged behind even a little bit, they would simply be finished. But the sea monsters were tirelessly pursuing them, so it was difficult to predict anything in that situation. Meanwhile, a siren at Unified Busousan kept wailing, summoning all the harpooners to their combat posts. Major Doka was also called by his henchmen to go to the positions because they were called to duty now. Doha was extremely unhappy with this situation because he wanted to deal with Botha and Lita at his own discretion. However, he had no other choice at the moment. He was forced to leave his children, but he told them that they would see each other again soon. And finally, he threatened his frightened brother and sister that he was going to turn their lives into a living hell. And then he locked the door to their room with a padlock, and little Lita clutched her brother tightly, started crying bitterly, and said she was very scared. Botha knew that this bastard was very dangerous, and that he and his sister had to get out of here. The situation on Unified Busousan was extraordinary, and their reconnaissance unit was attacked by eel-like sea monsters. All the harpooners were called to their combat positions, and Kana and his unit prepared for battle. They were all extremely strong harpooners and had their own special equipment. Once in position, they stood together to give a worthy rebuff to the attacking sea monsters and protect the people of Unified Busousan. As soon as the detachment was out to sea, Kana ordered Brune to cover the deck and everyone else to follow her to the flank. The subordinates accepted the decision of their superior and launched a counterattack. A group of harpooners headed to meet the attacking sea monsters that were chasing the boats. The people on the boats continued to run away and shoot back at the monsters who had almost caught up with them. One man on the boat looked back and saw that help was coming and asked his comrades to hold on a little longer because the harpooners were getting closer. And then Brune picked up his weapon and jumped high from his scooter right at one of the sea monsters and cut it into pieces, one he had already destroyed. Then several monsters appeared in front of him, ready to swallow him instantly, and the harpooner rushed to attack them all at once, skillfully wielding his weapon, causing irreparable damage to the monsters. As a result of his skillful actions, Brune destroyed 4 monsters at once. The people on the boat saw that it was Brune who worked here and realized that Kana's team had come to help them. Now the hero stopped on their boat and people began to thank him for saving them, calling him their savior. But Brune told them to step back from him because it was dangerous. Then he looked at his weapon and saw that it was covered with something. This green, transparent liquid was flowing down to the deck, and people were frightened to ask what it was. Brune immediately suspected that it was a collection of nasty slime from sea monsters. Meanwhile, Kana and the other harpooners from her unit fired at the monsters as they approached. Their harpoons hit their targets accurately, but did almost no harm to the sea monsters. The fact is that the monsters began to secrete mucus from their bodies, and harpoons were completely useless in such a situation. Covering themselves completely with a layer of disgusting green slime, the sea monsters tried to turn the boat on which Brune was riding over. The man immediately shouted to all the people not to stand on the deck next to him but to run away, otherwise they would be finished. The monsters opened their jaws ready to capture and devour everyone on the boat, and then Kana arrived to help the people. They attacked the monsters with their swords and successfully defeated them, one man rejoicing that he survived because he was already one step away from death. After that, Kana ordered Brune to take the people off the boat to a safe place while she distracted the sea monsters. The girl was carrying another wonderful weapon, pheromones made and given to her by Dr. Foy. However, Kana herself did not really believe that these pheromones would help her in the fight against the monster, but she decided to use them anyway and test their effect on the monsters, so she didn't hesitate to crush the capsule with the pheromones and spread them on the monsters. And immediately there was a noticeable effect from the use of those substances. The mucus began to come off the sea monsters. They reacted to them. As a result, the monsters retreated, and meanwhile in unified Busousan, a strange knocking sound was heard in one of the pipes. Then the hatch opened and Bot and Summer Girl got out of it, and she was immediately afraid that it was very high, and her brother advised her not to look down. Then the children began to move along the pipe against the outer wall of the ship's side, and Lita was shaking as she did so. Finally, they passed that part of the difficult road, and Botha jumped on the platform and helped his sister. Lita gave him her hand and jumped down from the pipe directly into her brother's arms and hugged him tightly. There were a lot of people on deck, and they were all chanting Kana's name because the harpooners were fighting sea monsters. Little Lita remembered that this was the girl who had saved them when they were alone in the ocean. The children also looked overboard and saw several sea monsters chasing the canoe, and all the people supporting. This sight frightened Botha and Lita as they saw the danger of the harpoon. And Kana herself had a plan to defeat the monsters, but it was too early to strike the final blow. And now the monsters had almost caught up with her and opened their terrible jaws, ready to swallow the girl. But then she gave the order to kill. Immediately, a jet of flame burst out of the sidewall of the ship and completely engulfed all the sea monsters. Thus, all the monsters who were chasing the girl died in that devastating flame and drowned. Kana was a really strong star harpooner, and Botha admired the way she dealt with monsters. Brune also spoke enthusiastically about how ruthlessly professional Kana is. People on the boat shouted words of gratitude to the girl for saving them from the monster, and those on board the United Busousan continued to chant the name of their glorious defender. Harpooners are warriors who fight sea monsters in order to protect their cities and their inhabitants. Botha thought about the fact that she was one of those harpooners in unified Busousan, and he recalled Doha's words about the so-called secret that his father would never have told him. Namely, that Theon was the one who took lives, and he took the lives of an incredible number of harpooners of the United Busousan. So Botha and Lita's father is considered to be the one who takes lives here. At least that's what Doha said. Or maybe his father was a real warrior who defended people's lives by destroying sea monsters. Now Botha seriously wondered who his father really was and how he could find out the truth. Now that he and his younger sister are alone, Botha is at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Doha and his henchmen returned to the children's room to continue their torture, but they saw an open sewer manhole, even though they could not think that the two would use this way to escape. Doha was very angry about this and immediately ordered his henchmen to find the children at all costs. He even said that he didn't care if they found them alive or dead, and if they had to take their lives, let them do so, as long as they brought those children back. Unfortunately, little Lita lost her shoe while running away, and now she was walking half barefoot. Botha wondered where he and his sister would go now. Suddenly, the children heard a disturbance in the crowd, and people parted in confusion. Not far away, we heard shouts ordering people to move aside and give way to someone. And then Botha heard a conversation among the people that this chaos was caused by harpooners. They were looking for someone. The boy immediately realized that it was he and Lita who were being searched for by Doha and his henchmen. The bot knew that they needed to hide as quickly as possible so that the harpooners wouldn't find them. He grabbed his little sister so hard that she cried because she was hurt, but Botha was only thinking about where to hide. Unified Busousan is actually very large, and it is possible to get lost and hide in it, but he and Lita have no place on this huge ship. They simply have nowhere to go. Suddenly, the children heard the harpooners very close to them, and Botha asked his sister to behave as naturally as possible. And then the children heard someone stopping them behind them and ordering them not to move. Both Botha and Lita stopped, and meanwhile the voice ordered them to come to him immediately. The children trembled all over and turned back cautiously. There, they saw several harpooners approaching someone and ordering them to follow them in silence. The boy saw the same old beggar to whom he had donated money the day before. The old lady begged the harpooners to let her go and explained that she was sitting there only because she was sick. Botha recalled how he apologized to the old woman for donating so little money to her, but it was all he had at the time. In return, his grandmother also gave him something as a sign of her deep gratitude. An old beggar gave the boy a seed and said that it represented hope. After that, the old lady smiled sweetly and said that such seeds were more suitable for a young man like him than for an old poor beggar. And now, the harpooners came to that old lady and wanted to take her somewhere, and she begged them to leave her alone with tears in her eyes. And then Botha heard people in the crowd discussing the situation. One man said that he had heard that this beggar had not paid taxes for 3 months, and a woman on the other hand sympathized with the poor old woman because she would be kicked out of Unified Busousan. Then Botha asked the woman where they could take the old woman, and the woman said that they would just put her on a raft and send her on her own. And such an exile is tantamount to taking one's life because such lonely swimmers are sooner or later devoured by sea monsters. The harsh harpooners were already dragging the old woman along when a man approached them. He said that he would pay taxes for this woman this month. Of course, the law is important for everyone, but she is still a human being. And first, they should save her life. So the man is asking now that the old woman be forgiven at least for this time and let go. This man was immediately supported by other people in the crowd who demanded that the woman be released because in her hands, the old woman would not even last a day outside without help. The citizens of Unified Busousan stood up for the old beggar and chased the harpooners away from her. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly what was going on here and why there was such a noise. Botha cautiously peered out among the people and saw that Doha and his henchmen had entered the hall. He began to tremble because he and Lita hadn't had time to hide from those bastards yet. When the other harpooners explained to Major Doe what was happening and what was the reason for the riot, he asked the man who had first stood up for the old beggar and asked him if he wanted to pay for the old woman. The man was a little scared because it was illegal to do so, but he confirmed his offer. Then, Major Dohu sternly asked the man if he was really trying to go against the laws of the Unified Busousan. He began to tell people to assume that the harpooners would close their eyes and ignore this incident. But in this case, who will pay for this old beggar next month and then the next month and then the next? Doha then directly asked the man who had stood up for his grandmother if he was going to continue paying for her. He didn't know what to say anymore because he had only been receiving 1 month's assistance at first. And Major Dohu continued to press people and asked if they thought that in this way the Unified Busousan could stay afloat. How can their city exist if it's full of people who can't even pay taxes for you? All the people stood silently and just listened. They had nothing to appeal to, and Doha asked specifically who was ready to take responsibility for this old beggar. Botha again recalled his father telling him about the place where he used to live and where the harpooners were. Now the boy realized that harpooners like Major Doku were not the warriors his father had told him about. My father used to talk enthusiastically about real harpooners who fight sea monsters to protect people in their homes. Botha mentally communicated with his father and told him that the harpooners of Unified Busousan do not protect people without money. Then the boy recalled how proud his father was to show him the tattoo that meant he belonged to the harpooners. And then Botha, looking at the outrages that Major Doha is committing here, began to think about what his father was like. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he remembered his father well and had a very special idea of him. He was the best father for the child and definitely a wonderful person. And then something terrible began to happen on board. The harpooner approached an old beggar woman, grabbed her hand and shouted loudly for her to get up. His grandmother grabbed onto his clothes and tearfully begged him not to do it, asking him to give her a little more time. People began to whisper among themselves a little more, but no one spoke out openly, and the harpooners shouted at the crowd not to dare to contradict the laws of Busousan. Major Doha shouted to them that they were all safe from storms and sea monsters only because of Unified Busousan. Then the so-called law enforcement officers took the old beggar out into the street, and Dohu said that the laws exist so that they can protect this place, and that's why the harpooners are needed. Then he ordered his henchmen to take the old beggar away from here. Suddenly, the major heard someone shouting at him to let the old woman go and calling them liars. It was Botha. The people in the crowd were shocked by this display of courage by the little boy, and his grandmother told him not to say anything else and not to make the harpooners angry. But Botha was not going to be silent. He said that his father had told him that harpooners are warriors of the sea who are called upon to protect other people. Major Doha was very angry at the little guy's accusations. The crowd was even more surprised when Botha said that those harpooners were only tyrannical. They were hurting people and driving them out. And finally, the guy said that it is impossible that a person who is trying to throw his grandmother into the sea to her certain death can be a harpooner. Major Doku could not contain his rage and hit the guy in the face with all his might, saying to shut up. Botha fell to the floor, and Dohu continued to tell him how dare he talk to him like that and say something. Then the major said that he was a harpooner who swore allegiance to this ship. And then Dohu started just beating and kicking the little guy, accusing him of who he was to interfere with the defender of this ship. The crowd of people watched the execution in fear, and Botha continued to say that the harpooners were not the defenders of Unified Busousan, that they were not defending it, and that he had seen everything with his own eyes. The bot now knows the reason why this ship is still afloat. First of all, the guy mentioned plumbers, and he said that United Busousan exists because of the people who work hard. The bot saw all of this with its own eyes, no thanks to fake harpooners. The boy said that Unified Busousan does not protect people who are its citizens. People protect themselves here and also stand up for others and help each other. And then Botha went even further. He addressed Doha specifically and asked him what kind of a ship's defender he was, how he became a harpooner in the first place, since all he does is hide on the ship and pretend to be a leader and an important person. Major Doha was already incredibly angry at the little boy's frank words. He hit Bot in the face again and said that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree and that rebellion seems to be in their blood. However, Botha stood up again and said that his father was a good man, and he could not have been a traitor. But the major grabbed the guy by the collar and said that everyone here in unified Busousan knows that Ma Theon was a traitor and a life-taker. Here the crowd was surprised to hear questions about who these children were, if they were Ma Theon's children. Little Lita threw herself at Major Doha, grabbed his arm, and screamed at him to let Botha go. However, the major, not paying attention to the fact that it was a very young child, pushed her hard, and the girl fell to the floor. This bot could certainly not forgive anyone. He would never allow anyone to hurt his little sister. So he took a good swing and hit Major Doha with all his might so that he turned over and fell. It was a huge shock for all people that a small boy would attack a law enforcement officer. Now Botha got to his feet and shielded his little sister with his body. Meanwhile, other harpooners rushed to pick up the major, and Dohu continued to call Ma Theon's son a devilish breed. He immediately said that little Botha put up a fight and attacked the harpooner. That's why he single-handedly decided how to punish the juvenile offender and passed the sentence. Namely, he pulled out his gun and pointed it at Botha. The boy had already prepared for the worst, but then an old beggar intervened and began to beg the harpooners not to move the children and let them go. However, Major Dohu was relentless. He did not listen to anyone, and he had long wanted to deal with Ma Theon's children, so he shot in cold blood. Numerous bullets flew in the direction of Botha and Lita, and then, in the moment between those bullets and the children, Kana appears and begins to skillfully deflect each of them. Having repelled Doha's attack on the children, Kana belligerently stood in front of them, with her whole body showing that she would not allow them to hurt Bot and Summer. The people in the crowd did not even know how to react to the surprises they saw today. The harpooners were also shocked, and the major looked at the girl and said that she had gone completely crazy. How dare she interfere with the actions of a superior officer? And Kana clearly replied that she had nothing to justify her actions to him, that these children had done nothing wrong. Then Dohu said that for Kana, refugees have always been her weakness, and she has always shown a kind heart for them. So now she is probably going to become a nanny for those children. And then he added that, as he understood it, the girl knew from the very beginning that these children were Ma Theon's son and daughter. The next thing Major Doha did was to brutally hit Kanu in the face with his fist. Kana, on the other hand, was not going to just stand there and accept injustice, so she hit the major in response. Dohu was already furious, and now he got such a response from a lower-ranking harpooner. So a fierce battle broke out between Major Doha and Kana. The major shot at the girl, and she deflected his bullets with her swords. Afterward, Dohu showed everyone his iron hand with scratches from swords and said that Kana had shown her true nature. Then he picked up his sword and loudly declared that the harpooner Kana had been arrested for treason. The other harpooners also prepared to be arrested, and Major Dohu gloated that no matter how strong Kana was, she could not cope with all of them. However, Kanya did not care about his words. She knew exactly what she was doing, so she pointed her pistol in the direction of the harpooners. And then a shot rang out, and the bullets hit the electrical panel and completely destroyed it. It just caught fire. As a result, the power went out on the entire ship. Major Doha did not expect such a turn. He immediately ordered everyone to block all exits. He heard some movements in the darkness and realized that Kana was running away and shouted that they should never let her do that. All the harpooners immediately dispersed to different exits in order not to miss Kana if she passed by, and demanded identification from everyone who approached. However, these conventions were definitely not for the 3-star harpooner Kana, who was able to break through obstacles like a pro. Botha ran after her, and the old beggar Kana told them that if they wanted to live, they should stay close to her and not leave her side. All three said they would listen to her and follow her. Kana then ran down a corridor where she and the other fugitives were immediately shot by 2 harpooners. They tried to stop the girl, but Kana fought with them because now she was responsible not only for herself, but also for 3 defenseless people. Of course, the so-called harpooners could not cope with the girl because she was much stronger than them and simply stabbed them with the blunt side of her sword. Both Botha and Lita were a little scared, but Kana reassured them and told them not to worry, the harpooners would not die. So the rescuer with her children and an old woman managed to run outside, but there were guards standing there too. Major Dohu immediately came running here and ordered a harpoon to be brought immediately to prevent the fugitives from escaping. Kana and the others were running straight down the deck, but then she heard someone from the side calling out to them and telling them to turn around. Both Botha and Lita recognized it as a well-known minor civil servant who, along with other people, had been trying to help the fugitives. Then Mr. Lee Keho turned to Kana and asked her if she was in her right mind, if she even understood what she was doing, but she said that she had no other choice. And then she asked him to take better care of her old grandmother and said that there should be some money in the drawer in her room. The old woman looked at the girl respectfully and sincerely thanked her for saving her. And then this grandmother patted Botha and Lyda on the head and said with tears in her eyes that who would have thought that she would see Theon's children alive? She was very happy about it. And then other people began to say that Ma Theon had saved their lives as well. Botha didn't understand what was going on, but the civil servant explained to him that in unified Busousan, talking about Theon was illegal. So now they are all very happy because they have the opportunity to help his children, and Botha sincerely cried. So then Likiho showed them which door to go through, and Kana and the children ran away. They had to run very fast because harpooners had already gathered behind them. Major Dohu was also among them, and he immediately took the fugitives in his sights, Kana holding Lita with her hand and the bot running beside them. Dohu was already tasting victory because he could shoot accurately, and said to himself that Kana was no longer a living thing. Suddenly, a huge net of scrap metal fell from above right in front of the harpooners and prevented the major from carrying out his plan. The crane driver cursed and apologized, explaining that his hand slipped off the lever. Major Doha yelled at him and asked if the driver was tired of living and should immediately take all his things to hell. The bot looked at that crane driver and saw a very happy face, and the guy realized that this is how people help. Botha began to realize that all these people didn't hate his father, and even more. Kana herself is protecting them and helping them to survive. So the fugitives ran on, and then it rained harpoons from the pursuers. Kana and the children tried to avoid getting injured, and little Lita was very scared. Several harpoons hit Kana, and the harpooners who wounded her started shouting for others to run here because they managed to hit the fugitives. Botha was now also very scared of Kana's injuries, but the girl immediately told him not to even think about panicking. But Botha could not calm down. He began to cry a lot and asked why she was making such sacrifices for him and Lita. He sobbed and asked her to forgive him for it, saying that he was very sorry that it happened. But Kana interrupted him and said they had nothing to apologize for. And the girl explained that she was doing it to pay off old debts. Kana recalled a long ago conversation with Botha and Lita's father when he told her that the weak are eaten by the strong. And then she said it to Botha in her own way, that is, that in this world the weak are doomed to survive the stronger. Back then, Botha's father told her that if she wanted to survive, she had to become stronger. And now, Kana has passed on Ma Theon's words to his children, saying that if they want to survive in this world, they must become stronger. Both Botha and Lita listened attentively to these instructions, and meanwhile the harpooners approached them, and Major Dohu asked if Kana really thought she could escape from them in one boat. Little Lita was very frightened. Botha clenched his teeth, and Kana thought to herself, addressing Theon, that all this time, all these years, she had not spared herself and worked herself to exhaustion. And motivating herself in this way, she asked him if he thought she had become strong enough to be able to protect his children without question. Major Doha was already getting a little nervous because of Kana's behavior, who stood up and took a very belligerent stance, and he called her a fucking bitch and asked what was going to happen. First of all, the girl decided to go to Botha and Lita and tell them something. She asked them to look behind her where the tap was. And then she said that under that crane there was a boat on the water below and they had to leave this place on that boat. Then Kana added that she wants the children to run there as fast as they can, and she will catch up with them later in a while. Then the girl asked if they could do it because she was counting on them, and Botha, of course, answered in the affirmative. Kana told the children all these instructions without taking her eyes off her enemies, and as soon as she finished, Botha grabbed his sister's hand and they ran to the boat. Then Major Dohu immediately ordered the harpooners upstairs to open fire and prevent the children from escaping. As soon as the harpooners took aim, Kana abruptly launched her sword at them. In this way, she managed to neutralize the two enemies who were waiting for her from above. And of course, then the girl quickly jumped over the structures under that balcony and destroyed it with one blow. The balcony immediately broke into two parts, and the harpooners who could not hold on to the surface began to fall down. Kana herself grabbed her sword, which she had used to neutralize the harpooners' weapons, and prepared to do a flip in the air. Unlike the two men she threw off the balcony, she landed very easily and spectacularly. Immediately, without stopping for a moment, Kana rushed to attack the harpooner detachment led by Major Dohu. Doha ordered his subordinates to do justice in the name of the law and uphold justice, and thus show the traitor what it really means to be a harpooner. Kana ran forward, and as the harpoons rained down on her, she grabbed a metal plate as a shield that had fallen from the destroyed balcony before. As a result, all the harpoons got stuck in that homemade shield without harming the girl, and Major Dohu decided to approach the enemy. Thinking that Kana was hiding behind that metal sheet, the Major struck at him. The piece of metal broke in two, but the girl was not behind it, which was a surprise to her enemies. And then, to the great surprise of Doha and everyone else, they saw Kana descending on them from above. The girl immediately prepared to strike the Major, but he managed to defend himself from Kana's sword. Immediately, all the other harpooners rushed to defend Doha and attack the opponent, but Kana skillfully deflected all their blows. In the end, the girl repelled all the attacks. The harpooners were shocked, saying that Kana was not a person but a monster. However, Dohu saw that the girl was only knocking out her opponents, not taking lives, and said that she would never be good enough and would always remain weak because she could not protect anyone with such determination. Kana briefly asked him if he was sure of what he was saying. And then she said that in that case, she would now fight them just like she fights sea monsters. And Major Dohu fiercely replied that they would see how long she could throw around such words. He immediately rushed to attack the girl again, their swords crossed, and another fierce battle ensued. And at some point, Kanya was uncomfortable with the harpoons that hit her, causing her wounds and sticking out of her leg, and she backed off a bit. And Dohu immediately laughed gloatingly at her. What happened? Is she a little tired? But Kana immediately ran at him and, approaching him from different sides, inflicted severe injuries. Now Major Doha had deep cuts all over his body that immediately began to bleed heavily. Kana told him to get up because with such determination he would never be able to protect anyone, and the two enemies crossed swords again. Meanwhile, Botha and Lita ran to do what Kana told them to do, and finally they arrived at the crane she had told them about. Little Lita looked down and saw a boat splashing on the waves, and now the question arose of how to get down to it. Suddenly, two harpooners approached the children from different directions and asked if they were the children sought by Botha and Lita. And then one of them ordered me not to even think about doing anything, but to follow them. And then Botha didn't think twice about grabbing his little sister in his arms and jumping overboard with her. The harpooners just got up to shout after them to stop, but it was too late. Both Botha and Lita found themselves aboard a huge ship. Although they were extremely scared, they had to escape from their pursuers. In a moment, the children found themselves on a cargo tied with a net that was being lowered into the water. The harpooners did not expect such a bold and desperate act from them, and they were angry that the children managed to escape from them. Botha was very happy that he and his sister had survived, and Lita scolded him for scaring her with his prank. The pursuers, however, were not going to give up so quickly and let the fugitives go. One of them ordered the other to go upstairs and stop the crane. The other ran to execute the order, and while the children were rejoicing that they had managed to get away from their pursuers, one of the harpooners jumped on the cargo. Both Botha and Lita immediately fell silent in surprise, and the pursuer grabbed his weapon and told the children not to hold it against him. Then he waved the weapon and said that he was only following orders. Meanwhile, Kana had completely dealt with all the harpooners who opposed her, and Major Dohu was sitting weakly under the wall with numerous wounds on his body. He exhaustedly asked the girl if she wanted to finish him off now. It was very difficult for him to hold on, and he also lost his iron arm, which Kana had cut off with her sword. The major called the girl an ungrateful scum and said that this is why refugees should never be pitied, because such a useless emotion as pity does not allow us to give an adequate assessment of such freaks as her or Theon. And if you let those seeds germinate, they will create exactly the same chaos as they did. And then the major added that she shouldn't have sent Botha and Lita alone, because he had long ago learned about the boat the girl had prepared for the escape. And it was for this reason that he sent his people in advance to the direction where the boat was sailing. This means that Theon's puppies must already be lying there lifeless. And Dohu said with satisfaction that they had finally succeeded in destroying the traitor to the root, as well as everything related to him. Kana immediately ran to the place where she had sent the children to flee in order to be in time to save them. Major Dohu laughed and shouted after the girl to run faster if she still wanted to see their lifeless bodies. Kana raced as fast as she could to Botha and Lita. She could not let those children die. At the same time, a struggle broke out between the children and the harpooner, and the man swung his weapon at Botha. But the guy, much to the bastard's surprise, managed to dodge the blow. Then the harpooner took a second swing at the child, and again Botha skillfully avoided this blow and then sharply pulled the net on which his opponent was standing. And the very next moment, the harpooner, who was unable to keep his feet on the platform, flew off and began to fall down into the open sea. And already swimming among the salty waves, he shouted to the children to be cursed and that he would soon reach them. But then he suddenly heard a characteristic hum, and the next moment found himself in the huge mouth of a sea monster. Thus, this harpooner was completely neutralized by a huge monster. But this sea monster continued to swim near the boat that was prepared for Kana's escape with the children. And while Botha and Lita were wondering what to do next, their rescuer jumped onto the metal platform. The children were incredibly happy that she was now with them, and she also said that she was happy to see them in one piece. Botha warned Kana that there was a sea monster swimming down there, but the girl said she would deal with it. So she decided to continue this noble cause of rescue and jumped down to the boat. Suddenly, a cannon came out of the sidewall of the ship's side and fired into the boat, and everything caught fire. Kana managed to get caught on the net with the cargo, and the children saw their boat explode and sink. It was all set up by Major Doha, who fired the shot and shouted to Kana, did she forget that he had warned her that she could not escape from him? The bloody major smiled madly and said that he really hated the girl's presence on this ship. The harpooners lined up on board with their weapons, ready to act immediately upon the commander's order. And so Major Doha gave the order to open fire, and all those soldiers were standing in front of Kana and the children. Kana grabbed Botha and Lita in her arms and covered them with her back, jumped down into the sea, numerous harpoons plunging into her body. It seemed that the fugitives were doomed, and Major Dohu said that now the sea monsters would take good care of their bodies for them. The bastard decided that now it was finally over. Kana, Botha, and Lita were sinking deeper and deeper underwater when a submarine approached. Kana's team was on board, and one of the harpooners said that he understood the burning boat was part of the plan, and Brune said that it might be. In any case, this is the only way Doha can think that Kana and the children are dead. So everything ended up with Kanu, Botha, and Lita being picked up by the submarine, and 4 years have passed since then, and Botha is now 17 years old. The Oasis seaport was located on the ruins in the middle of the ocean. There was one high-rise building and several smaller ones, and seagulls were constantly flying around. As usual, the settlement was in full swing, with researchers working deep underwater in diving suits. The bot jumped into the water and dived, wondering if everything would be okay if he went down into the depths or if people would believe him. But I realized that until I tried it myself, I would never know. So the guy swam among the ruins and found the place he was looking for, where there was a door with the number 301 written on it. The guy started to chip away at the sign, and then saw a big fish swimming by. So he decided that he could bring home dinner along with his prey. Among those ruins stood a ruined toilet. While Botha was hunting for fish, a huge underwater snake came out of the toilet. And it was a poisonous sea snake. It opened its mouth wide and started chasing the fish that the boy was going to catch, but he was still a little scared. Later, the snake became interested in Botha, but the boy realized that given the fangs of the creature, even a small scratch from them could be fatal. But he was a bit interested in it, and decided that it would be a good idea to hone his skills on that snake. So, Botha got into an underwater battle with a sea snake, and since he had such an opportunity, he decided to take it. Meanwhile, men stood on the shore to supervise Botha's work and training. They started to worry why the guy hadn't come up to the surface yet, and thought that something might have happened to him. He might have gotten into trouble. Suddenly, bubbles appeared on the water, and Botha swam out. The men said that he had been underwater for a very long time. Meanwhile, the guy swam to the ladder and started to climb up to the pier, holding the fish he had caught and a huge, poisonous sea snake on his shoulder. On land, the men began to examine the snake. One of them remembered that it was the one that had bitten his son's leg, and they praised Botha for personally taking care of such a problem in their lives. The boy was very pleased with himself, and asked his mentor if he could see what he was capable of now. But the mentor called the guy a piece of idiot and told him to stop showing off because they were testing his diving skills, not his hunting skills. And then I told him to hand over the license plate, and Botha started flirting a little bit and said that he had accidentally taken the license plate from the number 301. But he rummaged through his pockets and couldn't find that number anywhere, so he must have forgotten to pick it up at the bottom of the ocean. Then the man attacked the guy, saying that he was really an idiot because how could he forget the sign he was diving for, and ordered him to go back into the water. Suddenly, people on the pier started shouting that they were pulling out real treasure from under the water. Others said that it was a very large inheritance, so both my husband and Botha became interested in it. And of course, the mentor told the boy that for today the tests were over. Jaco Gusto's team found a huge inheritance and people were running to see what it was. Botha himself was also very interested in what we were talking about and what kind of heritage was found at the bottom of the ocean this time. The crane was slowly lifting something large and heavy out of the water, and people were trying to help pull it closer to the pier. Finally, a huge cube hung over the water on thick ropes. Looking at what people call a great inheritance, Botha said that it was just some old box, and his mentor snapped at him that the guy had a box for a brain. And then I squinted my eyes and smiled with satisfaction and thought that it was really a great treasure. People managed to get out of the water a huge box with supplies that their ancestors had prepared long ago before the dive. Such boxes can store an assortment of medicines, clothing, and other essentials. And this is a real legacy left by people a century ago for their descendants, for those who will still be alive. When the box was opened, I saw that there were indeed various supplies of medicines, and all of them were in good condition. People praised Jaco Gusto's team. And then on the pier, they heard shouts for everyone to make way for their head, as they were making way for him. The chairman came up to Jaco, took his hand and congratulated him on finally succeeding, and said that he had proved that his team were real adventurers. Jacques Cousteau politely thanked them for such a nice greeting and for the proper recognition of their work. Botha's mentor thought about what it meant that the rumors were true. And yet, under the ruins at the bottom of the ocean, as it turned out, there is a great heritage of ancestors. All the people were very inspired by this discovery and decided to continue exploring the ruins, so they started preparing for the dive. The bot noticed how excited the people around it were and was a bit surprised by this behavior. And when the people dispersed a bit, the chairman noticed the guy. He asked if he had a diving test today, and then Botha's mentor intervened, saying that he had already passed the test, but the result was not good enough, and the guy was too weak to take it again. But Botha began to clarify that he had reported that he had gotten there and found the number plate from room 301. The mentor told the chairman that he would make every effort to make the boy useful to their community. The chairman smiled pleasantly and said that he was looking forward to this day, and then he was about to add something else. And he said in a very pleasant voice that the boy had grown up a lot since the first day he was in their community. And Botha in turn said that he was very grateful to the chairman for receiving them and providing assistance, and grateful for his constant support. The old chairman laughed sweetly and said that they do not push away strangers and do not expel outsiders, but on the contrary, they are always welcome to new people and researchers. And then he also said that he hoped that the boy would work hard and find many treasures for the benefit of this entire oasis. The oasis seaport was once built on the ruins of many buildings that collapsed on top of each other. That's why in various nooks and crannies of those ruins, you can find a huge amount of treasures. And the supplies for the oasis itself are taken from the labyrinths of mines located under the port. As for the village itself, it is surrounded by walls of buildings and almost looks like a fortress, so people who live behind those walls can feel safe. And also this place is safe from sea monsters, a place where they simply do not exist. And by the way, rumors about this place have spread thanks to the great legacy left by the ancestors. This is what attracts many refugees to this place, including Botha and Lita, and most importantly, this place does not discriminate against outsiders. The head of the oasis welcomed all travelers and always said that treasures belong to the one who finds them, and the one who finds them keeps them. It seemed that all those who already lived in the oasis were rather glad to see the newcomers, and the people always chanted their slogans even deeper and farther to greet their chairman. And all this was in stark contrast to the nasty Major Doha, who did not even consider refugees to be people. And the United Busousan ship he controlled was also not allowed to board anyone. In contrast, the Oasis seaport was completely different in relation to all people. In the Oasis port, if someone finds just one such useful treasure, such as Jaco Gusto's team found, they will instantly become rich. And this place is a paradise for divers, and after all, being a diver is the best way to survive in this world. Botha himself did not plan to become a diver forever. He told his mentor about it. And his mentor asked him who he was going to be in the future. And Botha said in all seriousness that his dream was to become a harpooner. The mentor was surprised and asked how the boy wanted to become a harpooner in a place where there are no sea monsters, let alone here, where he would starve to death because of such a profession. Although he is still a child, let him look at the guards at their fortresses, who do nothing and get paid. It is still better than being a harpooner. Although the mentor recalled that they once had a boy who dreamed of becoming a harpooner, and he ran away saying that he would become one just like Botha said now. The man thought about it, remembering the guy's name, and said Brune. Botha also knew this harpooner. He belonged to Kana's team. It was a discovery for the boy that Brune used to live in the Oasis seaport, and then Botha asked his mentor why he was still going with him. Didn't he have his own business? And the mentor replied that they should drink in honor of his failure. That's how they walked together after the test and met Lita, who called out to her brother when she saw him from afar. The girl has already grown up and began to turn into a real beauty. Botha's mentor, Mr. Mao, greeted her happily. Botha came closer to his sister, handed her the fish he had caught, and asked where Kana was, to which Lita replied that she did not know. She had not seen her for a long time. When Mr. Mao heard that Kana was gone, he was very upset, and Lita asked if he had come here to see her. Mao became sad, and in the meantime Botha went to their house, opened the door, and said that he was home. But when Botha went inside, he saw a cup of hot tea on the table and realized that Kana was still at home. He immediately realized that she was attacking him, so he was alert and managed to avoid her unexpected attack. And then Kana came out and told him that everything was fine, and he started moving much faster than before. But Botha asked her to wait a bit, but the girl didn't listen to him and rushed back into the attack. She asked if all he could do was defend himself, and the guy said that he asked her to wait a bit. And Botha managed to catch the moment and say that they had a guest today. Suddenly, the door to the house opened and Mr. Mao came in, saying happily that he had heard Kana's voice. And then the girl abruptly fell to the floor, covered her face with her hair and hands, and Botha stood over her holding a stick. Then Kana raised her head and said in a quiet, trembling voice how good it was that Mr. Mao had come here. The man looked at Botha, who stood clutching his stick, and suddenly hit him in the face, saying how dare he hit his sister. Then he continued to attack the guy and shout that he had a much better opinion of him, but Botha tried to justify himself by saying where Mr. Mao saw a defenseless girl to whom he was talking about being sensitive. Kana told Botha to be quiet, and Mr. Mao began shaking the boy, saying that he would teach him a proper lesson. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean among the ruins, researchers continued to search for treasures, sometimes planting explosives to break the wall and make a passage inside. Entering another ruined building underwater, the men said to each other that it looked like they were here for the first time and no one had been here before them. Looking around with flashlights, the travelers realized that this place was untouched and completely undisturbed. One man told the other not to bother with the cheap material. There was only a pile of garbage and nothing else, just dead weight. And the other one sighed and said that if only they could hit the jackpot the way Jaco Gusto's team did. The first man said that whining would not help the cause, so he started to help. The washing machine in front of them was not the first of their finds. Suddenly, another man was attacked unexpectedly, insidiously wounded from behind and knocked over, and his partner asked in shock who the perpetrator was. However, he was also wounded by it and died, and before the end he saw that their attacker had a hole in his helmet. Meanwhile, night fell, and a violent storm arose at sea, with the sky pouring down like a bucket and the waves rising up to the windows. Lita was very afraid of this. She was shaking, and Kana tried to calm her down. She said that everything was fine. The storm would soon be over. However, Lita said she was still very scared and asked if she could sleep with her tonight. And Kana said that nothing good would come of it because her bed was not designed for two people. But little Lita had already come to her and climbed on the bed and said that they just needed to snuggle up tightly together and there would be enough room. Then Lita sadly recalled that her father always hugged her before going to bed when a thunderstorm started. Then Botha shouted from his bed in anger at how long his younger sister would talk about her father, and tears welled up in the little girl's eyes. Meanwhile, Lita hugged Kana and said that she was like a sister to her. They eat together and sleep together as if they were a real family. At the same time, Kana was remembering her family, her mother and father, with pain in her heart. Many years ago, she lost them after being attacked by a giant sea monster. Then her soul became hardened, and she wanted to forget all these good memories of the past, because it is extremely sad to remember this. To remember the crying face of my mother, who, along with other people, is being devoured by a terrible monster. And then the same monster grabbed her father and ruthlessly destroyed him right in front of his daughter's eyes. These memories are extremely painful. She partially managed to get rid of those memories to avoid hurting herself, but sometimes Kana wondered what it would be like to have a family of her own. When little Lita fell asleep, the girl stroked her head lightly, and she felt a sense of family. And finally the night passed and a quiet morning came. Botha had woken up in the morning and decided to practice a little bit, and Kana approached him. Botha told her that he was ready to train and ready to fight any time it was necessary, but the place was not right, and the harpooner asked him if it was too peaceful for him. And the guy exhaled and said that it really looks like it's too quiet and calm here. Then Kana was sincerely surprised. She said that he had strange thoughts, and that peace and quiet was such a problem for him. And then Botha was indignant, saying that he didn't even know how much stronger he had become because all he was doing here was just training, and he wanted to prove himself for real. Then Kana asked him if this was really what he wanted, just to prove himself, to prove something to himself. At first, he said that he just wanted to test himself, to be sure of himself, and to know what he was worth. And Kana told him that there are harpooners who recklessly risk their lives just to get more stars. Greed, pride, vanity, all these unworthy things control them in their activities. But such people are always the first to die because of this way of acting. And finally, Kana told Botha that he should never repeat or make the same mistakes as those people. Suddenly, they saw some commotion on the shore. A bunch of people gathered around something, while others were still arriving and actively discussing something. It was noticeable that people were looking at something and were extremely surprised by something and did not know what to do next. Botha and Kana also approached the crowd, where Mr. Mao was already standing, and he told the boy that it seemed the creature must have washed ashore after yesterday's strong storm. The creature looked as strange and frightening as possible because it looked like a squid with some holes in it and 2 human legs and arms sticking out of it. Some yellow mucus was oozing out of those holes, and people naturally noticed the human legs, and some suggested that perhaps the creature had eaten the man. And then one woman said that if you think about it, the divers who recently went down to the sea have not yet returned. Then, Mr. Mao announced that regardless of what kind of creature it was, in any case they could not allow it to stay here on their territory. And he suggested destroying it and getting rid of the carcass by throwing it back into the sea. And then he immediately took action and stuck his spear into the body of that strange creature and immediately felt resistance. One of the monster's legs began to twitch sharply. The monster began to make scary noises, twitching and secreting more yellow mucus, and everyone realized that it was still alive. And then the head of the Oasis seaport came to the waterfront, and everyone asked him to be careful. But the chairman boldly came close to the terrible monster and shoved his harpoon into its body, and it took only one blow to completely destroy the monster, which convulsed a little more and became quiet. Then Botha asked his boss in surprise what kind of thing it was, or if it was a kind of sea monster. And the head of the Oasis replied that there are no sea monsters around their village, and that there is no such thing in their environment. And then he looked down at the boy with a meaningful look and said that they were looking at a dead fish. But neither Botha nor Kana were satisfied with this answer. It all looked very strange. Meanwhile, Lita was doing laundry at home, hanging up the laundry to dry. The girl was having fun and was humming a melody to herself and suddenly heard a splash of water behind her back. Lita turned around and saw a diver emerge from the water. He was one of those divers who had gone down to the bottom of the ocean the day before in search of treasure, and now he was coming to the surface, but it was obvious that he was having a hard time doing so. Then the man took off his helmet, and Lita recognized him as Mr. Moore. The girl quickly ran to his aid because he looked terrible. His face was covered with blood. When Lita came closer, he almost fell again, but the girl held his head and asked what happened to him. Then Mr. Moore started coughing and his mouth started bleeding. Lita was shaking her head in different directions in fright and calling out loudly for help. The girl tried to shout out to at least someone, but she couldn't run because she was holding the diver's head above the water. But then suddenly Mr. Moore grabbed Lita's hand and told her to get out of here immediately because they were here. The man, dying with his last strength, squeezed out the words that there are already sea monsters in their neighborhood. And then Mr. Moore breathed his last and his body went completely limp. He died. After those events, the head of the Oasis seaport urgently called a meeting. Some people said that 2 people had already died, so now it was urgent to block the entrance to the depths. Others argued that in this case they would have no money to live on. And again, someone said that life was more important than money. And Botha was asking his younger sister if Mr. Moore was the one who said it was a sea monster, and Lita confirmed that was the last thing she heard from the diver. After listening to the different points of view, the chairman slammed his hand on the table and said that it was enough, as everyone knows their village is in a safe zone from sea monsters. But this situation that happened to them today reminds him of the incident that took place 3 years ago. People wondered what their head was talking about now and what the situation was like 3 years ago. And the chief calmly told me that the divers also said that they were attacked by sea monsters, but in reality it was not like that. In fact, they were simply fighting with each other to become a contender for the large inheritance they found there. Now, some people remembered that there really was such a case 3 years ago, and one of the divers said that they were attacked by sea monsters. And some particularly greedy people even crossed the line and took each other's lives, all for the sake of getting a bigger share of the inheritance. And in the past, there was someone who spread rumors about sea monsters that were in Zone B3. But all of this was solely to prevent divers from going down into the depths and finding something valuable. And then such incidents occurred again and again. People agreed with the words of their chairman, and he went on to say that because of all those rumors, everyone was afraid to go underwater, which resulted in the suspension of operations to explore the depths for a long time. However, all this has fortunately passed, and they cannot now blindly believe Mr. Moore's words and block all entrances and exits underwater. And then Botha could not stand it and asked why a dying person would lie before passing away. The guy confidently said that maybe it was the last attempt of the diver to warn the villagers about the danger. It was noticeable that the head of Oasis was a little nervous, but started laughing at Botha's words. But Lita also joined her brother and said it was true. The girl began to tell me that Mr. Moore was really scared, and he said that there were already sea monsters here and that we had to run away from here. One of the people present, also a diver, said that Mr. Moore was not the kind of person who could lie. The head of the Oasis was still thinking about what to say, and then everyone heard someone say that in that case he would go and inspect everything personally. It was the famous adventurer Jacques Cousteau who responded. This man did not like to stop in front of difficulty. He explained that they could not let the things they had inherited from their ancestors remain on the bottom, and that is why he was ready to go and check if it was true that there were sea monsters there. Then Lita asked Mr. Jacques Cousteau what would happen if there really were sea monsters and what he would do in that case. Jacques Cousteau calmly replied that there was absolutely nothing to worry about because if there were monsters, they would simply destroy them. And then he pointed to his team and said that they were former harpooners of the floating city after all. The team included a short-haired, black-haired girl named Sonia, and also a very stout and strong man named Gantai Park. There was a noise among the people, and they were surprised that there were harpooners in their company. Kana and Botha reacted to this information in their own way, and the guy also pointed out that these harpooners had no stars, which suggests that they were not very experienced. The head of the Oasis threw up his hands and said that it was very strange to see former harpooners among them. It simply could not be, and they were also in the team of the adventurer Jacques Cousteau. Then he grabbed Jacko's hand and expressed his hope that they would check with their team whether the Oasis seaport was safe for everyone. The mayor shook hands with the adventurer, and everyone around him began to thank Jacques Cousteau for personally checking the safety of their territory. And then, suddenly Botha decided not to stand aside and exclaimed that he wanted to go to this test as well. Lita was a little afraid for her brother, and the head of the Oasis told the boy that he really appreciated his enthusiasm, but that he was not sure about his desire. Then Botha seriously and clearly stated that he would in no way be a dead weight for the team, and wouldn't it be better if another person joined them on this expedition? Jacques Cousteau did not mind taking the boy to the team, saying that, in a pinch, they would now have someone to carry their things. The harpooner Sonia approached Botha, and smiling quietly told him that he was a pretty nice guy, and Botha asked her what she meant by that. And then Sonia grabbed the guy by the face, licked his cheek, and told him not to worry because she would be the one to protect him. Botha remained stunned, and Gantai Park told his partner to stop teasing the poor guy. But Sonia replied that she wasn't teasing him, and that she was being serious. Then she looked at Botha again, and it was clear that she liked him. She said that this guy looks like a wonderful man. Gontai Park asked where this boy looks like a man, and Sonia replied that she just relies on her female intuition. After Botha's announcement that he wanted to join Jaco Gusto's team, some divers said they would also go on a scouting trip. They explained their desire by the fact that they had worked with one of the victims, namely Tejo, for the longest time, and therefore wanted to at least return his body to land. Jacques Cousteau agreed to take them as well and said that they would probably be enough for now. After the meeting, the adventurers agreed to go on a reconnaissance the next day. When the day came, Botha put on his gear, took his father's sword, and was ready to go on a scouting mission when Lita ran up to him. The girl was very worried about what would happen if there really were sea monsters. However, Botha calmly and confidently looked at his younger sister and told her that this was exactly why he had to go there. After all, he could not miss such a chance for himself. But little Lita could not understand why her brother called it his chance, because he could die there. Then Kana intervened in their conversation and asked the boy if he really wanted to go there for this reconnaissance, and Botha answered in the affirmative. Then, Kana came closer to him and sincerely wished him success in this difficult task, even though Lita still disagreed with them. And Botha was very excited about this challenge for himself and promised the girls that he would be back soon. Meanwhile, the submarine on which Jacques Cousteau's team was to go underwater was ready and waiting for the boat. Little Lita looked into Kana's eyes and asked why she didn't stop her brother, to which the girl replied that she couldn't do that. She explained that the boy is now making his own way in this world and no one should interfere with him, and especially since he has already grown up and is becoming an adult. This needs to be understood and accepted. Meanwhile, the submarine with Jacques Cousteau's team on board was slowly descending into the depths of the world's oceans. Sonia started hitting on Botha again. She tried his biceps and said they were very strong and asked if he was working out. Then the girl boldly said that it was quite cramped here, so would Botha mind if she sat on his lap. But such actions and words only frightened the guy. He did not understand why she was doing it. And then suddenly Botha thought that maybe such courtship from Sonia meant that he was extremely handsome. One of the crew members asked the captain in advance to understand him correctly, but he wondered why a stranger like him would go so far to help them. And deep in his memories, he said that long ago he had a daughter. Unfortunately, she died of fish plague when she was only 6 years old. Botha also heard this conversation, and he was surprised to hear about such a strange disease as fish plague. And Jaco continued to tell. He said that if they manage to get more medicines that he recently found in a large inheritance, they will be able to stop the development of that plague in case of emergency. But to do this, they need the inheritance left to them long ago by their ancestors, and that is why they cannot allow the entrance to the maze of mines to be destroyed. Finally, Gontai Park stopped the machine and said that this was the maximum distance the submarine could go, so everyone needed to prepare for the dive. So the team did just that. Everyone put on their equipment, the boat docked, and the armed crew went outside. Jacques Cousteau ordered everyone to stay together if they didn't want to get lost at the bottom of the ocean. This was Botha's first challenge, and he was ready to immerse himself in the work. The main task of their team is to find a person and confirm or deny the presence of sea monsters. At the headquarters of the Oasis seaport, the radio operator was in constant contact with Jacques Cousteau's team as soon as he reported to the head that the search team had arrived in the D7 area. And then one man standing next to the chief asked quietly, what would happen if the search party found the same place? But the head said that there was no need to worry about it, because no one has ever found the same place, let alone returned from it alive to tell about it. Meanwhile, Jacques Cousteau's team slowly moved further along the ocean floor step by step, and then they came to a washing machine near where Tejo and Mr. Moore were attacked by an unknown creature from this machine, and Tejo's scrap was still sticking out, which the other researchers recognized. So everyone decided that this must be where it all began. Now the commander suggested that we split up into two and take a look around, and he and Hontai would take the north side. Jacques Cousteau sent Sonia and Botha to explore the western side of the place. The harpooner Sonia was very excited about this task and started to jump on the boat, but the guy ordered her to get off it immediately. The other two said that in this case they would inspect the entire perimeter, and if they found nothing, they would move on. The commander gave the okay and said they would meet at the same place in 30 minutes. Botha was the first to walk in his direction, and with his sword out in front of him, he thought that it was very dark here at the bottom of the ocean. It seemed as if a monster could jump out of the darkness at any moment, and the further you went, the more tense you became. The bot was completely focused, thinking that as soon as some monster decided to jump on him, he would definitely tear him apart. Sonia noticed Botha's gas sword and said it was very nice and asked where he had gotten it. And then she added that the sword was really beautiful, but it looked very gray, so she offered to give him some of her accessories and jewelry. Suddenly, Botha ordered her to be quiet and asked if she heard anything. But Sonia continued to play around and said that of course she heard his sweet voice, but the guy was very serious. Botha urged his partner to be serious as well and told her to be quiet and listen. But Sonia said that she still didn't hear anything suspicious, but Botha focused even more on this strange sound. And he finally realized that the guy was sure it was the sound of dripping water. Sonia was very surprised to hear the sound of dripping water underwater and said that Botha must have just imagined it. But the guy insisted on his own way. He abruptly walked forward and told his partner to follow him. They were both moving along some corridor in the middle of the ruins, and Botha kept listening to where this strange sound was coming from. So they have been moving further and further forward, but so far they have not seen anything significant. But suddenly, in one place, Sonia shone her flashlight upwards, and they saw a strange thing. The flashlight began to reflect light from the surface water, and it was all happening deep at the bottom of the ocean. Again, those drops of water were heard, and then Botha and Sonia swam upward and soon emerged in the middle of a cave. Then they got out of the water and started to move further along the land, and the sound of falling water drops was heard again, and Botha asked his partner if she could hear it now, and Sonia was extremely surprised by what she saw. Then the guy carefully took off his helmet, and Sonia did the same, and they felt that there was fresh air. Now the partners looked up and saw a tall vault at the top with water dripping down in different places. They were both extremely surprised that such an extraordinary area was hidden under the water on their territory. Then the partners moved forward slowly and heard a strange crunching sound under their boots. Both looked down at their feet and saw a human skull, and then they shone their flashlights a little further and saw a whole mountain of human bones. Both Botha and Sonia were surprised at how many lifeless human bodies there were and wondered where they had ended up. Suddenly, they heard a crunching sound behind them and realized that someone was approaching them. The partners immediately pointed their weapons forward and asked the unknown person who he was. Meanwhile, the same stranger with a cracked helmet who had met Tejo the day before was steadily approaching Botha and Lita, and Mr. Moore thought he was one of the survivors. Suddenly, the unknown man suddenly sat down almost next to Botha and called out to him to see if he was okay. At that time, Sonia reported to her commander Jocko that they had found a survivor and asked them to come to them. The commander understood and said that they would be there in a moment. Then Botha and Sonia helped the unknown survivor to stand up, knowing that they needed to give him first aid. And then suddenly, this unknown man reached out his hand to Botha, grabbed the boy by the face, and then lifted him high above him. Before Bot could realize anything, the unknown man threw him hard right onto the human bones they had recently walked on. The guy's sword fell out, and the unknown man immediately picked it up and swung it at Botha. He immediately tried to strike the guy, but Botha managed to quickly dodge him and shouted to the survivor what he was doing and to stop doing it. However, the unknown man took another swing at the boy, but then Sonia stepped in, and with one skillful blow she separated the survivor's head and a piece of his torso from the rest of his body. Botha sat on all those bones in shock and didn't understand what the hell was going on. Then Sonia exclaimed that he was one of those bastards who took the lives of his own comrade. And the next moment, some growths began to appear from the remains of the unknown man's body, and tentacles immediately reached out to Sonia, capturing her. Then the terrible mouth of the sea monster opened, and the girl began to be pulled inside. But then Botha entered the battle, armed with his sword, and dealt a crushing blow to the terrible monster. Sonia was saved, but the monster began to revive again, and Botha pointed his sword at it again, using gas. In the end, the boy managed to use his sword to nail the unknown monster to the wall. Sonia asked what kind of creature it was. Both of them doubted that it could be such a sea monster because they had never seen anything like it before. However, it resembled the same creature that had been washed up on the land in the village the previous day. The boy remembered how skillfully the head of the village had dealt with that monster, and thought that it might mean that the chief knew something about it. The head of the oasis also said very ambiguously that there were no sea monsters around their village, and all these words and actions of their community's chief now made Botha very worried, thinking what the hell was going on. While such strange and terrible events were taking place in the ocean underwater, everything was quiet and calm in the oasis seaport as usual. Lita worked in a small restaurant and had just prepared a delicious baked fish and drinks for her customers. The girl looked very beautiful and neat. She served them the dish with a smile and wished them a good meal. The visitors really liked her service. After that, Lita asked them to call her if they needed anything. Visitors couldn't help but admire how nice and kind this girl was. They told each other that she was a real angel and watched her grow up before their eyes. Then, one of the visitors, an old man, asked the others how long it had been since Lita had been here and suggested that maybe 4 years. And he had the feeling that the whole village had just changed since this girl came here. Kana also worked at this restaurant, though she was in the kitchen right now preparing another fresh fish and doing it almost with her eyes closed. The chef looked at this and said that just by looking at Kana's work with the knife, he had the impression that she was much more experienced than he was, even though he had been doing this work for 20 years, but now he couldn't even see her hand movements. Meanwhile, Kana had already finished her task and reported back to her boss. The chef looked at the cut and asked what the girl had done with the fish, why it was in such a shape, and Kana replied that she had sliced the fish as she was told to do, but she had just made thin slices. Then the cook said that he would rather do it himself and let her just help with the cooking. The chef went to cut the fish and thought that he hired this girl because of her knife skills, but she is a complete zero in terms of cooking, although she will start to improve as much as possible. And then Kana put the fish directly on the fire, believing that it tastes better when cooked in this way. The boss shouted frantically for the girl to stop doing it immediately because he was going to burn everything down. As a result, they extinguished the flames and then suddenly heard a sound coming from the restaurant. The chef and Kana looked through the serving window and saw that poor Lita had fallen to the floor and scattered all the dishes she was carrying. He screamed loudly and Lita burst into tears and began to apologize for her clumsiness. However, the owner of the restaurant ran up to the girl and started helping her up, and all the other patrons asked if she was okay. Suddenly, one of the visitors slammed a cup on the table and called the owner, complaining that his crooked employee had smeared his shoes. So, the client wonders how the owner is going to compensate him for that unfortunate incident. Other visitors began to notice who this man was, but they did not know him at all because he had arrived in the village only yesterday. But he did not stop bragging about being a pirate. But one fact about him is certain: he is not the friendliest person. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner and Lita bowed to the visitor, asking for his forgiveness. And then Kana came out of the kitchen carrying a rag. Approaching the visitor, she also apologized for the incident and said that she would clean his shoes right away. Then the girl asked the man to kneel on the floor and began to thoroughly wipe his shoes. When Kana bent down in front of the visitor in this position, her beautiful breasts became very visible, and the man immediately noticed it. Then he took her face with his hand and said that she had beautiful forms and was very nice. Then he abruptly grabbed the girl in his arms, put her on his lap, and told her to stop playing with his shoes and just have a drink. The visitor encouraged the girl that everything would be fine and that she should just drink with him. Kana was furious at the stranger's behavior, and the owner of the restaurant immediately came over and told the customer that he had better watch what he was doing. Lita also began to worry a lot in that situation because she knew very well that if this man did not stop his outrages, Kana would simply take his life. Mr. Mao, who was also in the restaurant at the time, became very angry at this behavior of the stranger and ordered the pirate to take his dirty hands off Kana. He then went on to call the stranger garbage and told him how dare he touch his Kana. The stranger was completely confident in his abilities and began to respond rudely to the remarks made to him. Then Mr. Mao told the stranger to keep his mouth shut or he would teach him a lesson, and then called him a bastard. The stranger got up from the table, and he was a very large man, and told Mao to repeat what he was going to do to him. The pirate, meanwhile, began to stretch his fingers and menacingly asked Mao if he really wanted to give up his life. And then all the villagers present began to encourage Mao not to be afraid and to punch the bastard and show him where the crayfish hide. Since Mr. Mao was very fond of Kana and could not allow anyone to treat her like that, he said that this girl was under his protection and swung his fist at the stranger. And then Kana stabbed the stranger in the side with a very sharp movement, and immediately followed by Mao's punch in the bastard's face. When the stranger was about to strike back, Kana quietly tripped him and knocked him down, so the impudent client simply fell to the floor. All of the visitors were really shocked that Mr. Mao had dealt with that huge stranger so quickly, because none of them had even noticed what Kana had done. They said that it was incredible that Mao had knocked out the bastard with just one punch, that it was a great job, and some asked if the man had always been so strong. At first, Mao himself was very surprised that he managed to defeat this big guy so quickly, but he was very proud of himself and said that everyone now saw how strong he was. Then he started joking and telling Kana not to worry anymore because now she was under his protection all the time. He continued to mock for a while, then asked where his beloved was, and the restaurant manager told him that she had long since left. And Kana had indeed left the restaurant long ago, and she and Lita sat on the roof and looked at the blue sky. Lita was very sad. She apologized to Kana and said that she could not concentrate on her work because she was always worried about her brother. The girl patted the kid's head and told her not to worry about herself, because she was completely sure that everything was fine with Botha. All this time, Kana watched the boy constantly train and learn new skills. He also worked very hard, even without resting a single day. The only thing she can't be sure of is his audacity. She also knows one thing about Lita's brother very well, better than anyone else, namely that Botha has a great talent that he is constantly developing and improving. Meanwhile, underwater, Jacko Gusto's entire team was gathered near the lowered, terrible sea monster. Botha really had a lot of talent, which Kana was able to recognize in the guy. Now he was looking at the defeated sea monster and rejoicing in the fact that he had defeated it with his own hands. The guy reassured himself that he had nothing to worry about and that he would succeed because, after all, he was training under Kana herself. So now Botha knew exactly what he was really capable of. The guy has a great talent for hunting sea monsters and he loves it. Now, Jacko Gusto's team was trying to investigate what kind of creature had come across their path here in the depths of the ocean. The captain himself picked up one skull and asked in surprise whether all these skeletons were the work of that terrible creature. Gontai Park came closer to the defeated monster and began to examine it, saying that this creature did not look like a human, but what the hell was it? Park then turned to Botha and asked if it was really true that he had eliminated the monster. And then he came closer to the guy and said that he would regret it if he somehow found out that it was a lie. And then Sonia intervened in their conversation and told Gantai Park to stop talking nonsense because Botha had saved her life. Jack Augusto then asked the girl if this thing was the only one here. Sonia replied that they did not know for sure and showed them where the monster came from. The captain shone a light in that direction and they saw that there was a tunnel, so one could logically conclude that this terrible creature came from inside the tunnel. Of course, everyone was a little uncomfortable and even a little scared, but we had to check what was in this tunnel. Captain Jacko said that it was amazing. He would never have thought that there was such a structure under their village, and Gantai Park asked what kind of place it could be. The captain also thought about this question because it could not have been eroded for no reason. The tunnel itself was very large and long, and I wondered where it led to and what was at the end of it. The tunnel was about knee-deep in water, and the whole team was moving slowly forward when suddenly Botha heard a strange splash again. He immediately turned around and shone his flashlight on himself, but he could no longer see anything, but he could still hear the splash. Suddenly, the boys' thoughts were interrupted by a loud shout for everyone to look at the new find. The team members shone their flashlights ahead and saw many large boxes ahead of them. These were the large inheritances they were all constantly looking for. The team was shocked to see how many boxes their ancestors had left for their descendants. But the captain said that instead of talking in vain, it was better to look inside those boxes. Then they noticed that all the boxes they found were already open. When they started looking inside, they saw that the boxes were completely empty. And then Botha, who had gone a little ahead, called the rest of the team to come to him. He had something to show them. When everyone came up, they were extremely surprised by what they saw. In that tall hall, there were just a lot of big boxes of a great inheritance, stacked to the ceiling, and some of them were lying in a chaotic pile. The team members still couldn't believe their eyes. They hadn't even imagined that such riches could be found in that exploration. And all these boxes in that room were completely untouched, so one could only imagine how much stuff was inside. Captain Jack Augusto suggested that this place was once a shelter built by their ancestors to prepare for a great disaster. But in the end, something happened to the people, and in the end, all that was left was this great legacy from them. The huge shelter itself remained completely undisturbed all this time. There was a plan of the building hanging on the wall. The captain himself thought that all the large inheritances they sometimes managed to find, which they had been hunting for so diligently all along, came from here. The divers were crazy about the idea that they had become extremely rich people. When Botha did not leave his observation, he was looking around vigilantly and suddenly saw a great danger, so he told everyone to come to their senses and draw their weapons. Now, finally, everyone looked up at the ceiling and saw that there were a lot of the same creatures they had seen twice before. In fact, those scary creatures were real divers who once went down underwater hunting for great treasures, and until then they were considered missing in the village. Botha said that he had actually seen something similar to this picture a long time ago, and he remembered how, as a young boy, he got into a cave whose walls were completely covered with eggs of sea monsters. So now it's clear that they've fallen into the nest of those monsters. Sonia and Gantai Park reacted more calmly to this information, while the divers were very scared. However, Captain Jacket immediately ordered everyone to calm down and look at the situation soberly. He told his men to pay attention to the fact that all these creatures are still hibernating, so he has a suggestion to get out of here before it's too late. The team had to move as quietly as possible because these creatures reacted to any sound, even trying not to breathe too loudly. Slowly and carefully, the scout squad tried to make their way back to their submarine. He carefully examined the ceiling with sea monster eggs and wondered if no one knew about it or if there were no one who could tell him about it. Suddenly, a splash was heard, and the team members immediately turned in that direction and illuminated the place with flashlights, and they saw a strange and ugly picture. The monster moved on 2 legs and held one of the boxes of the great inheritance with numerous tentacles. It just walked past all the people and disappeared along with the box into the tunnel. One of the divers was trembling with fear. He said that the monster had just passed, so they would all die here, but the captain told him to calm down. But that man suddenly stepped on the monster's tentacle, and it immediately grabbed him and pulled him toward it. The sea monster was very large, and now it was holding the man's limbs with several of its tentacles and shoving him into its terrible mouth. In a moment, the man was gone, and only the crunching sound of the monster's mouth was heard, and Jack Augusto said that it was a cursed monster. Then the monster opened its mouth again, and its tentacles just moved chaotically, as if it had woken up. So the team pointed their weapons at the sea monster and opened fire on it as it began to move in their direction. Numerous harpoons flew into the monster's body, and a fierce battle ensued. Gantai Park ran closer to the monster to strike it up close with his bat. The man realized that the blows were causing considerable damage to the creature, so he began to beat it all over the body, and the monster screamed loudly. And as a result of that noise, all the creatures that had been sleeping under the ceiling began to wake up, and the captain gave the order to run away. However, it was too late as the sea monsters began to fall from the ceiling into the water one by one and completely surrounded Jocko's team. As Botha looked at all this horror, he remembered again how 4 years ago he was a small child standing alone against a sea monster, and now he was no longer the scared boy he used to be. Now he was fully prepared for the battle. The boy clutched his sword tightly in his hands and said resolutely that he would take the life of each of these creatures. The diver from the team was very scared. He said there were too many of these monsters. Gontai Park shouted to Sonya to cover him from behind, and the girl took up a position behind him. The team prepared for the battle, but in the meantime, the sea monster began to advance, and a terrible battle began. The harpooners of Jocko Gusto's team skillfully struck at the monsters, and the captain himself also fought well. Suddenly, the monster wrapped its tentacle around Gontai Park's bat and began to pull him toward it. The man tried to get free, resisting with all his might, but the monster completely captured him. Then it began to drag the man into its jaws, and then suddenly Botha began to swing his sword over the monster's body, separating its parts one by one. As a result of those actions, the sea monster could not hold Gontai Park in itself, and the man simply fell out of it, and everyone stood there in shock. Sonya and Captain Jocko opened their mouths in amazement. They could not explain how Botha could wield a sword like that. Another diver also admired the way the guy was working now and praised him for his excellent work. Meanwhile, the bot realized that these sea monsters were very slow, so they did not have time to resist him. He trained with Kana for 4 years, and during this training he learned, among other things, how to react quickly. And these monsters he met here are very slow and also extremely stupid. All these cursed sea monsters populated the ocean waters and decided that they would be the rulers here. They are constantly thinking of only one thing, how to attack people, and not just as a fight for territory. For them, people are just food. They attack human settlements to eat and do not leave a single living soul there. Now, Botha was remembering all the misfortunes that sea monsters do to people, and he had a fierce desire to destroy them all. Completely eliminate each monster one by one, that their existence came to an end in this world, and Botha continued to skillfully take the lives of those creatures. Gontai Park stood nearby and also watched the guy's work in shock. He still could not believe that he would be saved by this guy. After a while, the terrible battle was over, and all the local monsters were eliminated by Botha, and the remains of their bodies were scattered everywhere. In different places, some monsters were still convulsing. Sonya said that it seemed as if Botha was everywhere at the same time. Gontai Park, meanwhile, seriously wondered who this guy could be to be so skilled with a sword. After all, only top harpooners are able to use a gas sword so skillfully. One of the partners came up to Botha and said that it was an amazing job and asked why the guy had been hiding his power until now. Thus, all the monsters that inhabited this territory were eliminated, and therefore the way to great treasures was cleared. Captain Jocko Gusto also praised the bot and ordered him to get out of here immediately before any other monsters arrived. So the whole team was walking back to their submarine, but suddenly they heard some strange tremors, and Sonya even thought that an earthquake had started. And then suddenly a part of the wall just collapsed near them as if from a powerful explosion, and stones fell everywhere. And the next moment, the long tentacles of another sea monster appeared from this hole. Then those tentacles gathered in a pile, and the monster's head poked through the hole in the wall. Captain Jocko Gusto immediately said that this sea monster is called a Genod, one of the 7 sea devils. And now it became clear that the creatures they had recently exterminated were the children of the genome. Meanwhile, Botha was looking at the monstrous monster, trying to study his opponent a bit. The monster punched a few more holes in the walls, and then water began to rapidly gather in this cave. Captain Jocko immediately ordered everyone to put on their helmets, and then they continued to move out. But the incoming water moved some boxes of a large inheritance, and one of them fell right on top of Sonya. And the worst part is that the impact of the box cut the tube that supplied oxygen to the girl's helmet, and she lost a whole cylinder of that gas. Sonya reached for the balloon, then was carried away by the current, and Botha grabbed her hand. Immediately, a sea monster noticed them both, and Sonya shouted to Botha that it had swum up behind him. The guy looked back and told the girl to stay closer to him, and he continued to hold her hand tightly. The Genod loomed over them with its massive carcass, about to attack the people who were afloat on the box of a great inheritance. Then Botha pulled out his sword and activated it to cut his way through the water, and then he and Sonya quickly dove underwater. The monster immediately swam after them, putting forward its numerous tentacles. The sword of the bot cut through the water column and pulled people with its power, helping them to escape from the genome. Sonya felt the monster touching her leg with its disgusting tentacles. The boys' plan was to get to the tunnel, and now the goal was almost in front of them. The sea monster was relentlessly pursuing them. Then the genome launched a liquid from its holes on the body, which hit Sonya's diving suit with a powerful stream. Sonya saw that this blue liquid was eating away at the metal structures of the suit. Meanwhile, Botha tried to get to the tunnel as quickly as possible to hide from the sea monster. The tunnel had a very narrow passage and the genome was huge, so when Botha and Sonia swam through it, the monster couldn't get through the passage, it just put its tentacles in it. The partners were taken aback by the frantic escape. Sonia said that she had never met 7 devils before, but this one was just gigantic. And besides, it seemed to appear out of nowhere. Botha said that this monster must have come here to protect its offspring. And then the boy told me that he had already seen the father or mother of the sea monsters come out during the day. It was protecting its offspring then, but it was a long time ago, and Botha remembered how his wounded father had defended him and Lita from a terrible monster. Sonia was very surprised and said that it was impossible because sea monsters are afraid of sunlight and do not come to the surface during the day. And Botha simply said that they needed to stop talking because they needed to save oxygen, and Sonia agreed because neither the guy nor she had an oxygen tank. Then she wondered if they could survive with the little oxygen still in their helmets. And Botha said that there must be air at the end of this tunnel, so they need to go there now and not to waste the atmosphere. Now they both need to get to the end of this tunnel as quickly as possible, and suddenly something stopped them. Right in front of them, the body of a man without any equipment hung limply in the water, almost near the ceiling. Both Botha and Sonia swam a little closer to get a better look at the face, and were horrified to see that it was the body of their captain, Jocko Gusto. Sonia started to cry and shout his name, but Botha immediately dragged the girl away, explaining that they were running out of time and that the captain could not be helped. The boyfriend realized that things were bad, and Sonia panicked as a result of what she saw. As a result of her stress, the girl exhausted almost all the oxygen reserves in her helmet and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, somewhere in another part of that cave, Gantai Park rose out of the water onto the stone bank. There was a lot of blood around the man. He had difficulty breathing and could not even move, so he thought he had broken his ribs. He had absolutely no idea where he was. He needed to look around, but he couldn't get to his feet. There were only ruins all around him. Then Gantai Park caught sight of a metal sign on a pole that said that this was a shelter, a residential area. When he read what was written there, he was surprised by the meaning of a residential area and wondered where he had been taken to, which was Shelter A. Gantai Park tried to recall something and only remembered how a strong stream of water dragged him to this unfamiliar place. And now he is lying here on the shore, bleeding, and probably with broken ribs, wondering if everyone managed to survive and how his captain Jocko is doing. And then 2 figures that looked like children came out of the depths of the cave. Meanwhile, Sonia was gradually losing consciousness. She was having difficulty breathing and had no choice, and no matter how much Botha asked the girl to stay conscious, it was all over for her. Sonia felt completely doomed, and what depressed her the most was that this would be her end. And suddenly the girl felt that she was breathing again as if she was still alive. When the situation seemed completely hopeless, Botha suddenly realized how to fill Sonia's lungs with air, and he simply kissed her, thus passing her some of his air. When Sonia came back to her senses, she thought that the guy also didn't have an oxygen tank anymore. The girl was very surprised how he was able to save her in such a case when he had no oxygen supply. While such terrible events were unfolding underwater with Jocko Gusto's team, the port village of Oasis itself was relatively calm. In a restaurant empty of customers, the chef invited Lita to eat some baked fish and cheer up. Instead, Lita apologized to him for failing again, but the boss told her not to worry about it because it was not her fault at all. Then Lita tried a piece of fish, and Kana agreed with her, and the chef proudly said it was his best dish. Then the owner of the restaurant got a little sad and said that his son really liked the baked fish. However, unfortunately, he went missing when he went to explore the maze, and his father is very sad now because his son was a very good child. It's hard for him to live with that grief, but he always remembers his son, especially when he cooks this dish. Every time this happens, the man imagines his son walking through the restaurant door just as he always has. And the boss plunged into pleasant memories. His son returned home alive and well and greeted his father from the doorway. Then a hungry boy sits down at the table and his father brings him fish, and the son says that everything smells very good because it is his favorite baked fish and he is already dying of hunger. Lita was so moved that she started to cry, and the chef told her that the girl needed to eat in order to cheer up, so let her eat now. And Lita started to eat with a huge appetite. Meanwhile, Botha and Sonia finally rose to the surface of the water and breathed in the air with full lungs. The girl could not believe that they were alive and had managed to do it. But Botha noticed that there was almost no fresh air left in the place where they were now. And then Sonia asked how the guy managed to do it, but don't tell her that he can breathe underwater. But Botha said it's much simpler than that. He can stay underwater longer than most people. Then the girl asked how long he could go without air, and Botha replied that his maximum was 40 minutes. It was a real shock for Sonia. She did not believe that this was possible at all, and Botha said that he did not know how he did it himself, but he learned about it when he got stuck in the pipes while helping plumbers repair the water supply and sewage system. It all happened by pure coincidence, as he was a teenage boy with no equipment and his lungs were already running out of oxygen. Then Sonia said that in that case he was like a dolphin or a whale or something, and Botha suggested that they talk about it later because first they needed to get out of here. Then Sonia was horrified to note that it would take them at least 20 minutes to return to the submarine's dive site, but Botha reassured her, saying that he could share the air with her at least 2 or 3 times during this time. And if we take into account the air left in the helmet, they will be able to reach this place, so we need to move forward. Sonia agreed, and they both took in a lungful of air and closed their helmets. After that, the partners dove back underwater to return to the submarine. They had a difficult path ahead of them, but they still had to get out of that place, and the sooner the better. Meanwhile, in the Oasis seaport, a radio operator at the headquarters of the village head reported that the submarine had not been in contact for more than 3 hours. The chairman had been waiting for a message and now realized that everything had been resolved. The man standing next to him, his advisor, asked if the chairman was worried that the population would panic because of the sea monsters and the failure of the search party to return. But the head of the village replied that he was not worried about this, because the genome floating in those waters, which the chairman himself is well aware of, has eaten 6 people, so everything will be quiet for exactly 6 months. And that time will be enough for everyone, because life in the village goes on as usual. And after such a period of time, people will completely forget about the search party of Gusto's team. That is why the head feels absolutely calm, and he said that there is nothing to worry about the disappearance of the search team. But the head of the village did not even suspect that not all the crew members had died at that time, as Botha and Sonia desperately made their way through the maze to their submarine. The guy was constantly listening to his partner's breathing, and at some point he turned to the girl and asked how she was doing because it seemed her breathing had become intermittent. Meanwhile, Sonia was really running low on air and needed to be replenished. Then Botha told her to take off her helmet so he could share his supplies with her. The girl took it off and quickly pulled the guy to her and greedily kissed his lips. And not only did they exchange air, but they had a real passionate kiss. And then Sonia thanked me and showed me a sign with her fingers that she was okay now. The kiss made Botha's head spin, but Sonia felt very confident and she swam forward. The guy could not calm down. He did not understand what was happening to him. His heart was pounding madly in his chest and was not even going to calm down. Botha had no idea that lips could be so soft, and he had a strange feeling about it all. Suddenly, he realized that this must be what they call a kiss. Then, Botha shared the air with Sonia 2 more times during the trip. When they finally got to their submarine, the searchlights were already on. One of their team members was sitting in the driver's seat, and he told them that he was glad they were alive. Then the man said that they were lucky that he decided to return to the boat just in case. Then he asked if Bot and Sonia had seen Gantai or Jocko on their way here. And Botha replied that they had seen Captain Jocko Gusto, but he was already dead. The man did not expect such a turn. So now only Hantai is missing from their crew, because all the others were killed. Then Sonia said she would go in search of him and asked if she could borrow the oxygen tank that was in the boat. But the man behind the wheel was categorically against it, saying that now we had to get out of here as soon as possible before the sun went down. Moreover, they urgently need to tell people about the presence of sea monsters in those waters. But Sonia insisted that they could not just sail away and leave Gantai here, and her husband shook like an aspen leaf and asked if she hadn't seen that monster. He said that this creature used the large inheritance as a bait to hunt divers, and all the divers are just like food in a grocery store to this sea monster. And since the 3 of them were lucky enough to get out of that mess, now it's just full steam ahead. And he quickly pressed the appropriate buttons and levers and raised the submarine from the bottom, but then a terrible surprise awaited them. A sea monster with an open mouth was waiting nearby. It turned out that their boat was heading straight into the mouth of a monster with huge, scary teeth. The team tried to escape and gave full throttle back, but the Genod stretched its long tentacles toward the boat, caught it, grabbed it, and began to pull it toward itself. The team members cursed that monster and wondered how they could get out of that situation. The sea monster did not retreat and peered at the people through the windows. The boat driver thought that it looked like the Genod was waiting for them here. Nevertheless, the situation was becoming dire, and Botha grabbed the oxygen tanks and shouted that something had to be done immediately. Meanwhile, the monster spun the submarine around and threw it against the rocks with all its might. People in the boat got hit and hurt, and the Genoid continued to throw the boat in different directions, playing with it like a ball, and as a result, many cracks appeared in the apparatus. It depressurized and began to fill with water, and the crew members lost consciousness from the impact. In the Oasis seaport, life went on as usual, with seagulls flying over the building. It was a sunny day on the pier, and the boys were having fun playing soccer. Somewhere in a house near her apartment, a young mother was hanging up freshly washed clothes, and her baby said he was hungry. Elsewhere, someone was arranging a meeting with someone else in words, and life in the village was going on at its usual pace. As evening approached, Kana and Lita were returning home after a day at the restaurant, and the boss thanked them for their good work today. In one place, a man was working on the roof repairing something, and his wife was calling him home from the balcony. Everyone was calmly going about their business, no one suspected anything, and suddenly a terrible sea monster with many tentacles swam out of the water. At first, people were stunned by the surprise, because monsters had not been seen in their area for as long as they could remember, and then they panicked. People started to run away, but the monster rushed to the pier and chewed off part of it. Some people fell into its jaws, while others were caught by its tentacles and thrown in the same place. Despite the general frantic screaming, we heard the crunch of bones caught in the monster's teeth, and people who had always thought that sea monsters did not appear in the port of Oasis. Then, the monster grabbed the container in which some people were hiding and began to shake them out of it directly into its mouth. On the other side, people did not know anything yet, but some noise had already begun to reach them. Kana and Lita were also there, and suddenly the girl drew Kana's attention to the watchtower from which the guards were firing heavily. And the next moment, there was little left of the tower as the monster destroyed it with its tentacles. Now, on this side of the river, people have realized that their peaceful port has been attacked. Kana now realized that it was indeed a sea monster, and now it was moving through the village. People began to flee wherever they could to escape the monster as it approached them. And then Mr. Mao boldly came forward with some other men holding small harpoons and told everyone to stop panicking because there was only one monster. The armed men shouted that they would defend their village and called on others to take up arms as well. And then Kana turned to Mr. Mao and said that it was impossible to defeat this monster with such weapons, and Mao told her to get out of here as soon as possible and they would solve this issue. Then Kana told Lita to run to a safe place and she would stay here because without her, these people would not be able to cope with the sea monster. Lita was very scared and shaking, but she listened to her and asked the girl to be careful. Then Kana assessed the situation and realized that they were dealing with a genome. But what the hell was one of the 7 sea devils doing here? An employee came to the head of the village without knocking while he was counting his treasures and told him that they had been attacked by a sea monster. We quickly hide our heads or all our jewelry, frightened, saying that it is simply impossible. And then he went out on the balcony, looked outside, and saw an old man walking there, and asked him what he was doing there. He trembled with fright and thought that maybe it had something to do with the search party. And now I remembered the famous adventurer Jaco Gusto and wondered what that man had done there under the water, and the monster that came out of it. Then the old man took his head and decided that he needed to climb the tower. The officer asked the head of the village what orders he would give, but the old man ran away, pushing the man away from him. The officer still asked where the head of the oasis was going, but the old man did not answer. Then he came back and said that if the genocide came to the village, it meant that everything was over. And the chairman quickly ran out of his office, followed by an employee who called out to the old man that he could not just run away because they needed someone to lead them on. Meanwhile, Kana continued to watch the sea monster and was surprised that it came out during the day, even though it knew it would burn, and blisters from the sunlight had already begun to appear on the monster's body. Meanwhile, Mr. Mao and other men armed with harpoons chanted that they would defend their village and that they had no fear. Then Kana came up to him and said that she needed a weapon, and the longer the blade, the better. But Mao told her not to worry because they would handle everything themselves. And then her husband turned to her and said that he would protect her no matter what. However, Kana continued to try to explain to Mr. Mao that a harpoon would not work against this sea monster. Then, another man who stood up to defend the village told the girl that it was too dangerous here, so she should run to some safe place. Meanwhile, the monster went down into the water and swam across the port's wharf. It moved on the water, and people with harpoons ran along the land, accompanying it and keeping watch to attack at any moment. Finally, one of them gave the order to attack, and all the men who had harpoons in their hands threw them at the monster's body. Many harpoons hit the monster and inflicted wounds on it, and the monster began to scream in pain. The men on the pier rejoiced that they had damaged the genome because it even went underwater for a while. But in just a few seconds, people saw that the sea monster was rising sharply. The monster immediately rushed at the men standing on the edge of the pier and began to devour them, capturing them in its terrible maw. There was a real massacre going on here. Some people were still trying to escape. Others had already fallen into the food of the sea monster. Mr. Mao continued to struggle, but the genome also used its tentacles to string people along. Then Mao finally began to understand the full extent of the tragedy that had befallen their village. He stood numb, and his mind was racing with the thought that this monster was a real demon, and that a human being could never defeat something like this. Meanwhile, the genome gripped him with its tentacle, wrapped him up, and lifted him high. Mr. Mao only thought that he had hoped to defeat this monster at the beginning. And then the harpooner Kana entered the battle. The girl fearlessly rushed at the sea monster and stuck a harpoon she had made herself into it. Kana then inflicted a huge wound on the genod, damaging his body with a large blade. The monster roared terribly and released some victims from its tentacles, including Mr. Mao. When Kana landed on the pier after inflicting many deep wounds on the genome, everyone around her could not believe what she had done. Then, without turning around, the girl stretched out her hand to Mr. Mao and ordered him to give her a weapon. Mao, embarrassed and delighted by the spectacle, unquestioningly handed over his knives to Qiang. The girl looked at the weapon and realized that it would not work. The blades of those knives were too short to make a deep cut. But she has no time to go home and get her weapon. Then she began to give orders and, first of all, ordered those who did not know how to fight to evacuate all the victims. Then I explained to the people that the sea monster depends on the shadows of buildings for its movement, so those who know how to fight should fight the monster only in the light. The men shouted in one voice that they understood everything and would act accordingly. The monster was trying to pull out the harpoon Kana had stuck deeply into its body, and the girl was ready for the next attack. When she arrived at the Oasis seaport, she deliberately concealed and changed her identity, blending in with the crowd so that the United Busousan Union would not find her. At the time, her only thought was that by staying here she would be able to protect Ma Theon's children. That is why they arrived at the Oasis port and decided to stay here. Kana kept an eye on the children and watched them grow, especially Botha's development. And I admired little Lita, who has also changed quite a bit in 4 years. Kana was actually having a lot of fun with them. The kids were kind and sincere. Every day she spent with them was so precious to her that she never wanted it to end. And perhaps that's why she turned a blind eye to the fact that in this quiet place a monster suddenly appeared, thrown onto the land by the storm. Although these were all warning signs, Kana did not want to accept them in her mind, and as a result she behaved stupidly, but she always needs to remember and never turn a blind eye to obvious things. Namely that sea monsters are everywhere in every corner of the world's oceans, and that there is no such thing as a sea without sea monsters. Then Kana recalled how she had been asked by Botha and Lita's father, Ma Theon, long ago what she wanted to become in the future. And the girl answered him clearly and seriously that she wanted to become a harpooner and that she would definitely be one no matter what. The girl recalled herself in her teenage years when her eyes would light up when she thought about destroying all the monsters in the world. Kana believed that harpooners protect people from sea monsters. They risk their lives to protect the homes where these people live. She swore that she knew exactly why she became a harpooner. And now Kana was standing in front of a giant monster, one of the 7 sea demons of the genome, and she was ready to fight it, so she fearlessly rushed into the attack. Meanwhile, in the submarine, 3 survivors of the reconnaissance unit regained consciousness. They gathered their strength, took an oxygen tank, and headed to the surface without their boat, which was already out of order. They held hands all the time and soon swam out of the abyss. Then they took off their helmets, breathed in some fresh air, and staggered exhaustedly to the shore, not believing that they had gotten out of that terrible place because they were about to die. And then a new terrible reality awaited them. They saw many ruins in the village, something was burning somewhere, and they heard screams. The members of the reconnaissance unit did not expect to see the village in such a state. They came closer and closer and could not believe their eyes. There were ruins everywhere, no people to be seen. And then Botha realized that it must be a sea demon genome that came to the surface despite the fact that the sun had not yet set. And he immediately thought about Kana and Lita. He was worried about what had happened to his loved ones, especially since their house was in ruins. As the crew continued to walk through the village, they saw dead people and a lot of blood, and suddenly they met a little boy who was crying over the lifeless body of his father and clung to him. The diver approached the little boy and took him away from his lifeless father and hugged him. There were many ruins of ashes around, and suddenly they heard sounds that sounded like a struggle. Then we saw huge tentacles of a sea monster on the other side of the village and realized that the genome was still in the village. Botha immediately took up his weapon and hurried forward to the sea monster. In his mind, there were only images of happy and cheerful Lita and Kana, who were dearer to him than anyone else in the world. Mentally, he prayed that they would be okay and hurried to help. At this time, Kana continued to fight the terrible sea monster, stabbing it with the knives Mao had given her, and the monster responded by destroying everything it saw. The men standing on the building behind her started throwing stones at the monster, even though Kana shouted at them not to interfere. After that, the monster attacked that building, destroyed it, and threw the people who were standing there to the ground. Kana shouted to the monster that she was standing in front of it, so let it attack her. The girl ran right at him, and the monster threw a blue poisonous liquid at her that can corrode even metal a little bit. This liquid hit Kana, and the monster threw her far away on the roof of the house with its tentacle. As a result, Kana received a very strong blow and fell down and lost consciousness for a moment. The men who stood up to defend the village realized how dire the situation had become, and Mr. Mao shouted her name so loudly that she woke up. However, the girl's body had almost exhausted all its resources, and her only weapon at the moment, Mao's knives, was broken. But Kana realized that she had no right to die now, even though the sea monster was already in front of her. The girl was making incredible efforts to get up. And then, when the monster had already opened its terrible jaws to seize Kana, it was suddenly hit. It was just in time for Bot, who had just arrived at the battlefield, to hit the monster near the head with a well-aimed blow. And in the next step, he continued to shoot at the genome, and thus gave Kana the opportunity to gather his strength. And then the girl shouted loudly to him, and the guy understood everything. He immediately threw his sword to her, and the weapon landed near her, and Kana grabbed it immediately and began to strike at the sea monster with very fast movements. It moved so fast that it was difficult to track its location. Only the aftermath of deep, clear cuts on the monster's body were visible. The people who watched this battle were incredibly enthusiastic about the spectacle and sincerely rooted for their savior. Then everyone noticed that the monster seemed to start running away into the ocean. The monster's body was already very badly mutilated and he began to convulse. As the Genod moved madly and chaotically, people again began to flee even further in fright. Meanwhile, Botha was climbing down from the roof to prevent the monster from escaping into the sea. Then he met Kana, who was also running closer to the monster. The girl told Botha to lead the sea monster closer to the water, as they needed to keep people safe. People were running in a panic and needed to evacuate the building immediately, as it was in danger of collapse. Those who knew a little more information from Kana told people to stay away from the shadow. Among those people was Lita, and she was very worried about Kana. Suddenly, they saw people running away in terror down the street nearby. Someone shouted for everyone to run away, and the next moment a sea monster appeared. It crawled further among the people, and they in turn ran wherever they could to get away from the monster. And then Bot came along and shot at the monster several times, driving it away, and then shouted to the people to come out from under the shadows because that's where the monster was crawling. Those residents who did not have time to go to the sunny side were in a terrible risk of becoming victims of the genocide. They kept running away and begging for help. And then, right in front of the monster, there were two defenseless children who stumbled and fell while running away. Lita saw them and decided to cover them with herself and immediately fell into the jaws of the sea monster. Botha ran close. They met Lita's eyes, and the next moment the monster closed its terrible mouth, hiding the girl. Inside the sea monster, Lita slipped into the depths and only saw the sun's rays disappearing for her. Botha was still trying to save his little sister, shooting at the monster, but it kept running away into the sea, fighting back with its tentacles. And Kana also ran to the rescue, but the genoid still disappeared under the surface of the water, taking Lita with it. Completely exhausted and grief-stricken, Botha only managed to quietly say the name of his little sister. Lita was born a few years ago as a perfectly healthy child. Her mother decided to give the girl the name Lita, after not too much hesitation. When the baby was born, it roared so loudly as if it wanted to attract the attention of all the sea monsters in the vicinity. The then young Botha said in a very adult way that if the child was not shut up now, sea monsters might appear near them, and asked his mother to do something about it. Then the mother asked her son to hold his little sister for a while. As soon as Botha picked Lita up, she immediately stopped crying and mumbled something, and the guy said she was very cute. And then Lita even smiled at her brother, which made him very happy. Suddenly, Botha saw that something was wrong with his mother, as if her strength was leaving her. His father came over to her and looked at his wife anxiously. Unfortunately, on the same day my mother gave birth to Lita, she left them. Now, a single father raising two children, Botha missed his mother very much. When his father went hunting, the boy had to look after his younger sister. More than once he did not want to do it and asked why he was assigned this duty, and his father replied that there was no one else to do it and they were running out of food. Then my dad would dive underwater every time, promising that he would return quickly. His father asked his son to look after his sister while he was away on the boat and always added that he was counting on him. Then he would put on a helmet, take an oxygen tank, and go down to the bottom of the ocean. Botha hated his younger sister because she took his mother away from him. The girl took small steps to approach him to play with him or to cuddle him a little. But the guy usually pushed her away, and he did it in a rather rude way. Even her presence irritated him. Botha was seriously thinking that maybe his mother would have survived if Lita had not been born. The boy did not want to play with her or even help her in any way, and when the girl once approached the edge of the boat, he only thought about what if the kid had not appeared. And then my father returned from underwater after another successful hunt. He went up to the deck and didn't see any children on it, so he started calling out to Botha. Since his son did not respond, his father began to look for them everywhere, and then he went down to the hold. And there he saw his two children sleeping peacefully, and Botha even hugged his little sister. Being careful not to wake them up, Dad came closer and gently covered them with a blanket. A part of his mother was always visible in the fragile and sweet Lita. And later, the girl became a close person for Botha, and he sincerely loved her. And now the guy has lost her after those terrible events, and like many others, he was hospitalized. Botha was constantly delusional, and in his delusions often mentioned the name of his little sister. Sonia was always with him, making sure he was okay, and finally he came to. He immediately got up and got out of bed, even though Sonia said it was too early for him to get up. But Botha was not himself right now. During the endless years of training with Kana, he had gained a lot of confidence, and this confidence made him believe that he was now stronger. He was very easy to deal with those who offended his little sister in any way. At the same time, he always wanted to see for himself how much stronger he had become. More than once, Lita reproached her older brother for making her feel unwelcome, and Botha agreed, saying that in this case, let her just tell him who was really bothering her, and then he will deal with him. Kani Botha has often said that he is ready, and he is also ready to fight whenever it is necessary. Only the place of Port Oasis is too peaceful. Now she has come to the hospital and recalled their recent conversation. Then the girl asked him if fighting to prove something was what he really wanted, that is, just to prove himself. And Botha just believed very strongly that he had become strong enough. Kana then told him that greed, pride, vanity, these are the things that control them. After years of training, the bot arrogantly thought it was ready. But then a sea monster, the sea demon Genod, appeared on his life's path. When he first saw it, he just froze in place and seemed to be numb. At that time, he had exactly the same feelings as when he was 12 years old. As a teenager, when he came face to face with a sea monster, he was paralyzed with fear and the desire to run away. Now the guy reproached himself very much for saying that he had become stronger after this. In such reflections, Botha came out of his room and saw Kana. Then he simply could not hold back his tears and sobbing said that he could not protect Lita. The guy reproached himself so much that he fell to his knees, put his head on the floor and just sobbed. But Kana was not going to listen to that whining. She put his sword in front of him and ordered him to take the weapon in his hands and get up. He looked up at her and saw how much she had changed in her face, and she said that they should bury those monsters alive. Meanwhile, in the village, people were trying to come to their senses. Some were clearing the rubble, others were picking up lifeless bodies in the streets, and the chef of a fish restaurant was preparing food for everyone. The head of the oasis was walking around with a megaphone and shouting that people should never lose hope. And he, as the head of their community, will be with them until the end, and they will definitely cope with this crisis no matter what. The old man was spreading demagoguery and saying that we need to be strong and rebuild everything from scratch. People listened to those loud calls, some even cried, hugged him and thanked him, and he said that they would go through everything. And then in the crowd, people saw Kana and Botha walking toward the chairman, and of course they heard whispers. When Kana approached the old man, he opened his arms to embrace her and began to express his gratitude for helping to protect the village. It was just incredible. But then the head of Oasis got a good kick in the face from Botha. All the people in the crowd were really shocked and started shouting what he was doing here. The men ran up to support their leader, who now had a bruise on half his face. Some people immediately began to restrain the bot and asked if it was crazy. However, Botha exclaimed to the head of the village that he had known about it from the very beginning. All along, he knew that the genome was under their noses. People in the crowd were whispering in shock. They did not understand what Botha was talking about. Some people tried to calm the guy down a bit, while others demanded that he tell them why he dared to hit their head. And the cunning old man said he understood everything, and that the bot was looking for someone to blame for the loss of his sister. And then he added that it was the first time he had ever seen such a sea monster. However, Botha did not believe him. He said directly that the head was lying and that all the divers who had once gone missing were in the Ganod's nest. The boy also accused the old man of feeding divers to the monster. But the old man began to whine and say how he could feed the terrible monster people. How could he have known that the sea devil Genod was lurking under their port of Oasis? Then the head of the village fell to the ground, bowed his head in front of the people, and began to repeat that he knew nothing about it. Tears even flowed from his eyes, and he asked Botha if the guy was saying that all the missing divers were his fault. And then he said that his only sin was that he did everything he could to change the Oasis for the better. Of course, people began to believe their chairman more and called on Botha to stop all these accusations. But then suddenly everyone was deafened by a loud sound from the central megaphones, and a very interesting recording of one conversation was played. The radio operator reported to the head of the village that the submarine had not been in contact for more than 3 hours. And then I heard the voice of the chairman himself saying that it meant it was over. Then the voice of the officer asked if he was not worried that the population would panic because of the sea monsters and the search party that did not return from the mission. Then again the voice of the village head said he was not worried at all. And then the same voice said that the genoid had eaten 6 people, and everyone in the crowd listened to it and couldn't believe their ears. Then the head's voice said that everything would be quiet for another 6 months. And for 6 months, a recording of that conversation is enough. People listened with their mouths agape, not understanding what was going on. Meanwhile, on the recording, the head of the village continued to say that 6 months is enough time for people to forget about the search party and the threat. And finally, a phrase that he has nothing to worry about now. I also added a word about someone asking if this was all they had time to record. And then, all the people looked at their village head with completely different eyes, and the old man just burst into rage. After listening to that recording, it became clear to everyone in the Oasis seaport that it was all their chairman's fault. When a part of the search team started looking for the truth, they caught an official who was constantly close to the head of the village and asked him for information. In particular, Mr. Mao was interrogated by a petty officer who said that he would tell them everything if they let him live. And he said that since too many strangers arrive at the Oasis port, his job is to deliver messages to the few who are personally selected by the head. All he gives them is the coordinates of the dive point, which no one else knows about, and that's all he's been doing all along. Mr. Mao did not fully understand what was going on, and the official made excuses that he was only following the orders of the village head. Then Mao grabbed the man by the collar and began to beat out more information, asking specifically what the head of the village was doing. And the clerk repeated that their head chose who to feed to the sea demon of the genome, and every time someone died, he appropriated their property for himself. And then everyone draws a picture of a kindly old man who invites travelers to the oasis and says that the treasures belong to the one who finds them. Botha also remembered the hypocritical face of the old bastard. How the head told the boy that he had already grown up a lot since the day he came to the village. That Botha then expressed his gratitude to him for the old man's acceptance and help. In return, the head said that the oasis seaport always welcomes new people and never drives strangers away. In fact, the village really welcomed everyone who came to them and wanted to stay here. People in the crowd, when they heard all that wild information, just went crazy because their chairman was feeding people genetic. One woman said that her husband had just disappeared after the dive, and now it turned out that it was the head of the village who was to blame for her husband's death. Other people also talked about their pain. Some lost their sons, some lost their fathers, some lost their brothers. And then the owner of the restaurant, with tears in his eyes and a very hurt face, who had lost his son, a diver, asked the old man if it was all true. And now the head of the village cynically asked people what if he confirmed it. And then Botha came running up to the old man, grabbed him by the collar, started shaking him and saying that he was a shameless bastard. However, the old man did not give up. He simply asked what shameless meant. Did none of them think that this place was really too strange? Has no one thought about why this place is without sea monsters and too peaceful a village? Then the chairman broke into a shout and asked people how such a place could exist in their current world. And he informed people that the reason why sea monsters are not introduced here is that this is the territory of the sea devil genome. And in general, all divers could dive for treasure without any problems thanks to that monstrous genome. Then Kana interrupted the conversation and asked what it meant by the genome. And the chairman pointed to the ruins that the sea monster had made the day before and asked the people whether they would rather choose to live a quiet, peaceful life or live in fear every single day. The old man kept asking if people really thought they could live in such a constant nightmare. And he explained his logic that as long as they sacrifice 1 or 2 divers, the village will be safe. The old man shouted madly that this was exactly how they had all lived up to that point. The owner of the restaurant, who was in the same shock as everyone else here, quietly asked the old man what the hell he was saying. Because, according to the head of the village, it turns out that he personally sold his son to the genocide for 6 months of peaceful life here. Tears were pouring from the restaurant owner's eyes, and he asked the old man if this was the life he wanted. The chef constantly thinks about his son and cannot accept the fact that he is no longer in the world. He said that his boy was only 19 when he went underwater. Every second in this world without his son was a real hell for him, and the chef asked the head how he could do that. A woman who lost her husband said that her husband was a very good man and a loving father, while another woman shouted at the old man to give her son back. The people in the crowd picked up that wave of rage again because, as a rule, each of them had lost someone because of the cynicism of their chairman. But the crazy old man justified himself anyway, saying that these sacrifices were for the good of the whole village, and they should all be grateful to him for that. And then the first stone flew at the old man's head, right into his bald spot. Then all the people began to stone him for the atrocities he had committed. All the residents decided to lynch the head of the village and stone him to death. When the old man fell to the ground, people started beating him with sticks and kicking him everywhere. When the old man had no more strength left, he began to ask for help and said that it was enough to mock him. While all the people joined in the fair beating of their heads, Botha and Kana just stood there, unmoved, and then the old man turned to them and asked for help. The bot blocked the old man when he asked to save him. And then he told the head of the village that those divers who had been tricked into the genome's nest wanted to live just as much as he did. But the trouble is that none of them will ever come home again, and Botha remembered all the horrors he saw underwater. The old man began to cry and repent, saying that he was very sorry and that he was really wrong. Then he personally asked Kana to help him. But Kana had long been no compassionate person, let alone one with such a bastard as the head of Oasis. And she told him why he had to take advantage of people's despair to find a large inheritance and sacrifice the lives of strangers. Couldn't he have come up with a way in which everyone could survive instead of all that? And then added that he was the only real monster in this place. And then again, the stones thrown at him by people flew at the old man, and he grabbed his head and said that maybe all those people were still alive. Then he said more clearly that the people whose genome was stolen might still be alive. The residents stopped when they heard these words, and Botha ordered everyone to stop the lynching. He approached the old man, who was barely breathing, and asked what he meant by his words that those people might still be alive. And then the old man began to explain that the sea devil Genod does not eat its prey. All of his victims are first taken to a kind of food storage facility. If luck is on their side, they have a whole week to save themselves. Now Botha, Kana, and all people have high hopes that perhaps those who became victims of the genome yesterday, that is those whom it took with it, are still alive. First of all, Botha remembered his little sister Lita, and it may be that his little Lita is still alive. Kana, in turn, also clung to the small hope that Lita was still alive. One man from the crowd asked if the chairman was saying that his son was still alive, but they all saw how the genome ate them. However, Other people said that it was enough to say such nonsense. They thought that this bastard was just stalling for time, but the old chairman justified himself that he was telling the truth. Then Kana asked him how he knew all this detailed information. And then the old man revealed the shocking truth. He said that he was the first person to get out of the genome sea devil's nest alive. The head of the Oasis told us a little bit of his story. He was not a member of the Hong Kong Union before. A strong typhoon brought this place along with others, but by working together, they were able to settle down and establish a village here. And everything was going relatively well until one day they were attacked by the sea devil Genon. By the time they regained consciousness, they realized that they were in the very nest of the monster. The old man said that he approached his friends and watched whether they could move or not. Suddenly, he heard a splash behind him and turned around to see a huge tentacle emerge from the water. The tentacle descended onto the platform where the people were and grabbed one of them, the old man himself, barely managing to move away a little. And then the horrible truth of what happens to victims of genocide was revealed to him there. It turns out that he does not eat them, but lays eggs in them to produce offspring. The sea devil also has a breeding ground somewhere inside the shelter. In that place there are special capsules in which the monster places its victims. As the old man managed to regain consciousness, he decided to try to escape from the monster's nest, and thus he became the only one who managed to get out of this terrible place alive. For all the residents who lost their loved ones as a result of the genome attack yesterday, there is now a great hope to save them. Kana and Botha thought of one thing. There might still be survivors down there where the sea devil's nest is located. Then Botha again grabbed the old man by the collar and asked him where this place was. And then the head of the village laughed out loud and said that he would tell about it, only if Botha promised to let him go. The guy was really pissed off, so he punched the old man in the face and ordered him to talk immediately. And Kana told the old man that he was in no position to make any promises to anyone. And she calmly added that now they would let him live, but he would go on a search with them. So, having learned such a terrible truth but also having received the hope of finding the survivors of the genome attack, people immediately decided to prepare a search expedition. 12 volunteers volunteered for this work. Mr. Mao, who was in charge of all that, said that as she had asked, people had brought everything they could as weapons. He asked if this would be enough, or if it was possible to go and collect more. But the girl replied that it would be enough, and decided to examine it more thoroughly. Among other things, they had a torpedo that consisted of 90% oxygen tanks and fuel. The engineers have put their hearts and souls into this torpedo, and all the residents hope that with its help, Kana and her team will be able to blow up the genome's ass, she said. Then some women who had lost their divers' husbands approached Botha, handed him weapons, and told him that they had made these harpoons from a sea poisonous snake. There were 4 of them, and the women said that the poison harpoon was enough to kill a whole whale, and they really hoped that they would do some good for the boy. Botha took those harpoons, clutched them in his hand, and told the women that he was very grateful for their work. And then Kana and Botha saw a huge number of people coming up to give them some weapons. One man brought his dagger that he had sharpened, and this morning some people brought dried fish, others some medicine. One woman threw herself at Botha's feet and begged him to save her husband. The bot only replied that it would do everything possible in its power. Another woman tearfully asked for her son to be returned to her. In general, the residents relied on the members of the expedition. There were also people who expressed regret that they could not help personally, but they blessed the entire expedition and asked them to return safe and sound. Finally, everything was ready. The expedition members boarded the submarines and the order was given to dive. So the huge vehicles began to slowly sink underwater in the same place as the previous time. Among the crew were people of different professions: divers, fishermen, mechanics, and everyone who expressed a desire to join the expedition was here. The old head of the village laughed that there was a whole hodgepodge of people here, that they were going to defeat the sea devil of the genome with such a composition, and called them suicides. One man said that they were not planning to return alive anyway. They had another goal in mind for that expedition. Namely, they want to completely destroy the monster that caused so much trouble for everyone, and he personally wants to take revenge for all those who were wrong. Then the old man said that they would all give their lives in vain and called them idiots. In response, Botha said that not everyone in this world is a coward like that old man. Then he shouted at the old man and told him not to look down on a person who has courage because he had no right to do so. The old man then told the boy to calm down a bit and finally cool down. Sonia, for her part, thought that the head of the village was right in a sense, because going to the sea monster's nest with newcomers was tantamount to suicide. And we are not even talking about an ordinary monster here, but about one of the 7 sea devils, and he is not at all easy to deal with. And the only ones in the expedition who have at least some combat experience in fighting sea monsters are Sonia, Botha, and Kana, and the rest of the people will obviously even slow them down. Then Sonia pointed out that Kana was younger than her but already had 3 stars. She thought that she wondered how Kana plans to handle the genome with this ballast, as she calls the other members of the expedition, and whether they can trust her completely. Meanwhile, Kana drew Botha's attention to calm down and not let his emotions get the better of him, and then moved her hand through his hair. Sonia didn't like this gesture very much. She got very angry because she didn't like Kana touching Botha. She just hated her at that moment. So the submarines were almost there, and the order was given to prepare for the dive. Botha put on his helmet and had one huge wish, that Lita and everyone else would be alive. Because they are following them, and the expedition moved forward in search of survivors. So after yesterday's attack on the village by the Sea Devil Genod, he returned to his nest. And in a certain place, he vomited on the platform all the victims he was going to use for reproduction. Among all those people was Lita, but they were all unconscious. Meanwhile, the search expedition plunged into the water and everyone went forward. The old head of the village was walking ahead, showing the way, and was supposed to lead everyone to the nest of the Sea Devil Genoa, but he finally stopped and said that they had already arrived and there was an entrance to the nest. The crew stopped in front of a huge hole in the ground. The bot reached its edge, cautiously looked in, and saw that it was very deep and the end was not even visible. Then they started preparing the lift, and finally everything was done. Now we could begin to descend into that huge hole to get to the genome nest. So Kana gave permission to go down the lift, and she was determined. Before jumping inside, she lit a torch and threw it ahead of her to light the way ahead. There were countless tentacles that carried with them a threat to life. Then Kana used explosives to destroy several of the monsters that had already come across her path. Then the monsters began to attack because they were disrupted and their peace was disturbed. Kana prepared the next torch, and the old village head asked what she was going to do. He asked if the girl really wanted sea monsters to surround them. But that was exactly what Kana wanted, and she had a well-thought-out plan for it. The old man could not understand why. So, illuminating the area with a torch, she saw monsters approaching her and the old man was frightened. There were a lot of monsters, and Kana said that she and the old man were acting as bait, and as soon as the monsters came almost close, they were immediately trapped and imprisoned in a large net. After that, Botha gave the order to start, and immediately the other members of the expedition began to come out of their hiding places from different places. They began to attack the imprisoned sea monsters, and a terrible noise was made by the automatic bursts of harpooners and the screams of wounded monsters. A real mess was formed in the grid. The monsters could neither escape nor counterattack nor defend themselves. They were simply killed on the spot. These creatures had to be wiped out by the roots, and people have accumulated enough hatred for them, so now it's time for payback. The monsters were surrounded on all sides and were deprived of the possibility of resistance, so people destroyed them without hindrance. As a result, everything went just fine at the beginning. All the monsters that were trapped were killed. People were happy that they had succeeded in realizing their plans, and this inspired them to move on to their goals. The old head of the village was extremely nervous and blamed Kana for the fact that they had discussed everything in advance and had not warned him about anything. And Kana's team destroyed the sea monsters without losing a single person, and that's how they differ from the old bastard. Sonia watched the 3-star harpooner Kana work, and I saw that the girl is a real master of her craft and her skillful work is admirable. So the path in this place was cleared, so we had to go down. Meanwhile, in the nest of the Sea Devil Genod, the kidnapped people gradually began to regain consciousness, and one man tried to revive Lita. Finally, he succeeded, and the girl began to show signs of life, and was asked how she was feeling. Lita grabbed her head because she felt a nasty pain and asked where they were, but other people wanted to know where they were. And then Lita began to remember a little bit, especially the horror of being swallowed by a sea monster. The woman told her that they all thought they were dead, but then when they woke up and came to, they saw that they were here. Apparently, this is the hiding place of the Sea Devil of the genome, but he is nowhere to be seen. One old woman burst into tears and said that she was very happy that everyone was alive and that people around her were crying too. But soon they pulled themselves together and decided that they needed to get out of here because it was impossible that there was no way out. Suddenly, people heard a splash of water, and a giant tentacle with blue lights appeared from under it. Then, at the very end of the tentacle, 4 petals opened up, dripping with some kind of mucus, and Lita stood there like a spellbound person in shock. And suddenly, that tentacle spun around and jerked toward the people and darted past Lita. While people stood in a frightened stupor, not realizing what was happening, the tentacle instantly grabbed one woman and tightly wrapped its petals around her body. This woman had come here with her young son, and the child was now screaming for his mother while the monster was dragging her in an unknown direction. Then the disgusting tentacle disappeared under the water with its victim. Now people were even more frightened because they did not know what it was, and suddenly they realized that there was still something in the water. The next moment, 3 more of the same giant tentacles emerged from the water, opened their terrible petals, and began to hunt the people on the platform. There was a commotion and frantic panic. A little boy who had just lost his mother sat crying for her. Then Lita put her hand over his mouth so that he could not hear him very well and hugged the child to her. And then another monster came out from under the water with its huge, scary eyes and looked at the people. Then its entire body appeared, and people saw that those tentacles with petals were outgrowths of the monster's body, and on its back were numerous vesicles similar to eggs in which people were placed. Those people who were standing on the platform looking at the monster asked if this was one of the 7 sea devils' genomes. But Lita saw clearly that it was not a genome. It was something else, and it looked different. The genod was in their village yesterday, and the girl had time to look at it, and now some other monster has come to them. And then Lita had a crazy thought that there could be 2 of those sea devils of genomes, and then the monster disappeared under the water, taking with it those whom it had tentacled. Meanwhile, the search expedition moved on, moving through the underground maze with its many tunnels, and suddenly Botha said that he thought they were going in circles. But the bearded man said it was probably just a maze. Mr. Mao turned to the head of the village and asked if he was sure they were moving in the right direction. The old man told him that if he didn't trust him, he should find his own way. And Mao then told the old man not to even think about leading them by the nose because he would instantly put a harpoon in his head. From time to time, the bot would put marks on the walls where they passed with a knife, and suddenly he saw his own mark in another tunnel. Then he immediately exclaimed that they had already been here for a reason. It seemed to him that they were walking in circles. Noticing this, Botha rushed at the old leader, threatening that he was finished. The bearded man also snapped at him, called him a bastard, and asked if the old man was doing it on purpose, but the head started to deny it. He began to make excuses that it was not his fault that he did not remember everything well. He said that he was too busy saving his life to memorize which tunnel led to which, and foolishly suggested that we walk around a bit more. The members of the expedition were very angry, and Mr. Mao said that the old man had already had his chance, so did he really think they would believe him again? Now everyone is faced with the question of what to do next, since no one knows the way. Suddenly, in one of the side tunnels, they heard a splash, and one of the men noticed and stopped. He shone his flashlight into the depths and saw something sticking out from under the water. Then this something started moving towards him, and the man put his weapon in front of him. And the very next moment, a huge mutant shark emerged from the water and attacked the people. The shark opened its mouth and grabbed the old village head by the leg with its huge sharp teeth. The old man screamed in pain and they opened fire on the monster. But the shark began to defend itself and pushed Mr. Mao and the bearded man away from it. Both Botha and Kana decided to deal with the monster together and attacked the shark from both sides, severing its head from its body with their swords. Since the monster's head now fell separately, its jaws relaxed and let go of the old village head's leg. Mr. Mao asked what it was at first glance a shark, but very modified. The old man cried and shouted that he was in great pain and could not move his leg, and the bearded man shouted at him to stop yanking because nothing was broken. Suddenly, the expedition was attacked by another trouble. A lot of those mutant sharks started to appear en masse from the tunnel. People started shooting back, but it seemed that they would not be able to cope with so many monsters. One of the sharks again attacked the old man right next to him, opened its terrible mouth and tried to grab him. She was prevented from doing so by Botha, who shoved his sword into the shark's mouth, and then Kana and Sonia approached the monsters. Mr. Mao told the bearded man to stop firing because he might hit Kana with his shells. A powerful battle with the mutant sharks ensued, with 3 harpooners killing them left and right. But Sonia noticed that there were too many monsters, and new ones were constantly arriving, and suddenly one shark grabbed her with its tentacles and started pulling her toward it. Between the sharks and the people, the door began to close, and the bot saved Sonia because the shark was still holding her, and suddenly the door to the tunnel closed completely. The monster stayed behind her, and a few more harpoons hit the metal. Sonia was breathing heavily as she recovered, and asked what had just happened. A moment ago, the monsters were actively attacking them, and then everything disappeared. It looked as if the doors to the tunnel had closed by themselves, and the question arose as to how this could have happened. Kana asked if anyone had accidentally touched anything, and the bearded man immediately shook his head that he hadn't moved anything. Suddenly, they heard the splash of water behind them, and the expedition members looked back and saw 2 children's figures in the darkness. And they were indeed children, a boy and a girl. They had their own fairly good equipment, and they also had weapons. It was a bit strange for the members of the search expedition to see children in the labyrinth among the many different monsters. People approached those children, and Botha asked them if they had closed the door, and the children confirmed that they had. The boy, in turn, asked if they were people from the outside world, just like Mr. Gontai. Sonia immediately caught on to this phrase and ran up to the children and asked how they knew Gontai was alive. The girl looked at the boy and said that Sonia must be Gontai's girlfriend, but Sonia said that she was not. Then the children said that they were waiting for them and offered to follow them. It was an unpredictable turn for the expedition, but Kana said it was worth going with those children. Moreover, they got lost anyway, thanks to the old head of the village who does not remember anything for sure, so the expedition moved on. Meanwhile, frightened people were sitting on a platform in the middle of the water in the nest of the genus sea devil. One man held his head with trembling hands and said that he had just thought that he had survived when the one that took his life loomed on the horizon. Other people also felt fear and doom, and a little boy who had just lost his mother cried constantly and could not calm down. Lita tried to console him a little bit and said that they would be rescued soon, that Kana and Botha would definitely come for them. However, one old man said that it was all nonsense. How are they going to find them if they don't even know where they are? And then my grandfather said doomedly that they were all finished. All of them, Lita thought. Had all these people resigned themselves to their fate and given up? And the girl remembered how once before she had felt exactly the same despair when she and Botha were fighting for their lives. And then her older brother was no more afraid than she was, especially since the children would be alone against a lot of scary, strong sea monsters. And Botha fought to the end, inexperienced as he was, but he fought. And the thirst for life never seemed to be so strong that there was only one way out: to fight. Now Lita wondered if she would be able to be like her older brother, that is, fight for life to the end. Suddenly, people heard the characteristic splash of water and realized that the monster was returning. And immediately the tentacles of the monster began to hunt people again, who were panicking and screaming that they would all die here. Lita was also very afraid, but she grabbed a piece of metal rebar, looked at the little boy, smiled at him and told him not to worry too much. Then the girl took over the boy's place and turned to face the monster's open petals. Tears were streaming from Lita's eyes, but she shouted so that everyone could hear that they would survive no matter what. People were looking at her and did not understand what she was going to do. And then a terrible giant tentacle grabbed the girl with its petals. As soon as Lita was captured by the sea monster, she immediately began to strike it numerous times with a piece of rebar she had taken with her from the platform. The girl continued to do so until the monster began to resist and hit Lita hard on the platform, causing her to lose consciousness. And then immediately the monster was attacked by a man who was nearby. The tentacle petals opened and released Lita. However, instead, the monster aimed to grab the man who fell to the ground after hitting the monster. But the monster failed to capture that man because it was attacked again by another. The old man, who a few minutes before had thought that all was lost, hit one of the petals of the monster's tentacle with a huge stone. Pleased with himself, the old man menacingly asked the monster how much he had surprised him. And then he called out to all the other people and asked what they were waiting for, because even that little girl had attacked a terrible sea monster. People began to prop up stones from the ground in the orchard to protect them from the monster, and the little boy was told to stay away and take care of Lita. And they went ahead to face their danger and give the monster a proper response. Meanwhile, 4 giant tentacles of a sea monster with open petals were already waiting for people, and people took a defensive position. Some of them said that today might be their last day, but they would give the damn monster a good beating. At this time, members of the search expedition were following the strange children they met in the maze. On the way, they came across many boxes of great inheritance. Mr. Mao noticed that there were a lot of boxes, but someone else had already examined them and said that they were all empty. Finally, they came to another huge door, and the children told them that they were almost there. Then the door opened and the expedition members found the children walking through a huge hall. In that room there were several submarines, similar to those used by the residents of the Oasis seaport. Finally, after passing this hall, the children led the expedition members to another door and invited everyone inside. Now everyone was in a large room equipped with computers and monitors. One of the monitors was glowing, and an old bald man was sitting in front of it. The members of the expedition became incredibly curious about who the old man was. He was sitting calmly at his computer with a gun in his hand. Then a bald old man told the visitors that his name was Taishan, and he was the caretaker of this shelter. Then he kindly invited the newcomers to a shelter called Madamada, and said that they were the last survivors of this place. Meanwhile, the boy and the girl approached the old man, and Taishan continued to tell the people from the expedition that they were strangers, the first guests they had had in 100 years. Mr. Mao did not believe what he was hearing and asked if the warden meant that they had been living here alone all this time. Meanwhile, the old man approached Kana and asked where they had come from and what the outside world was like. Taishan asked if people came from the earth and what happened to the earth, and Kana asked if he was asking about the concrete islands. However, the overseer said louder that he was asking about the land on which the grass and trees grow, so he asked if they came from the land. Then Mr. Mao came closer and blocked Kana from the old man with his hand, telling him that the world had long been filled with water and that there was no such thing as land. Kana shook her head and confirmed Mao's words, saying that it was all true, that the world had long since filled with water and that they had come from a village on a concrete island. Then the old overseer Taishan sadly leaned down on the floor and said in disappointment that they were still underwater. Everyone felt a little sad at these words, and the head of the village asked if it was really Taishan, and the children had experienced a great immersion while in this place. And then Sonia turned to the little boy and asked him where Hantai was. Then the girl pulled back one curtain behind which there was a bed, and Hantai was lying on it with his red cap next to him. Sonia was very happy to see her friend and immediately ran to him. Taishan explained that Gantai lost a lot of blood, but at the moment his condition has stabilized and he also had a small fracture, but everything is fine. Botha was also happy to hear the news and hoped in his heart that Lita was also okay. And then Sonia could not restrain herself. She began to shake Hantai and tell him to finally get up. She was yelling at her friend that they should stop lying around and take revenge for Jako Khan, and Bot tried to calm her down. Then Kana told the Taishan warden that they had come here specifically to destroy the sea demon Genod, but did not know where to look for it, and the old man said flippantly that he knew the monster. Then Kana asked more specifically if the warden knew where the Gene's nest was located, and Taishan will answer that he knows what he knows, but do they really plan to cope with the other monsters with just this team? And then the warden said that they had come not only to find this sea devil, and pressed a button on the computer. A screen lit up in front of everyone, showing a real-time image of the platform where the monster was dumping its victims. The picture was a little blurry, but you could still recognize the faces of the people who were there. And Botha immediately saw his little sister sitting on that platform hugging a little boy. Now, everyone saw that there were many more living people on the stone platform, and the old head of the village began to praise himself, which is what he had been saying. Tears came to Botha's eyes. He was happy that his sister was okay, and he mentally asked her to just be patient a little more, because he was coming for her. Then the guy couldn't help himself and ran into the warden Taishan asking where the place was. The old man calmly said that if they came here to destroy the sea monster, he would help them. Therefore, it was necessary to draw up a new plan to rescue the survivors, taking into account the information collected. 2 people from the expedition who stayed near the submarines were preparing the anchor, and when they were done, they decided to return and wait for a signal from Kana. So they hid behind a large stone and prepared their weapons, and suddenly they heard a strange noise. When the men looked back, they saw that the sea devil Genod had arrived and was examining his destroyed offspring, which were gathered in a net. Then, the Genod screamed loudly, and the men thought, what the hell was that monster doing here? They were very scared. At first, the Genod tried to tear the net with its teeth and then noticed 2 submarines and headed for them. The sea devil smashed the stone behind which 2 men were hiding, and they tried to escape from him. Meanwhile, the other members of the expedition followed the old overseer Taishan across a large suspension bridge. People were just amazed at everything they saw here. They could not even imagine that there was something like this under their island. Old Taishan sadly said that this city used to be on land. But then it started raining on the ground and turned into a continuous downpour that lasted for a very long time. When their ancestors realized that the situation was dire, they began to prepare for the worst by building a city on a high hill and praying that this nightmare would finally end. Basically, this place was built so that the underground city would stand for some time even when the top is completely flooded. And to some extent, at first everything went smoothly. They began to survive together and dream of the day when the Earth would return to its original image. However, one day everything changed dramatically and went wrong when they were attacked by a monster. Kana voiced her guess that it was a genome, and Taishan replied that it was. Of course, the townspeople tried to fight the sea devil, but it was not enough. Most of their ammunition became unusable because it was simply dampened by prolonged exposure to water. In those terrible times, many people died from that monster. In a moment, the former so-called paradise turned into a real hell for them. The expedition members were just passing by a huge burial ground with many skeletons of people. The warden said that all their supplies were in one place and neatly stacked every time they needed to go for another portion. However, many monsters settled there and they always lost more and more people. And this monster was also quite clever. It set traps for its victims on purpose. It looked like the city residents were simply being hunted. Taishan then asked the newcomers if they were sure they could destroy the monster. And Mr. Mao replied that he was absolutely sure because after all, they had Khan with them. So they came to one door, and the girl who stayed behind the monitor warned the guard to get ready because she was going to open. Soon the doors opened, and everyone saw the continuation of the long tunnel. Now the members of the expedition went inside and saw that the tunnel actually went very far into the depths and that there were numerous bridges to get down into it. It was so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom. The boy's name was Noah, and soon Botha asked him how much further they had to go and if they could move a little faster. But the boy said that they would soon be there, and then pointed ahead and added that by following that path, they would reach the genome's nest. And then everyone saw 2 huge balls in front of them. They came closer to the balls, which were standing close to each other and covered with a net. And then Botha shouted that it seemed to be their submarines on which they had arrived here. On one of those boats, 2 men from their crew, Chasu and Migi, were tied with a net. One of them was still alive. He regained consciousness and heard his comrades coming up. Breathing heavily, he looked at his comrades and was asked what had happened to them. But all the wounded man could say was to save himself and run away. Suddenly, Kana shouted loudly for everyone to step back and prepare for battle. The sea devil Genod descended on people from above. With one blow, he destroyed the bridge where the expedition members were standing, and some of them began to fall down. Other men grabbed Mr. Mao by the arms, and Kang and Bot just fell into the abyss. This tunnel went very deep down, and it was not even known how long it was. Together with Kana and Botha, a little boy Noah fell into the abyss. And then I heard a piercing screech as sea monsters crawled along the walls of the tunnel, and there were a lot of them. Therefore, the members of the expedition decided to flee for the time being and ran back to the entrance of this tunnel. Some monsters had already attacked, so we had to fight them off. When Botha started falling down as a result of the bridge he was standing on breaking, Noah started falling down with him. So the boy grabbed the child in his arms, and the two of them landed painfully on another piece of another bridge. Bot heard Kana calling him and asked her where she was, and the girl replied that she was somewhere at the bottom. Then she asked what happened to the others, and Botha replied that he didn't know, but he thought everyone was upstairs. Then he told Kana that Noah was with him, and she felt a little better that the boy was okay. Then Botha called out to Kini to hold on. He would be with her soon, but Kana told him not to waste time and to follow Lita. She also warned that she would be able to cope on her own, and that Lita needed to be rescued immediately. Botha wanted to argue with her some more and suggest another option, but Kana insisted on her own, saying they didn't have enough time. Then Botha turned to little Noah and asked him to continue showing him the way. Meanwhile, Kana stood at the bottom of this vertical tunnel and reiterated that they were running out of time. That is why she suggested that the Sea Devil of the Genome, who was there with her, immediately put an end to everything once and for all. And so the fierce battle began, and the Genoid began to destroy the bridge on which Kana stood again. And the girl ran to the attack, determined to take revenge on the monster for all the dead and offended. Kana was furious that the creature had dared to kidnap her beloved Lita, and she did it in front of the girl right in front of her eyes. In Kana's thoughts, there was always the image of the kind and sweet Lita, a defenseless teenager who dared to touch the sea monster. Gina continued to destroy the bridge, and then Kana jumped high to strike first. This time she was already fully armed with her swords, so she felt much more confident. Kana jumped on different parts of the Sea Devil's body, inflicting deep cuts here and there, and the Genod screamed in pain. Sometimes he managed to push Kana away, but the girl immediately launched a new attack. The terrible battle continued. The monster screamed in pain from the numerous wounds inflicted on it, and in the end, the 3-star harpooner Kana defeated the Sea Devil Genod. Then she began to get out of that tunnel using a wall ladder and suddenly met Gontai, who gave her a hand and asked where everyone else was. And all the other members of the expedition fought a terrible battle with a large number of sea monsters. There were a lot of them and they were different, and the team fought well against them. One man had a powerful wetsuit that the monster's teeth could not bite through, which saved him a lot. Instead, he skillfully counterattacked the creatures and destroyed many of them. However, it seemed as if the sea monsters were not at the end of their tether, as they had been destroyed and were still coming. Suddenly, a monster managed to grab one of the people with its tentacle and pulled him up. The man could not get out, and eventually the monster ate him in front of others. Mr. Mao and another comrade opened fire on the creature and continued to fight. The old head of the village stood aside and said that he knew that this is how it would end. Did they really think they could save those whom the genome had kidnapped? Sonia shouted at him to shut his fucking mouth because he was only escalating the situation. She told him to stop whining and better help everyone else. However, the old man started running away, saying that if they wanted to die here so badly, they could stay. The old man started banging on the door and shouting for it to be opened, and when it was opened, the figure of the famous diver Jaco Gusto suddenly appeared right in front of him. The old head of the village stopped stunned, knowing that the captain had been killed during the previous reconnaissance. Mr. Mao and Sonia also noticed Jaco, and they did not understand what the point was. Sonia could not believe that she was seeing the captain alive, but now she really saw him in front of her. The girl's eyes were filled with tears, and she was glad that the captain had survived. Meanwhile, the old head of the village began to attack Jaco Gusto with accusations that all this is now happening because of his fault, and that the Genod attacked Oasis because of him. Then he started shouting if Jaco knew what the old man had gone through. If the captain had left the genome nest alone, none of this would have happened. And at this time, Jaco's face transformed into a monster. He turned sharply toward the old man and sank his big teeth into his neck. Jaco just started eating the old man, and he was screaming in pain and did not understand why this was happening. When the old head of the village was finished, everyone saw what Jaco Gusto had become, and the Taishan warden said that the man was infected. He was no longer the man they knew. Sonia looked at the captain and cried, remembering the first time she met him, and he said he was looking for a cure for the fish plague. Jaco said that in this world there must be a medicine that can save people. Then the girl met him and Gontai Park, and the captain kindly invited her to join them. And Sonia also told him defiantly that she was a mercenary and her services were not cheap. And then Captain Jaco said that during their joint dives, she and Gontai could take whatever they found. Sonia didn't believe it at first, but the captain said he was willing to bet on one thing and showed her a funny keychain. Gontai immediately said that this thing was a memory of Jaco's daughter, so why did he put it in the betting shop? And the captain simply suggested that Sonia try to change this world together. Sonia liked this approach and agreed to the deal. And now her favorite captain was infected with a deadly virus, which was very hard for her to believe. The girl tried to reach the captain's consciousness, calling him by name and telling him who she was and asking if he remembered her. Mr. Mao told Sonia not to approach Jaco because it was dangerous, but she pushed his hand away. She kept calling to the captain to remind him how he said he would find a cure that would save people, and asked him to come to his senses now. The captain grabbed his head and screamed loudly, his face still transformed. and then he suddenly turned into one of the sea monsters. Since Sonya was the closest to him, he attacked her and started chewing on her hand. The girl was still trying to reach him, calling him by name and asking him to stop. But Jacko the monster wouldn't let her go, and then Kana struck him with her sword. Then Gontai ran up to Sonya, and she and Kana had just gotten out of the tunnel and joined the others. Immediately, Gontai rushed at the monster that had just attacked Sonya. He was going to destroy it, but the girl shouted that he shouldn't. She prevented her partner from striking the monster. Hontai looked at her in shock, and Sonya explained that this was not a monster in front of them, but Jacko Gusta. Gontai looked more closely and recognized the features of his favorite captain in the distorted face. But Kana continued to strike this monster, but Gontai stopped her. The girl did not understand the reason for this behavior and asked what he was doing. But Hontai looked her in the eye and asked her to give him and Sonya 1 minute. Kana pushed him away and continued to attack Jacko, but then Sonya stood in her way. The chief ordered her to stand aside and not interfere with the fight against the monster. The girls crossed their swords and Sonya screamed in despair that it was not a monster but Captain Jacko. However, Kana was relentless, saying that Jacko was no longer human and that he had to be finished. Sonya was crying and trying to convince Kana that she was wrong and was standing in the way of the monster. Then she started begging that Jacko should not be killed. Even if he was like that now, let him live. But the captain could not be brought back. He had finally turned into a monster and was ready to attack people. So when he once again planned to attack Sonya, Kana did what you have to do with monsters. The girl struck the monster with her sword to prevent its attacks. So the monster that Captain Jacko Gusteau had turned into was finally finished. Sonya recalled how she once asked Jacko why he was doing all this immersion and research since he didn't even benefit from it. The girl did not understand the point of looking for a cure for the fish plague, since Jacko's daughter had already died anyway. And the captain replied that when he met his daughter, he wanted to look her in the eye, and then to say that he never stopped thinking about her. Now that the monster has been destroyed, the captain's face is the same as it was when he was a man. Sonya approached the lifeless body and addressed her captain. She told him that she hoped he would now meet his daughter. She added that he should be proud of himself for all the things he had done throughout his life and easily closed his eyelids. Everyone was sad. Some were crying because Captain Jacko Gusta was a decent good man, and next to him lay the lifeless body of the old head of the village. Warden Taishan said that as far as he was concerned, no one cared about the deprivation of that man's life. And Mr. Mao answered for everyone that this man deserved it. After a minute of mourning in memory of Captain Jacko, Gusto Kana told everyone to treat their wounds, because they need to go in search of Noah and Botha. Meanwhile, on the concrete platform in the genocide nest, people could no longer bear the doom, and one man said that it could not go on like this. He said it was better to die than to turn into a monster. So he picked up a heavy stone from the floor and jumped into the water with it. Bubbles appeared on the surface of the water, and no one said anything about it because they did not dare to condemn this act. But the very next moment, a sea monster pulled the man out from under the water with its 4-petaled tentacle. There was again a stir among the people, and the monster was not giving them rest. And the monster lifted the drowned man high and looked at him, as if to say that this man belonged to him. And the drowned man said to himself that because of this creature he could not even rub himself in peace. And then he started screaming for the monster to just let him die, and that's all he wanted. The monster was about to do to the man what it had done to its other victims, when suddenly its tentacles split into 2. People saw someone jumping on the back of the monster, and no one knew where the brave man came from. It was Botha who finally arrived and saved the man by separating a piece of the monster's tentacle with his sword. Now the people on the platform could see who had come to their rescue and were sincerely happy to see him. And then they heard a boy calling out to them to come to him, standing behind a round door in the wall with a wall ladder leading to it. The boy shone a flashlight and told people to move faster. Encouraged by the rescue, the people went down into the water and started heading for the ladder. Meanwhile, Botha asked the man he had just rescued from the monster's tentacle about Lita and where she was. The man was quiet and then showed the boy where his sister was. The elderly sea monster had already shoved the girl into one of its eggs, and she was sitting there unconscious. Botha quickly ran to the egg, cut its soft shell with a knife, and pulled out its little sister. But the monster was already waiting for him. It launched its tentacle and grabbed Botha with its petals, and as a result, Lita found herself back in the monster's egg, and the boy was thrown to the ground by the monster. Little Noah, who saw what Botha had done, was disappointed and said that he had warned the boy not to go into anything alone. And now he was injured and still hasn't saved his sister. The furious Botha got to his feet, and he was not himself because of what he had seen. The boy began to slash the monster's tentacle with his sword. Thinking about Lita, he became furious. Botha looked menacingly at the sea monster and promised to destroy it. Then the boy jumped high up to the monster's face to strike it from that angle. Then he turned on the gas on his sword, stuck the blade into his body, and began to go down, making a deep, elongated cut. The monster howled in pain, and Botha fired poison harpoons into its face and said that this poison absorbed the hatred of those whose families it had destroyed. The monster fought with all its might and launched its tentacles at Botha, but they were immediately neutralized by the boy. Meanwhile, some members of the expedition, together with the overseer Taishan, tested electricity in the underground city. Taishan said they managed to restore most of the power supply here, and now they can use the escape pods to evacuate all the people from here. Then Mr. Mao said that now it was time for them to return all their people who had been kidnapped by the monster. But he went a little bit in the wrong direction, so he made everyone laugh a little. Then the Taishan warden noticed a torpedo that the expedition members had taken with them. At first he thought it was a bomb. The old man said that if such a thing exploded, the walls would immediately collapse, destroying the whole building, and the bearded man replied that they knew about it, which is why it was their last resort. Meanwhile, Botha continued his duel with the sea monster. He felt the trembling in his body gradually disappear. In his so far short life, the boy has already been through a lot and has been attacked by a huge monster before. He also has experience of being attacked by small sea monsters, which he already has in his arsenal. Botha has also been caught by a monster's tentacle and survived that too. Experience is experience, and now everything is different from before. Now he cannot retreat. He has no right to do so when his sister is in danger as a captive of a sea monster. His younger sister, whom the monster brazenly and insidiously kidnapped and imprisoned for its own use. The anger at the monster that Bot feels overpowers the fear inside him. Standing in front of the giant sea monster, Botha thought that it didn't scare him that much. Rather, the guy thinks of him as if he were facing another target. And having achieved this goal, he will be able to get his little sister Lita back. The monster attacked his opponent but missed, and the guy started to mock that the monster's eye gauge was failing him, although it may have been the poison. Then the monster grabbed a giant rock and was going to crush Botha with it. With all its strength, the creature smashed a stone block in the place where the boy was standing. But Botha managed to skillfully avoid this blow, and even managed to prepare his next attack and skillfully launched his sword, which was held by a long rope, at the monster. The sword flew into the monster's neck and its blade came out the other side. The bot began to wrap a rope around the monster's neck several times and tighten it. Then the boy pulled even harder, and the rope began to cut into the skin of the monster's neck and then simply split it into pieces. And in the end, Botha finished off the monster by plunging his sword into it. Little Noah could not believe that the harpooner had just defeated the monster alone. People rejoiced and hugged each other, realizing that the monster that had kidnapped them was now eliminated. Everyone was happy beyond belief and looked gratefully at their savior. Finally, Botha got to the egg where the monster had put his little sister and took her out. Lita was still unconscious, but the guy was glad that he had finally taken her away from that terrible place. Though now he reproached himself for fiddling with the sea monster for too long and apologized to Lita for it. Botha hugged his sister to him and talked to her constantly, saying that everything was fine now, that she could open her eyes. However, Lita did not wake up, and some people thought that it might be too late to take the girl out of the egg. Botha could not hold back his tears. He cried and told his sister that it was his fault for coming so late and begged her to regain consciousness. Meanwhile, the water that was constantly standing in the room began to drain. Noah realized that the water pumps were activated, and he guessed that his grandfather must have restored the power supply. And then, on the dead body of the monster, eggs began to hatch, and its matured offspring began to sprout tentacles from different sides. People stood frightened again because a new unknown awaited them, connected with sea monsters. Just when they were so happy to be rescued, a new challenge of fate came along, and some people wondered why it was happening now. So all the newly hatched monsters jumped off their mother's back and were ready to attack people. Panic began again among all the survivors and rescuers, fueled by the appearance of a huge number of fresh sea monsters. Meanwhile, Botha was very busy with his sister and did not notice what was happening around him. Noah called him and asked him to look back because monsters were moving towards them. It was as if the guy did not hear what was being said to him, did not hear people's screams. He was focused on Lita and did not believe that he could not save her completely. And then the monsters roared and little Noah called again to Botha to come to his senses because they had a new disaster. At first, the monsters stretched out their tentacles, but suddenly lowered them and took on extremely submissive posture. No one understood why they suddenly stopped, because they had just been about to attack people. And when Botha saw that Lita stretched her arm forward, he did not understand why his sister was behaving so strangely. Then the girl stood up and stood on the stone as if on a pedestal, then stretched out her hand, and all the monsters were humbly and respectfully silent before her. At that time, Kana and her team were in a constant hurry to get to them. When they got there, they stopped in shock and watched everything that was happening here. In that large hall in the Jannad's nest, they saw a giant monster destroyed and a huge pile of much smaller sea monsters that did not attack anyone and seemed to be obediently listening to Lita, who stood on a pedestal in front of them. The members of the expedition walked between monsters that did not even try to hurt them and did not understand what happened here. Then Botha decided to cautiously approach his younger sister and asked her how she was doing, as he could barely see certain changes on the girl's face. The boy gently touched her shoulder with his hand, and Lita immediately went limp and fell onto her brother's shoulder. After a while, everyone returned to the submarines and sailed home. Botha kept holding his sister in his arms and gently cuddling her, happy to have saved her. The girl was unconscious, but her brother kept telling her that they were coming home. As everyone saw how strangely the monsters behaved in Lita's presence, as well as the slight changes in her skin and eyes, they worried that the girl would eventually turn into a monster, just like it happened to Captain Jacko. Sonia also looked in Lita's direction, and very big doubts arose in her mind. After all, the little girl's eyes and skin looked exactly like the eyes and skin of the infected Jacko, and it is possible that she is even more infected than he was. But we must pay tribute to Lita because thanks to her, all people got out of the genome's nest unhindered. Kana, in turn, thought that she would have to look into the situation and find out what had happened. Meanwhile, the evacuation of people kidnapped by the monster continued in the underwater city. They were all placed in capsules, and at the end of the expedition members' boarding, Mr. Mao told the Taishan warden to get inside because it was time for them to depart. But the old man suddenly refused and told us to go without him. The boy Noah and the girl Leah, who had lived with their grandfather for so long, did not want to leave him and were surprised by his decision to stay underwater. However, Taishan closed the door and said goodbye to them, even though the children were against the divorce. The warden said he was old enough to explore the new territory and adapt to the new life. And children, unlike him, are still young. They have everything ahead of them. They are able to master a new reality and build their lives there. Then old Taishan pressed the start button and the capsule began to rise. Noah and Leah were crying for their grandfather. They didn't want to leave him in the underwater city, but he decided otherwise. Then, when the warden was left completely alone, he once again spoke words of apology for not being able to go to the surface with his grandchildren, and then pulled out his pistol. He expressed hope that the children would understand him one day, and then shot at a certain spot to destroy the possibility of going to the bottom of the surface. For the old overseer Taishan, this place had been his entire universe for many years, and he did not want to leave what he was so used to. And he wanted only a bright future for his children, and there was no reason to waste their future in an underwater city. Going upstairs in a special capsule, the children sat hugging each other and crying bitterly because it was very painful for them to part with their grandfather. And from now on, Noah and Leah will have the status of the last survivors of the underground city of Madamada. These children had never seen sunlight before, so at first it blinded them a little, but when they looked at the sunset, they were mesmerized by the beauty. The sun, the clouds, the sky, the ocean, the seagulls flying around in search of food. All of it was amazing to the children, unusual and very beautiful. The grandfather wished his children to continue living in a new world with people like them. However, when the children looked at this endless sky, they remembered their grandfather again and cried bitterly. Meanwhile, the overseer Taishan dragged the torpedo Kana had left behind to the former Genod's nest, and I placed it in the middle of the newly hatched sea monsters. At the same time, he remembered all his comrades, all his brothers, who had once been killed by a terrible monster. His friends, his son, and finally his love died because of the sea devil. Over the years of its existence, Genod has taken away everyone from Taishan, and the old man was painfully affected by the new loss every time. He never forgot this, and his hatred for the sea devil only grew each time. He himself could have died long ago or become a victim of a monster, but he had a reason for continuing to live, and it was for the sake of this moment. Taishan has long dreamed of doing this, and now he has finally come to avenge his people. Then the old man shouted for the genome and its offspring to go to hell and launch the torpedo mechanism. The torpedo detonated and a powerful explosion occurred in the nest of the sea devil Genod, which destroyed and burned everything here. At this time, the observation tower of the Oasis seaport saw submarines approaching them from afar. People realized that the search expedition of rescuers was returning, and there were more capsules now. All the inhabitants ran to the pier to meet their heroes and those who had been kidnapped by the sea monster. Mr. Mao joyfully announced to all the people that the Sea Devil Genod had been destroyed and that their village would now be safe. The residents could not get over the news, as they saw that those they had thought were already lost were also returning. Someone's husband came back, someone's father came back, someone's son came back. People rejoiced and hugged. And Botha silently came out of the capsule carrying his little sister in his arms and did not even smile. One friend asked him what was wrong with Lita, and the guy answered shortly and dryly that she was just overtired. When Botha left the crowd, people began whispering among themselves that Lita might be infected. Then Sonia asked Kana what she planned to do about it, because rumors would spread very quickly among people. All of them saw what happened to Captain Jacko Gusto underwater. So if it happens here again, the whole village will be in danger. Sonia asked what would happen if Lita came to the point of destroying this place, but Kana did not want to believe in such a terrible continuation of that story with Lita. Suddenly, a strange splash was heard on the waves, and boxes of a large inheritance began to float to the surface. One by one, huge boxes appeared from under the water, and there were incredibly many of them. People are even more excited now that today has brought them a lot of happy events. Sonia also momentarily switched gears from her conversation with Kana about Lita, because she couldn't help but express her surprise at how many great treasures were now available to them. But Kana did return to that conversation and said that she didn't think a child like Lita could destroy this place. One has only to recall what happened in the nest of the Sea Devil Genod when new monsters hatched and Lita controlled them. It was thanks to that girl that they got out of that terrible place without any problems and without losses, and that is something worth thinking about. Kina is sure that Lita will not be able to hurt people, and maybe this child is the key to the big solution. After a while, a man approached Kana in a coffee shop and thanked her for being with them, because without her they would have had a hard time. But Kana modestly replied that it was all thanks to our joint work. But then, from all sides, other people also began to express great gratitude to the group. Mr. Mao told Kana that everyone was grateful to her for saving them from the monster, so she shouldn't be so modest, because today she is a hero to them. Then Mao asked Kana how Lita was doing, and she wondered how to answer him. She said that Lita was still sleeping like a newborn baby. In fact, Lita did not sleep like a newborn baby. She was simply unconscious and chained to the bed by her arms and legs. Gontai Park, who was also in the cafe, said that he personally wondered if Lita would be a person when she woke up. Mr. Mao was outraged by his remarks because he realized that, to some extent, it offended Kang. But Hontai was always outspoken and very straightforward, so he continued his thought that he was interested in whether Lita would wake up as a monster. After all, they had already witnessed one terrible transformation when Captain Jacko Gusto was transformed into a monster before their eyes. And we must not forget that this child spent most of his time in the egg of a sea monster. Sonia also didn't really hope that Lita would be okay, and she thinks it's not worth talking about hope right now. In the end, a monster is a monster no matter what you call it. Then, Mr. Mao, as usual, began to stand up for Kana, saying that she had no choice but to eliminate Jacko, but that Sonia had her own opinion about. She came closer to Kana and asked her directly what she would do when Lita turned into a monster. Will Kana be able to eliminate this child in the same cold-blooded way she did Jacko? Meanwhile, Botha could not find a place to sit, sitting almost constantly by his little sister's bed and waiting for her to wake up. Because of overwork and lack of sleep, he began to dream about their old boat, on which he and his father used to drift. There was a thick fog around, and on that boat, Botha saw himself as an adult, panicking and looking for Lita. Suddenly, at the other end of the deck, he sees his little sister sniffling. Then Botha comes closer to the girl, and she reproaches him for asking him not to leave her. The guy hugs the child tightly, presses her to him, apologizes, and says he will never leave her alone again. Suddenly, Botha feels Lita scratching his arm with her nails and saying again that she asked for him. And then she abruptly turns into a terrible monster and continues the phrase that she asked her brother not to leave her alone and bites into his neck with sharp teeth. Then everything disappears, and Botha wakes up in a fever on his bed, his heart pounding furiously and breathing raggedly. The boy realizes that it was a terrible dream, but the sensations from it remained very realistic, and he turned his head to where Lita was lying and saw the girl sitting on the bed. At the time, Kana was also worried about what would happen to her beloved Lita, what they would do if this child became a monster. Of course, in this case, it would be necessary to eliminate the monster, but Kana was not sure that she could do it personally. The girl looked at her hands, which had already destroyed many monsters in cold blood, and without any hesitation. But would those hands be able to destroy Lita? Finally, Kana returned home right from the doorstep, and her surprise was beyond words. The girl saw Botha and Lita sitting together at the table drinking tea, and a smile finally lit up Botha's face. Lita was very happy when she saw Kana and immediately ran to hug her. She had tears of joy in her eyes and said that she knew she had made the girl worry about her and apologized for it. Kana hugged her little Lita very tightly, and then Botha joined them. Then they sat down to dinner and Lita began to tell what had happened to her. The girl recalled that after being in the egg, her consciousness began to fade more and more. The darkness gradually enveloped her until it enveloped her completely, and she just sat there and had no thoughts. Lita's name kept coming to mind, but she didn't know who or what she was anymore. And then she saw her mother there, who called Lita's name again, and told the child that this was her name. The bot seized on that information and asked if she had really seen their mother. Lita replied that she didn't actually remember her mother at all, but she could tell that it was definitely her by the way she felt. The girl thought that her mother was protecting her even though she died because of her, but Botha objected and told her not to say such things anymore because her mother did not die because of her. But Lita knew that her mother had left them right after giving birth, so if she hadn't been born, it might not have happened. Then the girl began to eat the fish with relish and said that this mackerel was extremely tasty. Kana told the girl that the chef had prepared this mackerel especially for her. And Lita said that she was extremely happy to be able to eat this man's food again. And Kana was very happy to hear this from her little Lita, and she was hoping that Lita would return to them. And Botha couldn't get enough of it either. When he looked at his little sister and listened to her chirping, he saw that it was his former Lita. He admired how deliciously she ate the fish and saw that his girl was exactly the same as she had been before. The boy was incredibly grateful to God for saving his sister, and then they all went to bed. However, in the middle of the night, Lita woke up and went to vomit because she was sick and could not understand why the food tasted so repulsive. The girl was also very hungry because everything tasted bad, and now she was vomiting up what she had eaten. Then Lita went outside and saw several fish swimming near the shore. She sat down and immediately caught one. And then she began to eat the fish raw right there on the shore, and it was very tasty, although the girl wondered why it tasted so good. And then Lita smelled something else that didn't smell like fish, and she started sniffing. Then the girl realized where the smell was coming from, and then she decided to run there. But she ran not on 2 legs, but on her hands and feet like an animal on 4 legs. Lita followed the smell until she understood what the smell was coming from, but it was extremely pleasant and attractive. As she got closer and closer, and the smell became stronger and more intense, Lita realized that it was driving her crazy. She began to salivate continuously in large quantities at the thought of eating something that smelled so good to her. And when Lita finally ran to where the smell led her, she saw lifeless bodies lying by the water. There was a lot of blood around because the dead bodies were fresh and this red liquid was still flowing out of the wounds. Then Lita began to explore this place and look for the place where that beautiful smell that brought her here was, and she found it. It was definitely him. And immediately the girl was very frightened because she saw a lot of blood, so why was she so attracted to human blood? Lita leaned over one of the lifeless bodies, which was covered in blood, and began to smell it, wondering why she was attracted to the smell. Suddenly her instinct took over, and she wanted to bite through the neck of the lifeless body to get to its blood. And suddenly someone pushed her away very hard by kicking her in the stomach. It was that burly man who once insulted Kana in a restaurant and asked Lita what a bastard like her was doing here. Then the pirate picked up the girl and put a knife to her face, but immediately remembered that he already knew her. He remembered how he had called her a crooked restaurant employee who had smeared his shoes. Then the pirate complained about the kid to the restaurant owner, and Kana cleaned his shoes for him. The burly, impudent man began to harass Kana and paid the price. Another man with a ponytail who was also there asked if the boss was going to take the girl's life, but the burly man said that there was no need to rush things. After all, they will never get rid of the stigma of pirates if they continue to behave like this, even though the man with the ponytail said that they are pirates after all. Lita thought about it and realized that those pirates had just killed the guards because of the large inheritance they were going to steal. Now the girl was even a little scared and shouted for the pirate to let her go. And the burly man put his hand over Lita's mouth and threatened her to stop screaming or he would take her life. Then Lita just bit him very hard on the hand, and he took it away and screamed in pain. The pirate was horrified to see that the girl had not only bitten him, but had bitten off a part of his arm, and he realized that she was the infected child. Then he decided to mock her a bit and offered her his fresh blood that was flowing from the wound. The pirate began to be amused by Lita's behavior, trying to grab his wounded hand to drink blood. Another pirate with a tattoo on his head pointed out to his boss that they were wasting their time, but the boss didn't want to listen. He wanted to have some more fun and mock Lita, but suddenly he lost his head, which the girl instantly separated from his body. The other 2 pirates were frightened and stopped carrying the boxes and opened fire on the child. But Lita managed to escape from the shots and then attacked one of her attackers, killing him. After that, she eliminated a 3rd pirate who also tried to shoot her. Finally, there was one more pirate, a man with a ponytail on his head, who held a knife in front of him and told the girl not to come near him. He began to randomly wave the knife, showing his mastery of the weapon, and warned her once again not to approach him. But Lita calmly grabbed his arm, broke the bone, and of course the pirate's knife fell to the ground. Then the girl thought that she was very hungry, and here was a ready meal in front of her, and it was hard for her to resist. Lita looked at the pirate and realized that she really wanted to eat him. So I started to eat, and then Mr. Mao came with 2 other villagers and asked what was going on. The pirate with a tail began to shout frantically that there was a sea monster and begged for rescue. So Mr. Mao and 2 other men grabbed their guns and were ready to shoot. But then they saw that the sea monster the pirate had mentioned was Lita. The men lowered their weapons in shock because they had no idea what to do next. The pirate with a ponytail picked up his knife again and swung it at the child, trying to kill him. He still managed to stab the girl in the shoulder, but Lita was still trying to fight off the man. And suddenly, in the place where Lita's wound had formed, her body began to mutate violently and dramatically. The villagers watched this terrible sight and could not gather their thoughts because it was Lita. Some people were shouting that we should shoot, but it was hard to dare because everyone knew this wonderful child. And then Sonia appeared in the midst of the men, pulling her sword from behind her back and saying that she would take care of it. Then the girl stood in front of Lita and told her not to be offended by her and that it was nothing personal. But she has to do something now, and she promises that it will be painless. Lita growled and rushed to attack Sonya, and a struggle ensued, but Sonya was stronger. When Sonya saw Lita fall, she warned her to stand still, otherwise she would only make it worse. But it was hard for the girl to do it because she realized that this was the sister of a person she cared about, but she had no other choice. Lita was no longer a human being. She was infected by a sea monster and turned into a monster. Sonya again told her not to resist, and that everything would go quickly. And just as the girl rushed to attack Lita to neutralize her, Botha intervened between them. Sonya grabbed hold of the boy and told him that it was too late, and Lita was no longer his sister. But Botha didn't listen to her. He went straight to Lita, looking her in the eye and asking if she could hear him, and then he answered that he was sure she could. Lita was really turning into a monster. She growled wildly and ran to attack her older brother. Sonya was scared and shouted to her friend to be careful, but the bot was set up for a better outcome. And when the girl approached, the boy caught her and hugged her tightly, sincerely believing that all was not lost. But when Lita was in Botha's hands, he told his little sister that everything was fine, and he was there for her. He did not leave her. However, Lita did not hear him. She behaved like a real monster and bit her brother's shoulder. Sonya saw that this was no longer a joke and was crossing any boundaries, and she wanted Botha to hear her. Meanwhile, the guy kept talking to his sister and kept repeating that he was by her side. While he was trying to calm Lita down with these words, he gently pulled the knife out of her shoulder, which had been stabbed by one of the pirates. Botha said that in the end they were family, and he promised to take care of her, so he would never leave her. If he didn't value their relationship, if he didn't care about his sister, he wouldn't have come here now. He spoke very calmly and sincerely, asking Lita to come back to him, and not just to come back as his little sister. His voice penetrated deeply into Lita's subconscious, and her inner child heard her name and tried to remember who it belonged to. The name resonated with her, but she had her doubts about who she was. Summer's transformation into a monster erased her memory. But suddenly images from the distant past appeared when Lita was just born, lying in her mother's arms, with her father and older brother sitting next to her. Then I remembered an episode when the girl was a little older, and they were drifting on a boat with Botha and her father in the ocean. Then I remembered how small children were left alone without parents in this world. Then a fun and relatively quiet life in the seaport of Oasis. After that, the memory of the girl being in the nest of the sea devil Genod and protecting a little boy with her body, and then resisting the monster by wounding him came back. So, in all these memories, Lita saw herself. And in fact, everywhere she was called by that name, so she realized that it belonged to her. When Lita was wounded in the shoulder by a pirate that night, the girl's skin immediately began to show on that spot, and now this skin has begun to disappear. Everyone around him was shocked, because it had never happened before that a monster transformed back into a human being. So, all traces of the monster disappeared from Lita's body and mind. Afterwards, the girl burst into tears and apologized to her brother, saying that she did not want it to happen. It manifested itself. And Lita was also mentally chastising herself for being born and was convinced that she should not have been born at all. Because if she hadn't been there, their mother wouldn't have died, and it was her fault. Both my father and Botha have always missed my mother very much, and they both cried a lot when she passed away. Lita loved her father and her older brother very much, and because of this, she felt even more guilty about depriving them of their mother. So the girl tried her best not to hate them. She wanted to be a good girl that everyone loved and took on all the work of cleaning and laundry. But now Lita did not understand who she had become and what she should do. So the girl cried bitterly and said that she was a real monster. And Botha, happy that his loved one had finally returned to him, assured her that it was not so, that she was not a monster. He gently hugged Lita and said that she would always be his little sister Lita. So the brother and sister stood knee-deep in water, hugging each other. On one side of them were the lifeless bodies of the guards of the Great Inheritance and the pirates, and on the other side were Sonya, Mr. Mao, 2 other men, and Kana. Looking at Lita hugging her brother, she realized that she would never be able to do that. Kana does not have the courage to take Summer's life, even if she turns into a monster. She wondered if their girl would never be able to become a human being again. But then Kana remembered that all was not lost, and that there was one way to help the misfortune that had befallen poor Lita. The girl was referring to Dr. Foyd from the United Busousan, who might be able to cure Lita. In this case, Kani, Botha, and Lita will have to return to the hated unified Busousan from which they fled with such difficulty a few years ago. So Kana talked to Botha, and they decided to take the risk of going on the journey for the sake of Lita's possible rescue. And the next day, when they were standing on the pier, people gathered there, and Mr. Mao asked Kana if she was leaving them. Her husband begged her not to leave them because they still needed a good leader in the Oasis seaport, and she is the only one among those people who can take the post of head of the village. Other people also said that they needed her not to leave them. Residents of the village were worried that without it, they did not know what could happen to them. However, Kana told people that one person is not enough to change this place. And she reminded them that there were people who led the attack against the sea devil Genod that attacked the village. There were also people who shared food and helped each other after the first fight with the monster. This means that there are already plenty of really great leaders who can lead the village. However, Mr. Mao just didn't want to part with Kana, and he tried to argue with her, but the restaurant owner stopped him and told Kana that they had loaded medicine and some other devices found in large inheritances into their boat. And then the chef sincerely thanked the girl and Botha for defending their village, and he assured them that they would give their all to make the oasis seaport better, and that they could come back whenever they wanted, because there would always be a place for them here. And Kana and Botha and Lita were extremely pleased to hear such beautiful words from ordinary people, and they thanked them too. Lita even had tears in her eyes. She was so moved, and suddenly 2 small children came up to her. They were a boy and a girl. They were very young, and the boy was holding a bouquet of flowers, and thanked Lita for saving them. Now Lita remembers how she helped 2 children on the day when the village was attacked by the sea devil Genod, and they were desperately trying to escape from it. Then a scream was heard from the crowd, and a woman ran forward and grabbed her children so hard that the flowers scattered and carried them away from Lita. When she turned around, her eyes were filled with fear, and the restaurant owner told Lita that this was an expected reaction, but not to worry about it. However, he can confidently say that he is looking at the same kind and hard-working girl. Then the restaurant owner once again emphasized that she should not forget to visit the oasis seaport as soon as she is cured. So all the farewell words were said, and Sonia called everyone to wrap it up. After all, it was time to hit the road, and she was standing completely ready with Gontai Park, Noah, and Leah by her side. Kana approached Sonia and thanked her for agreeing to take them with her. And Sonia modestly replied that it was nothing because I was on my way anyway. Finally, the boat sailed away from the pier. People waved goodbye, and Mr. Mao wept bitterly because his beloved Kana had left. Bots, Lita, and Kana were mentally saying goodbye to the villagers and were a little sad. The oasis seaport sheltered them when they needed help so badly, so there are plenty of fond memories. Gontai Park wasn't too happy about having both Akan and Lita on board, and he asked Sonia if it was really necessary to bring them along. Sonia was driving the boat through the waves and ambiguously answered her partner that maybe it was necessary or maybe not. But in any case, she was curious about what would happen in the future. Lita is infected and has already begun to transform into a monster, but manages to return back to her human form. And then Sonia thought that maybe this girl could be the key to finding a cure for the fish plague. The girl still painfully experienced the death of Captain Jacques Cousteau, and often recalled how he called her to his team and explained that he was looking for a cure for the fish plague. He said that in this incomprehensible world, there must be a way to cure all people of this terrible disease. He suggested that together they do something meaningful for this world. And now she has decided to complete the work started by her former boss Jacques in his memory. Gontai thought deeply and told Sonia that Jacques would have been proud of her. Suddenly, 2 children, Noah and Leah, flew into the control room with a noise and immediately began to take an interest in everything. In turn, Sonia now asked Hontai why he decided to take those noisy children with him. And the man said that those children had saved their lives and said they wanted to see the world, so he could not refuse them. Sonia grimaced and asked if he wanted to become their father. And surprisingly, it was true. Gontai smiled, blushed, and asked if it was really that obvious. Then he hugged Noah and Leah, who were exploring the control room, and said cheerfully, if they keep this up, they'll take this boat apart. Sonia asked how they would find unified Busousan without coordinates in this vast ocean. Then Kana entered the control room and said that the United Busousan was heading to the commercial port around this time to exchange goods. Then the girl went to the control panel and began to enter the coordinates of the commercial port she knew. Immediately, Sonia rudely pushed Kana away and said that perhaps the girl still did not understand one truth, namely, that she was the captain of this boat, and she did not expect such a reaction, but she agreed. Now Sonia was satisfied and ordered Kanya to enter the coordinates of the trading port. The 3-star harpooner said that she knew that Sonia was a good person, and that she had pleased the girl very much. Meanwhile, Lita and Noah and Leah were playing on the deck of the boat, and Bot was happy to watch the children's fun and silently repeated to himself that he would save his little sister no matter what. And for him, it doesn't matter where they have to go for this. They will go through all the hardships together. Soon, the travelers made it to the commercial port without any problems. In general, it seems that the commercial port is a huge organization consisting of 5 islands. But in fact, after the 3 islands collapsed during the typhoon, their influence in the world today has significantly decreased. However, even despite all the misfortunes, these islands are still used as the main place for the exchange of goods between various organizations and people. There were already many small boats around the commercial port, and then it was announced that unified Busousan had arrived. Compared to all the small and not-so-small boats, this huge island of several huge ships connected to each other looked very grand and majestic against this background. Immediately, people who were already in the commercial port started to rush around and began to offer their goods. One man shouted that he would exchange a very good motor and called harpooners to do so. On the other hand, a man shouted that he had fish, and another announced that he would sell clothes. In unified Busousan, harpooners stood at the entrance and filtered out traders, behaving quite boldly and arrogantly, pushing away those who were exchanging fish and calling a man who was selling clothes. Dr. Foyd went out on deck and watched the tacks of trade with one harpooner by his side. Suddenly, the doctor heard someone calling him from afar and shook his head chaotically in search of that person. And then, a man who was also selling fish and was not allowed to enter the unified Busousan shouted that they had delivered the fish the doctor had ordered from them. Dr. Foyd was very pleased that his order was fulfilled and asked for the fish to be brought to him. Then the harpooner standing next to the scientist ordered the fishmongers to let the fishmongers on board. When they were let through, the others began to resent them, saying that they had been told before that they did not need fish. The man lost his footing and fell to the deck, dragging with him the blanket that covered the goods for Dr. Foyd. Suddenly, a horrifying picture opened up before everyone. On a mobile rack, glass jars with someone's living organs were displayed. People who saw it were horrified and asked what it was that was being brought aboard the United Busousan, and in one jar there was a huge eye, and in another, a large heart. The merchant quickly covered his goods again, hiding them from prying eyes, and the harpooners ordered him to move faster. When these strange things were brought closer to the doctor, the trader opened the curtain and said that the heart was still beating. Dr. Foyd was very pleased. He said it was a good job and asked for the rest of the order to be delivered as soon as possible. And then the scientist ordered the harpooners to take all these goods to his laboratory. The doctor's laboratory itself was located on the island of Unified Busousan under a biohazard label. Inside it was a huge spherical apparatus to which pipes and hoses were connected. The lab workers checked something and reported that the pressure in the tank was stable and the heart rate was normal. All of the items the doctor had just purchased were placed directly into the flasks attached to the tubes, and when the current data was collected, the order was given to begin the food transfer. All of a sudden, all the organs floated out of the flasks and through the pipes leading to the apparatus toward the tank. In this way, they were transported inside that huge container, and now the fresh fish is already floating in the tank. It turns out that inside that apparatus there was a sea monster, and these freshly harvested organs were intended for it. The monster immediately began to fish out its food from the water and devour it, and it did so actively that the tank shook. The laboratory workers watched everything that was happening inside through the windows and saw that the creature was eating the food they had given it. Dr. Foyd himself also watched the monster's meal with enthusiasm and was happy that they had finally done it, and a characteristic crunching sound could be heard from inside the apparatus. Meanwhile, the boat with the suppliers of the strange goods was sailing away from the commercial port. One of the men asked what the monster organs were doing in Unified Busousan, and the other replied that as long as they were paid, no one cared. In Busousan, they are ready to exchange the organs of sea monsters that did not suit those traders for fuel, so they must milk them for all they can while they have the chance. And then they sailed on for the next shipment of goods, while the exchange processes continued in the commercial port. People were fussing because they had ordered clothes from Unified Busousan, so they were trying to get everything they had for sale. Meanwhile, strange traders were gutting the carcasses of the captured sea monsters, extracting their organs and cutting off pieces of meat. Their leader said that they had to speed up because they had to return before sunset. Suddenly, someone touched him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. At first, the trader didn't recognize who it was that spoke to him. Here stood Kana and Botha, who had just arrived at the trading port. I looked at the vendor and asked him how long it had been, probably 6 years. And then the trader remembered the girl, but for some reason he was very scared and covered in sweat. Connie needed to find out some information, and the trader told her that the Unified Busousan was leaving the trading port in 3 weeks. And then he said that as far as he knew, Kana had caused a riot in the Busousan trade union and then died. The girl was silent about this, but said that they needed to get to Unified Busousan and the trader would help. The man was immediately wary and asked why he should help her, since after he helped Theon in this way, his life went downhill and he had only recently managed to earn reputation points in Busousan. And Kana told him that all debts must be repaid, and this is an unwritten rule of the commercial port. Then the trader said that he personally owed her nothing because Theon was the one who saved him, and Kana agreed that Theon was the one who saved him. And then Botha, who was standing next to him, took off his hood, and the merchant asked in fright if it was Theon. And Botha answered for himself, saying that he was actually the son of Theon. Then Kana summarized the conversation and told the merchant that he now had to pay back his debt. The trader was visibly unhappy with the situation because this turn of events was not to his advantage. And so Kana, Botha, Sonia, and Lita are sailing in a boat of strange merchants to Unified Busousan. They put Lita in a box with goods and covered everything with a blanket. The trader said to Kana that he could not understand why she could not live in peace and why they should go back at all. Even now, they are all taking great risks because if they are caught, they are finished. But Kana understood everything perfectly well, and they had no other choice. So now they were almost there. The trader's boat was sailing closer and closer to the huge floating island. When we sailed past the sign United Busousan, Botha looked up and thought excitedly about the time he spent here 4 years ago, and even saw the hated Major Doha on board. And so the traders from the boat told the harpooners that they had brought another order for Dr. Foyd. On the Unified Busousan, she told them to move faster because the sun would soon set, and Botha and Kana, who had hidden themselves under hooded cloaks, began to drag the box of goods where the frightened Lita was sitting aboard. The box that contained jars and flasks with organs and parts of sea monsters sold by strange traders creaked from time to time. So he was almost dragged away when someone called out to the porters and ordered them to stop. They explained that they needed to check if everything was really as it should be. Little Lita was even more frightened because she would be immediately exposed if they looked inside. So the man who was going to check the contents of the box rudely pushed Kana aside. Lita broke out in a cold sweat and thought they were about to be caught. The trader of the strange goods was also very worried, realizing that if they were caught, they would all die on the spot. Lita had already expected the worst to happen and thought that it was all over now. Someone came closer to the box and opened the cover, looking inside to see what was inside. The inspector turned out to be Lee Kiho, an old friend of Botha and Lita's, a small civil servant, whose gaze met the frightened Lita's and seemed to recognize her. Then the man put the cover back on the box and said that everything was fine. So the passage was granted and Kana and Botha dragged the box further aboard the United Busousan. And Lee Kiho took a closer look at the porters and recognized them as Kana and Botha. That is, the conclusion was that the 3-star harpooner and Theon's children had returned to Unified Busousan. Then, the box with the sea monster's organs and meat was handed over to the laboratory, and the newcomers, together with the civil servant, moved on. Botha looked around, remembering what it had been like 4 years ago, and wondered how everything had seemed so much bigger to him before. But now, even these once spacious alleys seemed too narrow. Suddenly, they met the old, but always brave and strong Mr. Kwarung and another of the plumbers. Botha noted to himself that his former boss had not changed at all. Mr. Kwarung looked at Botha for a moment, thought for a moment, and then asked Lee Kiho if he had finished his work. Botha walked past him without saying anything, and Kwarung still did not recognize him. Although a lot of time has passed, and besides, the boy was a young teenager then, and has now become a grown man. But since Mr. Kwarung was a good man, Botha was glad to see that he was still all right. And then the civil servant said that on the way they risked meeting even more people who might still remember Kana and Botha and Lita, so he suggested that they return to the market. Sonia was surprised to hear that there was a whole market here, and Lita asked her brother if there was still a place where they sold fried fish, and Botha said that there probably was. And finally, everyone came to the door behind which the commercial life of fast food exchange shops has always been in full swing. Lee Kiho opened it, and they all went inside and saw a huge empty hall with not a single soul in the once lively place. Kana asked the employee what had happened to the market they all remembered so well, and Lee Kiho shook his head and said that the fish plague had been caught here. And on top of that, Unified Busousan decided to ration water to prevent the spread of this deadly disease. After passing the former market, everyone came to another spacious hall where people with canisters were walking around and talking quietly. In the back of that room was a huge tank guarded by harpooners who ordered people to form a line. People came up one by one and had their jerry cans filled with clean water, and Lee Kiho explained that after the price of water had skyrocketed, the market had no chance. And now the leaders of Unified Busousan are mainly responsible for distributing water. Suddenly, one harpooner grabbed a man by the arm and ordered him to show what he was hiding under his shirt. The shirt was opened and everyone saw that in its inner pocket was a bottle of water, which the harpooner immediately confiscated. The man fell to his knees and begged for mercy, explaining that there are 4 of them in the family and that this portion of water would not last them for a whole week. However, the harpooner was relentless. He kicked the man in the face with all his might and ordered him to be silent. Then the harpooner clearly stated that the scoundrel had violated the rules of the Unified Busousan, and the poor man knelt with his head down on the floor and continued to beg for forgiveness. The harpooner immediately announced that the penalty for such a theft was already known, and began to beat the accused furiously on the back with a bat. When Kana saw this, she was incredibly outraged and asked if there were such punishments for water, and rushed forward, but Lee Kiho held her back and said that this was no longer the Busousan she knew. After brutally beating the poor man, the harpooner picked him up and showed him to all the people, saying that the rules must always be followed and that the water distribution was over for today, so let them thank this cretin, and people began to resent that they would not last until the next distribution. However, the harpooner told people to keep their complaints to themselves, and he did not care. Suddenly, a guy ran out of the crowd and rushed at the harpooner and kicked him in the face. The policeman fell to the floor and people were gaping at him, not knowing what to do or how to behave. The boy, having overthrown one harpooner, clenched his fists and raised one hand up and said that he did it for the water. And then another harpooner shouted at the guy to stand still and pointed his gun at him, ready to shoot. The guy was obviously in danger of losing his life, but Botha came to his aid and sharply raised the muzzle of the gun held by the harpooner. Immediately, shots were heard and several shells flew directly into the water tank. Holes immediately formed, and water poured from the tank directly onto the floor. The harpooners stood there in shock, and the people realized and began to put their buckets under the water jets. While everyone who could was catching the leaking water in their own containers, the harpooner recovered and began to push people away from the tank, but he was immediately hit in the face with a bucket. People were happy to fill their containers with life-giving water, and Lee Kehoe said that, in a way, he was glad that Kana and Theon's children were back. The guy who had hit the harpooner before, watching the whole situation with the water, was very happy about it and was ordered to catch him. The civil servant was frightened and said they had to get out of here immediately because the harpooners were coming in a wave. So the friends got ready to leave the room, and the boy who had been saved from certain death by Bot thanked him for his help. Then everyone headed for the exit, but Lita remained standing for some reason. The Bot called her, but the girl asked if they had heard a strange sound. My brother asked her what he was supposed to hear, but Lita immediately jumped up and down. Pushing off the floor, she jumped to the first balcony, then to the second, and finally ran away. The rescued boy could not believe his eyes and asked how she could jump like that. And Botha, Kana, and Sonia immediately rushed to catch up with Lita, climbing metal structures as fast as possible. And when they all got to the top floor, Lita was nowhere to be seen. Then Botha noticed something and said they needed to run there. He saw an open manhole to a sewer nearby and realized that Lita had jumped in. Meanwhile, the girl had already climbed out of that manifold at the other end and stood in front of a huge tank in Dr. Foyd's laboratory, looking directly at this container and asking who he was. And also why the person who is there is so angry. And then Dr. Foyd came up to Lita and asked her how she got here. Bots, Kana, and Sonia have already made their way into the laboratory through the collector. They ran as fast as they could in search of the child and saw that the laboratory was filled with huge flasks with samples of various sea monsters. Kana was very surprised. She didn't know what this place was because it had never been on the island before. Meanwhile, Botha was only concerned about the whereabouts of his little sister, and so he walked a little further and came to a room where he saw a little girl sitting on a table and Dr. Foyd in front of her, examining her hair. She went to Khan's room and was surprised to see the doctor there. And Foyd didn't even look at her. He was so busy researching Lita, he just said that he was very glad that Kana was alive and well. Then the doctor looked into Lita's mouth and examined her teeth, saying that this child was very interesting. Though the mutation continues to attack her body, she still retains her human form. In Lita's body, there are now two different worlds in parallel, in constant struggle against each other. And Dr. Foyd asked the girl to tell him what she had gone through to become such a person. Meanwhile, Major Doku came to the room where people were being poured water and where the damaged tank was now standing. After getting acquainted with the problem, he asked his subordinates who were present when the tanker was damaged, who did what. One of the harpooners immediately reported that a masked man and woman had created this significant problem for them. The Major's eyes grew bloodshot and he asked through his teeth why the harpooner had let the criminals go. And then, as usual, he used his method of immediately applying force by striking his subordinate. Then the Major saw a curious mark on the wall in the form of a capital M. His hand began to twitch nervously, and he ordered his subordinates to find and bring him those criminals. And in the lab, Dr. Foyd listened intently to little Lita's story about what happened to her when they were attacked by one of the sea devils. The girl said that she hatched from a genod egg and could control its offspring. Then the scientist said that this was just his guess, but that the girl's mutations might be somehow related to her mother's illness. Everyone is now even more curious because somehow Botha's mother was involved, and Lita now has an amazing ability to control monsters. And we must also take into account the miraculous recovery from the mutation when Botha was calming his younger sister. Listening to all this, Sonia was very surprised that Lita's abilities and skills could have appeared due to the terrible fish plague. Then she asked if Lita's mother had suffered from the fish plague and asked whether an infected person could give birth to a healthy child. And Dr. Foyd replied that the only way out in this situation was a miracle, or the mother just held on to the very end. In general, the fact that both Botha and Lita returned to unified Busousan after being infected with this terrible deadly disease here almost seems like fate. The fish plague instantly spread throughout Busousan and claimed the lives of an incredible number of local residents. And for some reason, everyone thought that this disease appeared here for no reason, except for Dr. Foyd, who strongly disagreed. Unfortunately, the fish plague spread throughout the ocean and affected living organisms here and there. It all started 130 years ago when several bright comets flew towards the planet Earth. These comets did not change direction and did not burn up on the way, and as a result, they crashed into the moon and broke it into pieces. Meanwhile, a natural cataclysm began on Earth that lasted for 70 years. And of course, there were all sorts of things that have come to Earth from outer space. As a result, any sea creature that was infected with viruses from space mutated into a monster. And anyone else whose body rejected these changes would certainly contract the fish plague. Sonia could not even think that this was the fish plague. Then Botha asked the doctor how their mother could have contracted that terrible disease. And Dr. Foyd replied that the fish plague had spread across unified Busousan 15 years ago. And the person who prepared the ground for this tragedy was the mother of Botha and Lita Nerissa. This woman came from a very influential upper-class family. She was also the kind of girl who didn't like boring things. So basically, she spent most of her time with lower-class people. She was on a level playing field with them. Nerissa also loved exploring the ruins with divers, so she often went underwater. One day, during another underwater hunt, she found and brought to the surface a strange pot and showed it to Theon. Theon laughed and told Nerissa that this thing was called a toilet. The girl said that because this thing looks strange, she wants to keep it in her collection, to which Theon said that if she continues to collect all the things only for her collection, Busousan will drown from overload instantly. And then the girl offered her boyfriend to buy her a small boat. Once upon a time, Unified Busousan was conducting a large-scale study of underwater ruins. Of course, Nerissa also took part in the dive, and it was then that she found his oblong egg covered with an interesting ornament. With her discovery, the girl came to Dr. Foyd and asked him if he thought it looked like a treasure. Foyd began to examine the egg closely and said that he did not notice any rust or marine vegetation on its surface. Foyd stared at the object in fascination and realized that he had never seen anything like it before, so he needed to run a few more tests. Patient Zero, the one who first became infected in the epidemiologic study population, was a diver who participated in the dive with Nerissa that day. Then 2 more people became infected, then 5, then 10, and the number continued to grow continuously, and people gradually gave their lives. Everyone else was definitely worried about what it was, whether they were now being mowed down by a disease that had a 100% mortality rate. The whole of Unified Busousan was gripped by incredible fear among the natives, who believed that the refugees had spread the fish plague and thought that they should be exterminated. As a result of this policy, little by little, refugees began to be expelled from the ship, and no one felt sorry for them. They were gladly expelled by other people. Refugees were caught, their hands were tied, and they were thrown off the ship, although many of them were not even infected, but no one was looking into it. Those poor people were simply thrown overboard into the open sea with their hands tied, and all those who remained could do was to silently observe everything that was happening. General fear reigned in Unified Busousan, and this fear within people began to gradually grow into a monster. But in that situation, Unified Busousan had no choice but to eliminate everyone in order to continue living themselves, but in the end, people got angry, and that's when the coup began. The rebels said that there was no such thing as a fish plague, that it was just upper-class people looking for a reason to get rid of the commoners. The harpooners always stood guard in Unified Busousan, and of course they fought against the rebels. Since the authorities had good equipment and weapons, they easily dealt with the rebels. But Ma Theon was not the kind of person who would stand by and silently watch such injustice. And when Major Doha once again beat an unarmed rebel with a bat, Theon came to his defense and stopped the major's hand, asking if the boy had decided not to follow the rules. But Theon could not stand by and watch the groundless abuse of innocent people, so he began to fight for refugees, and many lives were saved under his banner in the shape of a capital M. Seeing this situation, Nerissa came to Dr. Foyd and asked him to tell everyone the truth, which was that all those infected with the fish plague were from her team, and that the refugees had nothing to do with it. And in general, the number of infected people has stopped increasing, so they have to stop it. But then the doctor tilted his head and asked the girl if she really thought that the top officials were unaware of this, that they knew perfectly well that the disease had stopped progressing, but simply decided to organize genocide. Nerissa was crying bitterly from helplessness and suddenly saw changes in her arm characteristic of fish plague, which Foyd also noticed and realized that she was infected. Due to numerous betrayals by the leadership, Nerissa and Theon eventually ended up simply leaving Unified Busousan. At that time, the woman was already pregnant, but a terrible and fatal disease continued to eat away at Nerissa's body. Dr. Foyd has now told Botha and Lita that their mother could not survive the mutation, but she somehow gave birth to them both, and the scientist is sure that with the progressive mutation she passed on special characteristics to the children. Then Botha asked the doctor a direct question, which he probably knew all along. And the guy remembered how everyone was surprised that he could go without air for 40 minutes. And when people ask how this is possible, he doesn't know what to say because he doesn't understand how he does it. And the female sea devil of the genome also had to understand such amazing characteristics. That's why she chose Lita, who she thought was most like her. And because of this, she chose the girl as her rightful successor. Lita was now extremely scared to hear such words about herself because it meant that she was to become the successor of the monster. However, fortunately, the girl's mutation was interrupted because her older brother took her out of the sea monster's egg early. But it was precisely this flaw that brought Lita to such a perfect balance, and Dr. Foyd concluded those words with a delighted expression that it was simply wonderful. And now he would really like to study the girl a bit as a completely unique specimen. And then Kana intervened and asked the scientist directly if he had a way to cure Lita of the infection. Dr. Foyd was genuinely surprised by this question and asked why he needed to treat this girl, since she was already perfect. When the scientist saw complete incomprehension in the eyes of the others, he asked how long they thought humanity would last on the water-covered Earth. After all, from time to time the Earth is covered by typhoons, and sooner or later all the islands will drown under them. And the ships will end up with the fact that they will no longer be able to stay afloat from rust. because everything has its own expiration date, and as a result, the conclusion is that humanity has not long left. So if people want to survive in this new reality, they will simply have to change. And yet neither Khan nor Botha could fully understand what Foyd was talking about. Suddenly, the sounds of blows from inside the huge tank that stood in the laboratory and housed the sea monster began to come from the inside. The doctor calmly remarked that some people were probably hungry. Botha asked, a little frightened, what was inside the thing, and Dr. Foyd kindly suggested that the boy take a look for himself, and then he would find out. Then Botha and Kana came closer to the tank and looked through the porthole, and there he saw the inhabitant of that vessel, a sea monster. It was this particular sea monster that Botha had seen before, so he began to look more closely. At some point, the boy saw painfully familiar features and recognized his father in them. In Botha's mind, he thought that this could not be true, because his father had sacrificed his life to destroy this sea monster. However, Dr. Foyd had a different opinion and insisted that this monster would help them. But then Bot couldn't stand it any longer and asked what it meant to understand why the scientist brought the centaur back to life. The doctor said that it took 4 years before the sea devil was able to eat on his own, and that he is quite a noteworthy specimen. Then Kana, in support of Botha, said that this monster was dangerous, and even though the scientist did not pretend that he did not know that the Kentras is one of the 7 sea devils, Foyd continued to insist that all the risks were justified. He explained that humanity has very little time left, but Lita was here when they really needed her. But Kana did not back down, saying that they had come here to help Dr. Foyd turn Lita back into a human, not to help him with his experiment. The scientist was hooked on those words about turning Lita into a human being. He asked if Kana was trying to say that Lita was not a person just because she looked a little different. Then he approached the girl and asked the harpooner what criteria she used to determine whether a person was in front of her or not. And I tried once again to convey my point that they do not understand that if people do not adapt to aquatic life, the only thing that awaits them is slow extinction. If humanity does not want to be like the dinosaurs, then something needs to change. Namely, people need to develop and acquire new skills. And then Kana simply took little Lita out of Dr. Foyd's hands and warned him not to come near them. Meanwhile, Botha pulled out his sword and shouted that they needed to destroy the Kentras. They couldn't let him live. Kana and Sonia were also determined, so they all took out their weapons and headed for the tank with the sea devil in. For Dr. Foyd, this was an unexpected and very bad turn of events. Suddenly, we heard the tramp of many boots, and a squad of harpooners ran into the laboratory and immediately pointed their guns at Kana, Botha, and Sonia. The 3 prepared to counterattack, and the harpooners ordered them to lower their weapons. The bot asked how the so-called law enforcement officers knew they were in the lab. Immediately, Dr. Foyd attacked him from behind and injected some substance into his neck. Having insidiously attacked the bot and injected it, the scientist proudly said that this was his mission. Botha immediately lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Lita sat down next to him and started crying, and Kana asked what the doctor had done to the boy. Then a gray-haired man entered the laboratory and praised Dr. Foyd for his good work. And then that man in uniform turned to Kana and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The captain of the United Busousan, Bug Beck, came here. He asked Kana why she shouldn't put down her sword because he just wanted to talk to her. The girl looked at him incredulously, and the captain pointed to the microphone in the lab and said that he had heard everything they were talking about. So Bugbeck asked if Bot and Kana wanted to cure this child and pointed to Lita. And then he said that they could do it, and Kana froze in anticipation of the catch. And the captain did not hesitate to explain, saying that they would help Lita only if Kana cooperated with them. And then he added that diplomacy is the best solution to such conflicts. Doesn't he think so? Kana became even more stern and told the captain that she was ready to listen carefully to his terms. After that, Bug Beck ordered the harpooners to lower their weapons and escort their guests out, and he went with Kana to talk to him face to face. When they went on the bridge, the captain said that they had an impressive ship, which had protected them from the Great Immersion for more than a century. But even such an impressive ship can sooner or later sink in an instant if its system fails. Then the captain looked up and told Kanye to look over there, where a huge letter M was on the wall, and Bug Beck said that the spirit of Ma Theon was slowly returning to the ship from the lower decks. Then he sadly noted that only this week there were 3 riots here. To this, Kana objected, saying that they were not rebels at all. People just needed water. The captain coolly explained that there was nothing to be done about the stratification, because whatever you say, the resources on the ship are not enough for everyone. And then Kana said that she would absolutely not agree to help the captain suppress the rebellion among the people. But Bugbeck said that this was not necessary. He has an offer for her because her help is needed on the ship. The captain offered the girl to return to them as a harpooner and become a hero for everyone who destroys sea monsters and saves people. Kana got a little excited and said that she didn't quite understand what was expected of her. Then Captain Bugbeck explained that they could not give people resources because they were sorely lacking, but they could give them hope. However, everyone understands that hope has no price, and the captain looked at Kana intently. The girl was beginning to understand how they were going to use her for their own purposes, and the captain said she was impressive. The girl grew up as a refugee, but after a while she became an ace harpooner, so she is the perfect model to show the lower decks hope to replace their discontent. However, Kana backtracked a bit and said that she still categorically refused to take on such a role. Then Captain Bugbeck reminded her that I think she said she wanted to cure this child. The man went on to say that they had invested a huge amount of money in the study of the terrible disease fish plague and in Dr. Foyd's project. And of course, if anyone in this world can cure Lita, it is their Dr. Foyd. Meanwhile, the scientist has already begun to study and research the girl's condition. And then the captain asked if that was the reason Kana returned to unified Busousan. Bugbeck also assured that they would give Kana everything they have, whether it be money or information, as well as Lita's treatment. And they will be able to provide all this in exchange for her help in what he described earlier. After that, the captain held out his hand to Kana, waiting for her to agree, and said that the choice was now hers. That's how an extremely busy and eventful day passed until the next morning. In a large room on a luxurious bed, Botha was sleeping, and the spring wind was coming in through the open windows, so the boy woke up and did not realize where he was. Suddenly, an old man in a crimson suit with disheveled gray hair entered the room and respectfully wished the boy good morning. The bot immediately asked him where he was, and the man replied that they were on the highest deck of the ship. And then the old man strangely said that he was welcoming the young gentleman into his own home. The bot did not understand anything. Then the man gave the boy clothes and he put them on, but still did not understand anything. And then the man took the boy to another room where he saw Sonia Gantai and little Noah and Leah sitting at a table having a peaceful tea. Botha came up to the children and hugged them because he was happy to see them, and Sonia told him that he looked good. Then the boy began to turn his head around and look for his little sister Lita in that room. When he asked about her, an old man opened the door and told someone it was time to come in. And then a smiling and beautifully dressed Lita entered the room and looked at her brother. Everyone was pleasantly surprised by how beautiful the girl looked, and the old man even sat down next to her and said that Miss Lita looked exactly like Miss Risa, and Lita asked if he was talking about her mother. Then the old man said that he was very happy to be able to serve the young master and her, and then said that he forgot to introduce himself and said that he was the butler of this house, and they could call him Butler. After the introduction, the man told us that the young gentleman and Miss Lita are both descendants of the 27th generation of the noble Suan Na clan. He then led everyone to a wall with portraits on it, and continued to tell them that the Suan clan controlled a huge food conglomerate before the Great Sinking, and is now one of the 10 great families of unified Busousan, and is responsible for the food production equipment on this ship. Sonia quietly asked Botha why he was living the life of a tramp if he was so rich, but the guy stunnedly replied that he had just found out about it himself. Then Butler began to cry and said that if only Miss Risa hadn't fallen in love with that thug Ma Theon, everything would have been different. But this remark did not sit well with Botha. Then the butler took everyone to the dining room and said that they still had a lot to talk about. But since the food was getting cold, he suggested that they have a snack first. In the dining room, a sumptuous table was set with many delicious dishes. Sonia ate it on both cheeks and said that she had never tasted such meat before. And Butler explained that it was a type of beef called hanwoo. Gontai Park also could not understand such luxury and thought that he was in paradise because all this food was simply divine. He could not even stop eating it, and the butler immediately explained that what the man was eating was called japyong. And Lita picked up one of the red apples and asked what it was, so Butler told her that this fruit is known as an apple. The butler also said that the 10 families who once built this ship planted one tree as a symbol. Lita held the apple in her hands and could not stop admiring how beautiful it looked and how pleasant it smelled. Then Butler started to cry, wiped his tears with a handkerchief and said that all this belonged to the children by right, and he was very happy that he could finally serve them both. Botha noticed with displeasure that the dining room had a lot of shelves with an incredible amount of whiskey bottles on them, and everywhere here on the highest deck, unlimited hot water flows from the taps. And the guy immediately recalled his yesterday's visit to the hall with a large tank from which ordinary people were being poured much-needed water. And then, how one man dared to steal a bottle of water and was severely beaten by the harpooners. For Botha, understanding all this was unbearable. He realized that the lower classes would be beaten if they stole a bottle of water that was vital to their family. Meanwhile, the leadership of unified Busousan is using such a precious resource for a simple bath. Botha stood in the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror, wondering if all the upper classes lived like this, if all this belonged to them only because they were rich 100 years ago. And then the guy realized that Kana was not among them and got very worried about where she could be. So Botha ran out of the bathroom to find her, surprising his butler. The guy was very worried that nothing bad had happened to her. He needed to find his friend as soon as possible, so he ran without stopping. Finally, Botha reached the front door, opened it sharply, and immediately ran into the harpooner behind it. It was none other than Major Doha himself. Their eyes met, and they read an all-encompassing hatred for each other. Then the Major grabbed the boy by the collar and started yelling at him why he was still alive, thinking at first that Ma Theon was standing in front of him. Dohu shouted how the guy could be here at all and then looked closer and recognized Botha. And then Botha grabbed the major's arm and broke it so hard that he sat down and screamed because it hurt. The boy asked him who he was reaching out to and threatened that Doha would regret it if it continued to treat him the same way it had treated the child 4 years earlier. During that incident, Botha thought that he had never noticed it before, but had the major always been so insignificant? After all, in fact, he was the one who threatened a 13-year-old and a 9-year-old child and tried to throw a person overboard over a few small coins. And the guy wondered how many evil deeds this person had committed while on this ship. Botha looked at the lowlife who had bullied him and his little sister 4 years ago and made a decision. He wanted to take the scoundrel's life right there and then. But the butler intervened and came out of the apartment and said that enough was enough. He said that the captain had long ago forgiven Miss Riza Na and Theon Ma, and that Mr. Botha and Miss Lita were now the rightful heirs of the Na clan. And then the butler turned directly to Major Duhu and said that he had just threatened one of the great families of unified Busousan. And Butler looked at him menacingly and asked if he really thought he could cope with the consequences of his behavior. Then Botha came to his senses and asked the butler if he had seen Kana. Major Doha was shocked by the news and did not expect Kana to ever return. Meanwhile, the harpooner practiced her skills destroying sea monsters, and everyone saw that she became even stronger and did not lose her grip. The people on the ship watched her and were frankly delighted that Kana was back in unified Busan. There were also reporters working here who filmed everything, and the cameraman admitted that he was somehow uncomfortable with Kana's gaze. All the material was immediately broadcast on the screens so that as many people as possible could see that the 3-star harpooner was back. Citizens of unified Busan who were formerly refugees were told that Kana was just like them. They were even more excited to see that even a refugee could lead a harpooner squad here. People also said that nothing is impossible for them as long as they tried, just like Kana, and some of them started thinking about joining the harpooners. Major Doha came to see the sensation, and he was furious that the girl had wrapped him around her finger. Posters with Kana's photo and calls to recruit harpooners and become defenders of a great united Busan were now hanging everywhere. Major Doha was very annoyed by all this, and he hated the refugees even more, calling them freaks and being sure that they would not be able to live here peacefully as if nothing had happened. At this time, a laboratory worker came to take Lita to the treatment, asking her to keep up because the doctor was waiting. It was noticeable that the girl did not like the procedures she received. Lita openly considered Foyd a perverted doctor every time he gave her several injections and monitored her body. The lab worker was walking ahead of her, and Lita really didn't want to go to another appointment with the doctor, so she deliberately fell behind him. Suddenly, she turned around and saw the door of her former home, which she and Botha had gotten 4 years earlier. The girl immediately remembered how they were first taken there by a small civil servant, Lee Kiho. Lita wondered if the situation inside the room had changed, so she decided to cautiously make her way to the door and look inside, and to her surprise, it was open. Then, Lita decided to go into that room and was pleasantly surprised to find that nothing had changed. And then the girl remembered how bored she was there and how angry she was with her brother for spending money on some seeds. But then Lita planted these seeds in the ground and took good care of them, and eventually they germinated. Now, when the girl approached the windowsill, she saw a luxurious bush with white flowers in a flower pot. Lita was immersed in her memories and was so engrossed in the flowers that she did not hear someone enter the room. When the girl turned around, she saw a boy looking at her angrily. She apologized and said that she thought no one lived here, and the boy replied that he did. Then the guy seemed to recognize someone in Lita, and she also looked more closely and remembered the guy who had beaten the harpooner when he forbade people to take water. The guy immediately became more friendly and said that he didn't think they would meet again, but he was pleased to meet her and told her his name, Gu Kim. Gu Kim asked if Lita had lived here before, and she replied that she had 4 years ago. She also told us that she and her brother were the people who grew this plant and pointed to the beautiful flower on the windowsill, and Gu Kim said that this flower pot grew quite well even though he only gave it water. Lita said that her brother had told her that the plant symbolized hope, but she hadn't thought it would grow so beautiful. Gu Kim said dreamily that it sounded cool, and that he hoped to become a harpooner someday. Lita asked him if he wanted to become a harpooner like Kana, and the guy said that although Kana is very good, he would rather be like Ma Theon. Ma Theon differed from today's harpooners in that he did not harm people. He was a true harpooner by vocation who protected. Lita thought about how her father had become someone's hope and wondered if she could be one too. The girl reached for the flower and suddenly saw the mutations on her hand, so she pulled away and Gu Kim asked if she was okay. Lita replied that everything was fine, covered her mutated arm with her other one, and abruptly said that she had to go. And then the girl ran out of the room scolding herself for forgetting. After all, its mutation can occur at any time, and this is very dangerous for others. Lita remembered what she had turned into in the Oasis seaport and realized that she did not want to become a monster. So the girl ran as fast as she could to the lab, and Dr. Foyd reprimanded her for being late. Lita told him that she wanted to become a human again. She didn't want to be a monster. The scientist said that although it was not much, they managed to get the mutagen out of the Kentras, of course. He could not promise anything, but they have a good chance. Foyd asked Lita to help him with his research, saying that her contribution would be invaluable and that she would become a hope for all mankind. The girl grabbed onto the word hope, thinking that it meant she could help people too, that she could save people from the fish plague. At the same time, she wants to continue living with Botha and Kana because she doesn't want to lose them for anything. So she agreed to Dr. Foyd's experiments, and the Sea Devil Kentress watched everything that happened in the lab. Lita became friends with Gu Kim, and they spent time together talking in the room or walking around the ship. This time, the guy decided to take Lita to a secret place and said that she would be the first to show it to him. The children were moving along the outer pipe, and at one point Gu Kim took the girl's hand and told her to be careful because it was quite easy to slip. And finally they reached the cherished place, where there was a water pipe that was leaking a little bit, and Gu Kim collected this water in bottles and made it drinkable. The guy explained that it was one of the water pipes leading to the upper deck, and he comes here to collect this water for Mr. Kim and his wife who recently had a baby. Lita once again noted that Gu Kim is a very nice guy. When they collected the water, the sun began to set, and the children, sitting on a large pipe, admired this beautiful picture. And then they went together to Mr. Kim's room to give him a bottle of water, and the man said that he owed Gu a great debt. Mrs. Kim also came to the door with the child in her arms. Gu Kim wished the child to be strong and healthy. Lita also admired the baby, and then she and Gu Kim went further down the decks to distribute water to those in need, and they met children who gratefully drank the water, and then the boy handed the water bottles to two blind old men. Lita was frankly proud of her friend. She remembered that the boy hoped to become a harpooner and thought that he had a bright future. Then she told him that she believed he would become a great harpooner. Then Lita said she wanted to show him something and reached into her bag. She pulled out a red apple, and Kim was very surprised at what it was because it was the first time he had seen this thing, and Lita said it was called an apple and offered him a taste. Then the boy took a bite and exclaimed in surprise that it was very tasty, and Lita was pleased that he liked it. The girl told me that she had a lot of such fruits at home and suggested that we share them with the others. Gu Kim liked the idea very much and said that many people would go crazy for such deliciousness. So the children agreed to bring some gifts for the refugees and decided to meet up later. Gu Kim was seriously fascinated by Lita, and he was breathless, thinking that his heart would stop. So cute was this girl. So Lita went to her aprada, and Gu Kim suddenly heard some loud noises and screams. So he walked a little further down the corridor and looked around the corner and saw a terrible picture of 3 harpooners beating a man to death. One of the harpooners shouted loudly at the poor man and asked if he had the courage to repeat what he had done. The man's only excuse was that taxes in unified Busousan had risen dramatically. The so-called law enforcement officers furiously continued to beat the unfortunate man and say that he had finally shut up. Unified Busousan is fair to everyone. Gu Kim was very angry at what he saw, so he drew a big letter M on the wall, covered his face with a bandage, and thought that he would definitely become a great harpooner like Ma Theon. The guy sincerely believed that these bastards who allegedly defend law and order are not worthy of the title of harpooner. And then Gu Kim went to the place where another injustice was happening and intervened in the fight. The guy shouted that it was enough to terrorize innocent people and then rushed at the harpooners. As the days went by, Captain Bagbake stood in front of the stands behind which representatives of the elite families of unified Busousan sat and reported to them. He read that since Kana had returned to them, the number of applicants for harpooners had increased by 10%. The captain was also pleased to note that the percentage of disorderly conduct had decreased by 30%. The chairman said it was great and he wished Kana's airtime would double. Another elite representative asked about the vandalism caused by the rioters, and the chairman suggested raising taxes. Everyone agreed that it sounded good and unanimously supported the proposal. Then, another man said that he had heard rumors that a representative of Nabotama's family had come to the ship, but for some reason he was not at the meeting. And that man said that although this child was lucky to have been given all the family's assets, the bastard's habits are not so easy to get rid of. But everyone agreed that in any case, Botha would not agree with their decisions, so they proposed to continue without him. Meanwhile, men who wanted to learn the profession of harpooner began to gather in one room. Many were surprised that there were so many applicants for such training. And then Kana appeared in the midst of them, and the men respectfully parted to make way for her. Suddenly the girl turned her head and saw Botha in the crowd. She decided to talk to him alone and then asked him if he really wanted to become a harpooner. Botha, of course, answered in the affirmative because he had long dreamed of getting this profession, but Kana was against it. She tried to tell him that they were already providing Lita with all the help she needed and were even living a rich life in unified Busousan. Then Botha asked how long such a life would last, and Kana did not understand what he was getting at. And the guy explained that the Kentras and the genome are under their noses, which means that they will not live a relaxed life for long as these creatures are around. And then Botha told Kana that it was her time to return his father's sword. The Sea Devil Kentras is enclosed in a water barrel with walls 60 centimeters thick. However, Kana said that there is no way in or out of this huge tank. But Botha insisted on his point, telling the girl never to underestimate the monster. His father had to sacrifice himself to finish the damn thing, and the fact that the doctor resurrected the monster indicates that he is out of his mind. But Kana still said that Botha was too worried about it. But the guy said that 4 years ago he had seen with his own eyes what that sea devil was capable of. The monster also mummified countless families on the island. He also used a dirty trick against the child by temporarily assuming the likeness of his father. The bot is well aware that a whale is many times different from other sea monsters. That monster is truly the very embodiment of the devil among his kind. Botha suggested that Kana take the doctor as an example and that the Kentras can play with the human mind, so it can do a lot of things if it is not handled carefully. And this is not a sea monster that is closed along with everyone else. It is they who are all closed together with him, but they do not recognize this. Meanwhile, in the lab, one employee asked Dr. Foyd if he was going to take a break for a while, but the doctor didn't even turn around and waved his hand that he was not, and continued to work on the computer. The lab technician said that the doc was a hard worker to the core and left. Before leaving, he also told the boss not to say later that he had not been warned, but that the employee did not see that the lifeless bodies of other laboratory technicians were lying on the floor near the doctor, and that Dr. Foyd himself was not real. So this man calmly left the laboratory and went to the changing room. When he opened his locker, he heard Dr. Foyd's voice asking if his subordinate was going home, and he was resting quietly in the same chair with his face covered with a book. The laboratory assistant was frightened and asked if it wasn't the doctor who had just been in the lab. Foyd slowly removed the book from his face and looked at his subordinate with the same incomprehension. The very next moment, the alarm went off and a warning light came on, indicating that something extraordinary had happened. Dr. Foyd ordered them to get back to the lab immediately, so they both ran as fast as they could. When the men went inside, they saw that something incomprehensible was happening around a pile of smoke and steam. And then they saw that the pipes were disconnected, and a tentacle was coming out of one of the holes through which the food for the sea monster was coming. The men watched in silence and shock, and saw that the end of the tentacle completely repeated the image of Dr. Foyd. Then the real doctor ordered the laboratory assistant to immediately cut off the power. The worker quickly ran to the shield and grabbed the lever, but the monster's tentacle suddenly attacked him, pushed him against the shield, and crushed him. And then that tentacle grabbed the victim and took the man away. It dragged the dead laboratory assistant into the pipe, and the scientist himself could only watch the horror. Then Dr. Foyd grabbed the screw to shut off the flow, and he still regretted his priceless project. Since the sea monster destroyed a lot of things in the laboratory with its tentacles, the fasteners failed, the pipe broke and knocked Foyd down, and then the tank itself began to collapse. The laboratory began to flood, and the doctor stood knee-deep in water and watched his creation, the sea demon Kentras, crawl out of the tank. Meanwhile, Lita had already picked a whole bucket of apples and was running as fast as she could to meet Gu Kim again. And then she saw many people demonstrating, staging a riot because they were being restricted from using water, and here and there the rioters were holding banners with the telling letter M. Lita was making her way through the crowd, wondering where Gu had gone, when she saw drops of blood on the floor. For some reason, the girl immediately thought that this blood belonged to her friend. So she ran along those red trails, worried about what was going to happen to Gu. Finally, Lita came to an alleyway and saw a man sitting on the floor holding the lifeless body of her friend on his lap. The girl came closer and the man asked her if she knew the child, and he also told her that the boy had gone against the harpooners to protect him. The poor man burst into tears and said that those harpooners had not even looked at the boy and had taken his life. Lita's arms dropped, the bucket fell to the floor, and the apples rolled in different directions. The girl sat down on her friend's lap and put his hand to her cheek. She recalled how Gu had told her that he had great hopes of becoming a harpooner, and also the fact that Ma Theon was different from the current so-called law enforcement officers, in that he did not harm people, he was a great harpooner who protected people. Lita then recalled how they had brought water to refugee children together, and how he took it upon himself to supply fresh water to a man who had recently had a baby. And now, this boy was lying here lifeless, and Lita wondered what sin this boy had committed to deserve this, why this happened to him. And why do people take the lives of people like them? Abundant tears poured from the girl's eyes. Later, Lita's mind kept replaying the memory of how she turned into a monster, and how they also wanted to destroy it because it had transformed into a real monster. But now her thoughts were filled with images of Major Doha, a nasty pirate from the Oasis seaport, and the vile head of the village, Captain United Busousan, a member of the elite on that ship. Her own image stood in contrast, and the girl had a fair question as to which of them was the true monster. Suddenly, a siren sounded on the ship, warning of danger. All the residents of Unified Busan, ordinary people and the so-called elite alike, were excited to see this. The order was given for all combat harpooners to get ready and move to their positions, and meanwhile, the Sea Devil was already catching people for food. The three harpooners were talking to each other about the alarm coming from the lab, and they thought there might have been an explosion. And then they heard some strange sounds and saw someone's legs hanging in the air, and then a horrible picture opened up to them. They saw the mouth of a sea monster with many lifeless bodies hanging from it, and it was gradually devouring them. The harpooners screamed in fear and ran away, and the monster began to chase them. Eventually, the Kentras managed to grab one of them, and the other two ran as fast as they could to the exit. Then, running out of the lab area, they quickly pressed a button to close the gateway. The men barely managed to escape, and the monster was now banging on the iron door. The harpooners decided to immediately report this to their superiors and call in other harpooners for help. And then the law enforcement officers saw that they were in a residential area B12 where a lot of people lived. The harpooners realized that if the sea monster escaped, it would be the end of the world. Nevertheless, people here continued to live their lives and go about their daily routines, some sitting in the toilet and getting annoyed by the siren. Some people thought that the alarm siren was activated because people were rioting again somewhere. Residents did not understand what had happened this time to cause the siren to sound so suddenly. One girl asked her mother what that strange sound was, but the mother didn't know and told her daughter to go back to her room and study. And very close to those people, literally behind one metal door, the sea devil was rushing out. To tell the truth, there was really nothing keeping this monster in the tank. Just being there, it behaved quietly and watched everything closely. It had several portholes through which the entire laboratory was perfectly visible. The monster was watching the hierarchy. It saw that Dr. Foyd was in charge. The monster also watched the people who worked in the laboratory for their actions. In this way, this monster learned about the world around it and absorbed the knowledge that people had, so now it freely pressed the button to open the gateway just like people did. So the monster went outside the laboratory and got into a residential area where he immediately began to luxuriate, and people did not understand how he could get here. The sea devil moved on, catching people as he went, while some citizens still tried to hide. Some people did not even know about the monster's appearance, such as one man who thought that the noise was made by the rioters and prevented him from eating with his family, so he came out of their apartment and shouted fiercely to make everyone stop. While he was shouting, he didn't even look at what was happening, just said that nothing would change from this noise anyway. And the very next moment, the giant paw of the sea monster crushed the man, pressing him against the wall. People were trying to escape by any means possible. Some were running across the bridge begging for help. But the monster immediately broke everything in its path and continued to catch people. And then, fortunately, one of the Brun's combat harpooners appeared in this residential area and rushed to attack the monster. The poor people immediately had hope for salvation because they knew their glorious hero well. They even had smiles on their faces because they were sure that they were now saved. But Brun didn't even arrive here alone. He was accompanied by his combat harpooners. One of them was a 2-star harpooner named Chando Lee, a stern, bald man. The second 1-star harpooner, Leo, is black with a ponytail. And of course, Brun, the 3-star harpooner himself, was well known to the citizens of Unified Busan. It was Brun's team that arrived here in this residential area where the sea monster appeared, and they stayed together for exactly 4 years. All this time, those harpooners were guarding Unified Busan without their previous leader, Kana. And then, Kana returned, and the captain solemnly announced to all the harpooners that starting today, she would become the new leader among them. Brun didn't like this decision very much, wondering if the management really thought they would let this girl become their new leader just because she was back. On the other hand, Major Doha added fuel to the fire, saying that he could not believe that Brun had not foreseen this. He added that he would always be only a shadow of Kana in the eyes of everyone. These words made Brun very angry, especially since he himself was not happy with the situation. So now he decided to prove the Major wrong by destroying the Sea Devil Kentras himself. Brun stood bravely, but at the same time completely recklessly in front of the monster, believing that he would become the Leviathan's liquidator. And the next moment, the Sea Devil crushed the hero with one movement before he could even defend himself. It was a split second that led to another tragedy, and the 3-star harpooner Brun was instantly gone, killed. Leo said in shock how such a giant carcass could move so fast. And he and Chando Lee put their weapons forward with the clear intention of stopping the sea monster. Kentras began to attack the harpooners, and Leo fought back by stabbing his sword into the monster's paw. And he immediately paid for it because the monster grabbed him and squeezed him tightly in its paw, and in the worst-case scenario, all harpooners could die. In this case, the fate of Unified Busan is already known in advance. This floating island will not stand a chance against the Kentras, which has already successfully dined on Leo. Unfortunately, there is a possibility that it will continue to be so. Now, the monster easily dealt with everyone who came across its path. When the defenders of Unified Busan die, this place will become a hunting ground full of prey for the Sea Devil. Kentras continued to attack people who, in panic, did not even know where to escape to on the upper deck waiting for information. Representatives of elite families were sitting at their high bleachers, and Captain Bugbeck came running in to report that the Sea Devil Kentras had escaped from the laboratory and attacked the residential area B12. One of the men calmly said that Dr. Foyd had finally succeeded. And continuing to drink tea quietly, he ordered all the doors to be locked up to the upper deck. The captain did not fully understand this order and wanted to clarify it, but the nobleman stopped him and told him to do what he was ordered without further ado. Then he looked at Bug Beck and asked if he had made himself clear enough. Frankly speaking, the captain was frightened by such a cold-blooded order, but he said that it was as clear as can be. So the Kentras continued to terrorize citizens on the lower decks, where everything was covered in blood, so all the people ran upstairs. But all exits were blocked and armed harpooners stood near the stairs, warning that access to the lower decks was prohibited, although people begged to be allowed in because there was a sea monster below. But the harpooners did not pay attention to any pleas of the unfortunate people, and they said they would open fire if they did not move away. The poor inhabitants of the lower decks stretched out their hands through the bars and cried out for help. Meanwhile, the sea devil was confidently approaching the unfortunate abandoned people and was ready to devour or crush everyone, and he had already reached out with his paw to his potential victims. Suddenly, the monster was unexpectedly attacked by a courageous boy who appeared out of nowhere to defend the citizens of unified Busousan. He used his sword to disconnect the monster's fingers from his hand and struck at its face, leaving a deep cut on it. The terrified people, who were already preparing to be killed, realized that someone had saved them. Some thought it was Kana. And then they saw a young man standing menacingly in front of the canteen, ready to attack the enemy at any moment. Among the rescued people was an old beggar who had once been protected by Botha, so she recognized him immediately. The grandmother told everyone present that he was the son of Theon Ma, and admired what a wonderful, real man the little boy she met 4 years ago had grown into. When people heard the name Theon as their legendary defender, they were very impressed. And when they found out that his son was standing in front of them, they saw that he looked remarkably like his father. Botha's name and his father's name were heard in the crowd, and many people still remembered the courageous warrior. One woman who had just been almost grabbed by the Kentras begged Botha to save everyone and destroy the creature. She was shaking. All the people around him took up this plea and began shouting from different directions to destroy the monster and send him to hell. Botha bravely stood alone against the terrible sea monster that his legendary father had already defeated once. The guy was determined to eliminate this monster for the second time. 4 years ago, his father fought a Kentras and defeated it, and now that monster threatens humanity again because it has been brought back to life. Botha recalled how his wounded father defended his children by standing one-on-one against the terrible creature. Unfortunately, his father died a long time ago, but he never stopped thinking about him for a second. Then, when Botha had to watch his father's battle, he saw that his body was covered with many scars in different places. Those scars indicated the hell he had to go through to protect his family, and his love and enthusiasm for justice were immeasurable. And now Botha saw that his father was deeply imprinted in the minds of all those people, just like all the scars on the body that have not disappeared over the years. The very existence of Theon Ma clearly affected the people of this ship. And once upon a time, a Kentras dared to mock Botha's father, and the boy could not forgive him for that. His father sacrificed himself to destroy the sea devil, and the bastard rose again. However, Botha was determined and said that today, the Kentras would leave this world forever. So the fierce battle continued. The monster attacked the boy, but he skillfully fought back. He struck powerful blows, counterattacking the monster and inflicting deep wounds. However, the Kentras was not ready to give up so easily either, and he fought off his opponent's sword and threw it away from him. The battle continued, and then Kana arrived to help Botha with a huge group of other harpooners. The girl saw Botha's performance at the beginning of the fight and said that he did a great job holding the defense alone. But now a lot of them have come, and they will sort it out together in the future. So Kana ordered the harpooners to open fire herself, and she stood next to the bot in front of the monster. Many harpoons flew at the sea devil, but he also struck at his rivals, so there were no casualties. Those harpooners who were mainly engaged in maintaining law and order among citizens in unified Busousan were ordered to retreat. Khan had a truck equipped with weapons at his disposal and ordered it to move forward to the cantina. The truck drove into the sea devil's side at high speed, severely wounding it, and the harpooners continued to shoot at the monster. The monster screamed in pain again. Having received a serious and deep wound, the huge stakes with which the truck was equipped crashed into its carcass. Kentras pulled out those stakes along with the car from his side and lifted it high up. And then he swung it as if it were a toy car, and swung it at the balcony where the harpooners were standing. Then the sea devil threw the truck at the men with force, breaking the entire balcony structure in that place. Some of them lost their lives, others seriously injured their legs. The harpooners and the law enforcement officers were frightened and began to panic about how to defeat this monster. And then one combat harpooner ordered everyone to take up combat positions, explaining that if they stopped attacking, they would die immediately. He himself continued to strike with the machine gun, but the monster also dealt damage to his opponents, and then Botha and Kana jumped up together, deciding to attack the monster from above. They both twisted their weapons in such a way as to cut the cantina crosswise from the top. The other harpooners admired their leader, saying that Kana was not human at all if he possessed such skill. The monster roared loudly again, and meanwhile Botha and Kana continued to shred its carcass, and finally the Kentras let out foam from its mouth, and the harpooners thought they had already won with minimal losses. Kana remained standing on the back of the sea devil, while his carcass trembled in agony. The harpooners were shouting at her to destroy it completely, to finish the monster. From above, Kanya could clearly see all the people whom the Kentras had managed to shove into its mouth to eat. For a moment, she remembered herself as a 14-year-old girl, as another sea devil devoured her parents, and she spoke to the centaur that people are not food. When a sea monster challenges people to fight, they must be ready to fight back. Now she was referring to all the innocent victims who gave their lives just because a monster decided to contact them. But people will never remain silent, and the monsters must be prepared to pay for their crimes. After all, people are not such weak creatures as the sea devils think they are. Kana swung her swords and sarcastically said to Kentras to let her send him back to hell. And just as the girl was about to strike the final blow to the terrible sea monster, someone shot her in the back, inflicting numerous wounds. Kana screamed, and the monster took advantage of the moment to throw her off with a stump of its tentacle from its back. The harpooners, meanwhile, began to look around and look for who was shooting. Kana fell to the floor but managed to get up a little and looked in the direction where the shots came from and saw a figure with a harpoon gun around the corner. In this self-loathing figure, the girl recognized the bastard Major Doka. The sea devil, who was not yet completely finished, continued to attack, and Doha said to himself that he would not calmly watch Kana become a hero on this ship. The girl was dying of blood loss as she had numerous harpoon wounds, and the monster kept advancing. And now, it was almost ready to capture Kana in its terrible maw when it received a powerful blow from above. It was Botha who gathered all his skills and attacked the sea devil, dealing him a crushing blow. The monster roared and tried to throw the boy off of it. It slammed against the walls so hard that Botha couldn't hold on and flew off. The guy rolled to the floor and crawled up the balconies with numerous wounds on him. The bot realized that the sea devil was trying to escape because he thought that this battle was lost for him. Kana looked at the hated enemy Kentras leaving the battlefield and thought that they were very close to destroying them. Then the girl decided to bring to light the person who dared to shoot at her. With one deft movement, she launched her sword in the direction where Doha was hiding and exposed him. The major simply collapsed. When the other harpooners saw who had hurt their leader, they could not believe their eyes. And the major stood up and started shouting at them not to stand still and to arrest Kana immediately, because she tried to take his life. Kana fiercely replied that everyone here risked their lives to catch the sea devil, but because of him, the Kentras escaped. All the harpooners stood by the girl and supported her, which made Major Doka very angry. Kana then shouted at him that he knew better than anyone here what happens to those who go against the law and the rules. Dohu got to his feet and asked what she was talking about, and the girl explained that it was about the iron rules he was always talking about. And then she added that today the major broke one of those iron rules. However, Doha was still very defiant and angrily asked who gave her the right to raise her voice at, but Kana did not let up. She said that he had violated the harpooner's duties, namely, he had attacked his comrade. Major Dohu continued to stand his ground and shouted at the girl to shut her mouth because he was a top-class harpooner. This means only one thing: his words are equal to the law. However, Kang became increasingly angry, saying that he was a top-class harpooner who had put unified Busousan in great danger. Then Major Dohu pulled out his sword, preparing to attack the girl, and said he had had enough. Then he immediately rushed to her, saying that he would teach her good manners. Kana, preparing to take the blow that Doha was about to inflict on her and counterattack him, said that she condemned him to the loss of his life. So the two enemies faced off in a duel, and Kana severed Major Doha's head from his body with one sharp blow of her sword. But she herself had already lost a lot of blood due to her wounds and was critically exhausted. The girl fell to the floor and asked her subordinates to help Botha with her last strength. The harpooners rushed to her first, but the girl was losing consciousness and still thought only about Botha. Meanwhile, while such significant events were taking place here, Kentras continued to climb the walls of the ship in an attempt to escape, and Kana mentally asked Botha to stop the sea devil. Here and there on the balconies were people chaotically running away from the monster. Some of them did not have time to step aside, and became another victim of the monster that was moving further and further. The bot watched the entire path of the sea devil and did not understand where it was going. The boy saw that the monster no longer devours any of the people who come across it. It ignores them and just keeps climbing up. Then Botha thought that it didn't really matter where the monster was going because he was going to take his life before he got to the top. And up there on the arm of one of the cranes, Lita was standing on the arm of one of the cranes, holding her fallen friend's helmet in her hand and watching in silence. And 3 hours before all these events took place and the Kentras began to flee, Dr. Foyd sat alone in the lab by the broken tank. He was holding a flask containing an egg that Risa Na had found a long time ago, and suddenly Lita came to him, surprising the scientist. He told the girl that the object he was working on was now out of order and it was dangerous to be in the lab, so she should evacuate to the upper deck. But Lita constantly observed changes in her body that confused her, so she came to find out what the doctor had done to her. The scientist tried to explain that he started by saying that he collected all the mutagens that were extracted from the Kentras in these seeds. Then the doctor poured them into a tank of water that was distributed to people for their evolution in unified Busousan, and did this for several years. But then, at that very time, the best candidate for evolution appeared, and it was Lita. Therefore, the scientist decided to put everything on the line and thus added the mutagen Kentris to the girl's blood when she came to him for procedure. Then, as if nothing had happened, Dr. Foyd asked Lita if she had already felt any strange changes in herself and if she was in control of her consciousness. The madman looked into the girl's eyes and saw that one of them had a completely changed pupil, and he said that this eye was beautiful. And Lita asked him directly if he really had no idea what was happening to her. The scientist replied that it didn't matter anymore, and that she should show what she was capable of now. And now, Lita stood, as if specifically waiting for the canteen, and meanwhile a harpooner ran up to the upper deck to the hall, where representatives of 10 families were sitting behind the stands and reported that the mission had completely failed and the Sea Devil had escaped from the lower deck. Captain Bug Beck turned to the messenger and asked him menacingly what the unit was doing now. Then the harpooner said that they were all smashed, some of them destroyed. Even Kana is now in critical condition, and doctors are fighting for her life. This message shook the representatives of elite families a bit, because it showed that things were really bad. One of those men held his head and asked excitedly how it could be that so many people could not cope with one sea monster. The captain asked if this meant that there was no one left on deck who could stop the Sea Devil. Meanwhile, reporters were already at the scene of the terrible battle and were broadcasting the news. The journalists said that they were at the scene of the events, namely in the residential area B12 where the emergency had occurred. The cameraman would then point the camera at the dead people, and the journalist would report that there were many lifeless bodies there. The first episode of the news ended with a message to the viewers to stay tuned if they wanted to learn more about the reasons for the incident. The rich people on the upper deck were also watching the breaking news, and one man said quite coolly that there was quite a commotion on the lower deck. Another man seemed to sympathize a bit with the fact that the ruthless sea monster did not spare even children. And then he immediately ordered the bartender to pour him another drink because he didn't think he could spend the next night sober. One of the representatives of the 10 families ordered Captain Bug Beck to open the bulkheads on the lower deck and lure the Sea Devil in because they could not allow the Kentris to continue to destroy the ship, to which the captain said that if they opened the bulkheads, the monster would start attacking civilians. However, the representative of the authorities replied that the monster would leave the ship as soon as it satisfied its hunger, so let the captain go immediately to fulfill this order. Bug Beck realized how cynical this order was, but he had no right to disobey, so he passed the order down to open the bulkheads on the lower decks. And then the captain's gaze stopped on the panoramic window behind which Lita was standing, and he asked who she was. And the strangest thing is that representatives of elite families could not understand how this girl managed to get here either. And then, to their great fear, everyone saw that behind the girl was a Sea Devil called Kentris. The harpooners in the hall screamed frantically to cover their captain. Meanwhile, Lita ordered the Kentris to attack on the subconscious level, and it smashed the windows with its tail, and the harpooners and their captain were blown in different directions. Representatives of elite families have finally begun to realize that they are at the epicenter of the risks. They could not understand how the Sea Devil got here and what he was doing here. When they saw the terrible giant mouth of the monster with huge teeth, they began to run away from their stands and cry for help. However, the monster was quite skillful. It suddenly grabbed some representatives of elite families with its paw and crushed them. These rich people, who were on the floor below and were quietly drinking, heard loud noises coming from above. And the very next moment, the ceiling of that hall was broken and the Sea Devil killed several more people with his huge paw. The rich people cried out in fright. They had never expected to have to face a monster at least once. Meanwhile, the monster was destroying the upper decks, where the rich usually luxuriated, ignoring what was happening among the common people. The bot, which was climbing the ladders in pursuit of the Kentras and trying to catch up with it to finally destroy it, finally reached the top and saw that the upper decks were destroyed and that there were lifeless bodies lying around, among which he recognized the body of Captain Bug Beck. Then the boy turned around and saw an even more frightening and strange picture, a Sea Devil holding an elderly girl in his palm who was behaving very calmly. Botha was incredibly scared for his little sister, and he loudly shouted at her to get away from the monster because it was dangerous. However, Lita looked at her brother very calmly and told him not to worry, that she was fine, that the Kentras were protecting her. Botha did not understand his sister's behavior at all and asked her to move very slowly in his direction. But Lita again tried to explain to her brother that the Sea Devil thought she was his child. The bot frantically screamed that this was impossible and told her to move away from the monster immediately. Suddenly, Sonia appeared and unexpectedly attacked the Sea Devil from above. With one strong and skillful blow, she detached the monster's hand on which Lita was standing from his arm. Then the girl abruptly grabbed Lita under the armpit and, seeing danger ahead, shouted to Botha to duck. All three of them ducked to the floor, and immediately one of the cranes slammed into the face of the Kentris with all its might. This threw the sea monster off balance and inflicted new wounds. That crane was now operated by Gontai Park, and it hit the bullseye, so now the final move was up to Botha. And Botha didn't hesitate. He reacted as quickly as possible and rushed to attack the monster. One after another, the boy struck devastating blows to the terrible monster, which was already falling down and suddenly stumbled. But he got back on his feet immediately and without suffering much damage to himself. Botha looked at the hated sea devil and told him that he would not be able to escape now. Kentros was already in a rather critical condition, and Botha was still determined to finally destroy this sea devil. Suddenly he saw Kana right in front of him, and it was a big surprise. For a moment he was surprised and turned to her. Then Kana looked over her shoulder sideways at Botha and smiled slightly. And the very next moment the girl received a crushing blow to her back as the bot stabbed her with a sword. At the same time, the guy said that only an idiot would fall for it. And even more so, the Kentras missed one detail: Kana does not smile. Of course it was a fake Kana sea monster, just like 4 years ago, was going to mislead the guy about the time it failed. Botha continued to swing his sword left and right, causing irreparable damage to his enemy. And then he stuck the weapon into the monster's belly and quickly ran, cutting it in half. Kentras screamed and rolled over on his back, and the guy jumped on his face and looked the monster right in the eye and said that he deserved to lose his life more than twice, and then struck the monster the final blow. The monster was finally defeated, and the bot stood triumphantly on the destroyed carcass while it was already beginning to dawn. People began to gather around him and openly admired the guy, because he managed to do it. He managed to take the life of the devil. Sonia and Gontai were also watching with satisfaction, and Sonia said that Botha deserved that ovation. People happily embraced each other. The monster was destroyed, and they exclaimed that the one who took the lives of the Leviathans saved them. A small civil servant, Lee Kiho, also came running and was very happy to see the bot, and the reporters started filming again. Lee Kiho turned to the cameraman and told him to make sure he was recording everything and not missing anything. After all, this is the moment when the one who takes the lives of Leviathans is born in unified Busousan. Suddenly Botha saw his little sister standing near the carcass of the defeated sea devil. The guy worriedly started asking her if she was okay and if she was injured. But Lita smiled sweetly and assured her brother that she was perfectly fine. The bot that saw at night that one of his sister's eyes was altered now happily noticed that it was the same as before. However, Lita said that she wondered why she felt sad because the Kentras were taken away. And Botha said that he could not understand why this sea devil did not run away into the sea. Why did the monster decide to climb to the top deck instead of escaping in the water? Then Botha looked at his sister, who was meaningfully silent, and said, "Don't let her say that she called the cantor upstairs." But the girl frankly said that she did it, and said that at one time people took away the monster's nest and offspring, and being in his tank, he did nothing but shed tears of rage. And after some time passed, the sea devil began to be overwhelmed with determination. He was going to kill all the people on the deck of the boat. He listened to his sister's story and found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Lita continued calmly, saying that this is why she called the monster to the upper deck. All it did was to change the order of who was supposed to lose their lives first. But then, Botha intervened and managed to prevent a terrible thing from happening, although the monster did do some damage. After all the events on the ship, restoration work began. 2 men in suits walked around and looked at everything. One said that they had suffered quite a lot of damage, and the other said that the Tsarist government could not even be called a victory. Then they saw the destroyed stands and realized that even the noble people from the upper decks had lost their lives. If they had a bigger ego, they might have been saved. But as a result, at the moment, half of the heirs of the previous shareholders have been destroyed, and the other half are busy claiming their inheritance. Then they joyfully remarked that it seemed that now was their time, because all this chaos had given them a chance. These men were brothers among themselves. 9 out of 10 shareholders lost their lives that terrible night, but one survived. He was a member of one of the 10 elite families, and now he was involved in restoring normal life on the ship. Now the guy was only 20 years old, but it was the perfect age to use him as a puppet. And the brothers agreed that they would invite Botha to talk to him and, after a calm conversation, make this ship theirs. After the Kentras attack, many people were hospitalized. Some of them did not survive, despite the best efforts of the doctors, and Kana was also hospitalized here, as they were constantly fighting for her life, because she was in a very serious condition. Bot constantly came to check on her, and the doctor said that the girl had very serious injuries, but that the worst thing was that they did not have enough disinfectants and bandages. In general, too many people suffered in this massacre, and the doctor sadly looked around the ward. He said that all these patients will not last until tomorrow, unless there are urgent medicines for their treatment. Due to the lack of medicines, doctors have a terrible choice of who they should treat first with the supplies they have left. This is a terrible choice on the one hand. Kana, who is here because she defended the citizens of unified Busousan at the cost of her own health, and on the other hand, a little girl who is also fighting for her life. After his visit to the infirmary, Botha was returning to his apartment and was met on the way by 2 brothers who said they had heard that the guy was in dire need of medicine. One man said his name was Suman, and he was the president of Yapi Contracting, Another introduced himself as the deputy president and said his name was Joshua, and they were here in hopes that they could help Botha. Suman said that it was a strange coincidence that they have a whole cell full of medicines, namely emergency supplies for the situation in unified Busan. Botha was very happy to hear this news. He could not believe that everything was going so well and sincerely thanked the brothers. And then Suman rubbed his chin and said that these medicines are quite expensive, so he was worried that he would not be able to give them to Busan for free. This confused Botha a bit, and he asked what the men wanted in this case. Suman replied that they were asking for a small favor in exchange for which he would provide them with medicines. When Botha asked what the man was talking about, he replied that he was asking for water use rights. And he explained that the shareholder who used to manage the water system was killed in a recent incident, which means that there is no company to manage it in unified Busan. So if Botha agrees to give these men these rights, they guarantee them that the water quality will double. The brothers were well aware that in today's water world, water is the goose that lays the golden egg. So once they obtained the right to use water, it was only a matter of time before they grew to become the third largest business. Suman handed Botha an envelope containing bait for him, and the brothers hoped that the boy would bite on it. Botha asked Butler's butler, who was right next to him, if he had the authority to make such decisions and received an affirmative answer. Suman also said that Botha is the only surviving shareholder in United Busan, so he can make such decisions on his own. For Botha, it was a very difficult question of exchanging water use for medicine. The guy recalled how ordinary people here have always had a hard time getting water and even organized riots. And then Botha asked if he could think about the proposal and give an answer tomorrow, and the brothers agreed. Butler, the butler, thought to himself that the smell of profit had already attracted snakes. After all, Suman and Joshua were just cold-blooded businessmen who cared only about money. Butler was well aware that there would be many more like these two brothers, and over time, even more outsiders would covet the power that his young master now had. But Botha is still too young and inexperienced to deal with such eager people as they are, so the butler was very concerned about how Botha and the young miss would survive in this snake pit. So Botha turned to his friends for advice, and Sonia asked what was stopping him from simply transferring the water rights. It was just water, not gold. But Lee K-ho objected and said it was not that simple, because the company responsible for water use has raised the price of water so much over the past 4 years that riots have broken out everywhere. And Yapi Contracting, whose representatives proposed this exchange, is very famous for its viciousness. That's why Kehoe believes that nothing good will come of it if those people get water use rights. Botha understood this well, but they urgently needed medicine. The guy grabbed his head and asked why he had to make such a difficult decision, and Hantai philosophically replied that the one who wears the crown must wear it to the end. The friends were having this conversation in the infirmary, and then they heard someone from behind the curtain say that they were big dumbasses because it was obvious that they needed to choose the medical supply. Everyone wondered who could be making such remarks, and Sonia pulled back the curtain. There, on a hospital bed, they saw Brune, and were happy that the boy had managed to survive the fight with the sea devil Kentress. Brune furrowed his brow and said that he was a survivor, or do they think he would have let some sea monster take his life? And Sonia joked that it was Brune, the bandaged guy, who was covered in bandages and in a cast. Sonia's words made him very angry, and he told her to keep quiet because he was still a 3-star harpooner, Brune. However, Sonia did not let up. She continued to mock the poor patient and remarked that he must have meant to say 3-second Brune because she heard that not even 3 seconds had passed since he was knocked out. She also added that she was impressed by his speech when he attacked the centurion because she generally liked reckless men like him, but Brune said that he rather disliked women like her, so she should leave him alone. And then Sonia asked him why he was playing at being untouchable and used her own trick by licking her husband's cheek. Brune was seriously angry, shouting that he would finish off Sonia, and Hantai pointed out to the girl why she was doing the same thing again. Brune then asked Bot to do everything he could to get the medicine and save Kana. Then Botha asked the man if he was the one who had ignored Kana's orders, claiming that he did not need a new commander. Brune said guiltily that unfortunately this had happened, but now he realized that he was far from being that girl's equal. The man added that unified Busan also needs Kana very much. Therefore, Botha must do everything possible to get the medicine and help Kanya survive. In the end, Brune asked to save their commander, and everyone understood everything perfect. After having such conversations and consulting with his friends, Bot gathered people for a meeting the next day, including representatives of Yapi Contracting, and Suman wondered why the guy suddenly gathered so many people. Others were talking to each other, some asking if Botha was the only surviving shareholder, others claiming that this guy had absolute power here. One man said that he heard that Botha was the harpooner who killed Kentress alone, and people also heard that many people say that the boy is the son of Narissa and Theon Ma. And then Botha himself came out to the people who were actively sharing rumors and guesses and politely greeted them. It was quite a shock for everyone present to see that the boy was so young. Botha began his speech by saying that he had gathered them all here to discuss the issue of repairing the damage to their ship. And then he also said that first of all he would like to refer to the generous offer made to him by Yappy Contracting. Suman and Joshua smiled, and a slight murmur went through the room. Then Botha announced that he had decided to accept their offer. For the Yappy Contracting representatives, this was a good sign, Suman thought with satisfaction. He knew that Botha would not have refused. The company's president and deputy president bowed respectfully and thanked Botha, and Suman asked if this meant that the water use would now be transferred to them. Some of the people present were very unhappy about this because they realized that the two men had already taken advantage of the child for their own purposes. But Botha told Suman that it was unlikely that they would be given water use, which the men did not understand. And Botha explained that from now on, all water on the ship would be controlled personally by the engine room staff. Suman and Joshua came closer to Botha and began to whisper to him that this was not something they had agreed on, that he did not need medicine. But Botha calmly replied that of course he really needed medicine. The two brothers began to get nervous about why Botha was taking them for fools, or perhaps wanting to take the medicines for free. Suman asked if the guy had just been serious about this, if he was trying to get expensive medicines without paying anything for them. And then he turned to all those present and said that this was an outright robbery, don't you agree? One man said that he understood that all this was for the benefit of all, but it was not good to impose his opinion because of his status. Suman immediately grabbed onto those words and said that a person in a position of power should know how to follow laws and rules better than anyone else. And I thought that the boy probably has no idea how things work in the real world, but that's why there are rules for the privilege. And Botha calmly replied that he agreed and did not refuse to pay for the goods provided. Then he opened a briefcase full of gold bars. Everyone in the room was shocked to see the wealth. They could hardly believe that gold bars still existed, but that is exactly what they expected from the sole shareholder. However, Suman disagreed. For him, this was just a drop in the bucket compared to water use. Meanwhile, Botha was waiting for a response from representatives of Yappy Contract. People in the audience said that this gold was more than enough for medicines. Suman was angry with the boy and wondered what he was up to, but he was ready to show the kid the power of a real businessman. And he said that they wanted trust more than profit, and their deal was that they would give medicine in exchange for water use. And they hoped that they could offer help to unified Busousan after seeing the situation of the people, but if Botha does this, they will forget about this agreement. Then the guy said that people were dying on the deck, so did the representatives of Yappy Contracting refuse anyway. But those representatives were very cynical people, and such words did not work on them. And Botha said that no matter how desperately they needed their medicines, he would never hand over all the power over water use to some shady office. And this is his final answer, and he would also like those two men to make their final decision. He also sincerely hopes that their decision will not be to allow others on deck to suffer for their own benefit. People's lives are not something that can be traded, but there are those who only want to profit from this situation. In general, it will be better for them to prepare for the consequences that await them now. Because from that moment on, Yappy Contracting is deprived of all rights to do business. And by right of audit, the bot will order an accounting and tax investigation. Suman and Joshua were sweating cold sweats of excitement, thinking who knew that the guy was capable of using his power like that. If their credibility falls in the eyes of the sole shareholder, they are finished, and Botha looks serious, so they were thinking about what to do now. So the representatives of Yappy Contracting were not happy that they had started this whole story. They said they were sorry. Suman said that unified Busousan can use their medicines to its advantage. The bot politely thanked him and said that the harpooners were on their way to the warehouse. Botha also reminded Suman and Joshua to make sure they didn't forget to pick up the payment, and the men thought about how they had screwed up because they had taken the little shit too lightly. But in fact, all this time the boy was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and Butler admired his master's strength of spirit and wit. Soon after, the harpooners brought medicines and delivered them to the infirmary to the delight of all the staff. And with the help of those medicines and medical supplies, we managed to save many lives of the wounded. However, Kana unfortunately did not regain consciousness yet, and doctors continued to fight for her life. The attending physician said that they had done everything in their power, and that further developments depended only on Kana herself. Botha often visited his girlfriend, held her hand and told her that she must make it through, sincerely believing that she would succeed. The boy cried and assured me that there was nothing she could not do, that she could do anything. Meanwhile, Kana was having delusions, seeing Theon Ma sitting on the edge of the bed and telling her that it was time to get up, that she shouldn't give up so easily. And then she seemed to wake up sitting on the bed and realized that there was no eye patch on her face, so she immediately asked if she was dead. But Theon replied that no, they are rather inside her mind, so technically she is still alive. They were both sitting on the floor somewhere, and everything was just white around them, and Kana realized that Theon was just a figment of her imagination. But on the other hand, she was glad to be able to communicate with him at least in this way. Kana sat down with her knees under her and said that she had never stopped regretting one day. A few years ago, Major Dohu lost his arm, and he was kicking and screaming, calling out the name Theon Ma, and his subordinates tried to bandage his wound and told him to take it easy because he was losing a lot of blood at this rate. And the Major kept shouting that he would find Theon and kill him. Meanwhile, the 6-star harpooner then escaped from Unified Busousan with orders to take his life as soon as they found him. Theon grabbed the hand of his beloved Nerissa, and the two of them ran for their lives on the deck. And then he was called by Kana, who at that time was just undergoing training as a harpooner. The girl was quite frightened and asked why Theon had severed part of Major Doha's arm with his sword. Theon stopped and looked at the girl intently, saying that he had no other choice at the moment. He said that he was forced to do so because the Major threatened Nerissa. At the bottom of the ship, a small boat was waiting for them to make their escape. Theon and Nerys had already run to the ladder to climb down, and suddenly Theon felt someone grab his arm. It was Kana. Nerys had already started to climb down, and the man in the boat asked if he would have to wait much longer. He was very nervous and said he didn't want to be hanged, and Nerissa asked him to give Theon and Kani some time. They needed to say goodbye, and Nerissa understood this perfectly and did not interfere. Kani was in a lot of pain, but she finally let go of Theon's hand and told him to go because they were waiting for him. On the way down to the boat, Theon apologized and thanked the girl again. And then the boat very quickly took him and Nerissa away from Unified Busousan, where only danger and persecution awaited. And Kana stayed on the ship and saw the boat off with a sad look, and now she said that she has never stopped regretting that moment. She realized that that day was the last time she and Theon would see each other, but she couldn't say what she really felt. Mostly the girl remained silent because she saw the look Theon was giving Nerissa. But now they are both in Kana's dream, and Theon is not real here. Even if the girl fully understands that her true feelings will not reach him, she wants to do something now. If he doesn't mind, she wants to say goodbye to him forever in a proper way. And Theon calmly and with a smile replied that, as he had already said, they were now in her mind, and anything was possible there. Then she remembered another significant day for her when she first met Theon. On that terrible day, her husband saved her on that ship at the risk of his own life. And back then, as a 14-year-old teenage girl, Kana fell in love with her savior hero. And the most interesting thing is that her feelings for him have not changed at all since that long ago. And now she will say goodbye to Theon properly, even if he is in a fake one. Then the girl came closer to him, hugged him, and kissed him gently, and goosebumps ran through her body. And Botha continued to sit next to his friend, holding her hand, and a slight tremor went through her body. Kana is the one who saved him and Lita 4 years ago, knowing that she would lose everything she had. She remains the strongest and fairest person he knows. From the moment Kana rescued the lonely children on the island surrounded by sea monsters, Botha looked at her in a special way. She became a hero to him, a strong, brave, real harpooner. Then fate decreed that they lived together for a while, and Botha became enamored with the desire to be like Kana. That's why he is now tearfully asking her to pull herself together and wake up, not to leave him and Lita, not to leave him. Suddenly, he heard a moan coming from Kana, so he stood up and began to ask her loudly if she could hear him. Botha leaned over her, trying to catch at least some hint that his friend was waking up. And then Kana reached out her hand to his face and pulled him close to her, and Bot was very happy that his friend began to respond, and as a result they kissed, but in Kana's subconscious she was kissing Theon. The next day, as usual, people came to get clean water, which was now in the hands of the engine room staff. Mr. Quarong, wiping his hands, said that clean water should now be coming in when they finally connected the water pipes. One old man asked if this meant that they could now use the water as freely as before, and the woman next to him did not believe that this was happening in reality. People began to thank Quarong very much, and the man said that it was not him who should be thanked, but the guy who had just connected the pipes. Botha was standing right next to him, and the plumber patted him on the shoulder and thanked him for returning power to the people, and then shook his hand. Quarong looked at the boy with admiration and said that he had grown so much since the last time they saw each other. He couldn't believe it. Another plumber who also remembered Botha from the old days said that he always believed that the boy would become a great man. And the same plumber said that he remembers him as a little naughty boy who went where he was not asked, not to mention how he saved him when he was repairing pipes and got stuck. The man got too carried away with his stories and said that you could even say that he practically raised Botha. People recognized their savior and began to call his name everywhere, but Botha himself was already tired of the attention. The guy walked on and people everywhere enthusiastically chanted his name and greeted him wherever he went. Sonia heard the people's cheers and told Botha that he was now super popular. However, the guy did not react and Sonia asked Hantai what was wrong with him lately, but Hantai said that nothing had changed. Then Botha returned to his friends and said that he was going to get some air and then stepped on a step, slipped and rolled down. And then Gantai said that he was taking back his words because something was clearly going on with Botha. Botha came to the bottom of the stairs and staggered away, and Sonia said she was very sorry for him. Then Gantai asked where the boy goes every day, and Sonia said that it was obvious that he often visits Kana in the infirmary. Gontai asked if Botha was doing this despite the fact that Kana had not yet regained consciousness, and Sonia replied that this was why he was visiting her. The girl recalled the time when the rescue team went to the nest of the sea devil Genod in the seaport of Oasis. She remembers how Botha could not control his anger because his little Lita had been kidnapped. And then Kana told him to calm down and not to let his emotions get the better of him. After those words, the harpooner stroked Botha's head as if she understood how she could affect the boy's emotional state. And after those manipulations, the guy immediately calmed down and began to think soberly. Although Gontai said that he had no doubt that Botha would have done so, unless Sonia knows what Kana is like. And the man added that Botha was smarter than he thought, knowing when to retreat in the presence of a stronger fighter, although he must have basic survival skills, and Sonia said that Gontai was actually a clumsy old man. Although the girl agreed that Botha himself did not even know the reason why he was so down. Meanwhile, the guy walked like a mesmerized man on the deck towards the infirmary, and in his mind was only one thought, whether Kana would regain consciousness today. So he moved on step by step, not even paying attention to what was happening around him, and meanwhile, a man in a hood passed by. As he passed Botha, the hooded man turned around and pulled a knife from under his jacket. Botha continued to walk, thinking about Kana, and it seemed to him that the girl was getting better, given the way she moved her arm yesterday. Then the guy remembered yesterday's kiss and held his head and really hoped that Kana would not remember anything about it. Botha thought that if Kana found out about everything, he would be finished. While the guy was thinking about what to do when everything was revealed, a hooded man attacked him with a knife. However, Botha's reaction was excellent, and as soon as the man approached, the guy immediately pushed him away with a kick. After receiving a strong blow, the man fell to the floor, and Botha, not realizing what had happened, began to apologize to him and say that he had accidentally reacted in such a way. And then he started to get angry with himself that it was all because of the reflexes he had developed through numerous practices. And then Botha saw a naked knife on the man's side, while representatives of Yappy Contracting watched from afar. It turns out that those brothers hired a man who was supposed to eliminate Botha, but they failed. They were very angry because of the dare of some kid who appeared out of nowhere to freely change the rules of the upper deck. And they decided that they needed to get rid of the guy as soon as possible before he became an even greater threat to them. But since their first plan failed, they decided to come up with another plan to eliminate their enemy. So they agreed on this among themselves until they heard a scratching noise in the darkness. It turned out that Lita was there, and she was touching the wall with her nails and thus producing sparks, but the men had not yet seen her. Then the girl came closer, and behind her back she could see some tentacles with flashing lights on. Gradually, Lita came even closer to the men, and then they saw the monster in front of them. Suman and Joshua screamed that they were facing a monster, but Lita used her tentacles to grab them and eliminate them. The next day, it was reported that the president of Yappy Contracting, Suman, and his deputy Joshua went missing last night without leaving a trace. Sonia immediately stated that she was 100% sure that it was they who had organized the attempt on Botha's life, adding that when the men realized that they had failed, they simply ran away. And Botha's eyes immediately caught the scratch marks on the wall and immediately asked if anyone had seen Lita today. Sonia replied that she had not seen the girl since yesterday afternoon. The bot was very excited about this. He had guessed something but could not believe it. At that time, Lita hid somewhere in the engine room among the pipes, hiding her body with a hooded cloak. The girl could not return to her human form. The tentacles that appeared behind her back remained in place. Since she could not do anything on her own, she went down to the lower deck where the prison was located. There she found the cell where Dr. Foyd was sitting and stopped right in front of him. The scientist did not know who had come to see him, and Lita said that she needed help. Then the girl opened her hood and showed the doctor the changes in one of her eyes. Foyd was so happy that Lita was able to mutate after all. And the girl said that she only used the Force to punish the people who threatened her brother, but after that she could not return to her normal self. So now she has come to the doctor to ask him to restore her usual human form. However, the scientist said in a philosophical way that once a caterpillar turned into a butterfly, it would never become a caterpillar again. And the same transformation applies to Lita, so there's nothing else that can be done. The girl just has to accept her fate for granted, and there is no cure for her condition. Then Lita got very angry and grabbed the doctor's neck with her tentacle, asking why she couldn't come back and if she would stay like this for the rest of her life. The scientist explained that it is gradually transforming from a sea monster into a stronger and more ideal creature. And with the power that Lita now has, why does she still want to live as a human? Because she can become an alpha predator and live freely in the ocean. However, the girl had a different opinion. Now she realized that she should not have listened to Dr. Foyd and that all this was happening to her because of him. She tightened her tentacle around the scientist's neck even more, and he asked if she wanted to take his life, and if so, she should not hold back and do it. He grinned wildly and said that the power of the sea monster would help her in this. Those words had a strong impact on Lita, and she let the doctor go and said that she was not a monster. All these actions caused some noise in the prison, and finally a harpooner came in and asked what all the shouting was about. He went to the cell where Dr. Foyd was kept and saw that he was somehow restless. And the scientist told Lita to go where her personal inner instincts lead her, and then he would finally be able to finish his last project. Foyd definitely liked the changes in the girl's body. Meanwhile, Botha continued to search for his little sister. He approached Lee Kiho and asked if he had seen Lita. The man replied that he had not and asked what happened. The bot replied that it was nothing serious, but asked the officer to let him know if he saw a girl. Lita was standing on the balcony upstairs, and she could see that her brother was intensely looking for her, but she did not know what to do in the situation she found herself in. Then she turned sharply and accidentally hit a man who was passing by. 2 tentacles suddenly peeked out from under her cloak. The girl was frightened and ran away as fast as she could before the man realized anything. As a result, she sat on one of the outer pipes and thought about how she could not show up to her brother in this form. After all, it may well happen that she will no longer be able to take on a human form. And then she remembered the words of Dr. Foyd, who said that she could become an alpha predator and live freely in the ocean. Lita looked at the waves lapping at the surface and thought that maybe she should live in the water, just like all the sea monsters it gradually turns into. But if Lita has to live in the ocean depths as a sea monster, will she eat people? Then the girl remembered her mom and dad who were human and had once given birth to her. Then she remembered Kana, who saved her, and her older brother Botha, who always believed in her and protected her. Then the girl remembered Mr. Mao, the owner of the restaurant, and all the people from the Oasis Seaport, as well as the kind and helpful Mr. Lee Kiho. I remembered Lita, Noah, and Leah, whom they took with them from the underground city. And then I remembered my good friend Gu Kim, who unfortunately passed away. Lita recalled how they went to collect water from one of the water pipes that led to the upper deck. He told us that he was collecting this water for Mr. Kim and his wife, who had recently had a baby. Lita, at her fairly young age, saw that there are many bad people in the world, but there are also many good people. The girl had her friend's helmet with her and heard her tears dripping from her eyes. And it was for the sake of those wonderful and good people that Lita really wanted to be human. However, Dr. Foyd's words said the opposite. He said that Lita's transformation would not be reversed, so she must accept her fate for granted. Then the girl got to her feet and took off her cloak, trying to accept that she could no longer be human. Lita thought that she could use the power she now possessed. Then it wrapped its numerous tentacles around itself, and they completely enveloped its body so it could become like a kentress. At this time, Bot, who had not found his little sister anywhere, was sitting in the infirmary by Kana's bed as usual and dozing off. In the meantime, Kana regained consciousness, saw her friend next to her, and wondered how long she had been unconscious. Then the girl looked around the ward where many people were lying and came to the conclusion that Botha had managed to destroy the Sea Devil Kentress and save all those people. She put her hand on Botha's head and thought how good he was. What a guy woke up from. He said to start thinking that she would never regain consciousness. Then he burst into tears and said that he was very worried about her, and that's why he even started praying every day. Kana apologized, and then Lita came to the infirmary, and her brother immediately attacked her where she had been all this time. Kana was very excited when she saw the baby, and the girl immediately ran into her arms. She excitedly said that she thought Kana would never wake up, but finally it happened. Kana and apologized to her for the disturbance, and then the 3 of them hugged each other, and Lita realized that she could no longer be human. Then the girl made a difficult decision that she would be a monster after all. But she would be the kind of monster who would protect innocent people, and she took a flower she had grown from her friend's room and transplanted it into his helmet and took it with her. Shortly afterward, the first meeting of the council began in the restored hall in the unified Busousan. Leaders and executives from various fields discussed important issues regardless of their status. Also, later at this council, all those present elected a new captain. A new police department was created to strengthen the ship's security. At the same time, harpooners were categorized as an army fighting external enemies such as sea monsters. Kana, who had finally recovered, began to train new harpooners, and 5 months of diligent training have passed. So Kana, as the leader, said that all the students had officially become harpooners and congratulated the new squad. The girl spoke from the rostrum that, as they all know, harpooners protect people from sea monsters. They are constantly risking their lives to protect their homes and the people who live in them. Among those who completed the training was also Botha, and the harpooners standing next to him could not believe their eyes that the one who took the lives of the Leviathans would be their comrade. After all, Botha looked like an ordinary guy, and you couldn't even tell that he was special. Also present in the hall where the graduates gathered were Brune, who has already recovered from his injuries and returned to duty, and other harpooners from Kana's unit. The girl continued her speech and said that their duties and responsibilities are a very heavy burden, but the results will bring them honor. And now they have all become defenders of the United Busousan, so may good luck and glory be with them. Upon completion of the training, all harpooners got a tattoo with a sign of their affiliation with the organization. Botha also came to the parlor, and the tattooist told him that according to tradition, if someone took the life of one of the 7 sea devils, a red star is tattooed, and asked if the guy was sure he didn't want it. But Botha calmly replied that he didn't care about the stars at all. He was quite pleased with the dignified sign that now flaunted on his right shoulder, for he had just begun his journey. Unified Busan will return to its normal life quite quickly. Fortunately for all the residents, the market looked even better now that it had reopened. Someone held up a piece of paper with jobs written on it, such as sewer work, scrap metal work, restaurant work, heavy machinery work, and workshop work, and crossed each one off in turn. Noah and Leah used that recording and were unhappy that everyone ignored them just because they were children. The brother and sister were very worried that at this rate they would not be able to find a job at all. The workshop was the last on the children's list, and their last hope of finding a job was now only there. Leah assumed that they would not succeed there either, and would not be hired. Still, they could not give up, so they decided to try. When they went inside, they saw a diving device attached to a computer. At first, Noah wondered why there was only one such device here, but they decided to take a look anyway. Leah immediately went to the computer to check if the device was working at all. There she found a lot of errors in the system, which the workshop workers are probably trying to fix. As a result, the children started to work, and then one of the workers came and scolded them not to move anything because it was not a toy. Then the employee looked into the computer and was very surprised to see that all the errors were corrected one by one. He asked if Leah had done it, and the girl said that where they grew up, there was a similar device. Noah, meanwhile, climbed into the cockpit and said that the pilot's seat was no different. Then the boy pressed the appropriate buttons, and the device started moving. Another worker exclaimed with delight that the machine was finally working, and Mr. Steve, the head of the workshop, said that they had been working on this thing for 3 years, and it was finally getting off the ground. Noah and Leah asked hopefully if Mr. Steve would hire them, and the master exclaimed very loudly that he would certainly accept them both. He told them that they were now working here, so they shouldn't even think about running away from here. Meanwhile, in Unified Busan, all the deep-sea explorers were busy with their work. Harpooners were searching for valuable treasures at the bottom as usual. This time they were lifting the car up and talking to each other about how great the weather was today and how it felt good to be away from sea monsters. Then one of them said that he had tried his best to become a harpooner but had never seen a sea monster, so he could support that it seems that there is not much work for them today. Another man said that he really wanted to defeat the sea monster and become famous as Botha. And Botha himself recalled how he used to say that he was finally ready, that he was ready to fight whenever it was necessary, but nothing happened here. So Kana said he was strange and asked what was wrong with a peaceful life. Botha said that he was not aware of how much stronger he had become because all he was doing was training and he wanted to prove himself. The guy thought about the man who was bored from lack of work and saw that he was no different from his past. Another man said that the Leviathans probably already know that in Unified Busan there is a Leviathan who takes the lives of Leviathan. The man also said that it was quite strange because he had never seen the ocean so calm in the last 20 years. And Botha thought to himself that this does not mean that there are no sea monsters in the ocean. Most likely they just realize that this territory is already controlled by someone. The boy thought about his little sister. One night the girl suddenly got up and sat on the bed. Botha, who was sitting at a table in that room studying some papers, saw Lita suddenly get up and head for the exit. He called her, but the girl did not respond, so he ran after her and asked what happened. Botha realized that his little sister was acting like a sleepwalker and tried to wake her up. Then, when they went out on deck and approached the ship, Lita stopped and pointed to the veil and said the word there, and the endless sea stretched out before them. Botha asked her sister what she meant, and heard back that the girl was thinking about some sunken Jenner ship she had dreamed about before. There was a very large library on the United Busan ship, and the next day, Lita decided to go there and use its services. The library was run by an old lady who helped the girl find the information she needed, so they read that the Jenner was a research ship studying a piece of the tramp in the Pacific Ocean about 130 years ago. Then she showed Lita the photos in the book where you could see the shipwreck. The girl looked at it and said that it was the same place she had seen in her dream and asked where it was. And the librarian said that in her opinion it was somewhere near the tramp crater. The woman said that this was due to the period when a wandering meteorite collided with the moon. It was then that most of its fragments landed in the Pacific Ocean. Scientists from all over the world have gathered around this crater to determine what the tramp was. Ships with scientists surrounded this crater, and suddenly, for some unknown reason, an explosion occurred there. This explosion was so powerful that it caused the sinking of all the research ships, and none of them survived. Then the old librarian said that this was all that was recorded about the tramp, and that by that time humanity had not cared about this place. The elderly manager was more surprised by why a ship from 130 years ago appeared in a young girl's dream. But Lita didn't know the answer to this question herself, so she decided to figure it out now. And recalling her dreams where she saw the eye of a sea monster, she said that she felt that there was something there. Botha was very worried about his little sister, and he remembered her pointing offshore and saying that there was a house there. However, he tried to calm Lita down and told her to take it as a bad dream and go get some rest. But Lita, did not want to rest. She went to the upper deck where the garden with apple trees was located and started picking apples. One of the gardeners asked why the girl did not take a rest for today because he thought that Botha was worried about her, but the girl said that she was fine. And then she added that this is where she relaxes. In this garden among the spikelet apple trees and other greenery, she seems to enter another world. And the gardener, picking apples, said that people sometimes need such places for restoration and relaxation. The man said that if everything ever came back to normal, they would be able to make the land greener with the seeds they already had. Then the gardener and Lita went to the hive, and the man opened it and said that it seemed there was a new queen. It was a queen bee, and it was really much larger than other bees. Lita really enjoyed seeing the hive's inhabitants, as she had never seen anything like it before. And then, looking closely at the honeycomb, the girl saw another large bee. She admired the sight and said that they must be two sisters. And suddenly Lita saw that one of those big bees had stuck its stinger into the body of another big bee, so the girl was a little scared and asked why the bee had attacked her sister. And the gardener explained that in this way, bees get rid of competition from queens for no other reason. And in general, it is a natural instinct of these insects. Lita thought deeply about the words about natural instinct. If the queen is strong, she has the right to take over the entire kingdom. As a result, the stung large insect died, which was to be expected. Lita thought how unfortunate it was that the bee had to die at the moment she was born. How ironic. Suddenly, everything in the garden seemed to darken dramatically, and something began to appear from the ground in the middle of the grass. The girl turned around and saw a strange, amorphous substance in the shape of a bipedal creature with a glowing inside. Then the substance transformed a little more, and something that looked like a scary head appeared and told Lita that it had found her. It found the one it was looking for and leaned very close to the girl, who was very scared. She screamed with all her might to make it go away, and the strange substance dissolved into thin air, and the darkness disappeared. Lita was sitting on the grass, completely confused, and the gardener was already running to her and asking what had happened to her and if she was okay. Everything that happened here was so realistic that Lita was sure that she was not imagining it. Meanwhile, the captain of the United Busousan was at his post in the radio room with his men, exploring the surrounding area. Suddenly, they picked up a target on the radar, which was quite strange. Then, looking closely, the men saw a ship ahead with Jenner written on the side. Lita stayed in the garden all the time, but the darkness gathered around her again, and she realized that it was coming. The girl ran as fast as she could from the upper deck downstairs, realizing that things could be bad. Somehow, all the fish in the ocean started to behave strangely. They just jumped up. Some citizens paid attention to it, but did not understand what was happening. Lita looked into the distance at Jenner's ship, which was sailing closer and closer to them, and realized that it was getting closer. The captain was looking closely at the approaching ship and waiting for some kind of message, but there was no response from the ship. The captain could not understand where the hell this ship came from. Suddenly, one of the workers in the radio room said that there was an emergency rescue signal. The captain asked if the signal was coming from that unknown ship, but the employee said no. The radio room heard a message from someone on the radio. The floating city of New York is currently under attack from the Scutum, repeating the floating city is under attack. The workers were frightened to hear that the largest floating city had been attacked by a Scutum. Suddenly, another alarm signal appeared in the radio room. The message came from Akroma, where citizens reported that they had been attacked by the Bazrak and called for the rest to flee. Then there were more alarming reports. For example, from the Trade Union of Our Lady, they were ambushed, and you could even hear the rumbling that was happening on their ship, and the trading port was attacked by a kraken. The seaport of Oasis was attacked by sea monsters, and then they saw the Sea Devil and cried out for help. Now the captain of the United Busousan realized that all the major strongholds of humanity were simultaneously attacked by the Seven Devils. Now he turned his attention back to the ship that had appeared on the horizon and saw that it was heading straight for them. The captain abruptly ordered the helmsman to turn right. He realized that now they needed to sail as far away from that unknown ship as possible. But the ship in front of us shifted to port by 15 degrees and quickly headed for Unified Busousan. The captain quickly picked up the radio and started sending messages to the other ship to stop it immediately and change course. However, no one responded from the unknown ship, and the Unified Busousan ship made sharp maneuvers to avoid a collision. And so, with 300 meters to go, the unknown ship continued to pursue the Unified Busousan. The captain shouted one last time for the offenders to stop, but his calls had no effect. And so, the inevitable collision did occur. An unknown ship crashed into the United Busousan at high speed. Lita, who was standing on the deck and watching the whole thing, realized that they were under attack. People who were not on the decks in the middle of the ship thought that this had just happened. They ran out frightened and asked what the noise was. Then they noticed that water was beginning to collect under their feet, and the unknown ship continued to ram its hull into Unified Busousan. Water begins to flow through the holes, and in some places it knocks people down with a powerful wave, and a flood begins. Citizens quickly began to climb from the lower decks to the upper decks as the water was arriving very quickly. Citizens realized that at this rate their ship could sink. People panicked and tried to avoid the water and get up as quickly as possible. The captain gave the order to evacuate the civilians and close all the partitions. Some people were already completely underwater, and then they saw some tentacles among them. Citizens fled as fast as they could to avoid being in the risk zone, sometimes managing to do so at the last minute before the partition was closed. Mr. Hwarong ordered the drainage pumps to be turned on immediately because if Unified Busan drowns, everyone will drown with it. Suddenly, the engine room workers, who saw the bow of an unknown ship in front of them, noticed something alive crawling out of it. So people immediately realized that they were attacked by a sea monster. It was one of the 7 sea devils called a wormhole. It entered here and began to attack people by releasing some thin threads from its tentacles. Those threads would suck on the victim and instantly draw all the blood out of the victim, mummifying the body. The people tried to escape, but the monster managed to get its tentacles everywhere, and Mr. Hwarong fell into its clutches. But he was saved by Kana and Botha, who had already arrived at the scene of the attack. Botha ordered him and all the other people to immediately run for cover. People began to evacuate. They were very worried that the ship might sink. Others reproached them for not attracting trouble because the ship was too big. They would be able to cope. The children were crying. They were scared and hugged their parents, and one girl saw the monster throw its threads at her mother, and she died instantly. Those threads fell on this deck directly from the gap in the floor and began to attack citizens. And the next moment, a whole horde of tentacles broke through the floor and attacked people trying to evacuate. And then, fortunately for the people, harpooners arrived to repel the attacks of the sea devil. Sonia Gontai Park and Brune worked in this segment and immediately announced their arrival to the leader. Then Kana began to give orders to protect civilians with all our might. And together, the brave defenders rushed to counterattack the wormhole, cutting off its numerous tentacles everywhere. A fierce struggle against one of the sea devils continued in Unified Busan, just as it did on the floating city of New York. They were attacked by a sea devil called an acroma, a creature several times larger than the city itself. Another sea devil has completely enveloped the trade port with its giant tentacles somewhere, and the trade union of Our Lady is struggling to survive. The seaport of Oasis was also attacked and destroyed by the monster. Now the United Busan was forced to repel the attack of the wormhole sea devil. They managed to successfully counterattack the first attack, and people were already rejoicing that they had been saved, shouting that the harpooners had saved them. Brune said that they did a great job, and Sonia boasted that she was a former mercenary anyway, and asked if she hadn't been great just now. Brune said that the mercenaries were absolutely no match for them compared to the 7 devils, and Sonia was outraged and said that she had heard from a 3-second-old. Then she added that she had personally interrupted half of the conversation, but Brune did not give up and said that he had also interrupted half of it. Then one of the harpooners asked Kana what the situation was, and Kana replied that it was over, although it was quite surprising that everyone had dealt with the sea monster so quickly. Kana suggested moving on, but then she looked at the countless severed tentacles of the monster and saw that they were moving. Then it became apparent that all the damaged tentacles were regenerating, and the worst thing is that they not only recovered but also agreed in parallel, so now there are even more of them. Suddenly, the harpooners saw that a giant monster had grown right in the middle of those regenerated tentacles. They looked at that disgusting creature and tried to understand what it was. And it was none other than one of the 7 sea devils called a wormhole. Then something extremely strange happened. A terrible monster lifted up one of the lifeless bodies and spoke through it, asking where the queen was. And then it warned me that it would kill every single person here and threw the body away. Then it picked up another of its victims and continued to speak, ordering him to tell them immediately where the queen was, otherwise it would be bad. A reporter who was covering the events on the spot also fell victim to the wormhole and was asked the same question about where the queen was. Sonia shouted to the sea devil that there was no queen here and immediately chopped off something that looked like a head. But despite the fact that the monster's stem was completely destroyed, it still regenerated. The harpooners noticed that this creature is simply immortal if it can constantly regenerate like this. Then they decided to attack the sea devil together, but they failed, and the wormhole caught them all with its tentacles. It was something terrible, a monster that began to release its insidious threads that sucked the blood from the victim, and some of them began to envelop Sonia's face, and the girl was unable to defend herself. But then suddenly, everything stopped, and the sea devil turned his attention to the direction from which the phrase that she was here and who he needed came from. Lita stood there and communicated with the monster on a telepathic level. She called him to her, and the monster just walked away, letting all the captives go. The harpooners hit the floor, and Brune asked what in the name of all that was just happening. Although the monster disappeared, it left the harpooners lying in its sticky, very strong substance that did not allow them to move. Sonia asked if they would have to stay in this position now. And then one of the harpooners, who had been wearing a spacesuit all along, opened it and started to climb out. It turns out that it was a girl, and now she has managed to free herself because only her protective suit was caught in the sticky substance. Brune asked if it was okay that she was just taking off her spacesuit, which she wore on a regular basis. And the harpooner asked if he had any other option in that situation. then pulled out a knife and said that she would free everyone. Sonia looked closely at her employee and was surprised by something. The girl understood what she was talking about and asked if this was the first time Sonia had seen someone with fish play. Meanwhile, Lita continued to summon the sea devil to her, realizing that she had to distract him from the people. The girl transmitted a telepathic signal for the monster to come to her, and from every crevice of the ship, the wormhole's nasty tentacles came out. It just moved forward, not caring about the people it met on its way. Botha saw that the sea devil was heading in the direction where his little sister Lita was, and he did not understand what she was up to this time. Meanwhile, the sea monster continued to crawl out of the United Busousan ship. Lita continued to stand still, and then the monster approached her almost to the point of the bot shouting at her that it was dangerous so she shouldn't do it. And then the captain gave the order to open fire because the target could already be caught and all of them could be destroyed. So there was a powerful explosion that hit the sea devil, who screamed in pain. But the monster did find his queen, and that's why he came here. It reacted quickly, grabbed the little girl, and disappeared into the ocean depths with her. Without hesitation, Botha jumped into the sea right behind them to swim to the rescue of his sister. After diving deep enough, the boy saw a sight that shocked him. Under the water, his Lita, who also had her own tentacles, was fighting the wormhole. Lita asked the sea devil why he had attacked them. She had no desire to fight him, but the wormhole grabbed her with its tentacles and said that the principle of one kingdom, one queen applies here. Lita was still trying to negotiate, asking the monster to leave them alone and let them live in peace, and asking if they couldn't just coexist with the sea monsters in the water and them above it. The girl cried in despair and asked why they couldn't finally put an end to all this. However, the wormhole did not want to listen to Lita at all. He repeated only one thing, that there is only one queen, and the monster had already prepared his threads to sting the helpless girl when his body was pierced by Botha's sword. The monster roared and Botha shouted at it not to touch his sister. Then the boy continued to strike the sea devil and he finally let Lita go. But the monster also fought back, and then Jenner's ship began to fall from the surface of the water and Botha risked being crushed, but everything went well. Only the boy realized that the more he moved, the more he lost air. So he decided to go to the surface to get some oxygen and activated his sword, and the monster chased him. Lita, who was watching this battle, could not let her older brother die, so she decided to join the battle and separated part of the monster's head. But the sea devil immediately began to regenerate and released its tentacles, capturing Lita. It completely enveloped her, stuck its threads in and began to suck out all the fluid. The bot was very scared that everything was gone and his sister was dead, so he rushed to try to save her, but he was grabbed by a tentacle and saw his sister alive. Botha could not understand anything, but Lita explained to him that what the monster swallowed was not her. It was the poison of the genome to which the girl gave her image, and then the wormhole exploded. However, as usual, he began to regenerate, and Lita warned him that if he continued to recover, he would be in danger. In this case, it will absorb it completely, every last bit of it. As a result, the sea devil decided to flee, but threatened several times that the battle was not yet over, and that her kingdom would fall. Meanwhile, on the United Busousan ship, Mr. Hwarong was trying to pull his team together, saying that all was not lost, and that the drainage pumps needed to be protected. Near the shield, he saw one man standing motionless. Hwarong called out to him to return to his post, but the man continued to stand silently in place. Then the man pressed a lever, and a powerful stream of water immediately gushed out. And as a result of the influx of a huge amount of water in one place, a huge crack formed on the United Busousan ship. The butt beams could not withstand the load, and there was a risk that they would break. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. The beams broke, and the crack on the ship became even deeper, and as a result, it broke. People began to rescue each other as best they could and drag those who were falling to another part of the ship. However, some of them could not resist and simply began to fall into the water between the two parts of the huge ship. Some of the people fell because they could not hold on. Others jumped into the water on purpose because they thought it was over and the ship was going to sink. Meanwhile, inflatable lifeboats were floating in the sea and people were trying to get into them. Meanwhile, a huge part of the ship that had become detached due to broken fasteners began to tilt even more sideways. Kana, who was also trying to stay on the deck to avoid falling into the water, could not believe her eyes. After all, a huge ship is now sinking, proudly called the United Busousan. And suddenly a tentacle came out from under the water, and there were a lot of people in the water at the time, and they thought they were dead because a sea monster had appeared. And then people saw an incredible miracle. Lita emerged from the ocean depths with tentacles coming out of her back. Now people no longer knew whether they were looking at a sea monster or a human being. Meanwhile, Lita had risen higher, and her tentacles grabbed the wreckage and prevented it from falling into the sea. The frightened people still saw that strange creature as a dangerous sea monster, and Lita saw the fear in their eyes. The girl recalled how one mother frighteningly took her children away from her in the oasis seaport. People continue to avoid it and fear it, and this fear is genuine. I looked at my little sister and thought that she should hide her tentacles so that people wouldn't see. Lita felt what her brother was telling her. but she said that there was no going back. The girl realized that being in this form was the only way she could save, and she sincerely apologized to her older brother for her disobedience and continued to do what she had started. She knew that now everyone perceived her as a sea monster and recalled the words of Dr. Foyd, who urged her not to hold back and do it. The scientist slyly added that the power of the sea monster would help her in this. So now Lita has clearly decided that she will not hold back her essence and will finally become a monster for the benefit of all mankind. But the girl was turning into a monster that would not destroy people but protect them. While the whole transformation was going on, Lita felt as if her body was being torn apart and she was in extreme pain. With her tentacles, which now appeared in an immeasurable number, the girl tried to save the ship, although she thought she could not because it was too big. Eventually, Lita realized that it was too much for her and she needed help. And suddenly people saw that the tentacles of the wormhole came to Lita's aid and began to reinforce the ship. And inside, in one of the holds, the door was blocked and water was constantly coming in, and Mr. Quarong and other engine room workers were also there. And then suddenly the water started coming out somewhere. It was strange because all the exits were blocked. Then, one of the workers noticed the huge tentacles of the sea monster that had recently attacked them and was now pumping water out of the hold. Lita saw such help and sincerely thanked her comrade. Now part of the huge ship of the United Busousan was already freed from the water and stopped sinking underwater, and she continued her work. Her tentacles fully supported the huge ship from collapsing. People watching this incredible sight were amazed and said they could not believe their eyes. One girl who was sailing with her father at sea asked if Lita was a man, and her father said he didn't know. Then a girl who was watching with fascinated eyes said that Lita looked like an angel. Everyone around them realized that this child was not a monster, but was saving their ship. People were now looking at everything that was happening with a kind of reverence, and some thought that Lita was miracle. But everyone agreed that this child was sent to them by God. As a result, Lita's tentacles formed a strong, stable protective frame on the United Busousan ship, and Botha decided to finally get to his little sister. When he came closer, he saw that the girl was unconscious, so the boy called her, and she just seemed to fall off the wall and started falling down. Botha grabbed her hand on the fly and they dove underwater together. Also, some tentacles of the wormhole sea devil fell off the wall. Botha was trying to wake up his sister because he didn't know how she was feeling. And when the girl opened her eyes, he asked if she was okay. Then she told me that the wormhole had come for her and she was sure that other leviathans would continue to come for her to kill her. Botha said that it was okay to let them come, because that's why he became a harpooner. Although not only for this reason, he promised his father that he would always protect his little sister. Lita smiled sweetly at him, and then tears came out of her eyes, and she said that Botha was very kind. But this is what she loves about him the most, and she would like to stay with him forever. However, now it was time to let him go, but Botha was still holding her hand. He categorically refused to let her go and asked what she was talking about. Her brother said he would never let her go because he loves her so much and has to take care of her. And then one of the sea devil's tentacles swam up to Botha and bit him on the hand he was holding Lita with. So the boy opened his fingers in pain and his sister's hand slipped out. Botha still could not accept the fact that he was losing Lita. He chased her into the depths with his sword and asked her to return, but the girl was sinking deeper and deeper, and Botha's sword ran out of charge, so he could not chase her anymore. And on the ship of the unified Busousan, the tree-like threads and ropes with which Lita protected it from destruction remained. All this did not just stick to the plates, it became one with the ship. Mr. Quarong explained to the captain that the ship would most likely sink if they tried to cut the thing. The captain didn't really like the look of it all, but he had to leave it as it was. He only wondered how a little girl could have created this whole structure. And when Botha returned to the ship and could not find a place for himself, Kana came up to him and asked if the queen the wormhole was looking for was Lita. And the boy said that he noticed his sister gradually changing. He saw everything, but he decided not to face the truth, knowing that she had become very fragile and vulnerable. Most likely the girl was scared and probably also lonely. But Botha was an idiot who said he would always be there for me. But in reality, he just acted as if nothing serious had happened. Kana wanted to calm the boy down, saying that it was not his fault because Lita had already planned to leave the place to protect the people, and her and him. However, in her heart, Kana was also very worried about Lita's disappearance and wondered where the girl might be now. After a while, the captain of the United Busousan decided to make an appeal to the citizens. Everything was prepared for him, and the captain's words were heard at a certain time from every speaker located throughout the ship. The captain said that in the last 100 years of their travels, unified Busousan had never been attacked by leviathans. And at the same time on each island, the same words were heard only with regard to their community. The speech was the same for all of them, saying that, as always, those evil leviathans will stop at nothing. In the future, they will only thirst for human blood even more. Therefore, people do not need to suppress their anger because such outrages cannot be forgiven. In particular, in that terrible massive attack by sea devils, the completely burnt out Acroma went down. People should never sit back and just wait for their lives to end. The glorious and powerful floating city of New York was almost completely destroyed. Therefore, now there is a call for all the people who survived on this planet to unite as one. And now we all need to work together to fight the awakened global evil that is destroying humanity. All this must be done for the sake of the future of every person. The captain of the United Busousan called to show those sea monsters everything that people are capable of. The entire parliament of the unified Busousan unanimously adopted Operation Extermination, a plan to destroy the Leviathan. The harpooners immediately set to work to draw up a plan of action. Gontai Park asked how they could find the nest in this vast ocean and what they needed to rely on. And Botha immediately replied that he should rely on Lita because she said that she had seen a nest in the place where Jenner's ship sank long ago. And eventually, the wormhole Sea Devil arrived on the long-submerged Jenner. The researchers have already done some work on this wreck and pulled out a black box. The nest of the Sea Devils must be located where all the ships sank 130 years ago, and this black box can lead the harpooners there. Little Leah worked on decoding the black box from Jenner's ship and finally managed to restore the GPS. It was estimated that the nest is located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean near the chain of the Imperial Seamounts. Botha memorized the name of those imperial underwater mountains because he realized that the monsters hunting for his little sister were there. He was extremely determined to go there and bring his little Lita home. The bot was so determined that he promised himself to do it even if he had to take the lives of all the leviathans in the ocean. A real war of people against sea monsters was beginning. So the decision was made, war was declared, and in the meantime survivors of the previous attack by sea devils, in particular from the island of Acroma, drifted across the ocean. The harpooners of this flotilla looked at the map and saw that at this rate they would not reach New York until 15 days later, and their supplies were already running out. Looking at all the people rescued at the Akram, those in charge wondered whether they would be able to reach their destination alive. Every evening, as soon as the sun went down, everyone on the boats was driven inside into the hold. This was done for safety because sea monsters were waiting for them every night. And of course, this night was no exception. As soon as the sun disappeared behind the horizon, sea monsters attacked the flotilla's boats. The people in the hold listened to every sound that came from outside, and they could hear the monsters climbing up to their decks. All the citizens again covered their ears in fear and hugged their children to them because no one wanted to die that terrible death. Meanwhile, extremely frightening sounds came from the deck, and suddenly the screw that tightened the entrance to the hold began to turn to unscrew the harpooners of the flotilla prepared their weapon. And when the screw was fully turned and the hatch to the hold was raised, people saw that on the deck were Botha, Kana, Brun, Sonia, and Gontai, who simply said that they were lucky to be in time. The harpooners of the Akromi flotilla looked at them in surprise and asked who they were, and Botha told them that they were the harpooners of the United Busousan, and they were rushing to help them as soon as they received the signal for help. The people inside the hold shouted joyfully that they were grateful for the rescue. Then the entire flotilla saw the ship of the unified Busousan, from which its citizens sincerely welcomed the survivors. Akroma's harpooners thanked the soldiers for coming to their aid and said they were heading for the floating city of New York. And Botha replied that unified Busousan had the same route as them. So he offered to join them and said that they would accompany a small flotilla of Akromas. Unfortunately, not everyone was as lucky as Akromi, for example. The Union of Our Lady completely collapsed due to the massive invasion of the 7 Sea Devils. The seaport of Oasis survived, but suffered huge and critical damage. The commercial port was also partially destroyed and was now barely afloat. Akroma itself was completely destroyed, and unfortunately only a small number of people survived. And according to those disappointing results, in just one day, about 30% of all humanity was destroyed by sea devils. As the strongholds of humanity were attacked by sea monsters, the people in the council quickly gathered and put Operation Extermination into action. All the survivors headed for the floating city of New York. After several days of dangerous sailing, they finally saw the coveted floating city of New York on the horizon. When all the travelers arrived here, they finally exhaled a little because the first part of their plan was fulfilled. People saw that even the well-known Statue of Liberty was preserved in this city. When the unified Busousan came very close, they requested to enter the harbor. And from the floating city of New York, we replied to them that we allow such entry. All the newcomers were announced to be welcome, and the ship and boats pulled into the harbor. The floating city of New York is the largest floating city built in the shape of a cone to maintain stability. During the numerous typhoons that constantly occur in the ocean, the city has no engine that is suitable for long-distance travel. However, there used to be 3 towns here, that is 3 different island locations. However, due to an unknown explosion that suddenly occurred, 2 cities sank at once, leaving only one. There are rumors that this city is the last stronghold of humanity, and those who say so are completely right. Sonia was very happy to be back in New York City. She was here 3 years ago. Botha walked around with his mouth open, wondering how huge this city was, and Sonia told him that it was 6 times bigger than unified Busousan. And Mr. Lee Kehoe asked the bot not to turn his head so often left and right, as if he were a hillbilly because he was driving an employee into the paint. Finally, the newcomers saw other harpooners actively communicating on the streets. I could not believe how many harpooners from all over the world gathered in this city to fight together side by side against the Leviathans, and it is really very encouraging. Suddenly, one of the harpooners remembered the name of one of the 7 sea monsters, the Scutum, and Kana immediately reacted very painfully to these words because of her personal trauma. The girl came closer to the monstrosity, which was lying lifeless on the ground. Kana's eyes again saw the images of her mother and father, who died on the same day from this sea devil, as if freshly recalled. The girl recalled all the horrors she had to endure as a 14-year-old child on that terrible day. She was the only one of the entire flotilla of refugees who survived that hell and made a promise to herself at that time. Kana vowed that she would give it her all and personally take the lives of all the Leviathans to the last one. And it will do so, even if it has to crash to the ground. And especially Kana hoped that she could get even with the Scutum and pay him back for the terrible day in her life. And now the girl stood in front of the lifeless carcass of the sea devil and thought that he was the one who took lives and died himself as a result. Brune also looked at the carcass and told Kana that she had apparently missed her chance to take revenge on the Scutum. And Kana thought that even Theon had failed to eliminate this monster. All he could do was just drive the monster away, and she wondered who had destroyed the sea devil. And Sonia told her that there was only one person in New York who could do that. His name is Clark Miller, a tall, relatively young blonde man. He was a 6-star harpooner of the floating city of New York with 5 regular stars and 1 red star for destroying the Leviathan. The bot stared at this skilled warrior in awe, really impressed by Clark Miller's impressive status. Gontai Park said that the man is a real nightmare of sea monsters, and in this city he is a legendary hero. Botha thought about the fact that his father was also a 6-star harpooner. So it turns out that he was not the only one. At least now, the guy sees another such powerful warrior in front of him. For some reason, Sonia got very excited when they met this harpooner. Clark Miller, who had been actively communicating with his comrades before, suddenly looked in the direction of the newcomers and headed toward them, now worried about the bot. From a little distance, the guy stretched out his hand to Miller and greeted him and began to introduce himself. However, Clark Miller did not even pay attention to Botha's greeting. He just walked past, approached Sonia and hugged her tightly, saying that he was glad to see her. Young women in New York admired the painting and said they envied Sonia. The bot was a little surprised that its friend knew such a legendary harpooner. Only Gontai Park looked at it all very sternly and said gloomily that it was a long time ago. Although Clark Miller held Sonia tightly to him, she did not hug him and told him to let her go. But the harpooner said that people were watching them. And for some reason, Sonia was shaking all over, wondering why she was still afraid of this guy, and Brune noticed something wrong. Sonia recalled that 3 years had passed and the days when she was treated as a hopeless harpooner were long gone. At the time, she was very painful about her situation, and now, having met Clark Miller face to face, she was worried that she hadn't changed at all. And then Brune finally decided to intervene. He separated Sonia and Clark and said that he was honored to meet Mr. Miller. Then he introduced himself and said his name was Brune, and he was a harpooner from the United Busousan. Clark Miller paid absolutely no attention to him, and even dismissively told him not to bother with the 3-star. And then he turned to Sonia again and said that she had left New York City saying she would become a mercenary, but what does he see now? Is this the way of life for Sonia, or has she found her abode after all? The harpooners from the United Busousan were very outraged by Clark's words, and Sonia angrily told the arrogant man not to talk about her friends in such a tone. Then the girl added that he could insult her as much as he wanted, but she did not intend to tolerate insults towards her friends. Clark Miller smiled and said that she was rude and remained so, but if she intends to communicate with people of her level, then let her be. He is not going to stop. However, he expressed regret because today he would have gladly accepted her into his team. Now Botha decided to intervene in this humiliating conversation for Sonia, and Miller arrogantly asked him what he wanted. Without really choosing his words, the bot said through his teeth that Clark pissed him off. He asked the junkie who he thought he was to allow himself such a tone of voice. But Miller's rudeness knew no bounds. He put his palm on Botha's face and told him to get out of the way because the unstarred have no right to communicate with him at all. Botha was shocked by this behavior and decided to teach the bold man a lesson, asking if Clark was a 6-star harpooner. And then he said that his arrogance could easily have been stopped by an 8-star. Clark Miller told Botha not to go overboard because he could be held responsible for this. The bot started making faces and said that he was very scared and offered to add a star to this guy for bluffing. Those words made Miller extremely angry, and now he paid more attention to the harpooner from the United Busousan. And everyone around watching the dialogue between the two guys already guessed that a fight might start. Clark Miller said he was going to show Botha how a 6 star is different from a no star, and Botha just said he talked too much. And then a fight broke out between the guys. They struck each other at the same time, but both missed. Everyone on the square began to watch with interest because they did not believe until the last moment that the boys would want to fight. Bruin, for his part, supported Botha and wished him to kick Clark Miller's ass. The fight between the two powerful harpooners did start, and they were really worthy of each other in their techniques. Suddenly, Botha managed to kick Clark very sharply, which made the blonde extremely angry. His ego was hurt, and the other harpooners in the square were watching. Now Miller began to wonder if Botha was really as starless as his tattoo suggests. He attacked the boy with redoubled force to take revenge for the blow he had given him. Botha rushed to meet him, but suddenly the senseless fight between the two boys was abruptly interrupted by Kana, who simply jumped between them. Clark Miller asked who she was that dared to interfere, and Kana, as always, calmly addressed the two wound-up boys by name. She asked if they really thought they had all gathered here to start street fights with each other. The bot immediately began to make excuses that he didn't really mean to. He just snapped a little. When Clark Miller and everyone else heard Kana's name, they were a little quiet because they knew that she was the harpooner who took the life of the Genod in the Oasis seaport, and they also saw a red star in the girl's tattoo, which meant that she was the one who took the lives of Leviathans. The other harpooners were very surprised because they had imagined this girl in a slightly different way, namely a tall, strong, almost manly physique. Clark Miller immediately changed the style of his conversation and apologized to Kana and extended his hand to her as a sign of reconciliation. The girl responded by shaking hands because it was the ethical thing to do. And Clark said that she looks much different from the image that rumors about her are spreading. Botha didn't like Clark's greeting to Kana, and Miller said that they were looking for a harpooner for their team, and he thought the girl would be perfect for them. Then Clark said that he was still sickened by the fact that a diamond like her was withering away on another team, and asked if she wanted to join his team, and he could give her citizenship and appoint her his deputy. The other harpooners were very surprised by Miller's generous offer, as he was even going to grant Kana citizenship. Clark's arrogance and self-confidence knew no bounds, but Botha was not going to stand for it. Meanwhile, Kana again calmly said that Miller had made her a really good offer. Here, Botha got very excited and wondered if Kana really thought so, and Clark, pleased, asked her if this meant she agreed. But the girl said that she refused because she already belonged to the same team and was even the leader there. And then she turned around and walked away, and Miller was approached by harpooners from his team, and one girl said that she thought Kana would be difficult to convince. Clark himself said that he used to think that Kana was the only one of its kind in the United Busousan. But now, looking at Botha, he realized that it seems the world has another headache. Meanwhile, Sonya was beating herself up for being so weak-minded in front of Miller, and Gontai noticed it well. So the girl attacked him and started telling herself that she was very pathetic, that she couldn't even answer properly, and that she was very scared. And Gontai said that Clark Miller was the only great harpooner in the world, and that everyone around him is just a nobody, but no one is really useless. Then Hontai began to remind Sonya of various moments in her life when she was really helpful, such as when Captain Jacko asked her for help. Later, when they lived in the Oasis seaport and its citizens were in direct danger, Sonya agreed to protect them without hesitation. And when Kana's team didn't have a boat to get to a unified Busan, it was Sonya who allowed them to use her boat. The girl immediately came to the rescue when the Sea Devil Kentis attacked Botha. And in general, whenever someone needed help, Sonya was always there unselfishly. So Gontai Park summarized that, in his opinion, all this already makes her a great harpooner. Sonya melted at those words, and Bruin, as usual, decided to be a little ironic and told her that she was not perfect, but still recognized them as friends, to which the girl also sarcastically said that everyone was a friend except him. This is how the harpooners of the United Busan met their comrades from the floating city of New York, while Dr. Foyd was busy in prison. In his cell, papers were scattered and hung on the walls, on the floor, even on the bars. Noah and Leah came to him and brought the last documents they had managed to get from Jenner's ship. With great hope and curiosity, the children asked if the scientist had managed to find something useful and valuable in the documents. The doctor said that their ancestors generally left a lot to their descendants. Then he made a crazy face and said that he could now solve the mystery of the Leviathan. Meanwhile, Kana was examining the marks of the beatings on Botha's body and now saw a huge bruise on his face. However, the guy assured me that he had definitely dodged that. He asked Kana where the bruise on his cheek came from if he didn't even feel anything during the fight. Then the guy felt his shoulder hurt, looked under his shirt and saw an even bigger bruise. He did not understand where those traces of beatings came from. And Kana indignantly told him that he did not even know when he was hit. And then I counted that he opened up 3 times during the punch and twice during Clark's fake attack, and he lost his balance 4 more times, but managed to land 1 accurate punch. Therefore, she believes that he needs to train his legs so that in the future he can maintain his balance during a fight, although it is possible that he has simply gained weight and therefore become slower. Botha asked why Kana had suddenly become so picky about his fighting technique, and the girl said that it was because he was no longer a child and would not be able to avoid fights in the future. After that, she suggested that we finally start treating his wounds and bruises. Kana approached the shelf and saw that the first aid kit was on the top shelf, and since the girl was short, she stood on her toes to reach it, and then Botha, who was quite taller than her, came up and easily took the first aid kit off and told Kana not to treat him like a child. The girl blushed a little but pulled herself together and told Botha to sit down and began to treat his injuries. The guy felt a strange, pleasant attraction to Kana and wondered if he should ask her about the day they kissed in the infirmary. The guy remembered how good it felt when Kana hugged his neck and he was dreaming, but then the girl said that she had finished treating his wounds. He looked at her lips but immediately stopped himself and reproached himself for what he was thinking and thanked Kana aloud for her help. And Kana noticed Botha's embarrassment and wondered if he had a fever. Dr. Foyd continued to study the documents that were available to him, but realized that more information was needed. It is still unclear what caused the explosion in the crater that killed all the researchers. That explosion could not have come out of nowhere on its own, nor could it have been preceded by anything. Suddenly, in Dr. Foyd's imagination, ghostly fish appeared and swam around him. At first he fought them off, telling them not to bother him because he was busy. But one ghostly fish was not far behind and seemed to be touching the scientist's hair, so he asked if it wanted him to follow it. And so the doctor seems to be leaving an establishment called Jenner and following a fish that shows him the way. So he easily walks along the bottom of the ocean. A fish swims in front of him and the fish asked where they are. Then the fish led him to a creature that looked like a sea monster, lying quietly. The doctor came closer to the huge carcass and lightly tapped on it, wondering if it was a root or tentacles because at first glance it was hard to tell. Suddenly something started shaking very strongly and Foyd was afraid that an earthquake had started. The very next moment the fish picked up the scientist by the sleeve and dragged him along, and the doctor realized that it was leading him to something even more interesting. Now Dr. Foyd needed to climb a little bit higher, so he climbed on all fours. When the scientist got to the top, he was simply dumbfounded to see a giant egg in front of him. Now Dr. Foyd was satisfied because this was what they were looking for, and it was an incredible nest. Suddenly, the egg that Narisa had given him long ago began to move in the scientist's hands. Then there was another tremor, and Dr. Foyd almost fell over. He realized that the earthquake was getting stronger and it seemed like a volcano was waking up somewhere. When the scientist said this, he suddenly stopped and thought. Then he looked at the carcass of the sea monster and couldn't believe his eyes. This thing uses its tentacles as pipes to pump seawater into the ground. And thus it creates an artificial earthquake to cause a volcanic eruption. Then Dr. Foyd looked around again and asked if he was right. This question was about Lita, and the scientist looked ambiguously at the ghostly fish that had brought him here. But when I looked at her a little longer, I thought it would be more correct to say Narisa. However, Dr. Foyd did not understand why the monster was trying to awaken the volcano. The scientist continued to observe everything that was happening because he wanted to know everything. And then the earth shook even more, and the volcano woke up and erupted. The blast wave carried many eggs out of the volcano crater along with the fire, one of which Dr. Foyd was holding in his hands. For a long night, people slept peacefully, but that explosion woke up many people, and one old man had a very strange dream. Botha also woke up and ran out on deck without even getting dressed to see what it was. Since the sea surface was calm and even, the boy realized that he had just had a dream. It's just that last night, all those who have the fish plague had the same dream. The very next morning, an international meeting was held in the floating city of New York, and representatives of the United Busousan spoke about the Leviathan Queen. The captain said that there is a nest of leviathans near the chain of the Imperial Mountains, and they were able to get the exact coordinates thanks to the Jenner ship on which the wormhole arrived. People discussed this news with each other, and realized that the simultaneous attack of all the sea devils was due to the Queen. Clark Miller, who was also present at the meeting, asked how they got the information that the Queen was there. And the captain of the United Busousan ship replied that all they knew was a girl named Lita who was somehow related to the Queen. People actively discussed this information and asked if the captain was talking about the girl who was infected with the Leviathan, so the rumors were true. Then the captain of New York asked for clarification. He asked if United Busousan wants everyone to head into the Pacific Ocean just because a mutant girl who might also be with them said so, and then the captain clarified whether United Busousan was saying this in all seriousness. And Clark Miller added that no one has canceled the fact that a trap may have been set for them in that place. The bot was furious at this accusation, asking what a trap meant and saying that Lita was not a monster, she was on their side. And Clark asked if this girl was Botha's younger sister, in which case it would be even harder for them to trust him and her, and Botha said that unified Busousan was on her side. Miller then arrogantly told the boy that he was tired of listening to him and that he shouldn't interfere when the elders were talking. But then some more people joined the conversation and said that Lita was definitely on the side of the people. It was representatives of the Oasis seaport who said they were ready to confirm this fact. Both Botha, Kana, Sonia, Gontai were very happy to see Mr. Mao and the owner of the fish restaurant and others from the Oasis port. And Mr. Mao was very happy to see Kana. And then he said to everyone present that the people who had been kidnapped by the Sea Devil genome had returned safe and sound thanks to Lita. And all the representatives of the Oasis seaport can confirm that Lita is the undisputed savior of their island. And they can trust her because it all happened before their eyes. Here, another representative of the city of New York said that Leviathans are very cunning creatures. Just remember the wormhole that could control people's minds, so they should be vigilant. Another suggested checking with representatives of the Oasis seaport to see if they were infected. These words made Mr. Mao very angry, and he decided to prove to them in his own way that he was all right. And the next moment, the man was completely tearing his suit, shirt, and pants off, shouting for everyone to see and admire. As a result, Mao stripped completely to the nakedness and urged everyone to look at him from all sides to see if he was infected. Clark Miller said that we are talking about the survival of humanity here, so let Mao not let his emotions make bad decisions. They also have no reason to trust the United Busousan or the Oasis seaport. So from now on, the city of New York will take command of the operation. The captain of the United Busousan was not happy with this decision and said that now it is clear what New York was trying to achieve. Botha asked what Clark Miller meant by command, and Gantai told him that now all the harpooners here would follow his orders. To support a huge city like New York, extremely large resources are needed. For example, in order to survive, they must risk their lives for stable resources. The captain of the United Busousan told the boy that in that situation, whoever took over the command of the extermination would probably take the biggest piece, as he had already realized that they had used Lita as a reason not to leave the right to the United Busousan. For Botha, it was shocking to learn that people think only about profit even in such a difficult time. And indeed, at the meeting, they already began to divide, some saying that they would take over the ruins of the oil plant near the waterfront, while others warned that, in this case, the rights to excavate the Mediterranean Sea belonged to them. The bot was sweating with excitement, wondering how people could discuss something similar in such a situation. Suddenly, people heard laughter, and Dr. Foyd entered the meeting room and said that human greed would not stop anyone, even on the verge of losing their lives. Botha was surprised to see the scientist, and the audience began to whisper that he was a mad scientist from the United Busousan. Meanwhile, the doctor asked if they knew how Leviathans came to be. And he started with the background after the unknown explosion that happened in the Pacific Ocean 130 years ago. Back then, people were the ones who helped to spread these seeds, one of which Doc was holding in a flask in his hands. A huge number of those seeds were blown in different directions after the explosion. Gradually, humanity became weaker as the water level in the ocean rose, while the Leviathans had just been born. By the way, there is one place filled with the same seeds, but the Leviathan Queen carefully hid it deep underwater, but not far from the volcano. When seismograms start working, it will mean that the end is near, because soon enough the volcano will wake up, and it will be much more powerful than the explosion of 130 years ago, and that's when it will all begin. When the volcano explodes, it will also explode the place with the seeds, and the seeds will spread over the entire surface of the Earth, and some of them will even fly into space. Those who go into outer space will most likely find another planet suitable for their existence, and those that remain in the ocean on Earth will create a greater variety of marine life. As a result, the Leviathans will soon seize complete power over the world. People listened to the whole story, and gradually real fear began to appear on their faces, as they realized that soon there would be even more sea monsters than there are now. Suddenly, a man who had been suffering from the fish plague held his head, and said that the explosion Dr. Foyd had just described had been in his dream that night. Meanwhile, the scientist, with a rather cheerful expression on his face, concluded his speech by saying that soon all people will die, and every single one of them. And then, even worse, Dr. Foyd laughed out loud and said that nothing could save humanity. They were all doomed. The rich people who attended the meeting have already begun to think about their wealth, about an oil plant off the coast, about excavations in the Mediterranean. Others were shocked that on the verge of complete extinction, those idiot tycoons still think about their money and not about saving lives. People from Unified Busousan said that the place where the seeds were located should be attacked immediately, while others called Dr. Foyd an instigator because he was from their ship and demanded to see some evidence. Only trusted people deserve to take command, and how can they trust that person? Again, there were people who said that maybe it was all true, that it would be possible, and that it would be the first international meeting, but it ended in discussions. However, Dr. Foyd's statements were not false, and interested people found them among numerous documents in the cell where the scientist was held. One by one, they read various papers and were surprised that this could not be true, because all the information received from the black box of Jenner's ship was fully confirmed. Finally, each side of the discussion decided to unanimously bomb the Leviathan nest based on the premise of unconditional cooperation, and named this mission Scorching Sun. Kana and Mr. Mao were standing on the deck talking, and she said she was surprised to see him in a suit. And then she asked if he had become the head of the Oasis seaport, and if so, she congratulated him on that. However, Mr. Mao still believed that he was not worthy of holding such a high position because he failed to defend his port. Then Kana very carefully asked how bad their situation was. Mao closed his eyes and said with incredible pain that many people had died during the attack by the sea devil. He said that this Leviathan was much bigger than the genome. It was really an unequal battle. A little later, they received a radio message from the World Federation asking whether the Oasis seaport was ready to join the mission to destroy the Leviathans. And of course, Mr. Mao did not hesitate for a second to say that they were ready for it. The man said that although they did not have trained harpooners in the port, they could help in other ways, because they have a lot of experienced divers and the appropriate equipment. And that is why they were asked to retrieve supplies from the sunken Atlanta. So the Oasis divers immediately formed search teams and went into the ocean depths to collect weapons and ammunition. They carefully stacked the explosives and slowly lifted them aboard the boat. And then they dismantled all those old shells and made new ones out of them, namely deep-sea bombs. Kana was a little doubtful and asked if something that had been underwater for about 20 years would ever explode. And Mr. Mao explained that the problem here is completely different. They don't know when those shells can explode. And he reminded us that Atlanta sank for exactly the same reason. Because in a situation with explosives, just one careless movement is enough to blow everything up. Generally speaking, all divers have a rule that bombs are considered forbidden treasure, but who would have ever thought that Mr. Mao would be the one to pull these bombs from the seabed, and in such quantity? Botha thought about this terrible weapon, the bomb, and remembered his father's last battle, when he had seen with his own eyes what explosives could do. And now he saw countless weapons in front of him and wondered what they were going to do with all of them in unified Busousan. While Mr. Mao, Botha, and Kana were talking about the explosives, Clark Miller came on board and asked Botha if he was very scared. Looking at the number of bombs, he said that this was not enough. They needed more, and Mr. Mao replied that they were already working very hard on this batch and would probably have time to make 20 more by the end of the day. Then Clark Miller said that in addition to the nest with seeds near the volcano, there are other Leviathans. And he believes that they should get rid of all the sea monsters that have at least some potential to become the new queen. Miller then reminded us that there are 3 monsters left in this world war of humanity against the sea devil. Among them, there is a Gordic who this time attacked the Oasis seaport and smashed it up pretty good. And in the depths of the ocean, there is a Leviathan Kraken that attacked the trade port a few days ago. And the harpooner of the floating city of New York said that depending on the situation, they would also consider Lita as a target. This clarification sounded very scary, and Botha and Mr. Mao reacted angrily to it. But then Kana intervened to defuse the situation and said that it could happen that Lita would betray them. Then, in that case, the girl promised that she would personally deal with it. However, if anyone dares to move Lita, Kana swears that she will send that person to the next world, and then feed his lifeless body to the monsters, so let Clark keep that in mind. Miller only said that he was looking forward to this moment. And then this bastard, who had already managed to annoy everyone here with his arrogant and insolent behavior, left as usual. The upset Botha looked wistfully into the distance and mentally asked where his little sister Lita was. As his own brother, he felt her, albeit very weakly, although it was difficult for him to imagine his sister's condition. The boy thought how lonely she must be in that endless ocean. My brother also thought that maybe Lita was scared there in this giant abyss. But Botha was sure that they would meet soon, so he asked her to wait a little longer. At first, when Lita was completely immersed in the ocean, she hid in a cave deep at the bottom. And then there was absolute silence around her, as if time had stopped, and she stayed in this state for several days. However, from time to time, she would leave the cave to get food because she had to eat. And of course, she did not forget to behave carefully so that the Leviathans could not see her. Lita tried very hard to get used to this lonely life underwater. The ocean was cold, dark, and empty, with the bottom covered with the ruins of a former human civilization. However, sometimes she liked this life, especially when she came across forests of colorful algae. Sometimes it happened that the peak of loneliness went off scale, and at such moments Lita would go to the surface and watch people. She even saw Botha, Kana, and other harpooners of the United Busousan rescue survivors from Acroma. She was swimming in the sea and admiring her courageous, best older brother in the world. I saw how United Busousan and the flotilla of survivors from Acroma agreed to go together to the floating city in New York. Lita was so overwhelmed with nostalgia that she didn't even notice when the little boy saw her. It was good that he called out, and Lita managed to hide under the water to get away from there as far as possible, where no one could find her, where she would not be able to hear him even if he called. The girl now has to live alone no matter how painful it is for her Botha and Kana. Lita cried more than once and thought that she wanted to be with her older brother and Kana forever. And I was very scared alone in the depths of the sea where it was cold and lonely. And suddenly, the tentacles that once attacked Unified Busousan swam up to her and started swimming around her, and the girl thought they were trying to comfort her. And the tentacles continued to swim around Lita, wrapping themselves around her body, and the girl felt a little more comfortable. But suddenly she heard a loud noise, and a giant sea monster appeared right in front of her. He was one of the 7 sea devils called the Gordic, and her monster immediately awoke in Lita. Meanwhile, in unified Busousan, people were performing some rituals on a table, placing plates with apples and fish heads and bowing. The captain read out a ritual prayer asking for protection from the Leviathans. In different communities, everyone performed their own rituals the day before a huge battle. People prayed en masse to the gods, asking for their protection and victory in the terrible battle. Everyone prayed as best they could, and everyone had their own god in whom they sincerely believed. One day, Butler, the butler, came up to Botha and asked him to take something from him. It was wrapped in a black napkin. When Botha unwrapped the gift, he asked what it was, and Butler said it was a seagull's head, and asked him to keep it on his treads for the duration of the battle. The butler gave a small sum of money to a shaman from Benin, where it is rumored that the spirit of a seagull can protect evil Leviathan. Then Butler burst into tears and asked Botha to be careful, because there are other dangerous creatures in the ocean besides sea devils. Botha was surprised, but he understood how worried Butler was, so he said that everything was fine. And in the meantime, they announced that everything was ready, and the captain ordered the soldiers to board. Since unified Busousan was formed by fastening several ships together, it was now necessary to separate them. When the coupling was successfully separated, the captain gave the order to open the passage. Thus, the United Busousan was now fully prepared to sail. Citizens who remained in the rear wished their harpooners to return alive after this war. All the women who called for victory shouted how much they loved their husbands. They told them not to worry and assured them that they would return soon. After all the active preparations, United Busousan set off. The surviving harpooners of Akroma Island raised the anchor and assured that unified Busousan could fully rely on their support. Then, from the unification of Benin, their harpooners also assured that a united Busousan could trust them. Then they all lined up together, the entire combined flotilla. From the floating city of New York, their actions were closely monitored, and they saw that Akroma Benin Seaport Oasis and United Busousan had declared an alliance. But Clark Miller, as always, arrogantly and self-confidently said that a small fish is still a small fish. The guy was sure that compared to that union, the power and strength of the floating city of New York was really impressive. 2 fleets were launched from their island, the New Jersey fleet and the Manhattan fleet. Clark Miller, addressing his troops, promised that the one who contributes the most to this war will be rewarded with a decent reward. He called on all his soldiers to fight for the future of the city of New York. So the energized New Jersey and Manhattan fleets sailed forward. The harpooners' destination was the Imperial Mountains chain, so they set sail for the Pacific Ocean. The vast Pacific Ocean. The soldiers were going to a part of the ocean that no man had visited for 100 years. People used the ruins of large cities or the ruins of industrial facilities as their bases for resource extraction, and living in the Pacific Ocean in the middle of ruins is like living in a desert. 7 days before the harpooners from various associations and unions arrived at the chain of underwater Imperial Mountains, something happened. One night on a United Busousan ship, the captain and his subordinates saw something. They looked intently through their binoculars and noticed about 40 Leviathans moving in a group ahead. The captain said that they did not look aggressive towards people at all. All those Leviathans were calmly floating on the ocean and just passing by. Usually sea monsters do not leave their habitat, so it is better to keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, the harpooners came up with an idea to keep themselves entertained and went in for arm wrestling. Now Brune and another non-United Busousan harpooner are facing off. In the end, this time, fate was on Brune's side and the man defeated his opponent. He was very proud of himself, especially since his entire support group flew around and said he was the best. But a deal is a deal, and the loser got his bream from Brune Gontai stood on the sidelines and just laughed at them, while Sonia asked where Botha had gone. Meanwhile, Kana returned to her cabin after taking a shower. Suddenly, she saw something unusual on the table, and when she came closer, she saw that it was a dried seagull's head. 2 days have passed since the flotillas left the starting point, and there were still 5 days to go before they arrived at the Imperial Mountains chain. As a violent storm broke out, the sailors noticed that they had never seen so much lightning at once, and that the storm was moving toward the ship to the north. Then the captain gave the order to accelerate to 25 knots. They needed to get as far away from this storm as possible. And this time there were much more of them than they had seen a few days before. One harpooner who went out on deck to get some fresh air also saw a huge group of those Leviathans. He was very frightened by such a huge number of those monsters, and he adjusted his weapon and shouted loudly for all the Leviathans to swim to starboard. All the time, the harpooner was watching them and was very surprised by the fact that all the sea monsters were sailing alongside their flotilla. They practically appeared out of nowhere, overtook the ships and boats of people, and just sailed side by side. However, all the harpooners were very worried about the fact that there were so many monsters around them. Clark Miller also observed this strange phenomenon and tried to understand where all those monsters came from. So he made the logical assumption that all those monsters were moving toward the Pacific Ocean, and perhaps they are heading exactly to where the nest with seeds is located. It was beginning to become clear that all the monsters were gathering together, and now the radar showed that there were just a lot of them everywhere in the ocean waters. The harpooners were frightened and could not believe their eyes. Sea monsters were approaching them sharply and quickly, shaking the water surface. Clark Miller immediately gave the order to go full speed ahead and also ordered to make sure that no one was hit. They were all heading into a storm that was rapidly approaching them. The monster roared loudly, and all the rest of his associates immediately rushed to attack the people. Therefore, now they had to protect their ship, which was under attack from sea monsters at all costs. In the end, therefore, he gave the order to immediately focus on escaping from that hellish place. The boat sank, but some of the harpooners were still alive. They were just in the water, calling for help and asking not to leave them. The sea monsters continued to attack, and the next boat became their target, but the people on it were saved by Kana and Botha. Brune, seeing his leaders sail away and fight sea monsters, asked if they were both tired of living. Meanwhile, Kana told Botha that she was taking over the cover and that he had to rescue the drowning. So the guy focused on finding those who were in the water and gradually picked them up. The bot has already managed to save one harpooner. It pulled him onto its board and told him to hold on to it. And then he saw many sea monsters rushing to attack the next ship. This ship belonged to the flotilla of the floating city of New York and was called New Jersey. All the ships and boats were caught in the epicenter of the storm, and as a result of the circumstances, the New Jersey ship sank. Then Clark Miller gave the order to leave this dangerous place at maximum speed. Then he laughed very strangely and said that everything was getting much more interesting. Now we can dive a little deeper into the history of who Clark Miller was. So he was the son of John Miller, also known as the Great Harpooner of New York. There was even a monument to his father in their town, but the son was somewhat different from his father. This child was different from a young age, and he preferred to wander through dark alleys. He walked those dark, damp alleys alone and specifically chose deserted places. Very often in such places, the boy found stray cats and no one else could disturb him there. The little boy was happy to catch those cats and kill them with his own hands, so he could fully satisfy his needs here. John Miller, however, did not take any action against his son's antics, even though he knew and saw everything perfectly well. His father rather perceived Clark's actions as some strange game with insects, which the boy also did not forget to mock. However, over time, the young child's inclinations began to cross the line, and the number of animals he killed grew. In the end, what was to be expected from that little monster happened. The first person he irreparably harmed with a knife was his own brother, and he took his life. Once Clark stuck a sharp blade into his brother's eye and his parents saw it. And then the already shocked Johnny did not remain silent. He asked his son why he had harmed his brother. The father began to explain that it was absolutely forbidden to hurt people and that the boy should never do something like that. And the boy looked at his father with empty, uncomprehending eyes and asked why he couldn't do that. My father was seriously caught off guard by this question, so much so that he didn't even know what to say. The only explanation John could come up with was that in this case, all people would look at him as a monster. And the boy said directly that he understood everything. People don't like that. But from that conversation, Clark drew the perverse conclusion that in that case, he would make sure that others did not know about. Now the father seemed to have an epiphany and wondered if this child had always been like this. And he realized that if he left things as they were, his son Clark would definitely turn into a monster over time. John began to be haunted by the terrible thought of what his son would do next. Perhaps soon he will turn into someone who will take other people's lives. Then the father reached out to his son with trembling hands and hugged him tightly to his chest. For Clark, this was a very strange behavior of his father, and he meanwhile thought that there was only one way his son would not turn into a monster. And then he told his son that the animals he was allowed to kill were in the ocean. But in order for him to do this successfully, he must become a harpooner. And now, as a grown man, Clark still remembered his father's words. He looked at the incredibly huge number of sea monsters and thought that now everyone is here. It is here and now that the monsters from whom he is allowed to take lives have gathered. Meanwhile, from unified Busousan, Kana and Botha were told that there was a lot of lightning ahead, so they had to go back immediately. The fact is that in that weather and under those circumstances, they might not have lasted that long. The harpooners on board continued to shoot at the sea monsters, and so people noticed that the next wave of a huge number of monsters was coming at them. But then, Clark Miller was waiting for those sea monsters, and the boy desperately rushed into the fight, remembering the words of his father who told him that when he destroys monsters, he must also become the same monster. He confidently killed another invasion of monsters. His subordinate harpooners looked at him admiringly and said that their captain was the best of the best. And when a few more creatures started attacking Clark, he said they were in his way, so let them get the hell out of here. The guy said that those sea monsters were quite annoying. Then he started modifying his weapon and continued to say that he wouldn't mind having fun with monsters. And then he turned his sword into a huge harpoon and said that he had no more time for this red tape. Then he caught the moment when another bolt of lightning appeared and immediately threw his sword, which caused its electric current to spread among the sea monsters. Everyone around them saw that lightning flashed on the New York ship, and the lifeless carcasses of the sea monsters that had attacked the ship began to fall from there. Brune even asked if Clark had managed to summon lightning, and Botha noted that it's no wonder that Clark Miller is a 6-star harpooner because his movements are flawless. So everything he knew and heard about this man was true, and Miller was called a real nightmare of sea monsters among people. But meanwhile, the storm continued and numerous lightning bolts appeared everywhere. However, now all these lightning bolts were striking the sea monsters and destroying them, so the Leviathans began to lag behind and then even run away. Many of the harpooners thought that with such a fierce attack by the monsters, they were already finished. But fortunately this time they managed to survive and many lives were saved. After the monsters retreated, the flotillas changed course, and now all of them began to keep to 260 degrees. Finally, the morning of the next day after the night's fierce storm came. Now the sky was clear and the sun was shining, the ocean was calm. People on boats and ships began to repair the damage, while the leaders of the Union met for a meeting. That night, 7 ships sank, killing 87 people and seriously injuring 21. 5 more ships abruptly changed course and they never contacted them again. Everything pointed to the fact that those 5 ships had simply sneaked away without even reaching their original destination. As a result, they lost 30% of their combat power in just one very terrible battle. The harpooners said that they had never seen so many Leviathans at the same time in their entire lives, and they were very worried that there would be even more near the nest. The people despaired and said that they had no chance of winning and that they would not be able to repair their ships immediately, so there was a risk of being stuck here. Therefore, it was suggested that we return to the floating city of New York and reconsider the plan. And many people began to support this proposal, given all the possible risks they would otherwise face. Listening to all the speeches, Botha realized that people were simply too frightened by what had happened that night, so it was safe to conclude that their war was over before it had even begun. He also recalled the details of the previous battle and wondered what would have happened if Kana had been wounded. Botha wondered if he could continue the case in her place. Suddenly, the boys' thoughts were interrupted by Kana's voice, who asked the audience if they were afraid, but did they not realize what they were getting into when they agreed to take part in this war from the very beginning? This appeal turned the harpooners' thoughts in a different direction. They did not expect it. The girl continued that civilians are counting on them and they have no right to let them down. For them, harpooners are the most important mission. And Clark Miller listened to Kana in silence and wondered if she didn't realize that she was only making the situation worse by talking about some kind of mission, which is very naive. Nevertheless, Kana continued to say that according to Dr. Foyd's calculations, a big explosion will happen soon, and if they do nothing now, they will simply waste time. Some of the harpooners thought deeply about her words, and Miller decided that hypocrisy was now involved and wondered why they would risk their lives for other people. Although he is personally only too happy to participate in all this when there is so much prey around, so he won't go back until he has had enough fun. Now, Clark took the floor and said that the 7 ships sunk and 87 people killed were quite expected. But for that matter, in this war, according to his calculations, less than 20% will survive. And he asked what Khan thought about it. The figure of 20% was extremely confusing for everyone present, and now they were even more frightened. After these statements, Clark Miller said in an indifferent tone that if they really wanted to go back, they could. But let them remember that if they escape now, they will never be able to enter any of the human bases again. They will be doomed to wander the sea until they eventually starve to death. Miller was well aware that no one would calm down if they were not tamed a little, so he needed to create a reason that could overcome their fear, even if that reason threatened their lives. Then Clark got up from his chair and said that the arrow had already been fired, so they couldn't stop halfway and turn back. He urges everyone to fight to the last, knowing that most of them will die, but their families will continue to live in a world without sea monsters. In conclusion, Clark Miller said that they must win this war, no matter what. Now the harpooners who offered to go back began to change their minds because they saw with their own eyes how Clark fought yesterday and realized that now he was staying with. And in this case, everything in this world is possible, so even victory seemed not so unattainable. Suddenly, a soldier ran into the cabin where the meeting was taking place and said that there was an island ahead. This news surprised everyone. They began to look through the spyglass and it seemed that the island was concrete. The captain of the United Busousan said that he had never personally heard of an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The soldiers ran out onto the deck and looked into the distance, some of them already thinking that the nest they were heading for was there. Some people saw that it was not a concrete island but land ahead, although it was extremely impossible. Only Clark Miller was unaware of anything. He said indifferently that Everyone would know everything when they got there, and they just needed a place to set up everything. Perhaps it is a real earth or a nest full of leviathans, in which case they will be obliged to destroy it if it rises in their way. Botha thought that Clark looked like a grim reaper enjoying the loss of someone's life, and this guy acts as the complete opposite of the courageous and intelligent Kana, like light and darkness. One might have thought that an angel and a demon were on the same ship. So, due to the new circumstances, an order was given to everyone to prepare because it was decided to land on this island. But when the ships and boats got closer, people saw that it was not land at all, or even a concrete island, but just containers. The only thing they noticed was that all these containers were placed here by hand. Nevertheless, some of the harpooners decided to land on those containers to investigate them a bit. Unfortunately, it really wasn't land, and the containers didn't even stand on it. It was just an island of garbage floating in the middle of the ocean. The harpooners moved through those containers and even found a New York City buoy that had been lost during a storm. Mr. Mao suggested that garbage from the entire district was washed down here until eventually an island like this was formed. Gontai Park saw a barrel knot on one of the containers, and he said that someone had tied all the containers together to prevent them from being washed away. So we thought that there might be people living nearby, which is quite possible. The researchers even thought that these people were hiding somewhere here and are now watching them. Suddenly, Sonia shouted that she saw something and pointed in the direction. The bot looked in that corner and saw a two-legged figure on one of the containers that looked like a human child. Looking closer, the boy saw a little girl standing there in a tattered t-shirt with a pendant hanging around her neck. For everyone, it was incredibly strange how such a young child could be found in such a place. Botha looked the child directly in the eyes and wondered why this girl looked so much like his Lita. Suddenly, without saying anything to anyone, Mr. Mao shouted loudly to the child, but the girl didn't answer. Instead, she abruptly took off running and started to run away. Mr. Mao supported him in this pursuit, and they both ran after the girl until she was about to disappear into one of the containers, when Mao called out to her to wait. The girl stopped for a moment and looked at the man, and he made a wild grimace, although he thought he was smiling, and told her that they came here in peace. It is logical that the kid was very scared of him, and continued to run away, crying and shouting that it was a bad uncle. The bot realized what was going on and told Mao to wait here. He ran after the girl, telling her not to run away because they had no bad intention. When Botha managed to get upstairs, he was met by 3 old men with sticks in their hands. Both Botha Khan and Mr. Mao put their hands up and stopped, and an old man asked them menacingly what they wanted here and told them to get out. He said that this was just a garbage island, and there was nothing of value here. As the old man was saying this, he was visibly nervous and worried. Then Kana easily took his stick away from him and told the old man to calm down because they had no bad intention. The girl explained that they were harpooners who came here to destroy the leviathans. The old men could not believe their ears. They were very surprised that harpooners had arrived. Then Kana said that they would definitely leave here as soon as they had repaired their ships and boats. Then one of the old men said excitedly that unified Busousan had arrived. The other old men also saw the inscription on one of the ships and now realized that they were really facing harpooners. Then an old man shouted from between the containers that someone might be coming out. And then an extremely strange picture appeared before both Kana and Mr. Mao. One by one, the containers began to open, and old people came out of them, quite a few of them. Botha looked at that endless stream of people and wondered what they were doing here, although Mr. Mao correctly noted that only the elderly came out to them. Those grandparents looked at the newcomers as gods and said that the harpooners came here to get rid of the leviathans. And immediately they all began to kneel down and bow their heads low to the ground. It looked a bit scary, and Mr. Mao asked what these old people were doing. An old man standing next to me explained that all their young people had died fighting the leviathans, and as a result, only they survived. And now the old people were ready to do everything in their power to help the harpooners. Then the leaders of the harpooners gathered in one room where they were invited by the old men, and one old man began to tell them in more detail how the harpooners realized that this island was constantly attacked by the sea devil Kraken. My grandfather told me that this whole part of the Pacific Ocean is the territory of a Kraken. In order to survive, they had to hide. Clark Miller said that they had a great opportunity to lure that sea devil out and get rid of him on the spot. Mr. Mao asked what it meant to lure out if Clark had come up with a plan so quickly. And Miller mysteriously replied that you could say that, and a cruel glint appeared in his eyes again. Meanwhile, grandparents brought food and drinks to their rescuers and encouraged them to rest before they returned to work. The men grabbed bottles of seaweed rum and said it was delicious, and one old lady said there was a secret in the special seaweed that grows only in this place and asked if they would buy a bottle from her. After the ships and boats rested, repair work began, and even a little girl from the garbage island decided to help them. The child walked around and played, and Botha admired her because she reminded him of his sister Lita when she was a child. And then one of the craftsmen asked the boy if he could bring him a cutter, and Botha went to get it, and the little girl grabbed onto his name and asked if that was his name. And then she constantly repeated all his actions. Finally, Botha asked the little girl if she wanted to tell him something, and the girl said that she did. She asked again if his name was really Botha, and the boy confirmed that it was. Then the girl asked him if he was Botha the harpooner who fights sea monsters. And then the girl asked why he became a harpooner because sea monsters are very strong. The bot was a little embarrassed by the kid's question, but answered that he became a harpooner to protect people from those sea monsters. And as a result, the girl happily shouted that she also wanted to protect people, to which Botha smiled sweetly and asked if she was too young to think about it. After all, as she said, sea monsters are very strong, but he personally has a reason. It is for this reason that he fights those monsters for the sake of the one he wants to protect no matter what. And suddenly the girl said very seriously that she understood and knew who he was talking about. She smiled broadly and sincerely, and asked if he was talking about Lita. As if doused with ice water, he asked the kid how she knew about Lita. And then the little girl called out the names of Bot and Summer and said that they were the ones she wanted to protect. And it's mostly because of the owner of that pendant that flaunts around her neck. Then Botha picked up the pendant, and some hidden memories told him that he had seen it somewhere before. Then the guy carefully opened that medallion and was very surprised. He asked her where she got this pendant. And who is this girl anyway? Because inside the open medallion, Botha saw small photos of his parents. After the harpooners had been treated to the food and drinks of the old women and men, the head old man asked the old ladies if they had fed the men well. The grandmothers, who now took over the washing up, said that they had drunk and fed every single person who was here. One grandmother even said that those men were so voracious that they had ravaged almost their entire warehouse. However, the old head said that it was not a problem because they could get fish and seaweed at any time. Therefore, you should not be stingy with food if someone asks for food. And then the old man went to a hatch in the floor, opened it, and shouted to someone to get ready. And there was a basement with armed young men sitting in it, and several of them were suspended from the ceiling in their underwear. The men with the guns started reloading them, and the old chairman said that they would speak in 30 minutes. Meanwhile, on the ships and boats, the harpooners who had been staying with the old people on the garbage island were sleeping soundly, some of them having drunk too much alcohol. And when 30 minutes passed, armed men came out of the basement and formed a detachment led by the old head. The old man gave the order to take the lives of anyone who woke up, and to grab the living and take them to the warehouse. He could not believe that unified Busousan had arrived so unexpectedly at his own grave, and that everyone immediately began to carry out the order. And the old chairman shouted madly that now the greatest stronghold of humanity belonged to them, the pirates. So the pirates sailed to the ship of the United Busousan and began to climb up with ropes. Meanwhile, one of the harpooners, who had been treated to food and drink by the old men on the garbage island, came on deck clutching his stomach, feeling very sick. But when he looked up, he saw armed men in front of him and asked who they were. And the pirates, following the order of their leader, opened fire on him, telling him to lie down and sleep. Suddenly, the criminals saw the silhouette of another harpooner in the back of the corridor, and there stood Kana herself, and the pirates knew perfectly well who she was, that this girl was the one who took the life of the sea devil Genod. Kana jumped up in an instant, and when she came down to the ground, she struck out at every pirate who was there. The old head also said that now they need to get rid of the harpooners before they wake up. To begin with, he suggested taking the life of 6-star Clark Miller. So the old man and his other subordinates went to the hall where the harpooners were being treated, and they had already begun to savor their rich life. The old man went in first and immediately got hit in the nose, and then all the other pirates got hit as well. The head of the pirates fell to the floor, not realizing what was happening because he had personally given Clark Miller rum. And here, right in front of them, stood Clark and 2 other harpooners from his squad, completely sober and ready to fight. Miller told the old pirate that he was very picky about his food, and that he didn't like anything here at all. After all, are the pirates so stupid that they seriously thought he would start eating food from hands he didn't know? Then Clark gave an order to his subordinate and he swung at the pirates, though the old man still managed to shout out for his pirates to open fire, but it was too late. The next moment, Uku hit the container the pirates were standing on with such force that all the bastards first flew up and then flew down. Then another harpooner from New York City, who was very good with the whip, took over. The girls skillfully cut the pirates' clothes, and one of them managed to hide and decided to throw a grenade. He pulled out a check and swung the grenade in the direction of the harpooners, but his arm was immediately immobilized by the whip of a girl from New York. The harpooner so skillfully wrapped her weapon around the pirate's arm that the grenade was firmly clamped in his hand. And as a result, all those pirates were in the center of the explosion and were destroyed, as opposed to what they wanted to do themselves. At the time, Botha was still talking to a little girl, and when he heard the explosion on the garbage island, he asked what happened. Then they heard a message from the radio room that they had been attacked by pirates, and that the people on the island were pirates. When the sailors heard that the garbage island was inhabited by pirates, they shouted to Botha to immediately leave the little girl who also lived on the island. The bot could not believe what he was hearing, so he excitedly and cautiously asked the kid if she was on the pirates' side. But the girl said that she was not on any side. She was just an ordinary observer. She just needed to understand something. These kids were surprisingly interested in the very adult question of why harpooners and pirates are constantly fighting. Why do people so often have the desire to take the lives of their own kind? And now the kids were again watching a terrible, incomprehensible picture of people destroying each other. Meanwhile, on the garbage island, almost all the pirates were killed and some were weakly asking for help. Clark Miller detained one of them, who wanted to escape, by standing on him and telling him not to move so fast. Because the guy has plans for them, the pirates who live here need them, and he will use them to make bait for the sea devil Kraken. Meanwhile, Botha continued to talk to a strange little girl who said that now she understood a little something, namely that Botha was no different. And she came to this conclusion because he also wants one kingdom and one queen. The boy still did not understand anything, and the girl said something about something she had eaten once. They talked about the time when Botha and Lita's mother died, and their father wrapped Nerissa's lifeless body in bandages. And then, after a short farewell, he threw her into the ocean depths, and at that time the bandages unwound, and it became noticeable that there was a pendant around the deceased's neck. Nerissa's body descended deeper and deeper and finally ended up among the petals of a bright sea flower held by a strange creature that ate it, and it was Botha's little companion. The boy did not know how to react to this story. He asked her what it was, and the little girl continued to say that when Nerissa landed on it, the strange creature thought it was such an interesting product. And then she put her tentacles into the woman's lifeless body and realized that with the help of her, she would finally be able to look at the sun. And then the tentacles reached Nerissa's brain, where the strange creature heard that the woman did not want to die. She thought about how she wanted to live, and then the strange creature wondered if her product still retained consciousness, but it was impossible. So she told Naris that it was all over for her anyway because the scheduling process had begun. And then thoughts began to emerge in the woman's brain again, and she said that she didn't care about herself, she just wanted to protect those she loved. The strange creature asked whom she wanted to protect, and then Nerissa's subconscious images depicted her children, Botha and Lita. The creature wondered if this was the last will of its product, and the woman disappeared. People are very unpredictable creatures, but that's what makes them interesting, although it's a bit annoying. The strange creature swam for a while and remembered the names of Botha and Lita, whom Naris was so eager to protect, and wanted to know who they were. And at that time, one of the sea devils was being crushed by humans. The strange creature wondered if the Kentras had lost, if it was fighting for territory, but then it would have felt it. The creature wondered who had taken the life of this sea devil, and looked up at the surface of the ocean. There, in the distance, the creature saw a little girl named Lita, who was also looking at it while standing on the ruins. And then, Botha called his sister and said that he had already told her many times not to come close to the ocean. However, Lita stood there as if mesmerized and did not answer her brother, so Botha approached her, and the kid pointed to the distance where the outline of a creature was very blurry. It was the very creature that had eaten their mother's lifeless body, and now saw the children its product spoke of. The strange creature could now clearly see Botha and Lita, whose names Nerissa had given her. And these were the names of those who needed to be protected, as their mother had asked and wanted so much. And the strange creature agreed to be a guardian angel for those children. For example, in the genome egg, it communicated with Lita, telling the girl her name. She hugged the girl and clearly told her that her name was Lita, and tried to keep her conscious. The strange creature did tell the girl that she would soon disappear, because it would absorb her, and then they would become one. But the question was what a strange creature should do with people. After all, they would not follow her orders, and Lita was being treated by Dr. Foyt at the time. People are just completely unexpected. For example, the creature was worried when the scientists decided to mix the blood of the Genod with the blood of the Kentras, but this cannot be done because in this case, Lita will become uncontrollable. Then, in the nest of seeds, the creature said that it could no longer feel summer. Someone asked why this happened and why. And then Lita was a sleepwalker and went out on deck and pointed somewhere in the unknown distance and said that was her home. The creature said that this creature had found her, meaning the transformed Lita. And as a result of all those events, the ocean woke up in connection with the emergence of a new queen. The strange creature immediately sensed the danger, saying that this creature would certainly attack its nest, and then he will not hesitate to attack her kingdom, which will mean complete collapse and destruction for her. Therefore, she decided to act immediately and destroy the threat before it was too late. She needed to take the life of Lita and began to search for the girl. So all the sea devils began to attack the associations and unions where people lived just to find the one the creature was looking for. And finally, the girl was found in unified Busousan. The creature then appeared to her in the garden. Botha listened to the whole story and couldn't believe that everything that happened to him and Lita was a wild pattern. And the girl continued that at first she just wanted to find Lita, but did not expect people to intervene. And finally, when she had no choice, she led Botha to the nest. So now, she has only one question for him. Where did his little sister Lita go? And suddenly this sweet child turned into a terrible monster. Botha immediately pulled out his sword and struck at that monster, and he realized that she was the reigning queen of the sea devils. The boy continued to strike after strike, but they did not harm the monster at all. It laughed at him and told him not to try so hard because he would not be able to defeat it anyway. However, Botha was extremely determined. He ordered the queen to shut up and hit her very hard with his sword, eventually managing to sever her arm from her body. The queen screamed in pain, and everyone on the ship looked at this monster and did not understand what was happening. And then the queen completely took over Botha and took him to her nest where she raised fresh eggs. And there was a huge sea monster in front of him, inside of which something new was already emerging. Now the boy clearly knew that he was facing the real queen of the Leviathans. Then she turned to Botha and said that half of the Leviathans from all over the world had gathered here to take people's lives. The queen went on to say that a species like humans would now pay for invading her territory. That terrible monster said that they would eat them all and then destroy their nests one by one. And they will do this until, at the end, there is absolutely nothing left of humanity. However, Botha was not even going to listen to the queen's threats any longer, just saying that she would never get what she dreamed of. But the queen still continued to voice her vision and had one suggestion for him. The creature told Botha that if he brought Lita to her, she would let people live. The guy still couldn't believe everything he was hearing, and the queen said that all she really wanted was Lita. She will take the girl and in exchange offers her mercy. And this mercy will be shown by the queen to all the humanity that still remains on planet Earth. The queen's words about Lita in exchange for the salvation of humanity rang loudly in Botha's head, and he was furious, saying why she was giving him a choice. Was she trying to make a deal with him in this way? The guy said that Lita is not a thing. She is his little sister whom he swore to protect. Then the queen calmly said that she still could not understand people. Now she is offering one life in exchange for many lives, so is it really so difficult for him to choose? And Botha answered the queen that who did she think she was that she was going to control their fates. Then the queen asked the boy if he was not afraid of losing his own life. And Botha replied that even if he gave a negative answer, it would still be untrue, especially when it came to half of the Leviathans. But now he wondered what the queen herself was afraid of, if she was ready to eradicate all of humanity. The boy decided to provoke the monster a little, and said that perhaps the other half of the Leviathans had disobeyed her. In the end, just as people did, Botha boldly declared that she was no longer the queen she was before, because she would soon lose her kingdom completely, and she was afraid of those she could not control. And without finding any other solution, she is ready to simply get rid of the competition that Lita has become for her. And the boy calmly and confidently told the monster that now he understood everything. The queen was just afraid of Lita. But let her know that she will not get his little sister so easily. The queen simply won't be able to do it. Summer can't be so easily obtained. And moreover, no one could survive after they touched his younger sister, because he personally took the lives of all of them. The queen went on to say that strange as it may seem, people are really unpredictable. But Botha was not going to back down and told the monster that she was next. Next on his list to kill are those who dared to touch his little sister. Then the queen summarized that as she understood it, the boy had already made his choice. And then suddenly everything disappeared, including the nest and the queen, and some white slime just fell on Botha's sword. This is how the queen of the Leviathans disappeared, and as she said goodbye, she said, "Let the sunset come, and with it, human destruction." And the very next moment the sea was stirred up and a sea devil emerged from the depths of the sea, right in the middle of the ships. Its appearance alone stirred up the ocean so much that the ships swayed like toy boats. Now people saw that a sea devil called a kraken appeared near them. That terrible monster was so huge that it easily lifted a whole boat of air with one of its tentacles and broke it. Clark Miller said that he did not expect the kraken to show itself so quickly. At this time, the two imprisoned pirates began to beg Miller to let them go and help them fight the sea monster in return, but the harpooner ordered them to shut up. The other harpooners were saying among themselves that they were attacked by pirates, and now this shit has appeared, and as a result, they are trapped. Suddenly, against the backdrop of the destruction caused by the sea monster, everyone saw the Botha. But everyone wondered what he was doing there, whether he was tired of living if he stood up to the kraken himself. Clark Miller himself was also extremely surprised when he saw the guy standing opposite the sea devil, and he noticed that something had changed in Bot. And Botha held his sword and said in cold blood that he would first kill the kraken, and then his queen. The guy finally warns that he will immediately destroy those who stand in his way. And now this brave harpooner is fearlessly standing in front of one of the 7 sea devils. And then Botha rushed to attack the kraken and immediately struck it. The monster roared loudly, and the boy continued to inflict wounds on his enemy. The bot did not allow the sea devil to recover from the previous blow, but immediately struck the next one. The guy fought furiously. He was so skillful that all the harpooners around him were fascinated by his actions. Even Clark Miller himself was surprised. Both the soldiers and the pirates looked at this incredible sight with open mouths, and Miller noticed that Botha was now very angry. However, there was a moment when the kraken managed to get out of the way and pushed his opponent away from him, so that Botha fell under the water but immediately got out. Suddenly, Clark Miller noticed that it was going to be dangerous and quickly ordered everyone to retreat. And the very next moment, the Sea Devil started throwing huge garbage cans at people. Unfortunately, a tank crushed a few more harpooners with its tentacles and did not let them go alive. Unfortunately, Bot had a problem with his sword. It ran out of gas, but finally Kana came to the guy's aid and apologized for being late. The other harpooners from the United Busousan also came here, and Gontai gave Botha a hand. He asked how he was feeling. Botha replied that he would live. Then Gontai helped the boy up and told him not to take on too much. And Brune added that Botha should never forget about them again. After all, they are all a team. And so Botha, Kana, Brune, Gontai, Sonia, and another harpooner gathered together. Then Botha reloaded the gas in his sword, and Kana gave the order to attack the Sea Devil. The team worked in harmony. While the leader was hitting on one side, she immediately pointed to her left side, and Brune took over. Everyone on Kana's team fought hard and supported each other at all times. The worst part was fighting with the giant tentacles of the Kraken, which were difficult to catch and seemed to be completely indifferent to the wounds inflicted. After analyzing this fight, Botha came to the conclusion that it was useless to make cuts on the tentacles of the Sea Devil, and that it was necessary to aim for its body. The monster began to move forward a little, and then Botha saw that someone else was attacking the Kraken, throwing ropes at it. He turned around and heard the harpooners from New York say they would cover them. Clark Miller gave orders for his soldiers to stretch the enemy's body to the maximum so that the Sea Devil could not even move, and he told the harpooners from the United Busousan to consider it his gift, and now let them show what they can do. Kana was a little surprised to receive help from Miller, and then suddenly Achroma came to the rescue. For their part, they began to attack the Sea Devil, inflicting numerous wounds on him. But then suddenly everyone noticed that two of the monster's several limbs began to swell rapidly, but no one knew what it was going to be. Then Gontai Park shouted to everyone to be careful as much as possible because the monster was about to launch a jet of water. And the very next moment, water poured out of those swollen limbs of the Kraken with great power. Some people were still hit by the jet, but mostly everyone took cover and continued to attack, again with clear teamwork. Then Botha decided it was time to chop the Sea Devil and wrapped him in a strong rope. Then the boy cut off a large piece of the Kraken's body with one sharp, super powerful blow. And finally, he jumped to the place of the sea monster's open wound and plunged his sword into it. The Kraken began to make the last convulsions and tried to throw off Botha, but his strength was rapidly leaving him, and finally the monster died. The guy heard all the harpooners from his team begin to warmly congratulate him on his victory. Harpoonists from other associations also expressed their admiration to Botha for the fact that he managed to destroy the Sea Devil. And the people who lived on the garbage island were sitting with their hands tied and their mouths open because they couldn't believe that Botha had managed to kill the Kraken. Those pirates who were younger and carried out robberies reproached their boss for deciding to try to rob someone like Botha. The harpooners did not stop shouting in honor of Botha, saying that he was the one who took the lives of the Leviathans. Brune also expressed his admiration for the boy, saying that Botha was amazing. Suddenly, Brune and the harpooner in the spacesuit noticed that Kana smiled, something she had never done before. And this harpooner asked if their boss realized that she was smiling now, but Kana did not understand how it happened. The girl in the spacesuit said that the leader threw everything away to save this guy, so of course, she was proud of him. And Brune also said that if Kana smiles, it looks like the end of the world has really come. I can't believe it. The girl felt a little uncomfortable about it and asked if they thought it was funny. But the harpooner in the spacesuit said that Kana had changed a lot, and that she personally liked it. People continued to express their admiration for both the harpooners in New York City, also recognized the guy's skills. A girl from Clark Miller's team said that Botha was generally not bad. And Clark himself admitted that the harpooner of the United Busousan was better than he had first thought. And then Miller said, like a predator, that he wanted to test the bot. He narrowed his eyes and asked the girl who she thought was stronger. However, the girl calmly said that she understood that he was impatient, but let the leader calm down because Botha was now on their side. In general, the atmosphere among the soldiers changed dramatically thanks to this guy. Now they were saying that they still had a chance to win because they now had 3 of the Leviathans with them. The harpooners confidently told each other that they would destroy all the sea creatures they could. They even started to make bets with each other who would destroy the most sea monsters, but everyone was sure that victory was already in their hands. Suddenly, somewhere far above the ocean, something flashed and the sky turned bright pink. All the harpooners stopped their cheers of praise and their cheerful talk about the end of the sea monsters and the coming victory. And then, in the distance, the queen of the Leviathans appeared and said in a loud voice that in this case, their entire species would be exterminated. Botha immediately told everyone who said this because he had already had the opportunity to meet this creature. So the queen of the Leviathans has just declared a brutal war on humans, the outcome of which will determine whether humanity will ever exist. The captain of the United Busousan looked through his binoculars and said that they were very close and would get there in less than a day. All the coordinates they already had in hand agreed that the queen's nest was where the light came from. Mr. Mao looked at this stream of light and said that the queen seemed to be calling them to her. So, there was no rest when people accepted this challenge and gathered for a general meeting to discuss further actions and a plan for the war. Clark Miller and Kana gave clear instructions on who would do what during the campaign, and some were on a mission to accompany them. The first point of the plan stated that they would start at dawn so that people could fight the monsters during the day in their most vulnerable form. Secondly, there are 3 huge ships packed with explosives in the offshore area, the Busousan Manhattan and Sao Paulo Alliance. All the other ships are obliged to accompany these 3 all the way to the nest of the Leviathan Queen. The main goal of the people in this war is to blow up the nest with explosives and the queen herself. They will move at maximum speed right up to the nest, and the escorting ships cannot stop. They have no right to slow down. One of those present asked if they shouldn't stop even if their comrades were overboard, if they couldn't even save them. And Clark Miller coolly replied that you can't slow down. You have to go according to the plan, no matter what the cost. It was an extremely ruthless plan because many different critical situations could happen on the way to the Queen's nest. And Miller told them to defend the union of Busousan, Manhattan, and Sao Paulo with their lives, no matter how, because if people manage to get to the nest, they will have already won. Clark also said that the human race will not exist if they cannot protect those 3 ships. Clark also said that the human race will not exist if they cannot protect those 3 ships. The soldiers began to worry a bit that it would be very difficult for the ships to survive on the front line. But Miller went on to say that even if they all die during the mission, this is the only plan that can save the human race. Then he asked if there were any volunteers among the audience who wanted to go to the front line. At first there was silence, and then the head of the harpooners from Acroma stood up and said that they would be at the front line. He was followed by the leader of the Benin Union, who said that they would fight on the front lines together with Acroma. The leader of Acroma added that his soldiers are ready to put their lives on the line in this fierce battle. He explained that when Acroma was attacked by the Sea Devil, they lost their home and everything. And now nothing can be worse for them than what they have already experienced. And now that they are ready to go to the front line, the Acroma soldiers ask all the survivors to remember their sacrifices, and they have one more request. The leader asked to allow the wandering members of the sunken Acroma to live at the survivors' bases. Clark Miller immediately assured in all seriousness that the floating city of New York would never forget it. Kang, for her part, also promised that Unified Busan would join the case. And Mr. Mao, as the chairman of the Oasis Seaport, said that they, along with others, would make sure that the heroes would always be remembered. Then the leader of Acroma quietly and sincerely thanked for such warm support. He said that in the end, this is all they ask for, because it is not known whether they will return alive. After the meeting, everyone started checking, cleaning, and adjusting their weapons. Sonia exhaled and said that this was still a cruel plan. She could not believe that they would soon face the Queen's nest like this. One of the harpooners said that it was strange that everyone from New York City was following their leader because he treats people like pawns. Doesn't that piss them off? And the harpooner there, Tasha, said that they all knew that Clark Miller was cold-blooded. But she explained that at the same time, a good heart will not help destroy the Leviathans. And once they lose their comrades because of some stupidity of the commander, they will also realize how great a leader Clark is. After all, until then, New York was only kept afloat by the cold mind of Clark Miller. His methods may be somewhat radical, but they always work, and he is a very talented leader. And Sonia had a different opinion about Clark Miller. She said he was a fool who couldn't lie. She recalled how Clark had told her a few years ago that her skills were very poor. One of New York's powerful harpooners, Uku, said that their leader was indeed a bit of a fool in some way. Eventually, Sonia approached her former comrades Tasha and Uku and sincerely wished them to try to survive this terrible war. Then the girl held out her hand to Tasha and added that she hoped they would never see each other again. At first, Tasha did not want to shake hands in return, but then she shook Sonia's hand and agreed with her words. The harpooner in the spacesuit asked Dr. Foyd if he was ready, and the scientist replied that he had been waiting for many years and called the girl a sea monkey. Then she explained to him that their mission was reconnaissance, that they were not going there for experiments, and he should understand this well. Dr. Foyd said that all his life he has been studying Leviathans without missing a day. And now he can't believe that he will be seeing the Leviathan Queen's nest with his own eyes, and it would definitely be the best day of his life, and Dr. Foyd's eyes lit up with anticipation of those emotions. Meanwhile, the workshop has prepared special weapons for the harpooners to equip them with. At the moment, Brune was here, and the chief engineer armed him with powerful spiked armbands and told him to try to move with them. Brune clenched and unclenched the iron fist several times and was incredibly pleased. He said that those armbands were much lighter. Only the engineer explained to him that if the guy uses full power, he should realize that his shoulders will be destroyed, so he should be more careful. Brune smiled incredulously and slyly and immediately turned on full power, and then one of his hoses simply burned out. The chief engineer just shook his head and said that he had warned me. However, Brune only thought that this was his last chance to become the one who takes the lives of the Leviathans, and this was the least he could do to prepare. Meanwhile, Mr. Mao went to the galley and saw the owner of the fish restaurant cooking something, saying that he thought the agents outside the mission should have stayed on the garbage island. and the chef explained that this might be the last time he sees the harpooners, so he wants to feed them well for the last time, and if he doesn't, he will probably regret it. Mr. Mao was caught up in the word regret, and then turned around and said that he was going to confess his feelings to Kana right away so that he would not regret it for the rest of his life. But the owner of the fish restaurant grabbed him and wouldn't let him go, assuring him that Mao would definitely regret what he said, so he shouldn't do it. Meanwhile, Kana was standing on the deck looking into the distance when she saw a seagull flying past her. She looked up and saw a nest with chicks that the seagull had brought to eat. Looking at those little helpless birds, she thought to herself that they were involved in this battle without even realizing it. Instead, she spent her whole life waiting for the day when she could finally end the world of sea monsters. At the age of 14, on the very day that Kana lost everything that was dear and important to her, she was initially depressed. Her life turned to ashes and only fierce hatred remained. The girl dealt with her emotions, stopped paying attention and communicating with others, and sent the desire to survive to the devils. She devoted herself to destroying the Leviathans, even dreaming of losing his life in the process without any self-pity. However, one day Kana realized that all her hatred had disappeared. There was one moment in her life after which she regained a taste for life and wanted to live. Perhaps it was when Lita finally stopped crying all night long after Kana hugged her and held her to her, or perhaps when Lita and Botha took care of her day after day, completely forgetting about their sleep. A few years ago, she sacrificed herself without regret to save those children. But in the end, as it turned out, by saving them, she saved herself. Suddenly, Botha, a young boy who had recently been a small boy and now was a mature adult, came out on deck to join Kana. Kana still stood in her thoughts. Now she realized that she felt the desire to live because of the two children she had once saved. Botha came closer to her. He brought a warm jacket and threw it over Kanya's shoulders because he said it was already cold. And then he looked at her with a gentle look and said caringly that there was still plenty of time until morning, so why not go get some sleep? But Kana said that she did not want to weaken her internal tension and fighting spirit with sleep. Then Botha asked her for permission to join her and stay with her. He suggested that we stay together until the dawn sun rises. Clark Miller was practicing his weaponry in his quarters, and Brune continued to master his improved armbands in his when Sonya came in. Brune was not expecting such a late visit. He asked the girl what she wanted, and Sonya replied that she had chosen him, and then stayed with him for the night. Kana and Botha stood on the deck all night gazing into the distance, and eventually a beautiful dawn came. With a smile on his lips, Botha asked if they would enjoy this extraordinary scene again tomorrow. And Kana told him that it would definitely happen, and offered to take Lita with her and return home. Then she looked intently into Botha's eyes and thanked him. Instead, Botha begged her to be careful and not to die. He asked Kana to survive no matter what. Kana felt that the boy's words were not just a simple request, but a real determination. At that moment, seagulls woke up in the nest and one bird flew out of its home. She flew on her own wings, spreading them wide and calmly, catching the wind. This free bird was determined to fly far, far away. And then Kana felt something very uneasy, and she clearly told Botha not to do anything reckless. She insisted that he immediately promise her that he would survive. The girl did not even hold back her emotions. She demanded that Botha promised her to survive right now. But then their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the ship's alarm clock, and the captain greeted the soldiers and said that they were now about to begin the final battle. On all the ships, the harpooners put on their equipment, took their weapons and headed for the deck, where the captain wished everyone good luck. Dr. Foyd was also ready for reconnaissance, getting into the underwater capsule. Meanwhile, the captain reported that their target, the Leviathan Queen's Nest, was directly ahead. The human operation was called the Burning Ocean, and the captain announced its beginning. So the underwater capsule carrying Dr. Foyd and a harpooner in a spacesuit plunged to the depth. In the place where they went down, there was a real cemetery of sunken ships. And there were a lot of them. What surprised Dr. Foyd was that those ships were exactly the same as he had seen in his dream. He asked the harpooner to slow down a bit because he couldn't see everything properly, and she replied that she had warned him that they were not here for a tour. Then, when the underwater capsule approached a place brightly illuminated with pink light, the doctor said that they were already there. The scientist said that he was just in awe of it, but the harpooner interrupted him and said that it looked like a whale's anus. The doctor was frankly annoyed by such words and said, how could she respond to such a great scientific discovery in such a way? Meanwhile, the harpooner radioed that she was launching a signaling device. This device hit the center of the queen's nest, where a huge egg was located. Thus, the ship received the exact coordinates of the nest, so Dr. Foyd and the harpooner in the spacesuit successfully completed their mission. Now they knew that their goal was 12,000 meters away, and the captain ordered everyone to accelerate to 5 knots. The harpooners on the front line were preparing for battle, and one of them looked at the sun and asked it to give them more warmth and light. Meanwhile, in the underwater capsule, a harpooner in a spacesuit asked the doctor if he thought they could end this war by launching a torpedo at this thing right now, and she pointed to the egg. But the doctor immediately denied this and said that the nest's core could survive a volcanic eruption, so it's not that simple. Then the harpooner said that it was time to return to the base, although the scientist had not yet had time to enjoy the spectacle of such a scale. However, the girl insisted on her point, saying that she was not eager to be in the middle of the bombing. And then suddenly the underwater capsule he and the doctor were in was attacked by a sea monster. It grabbed the capsule in its teeth and threw it as hard as it could at one of the sunken ships. Then the harpooner opened fire on the enemy and destroyed it. Suddenly, Dr. Foyd looked up and saw countless different sea monsters. They were all moving eastward, directly toward the main forces of the people. Meanwhile, the human ships were 10,000 meters away from the main target. The flotilla was moving very fast, and now there were 9,000 meters to go. Now, the radar on the advanced ships clearly showed that unidentified movement was detected ahead. It was the approaching Leviathans. The queen of the Leviathans, who sent her monsters to fight against humans, ordered them to tear people apart. Finally, the captain also ordered all the soldiers to prepare for battle at their positions. At once, in different places on the ships, harpooners took up combat positions to be able to effectively fight. Many harpooners, especially those who stood on the front line, saw the immense number of sea monsters that were frantically heading for them, but they were still afraid because they saw that their forces were definitely much smaller. And then the leader of the unit from Akroma turned to his soldiers and said that he was proud to fight alongside them. In return, his loyal soldiers said they were honored to spend their last moments with them. The leader looked each of them in the eye, smiled slightly, and then his face instantly took on an angry expression. He loudly called on every soldier of Akroma to pay in full for all the grief they had to experience by being destroyed. Now it was time for revenge, and he ordered us to immediately start fighting and open fire. The harpooners immediately began firing forward to destroy the sea monsters that were steadily approaching their ships. A bloody mess of monsters began. There were a lot of harpooners firing at them, destroying them one by one, and eventually the monsters hit the ship in front of them. Akroma's soldiers continued to fight heroically, and as a result, when all the soldiers had already fallen, the leader took a desperate step and blew up a barrel of fuel to destroy as many sea monsters as possible, although he had to sacrifice himself in this way, and meanwhile the main ships were 5,000 meters away from the target. Botha could clearly see the explosion on the ship ahead, and realized that those guys were paving the way for them literally with their own blood. Therefore, they cannot lose, given all these victims, and they must win this war. As a result, the first line of the front fell, although the leading soldiers made an exorbitant contribution to the overall course of this fierce battle. After breaking through the first defensive line of people, the sea monsters surged on unhindered. Now they began to attack Manhattan, but this ship was larger than the previous ships, and it was harder for the monsters to get on it. Then the monsters began to claw at various protrusions on the ship. The harpooners fired at them constantly, and Clark Miller ordered the Leviathans to be thrown off the ship immediately. Tasha also took an active part in the fight, saying that the place was teeming with sea monsters. Some monsters managed to climb a little higher to the deck, break the supports, and throw some of the people into the ocean. Tasha shouted that there were too many of them and asked Kana to give them a signal. However, Kana replied that it was still a bit early, and they definitely needed to contain the monsters for at least some more time. All the harpooners were shooting without a break, and Botha said that there were more Leviathans on the way. The São Paulo Union ship was completely surrounded by sea monsters. There were so many monsters around him that they actually helped each other climb on deck. The ship was in a zone of enormous danger, and there was a huge risk of not being able to keep it afloat. And finally, Kana fired the signal shot for the main task of Operation Burning Ocean. Immediately, the soldiers began to dump tar into the ocean from all sides and then set it on fire in the water. The waters around the flotilla burst into bright flames. Sea monsters writhed in pain. The ocean boiled and monsters were simply boiled alive in it. The harpooners were happy to note that this strategy worked. Many Leviathans were killed in the fire, and meanwhile the target was 3,000 meters away. Suddenly an extremely loud roar was heard, and the soldiers recognized it as a sea devil called Asura, which was somewhere nearby. As it turned out, this monster was now right under the São Paulo ship, and almost immediately, this terrible giant monster emerged from the water, despite the fact that the ocean was burning everywhere on the surface. Basra attacked the ship and damaged the pipes on it, and fuel began to leak out of them. Since there was fire everywhere, the ship immediately caught fire and began to tilt sideways. The flames caused explosions, and now the São Paulo ship began to sink. Meanwhile, the Sea Devil Basra began to move in the direction of the ship Manhattan. Clark Miller, while the monster was still catching up with the ship, ordered 20 depth charges to be prepared immediately. And then the harpooners started dropping those bombs down, submerged in the water, and some of them exploded, causing considerable damage to the Basra. However, the monster was only wounded. It attacked the ship and made a hole in it, through which the Leviathans climbed inside. The harpooners fought off another terrible attack of sea monsters, of which there were many again. Clark Miller, who fought the monsters side by side with his subordinates, ordered them to defend the ship at all costs. However, the ship had already suffered enormous damage and Manhattan began to sink. The order was given to stop all engines as Manhattan was sinking. Now, the Basra Sea Devil was heading for the United Busousan ship, which was carrying the main stock of explosives. The bot also saw a giant monster in the water that was rapidly approaching their vessel. The captain ordered to turn the steering wheel to the left and prepare to open fire. However, Kana said that not yet because they are still out of range of the weapons. But suddenly, the Sea Devil opened his huge mouth and fired his shells in the direction of the gun on the unified Busan ship. So it was necessary to immediately start defending this ship, which is what the harpooners did. If the ship of the United Busan goes down, people will have no hope. Meanwhile, the Sea Devil Basra continued to attack the ship, with a distance of 150 meters underwater. The bot saw that the monster was heading straight for a collision with the ship, which could have had disastrous consequences for people. The Sea Devil was rapidly rising upward, and suddenly, right at the surface, it was attacked by another Sea Devil. His people called him a Gordic, and he grabbed the Basra with his sharp teeth, and a fight broke out between the two sea giants. It was an extremely strange sight when two human enemies began to fight each other. As a result of this duel, the ocean waters were violently disturbed, and the great ship of the United Busan occasionally swayed violently on its surface. All the people did not understand what was happening and only watched the fight between the two sea devils with horror. Sonia asked what happened, and Huntai answered that the Gordic had actually destroyed the Basra. After a long, brutal slaughter of those two giant monsters, Basra, torn into two halves by the Gordians, lost the battle. Botha looked ahead and saw his little sister Lita on one of the sunken ships. The girl stood proudly and majestically and looked with a smile at the people she loved, and Botha immediately called out to his Lita. The boy knew well what the appearance of his sister in this battle would mean for her, and the current queen of the Leviathans immediately reacted to her arrival. The queen addressed the girl, calling her sister, with whom they share the same cells, and her rival, the monster, saying that she had to wait a long time for her to come to visit. And then, the queen wasted no time in ordering her sea monsters to take Summer's life, and then shouted loudly once more to make them do it quickly. But to everyone's great surprise, all the sea monsters stopped attacking the human ships and began to leave the battlefield. Meanwhile, Botha began to shout frantically at his little sister to get out of here immediately because she should not be here. He ordered her to hide. But the girl said that she was not going to run away. Lita told us that she had been hiding in a cave for a long time, where it was pitch black, and that she had been enduring it all this time since she left people, even when she missed her brother very much, even when she was scared and lonely. She doesn't want to live like that anymore. She doesn't want to be afraid to hide and live alone in the dark for the rest of her life. Lita decided to be brave and take control of her own fate. And Botha, holding back his tears, said that the Leviathan Queen wanted her, and there was a high risk that Lita would die. But his sister replied that she understood everything perfectly well, but told him to go to the Queen's nest now. Lita asked her brother not to worry about her, as she now had a large army of various sea monsters under her command. And then the Sea Devil Gordic emerged from the depths of the ocean, and the girl said that now she was not alone. And then suddenly a real mess began among the sea monsters. They just attacked each other. The harpooners were shocked to see such an incomprehensible sight and wondered if it could be possible. And the captain of the United Busan ship immediately understood what was going on and told the soldiers that Lita had given the people this chance. So now he ordered them to move quickly forward to their goal of the Leviathan Queen's nest. They were only 300 meters away from their destination, and the ship set off to fulfill the mission. Botha looked at his little sister and realized that they were now on a crucial mission, and that they were 200 meters away from their goal. The captain ordered to open the cargo hold and prepare for a major bombing. Underwater, the current queen of the Leviathans was furious because her subjects had betrayed her, and suddenly, Dr. Foyd, who was still in the underwater capsule with the harpooner in the spacesuit, saw that the queen's nest began to move, and they watched the queen hatch from the egg in the center of the nest. The queen shouted frantically to her rival Lita that she had always taken care of her, and did Lita even realize what she had to put up with for the girl's sake? She asked how she dared to betray her, but that was unforgivable, so she would destroy the little bastard. Meanwhile, the United Busan ship had already arrived on the scene, and the captain ordered to prepare to drop the explosives. So the harpooners opened the cargo compartment, and everyone stood still to drop the bombs into the ocean. The Leviathan Queen heard a noise from above her, and the soldiers had already reported that they were ready to drop the explosives. So the captain wasted no time in ordering the bombs to be dropped into the water. The harpooners set to work and began rolling numerous bombs along a pre-prepared path directly into the ocean. However, suddenly their mission was interrupted when some giant tentacles began to pierce the ship of the United Busan. And then the tentacles released smaller threads that grabbed the cargo compartment gate and began to close it, so the gate was blocked. And then Brune shouted to all the harpooners to leave immediately because he was going to open the gate so that the explosives could roll out to sea. But suddenly the queen of the Leviathans herself appeared in front of the soldiers. The harpooners stopped, not realizing who was now standing in front of them, but Botha told them that it was the queen herself, so they needed a plan of action because the enemy was extremely powerful. The queen immediately began attacking the people and killed several of them, so Kana decided to counterattack the enemy. The girl attacked her from above, not wanting to forgive anything to that terrible and cruel creature. The queen defended herself while destroying other soldiers of the bot, trying to hit the monster's tentacles with her sword. Meanwhile, on the neighboring ships, harpooners saw that the United Busousan ship had been attacked by a sea monster unknown to them. But this ship was their last hope of defeating the monsters because it was the main warehouse of explosives to destroy the queen's nest. The captain and sailors completely lost control of the ship, and their instruments stopped working. As a result of the Leviathan Queen completely entangling the ship of the United Busousan with her tentacles and threads, it was disabled and impossible to control. Meanwhile, the queen also blocked Kana with threads, who fell into this trap after the attack. Brune was also lying blocked nearby, and Gontai and Sonia managed to hide behind some metal debris so the tentacles did not grab them. Now the two harpooners were thinking about how to rescue their comrades from the traps. The queen of the Leviathans stood in the middle of the cargo hold, the gate of which she had blocked to protect her nest. The creature began to say that Nerissa's will inside her always helped her to treat people with compassion no matter how stupid it was. Kana heard the name Nerissa, mother of Botha and Lita, wife of Theon Ma, and did not understand what this woman had to do with anything. And the queen continued to say that it was because Nerissa's will was always present in her that she watched people with interest. And she used her second body for this purpose, the body of a little innocent girl who could only evoke love and compassion. However, during the whole time of her observation, the Leviathan Queen saw that people were nasty and greedy, and for their own benefit, they deceived and deprived each other of life. People were excavating in the ocean, rampaging in the nest of sea monsters, doing a lot of things that they themselves could not cope with, and eventually destroyed everything. So the queen concluded from her observations that people are true parasites who destroy their own planet. And in the end, this is the end of her sympathy for people who destroy themselves for their own benefit. Then the queen recalls that Lita appeared before her with her own vision of the conclusions she had drawn. The monster said that now people will not be able to stop the explosion that will soon happen, and sooner or later it will swallow Lita. And after all that, the queen of the Leviathans will gladly give this planet a new beginning where there will be no place for any human being. The queen dreams that her beloved children will be born in a clean world and will thrive in it. Kana listened to all these stories of the monster and said that they were just her dreams, but none of them would come true. The girl furiously said that even for the sake of those who paved the way for them to get here, to that vile nest with their own blood, she would destroy the queen at any cost. Then the queen grabbed Kana with one of her tentacles, pulled her closer to her, and said that even though the girl may say so, what can she do now with her weak and vulnerable human body? However, Kana held on with all her might and said that it was not she who could do something in that situation, but they could. And then, from above, the Leviathan Queen was suddenly attacked by Botha, and the monster did not have time to defend itself. Botha stabbed his sword straight into the monster's neck. The queen coughed, and Botha meanwhile ran his sword across the enemy's neck from back to front. The queen screamed furiously. A blue liquid splashed from her neck and she began to fall back on her back. At the same time, Sonia used her sword to cut off the queen's tentacle, which she used to grab Kana from her body and thus free her leader, while Gontai Park struck the queen with a powerful blow right in the middle of her head. Immediately, Brune came rushing over to the monster's head, and with the spikes of his sleeves inflicted wounds on the queen's face, and she asked with a challenge if they were going to take her life. And then the monster's body began to regenerate instantly and completely, and the queen told her rivals that she was an immortal life form. Sonia, seeing such a rapid recovery of her body, asked who the hell she was, and the others also saw that things were bad. Meanwhile, the regenerated queen laughed and said that they could fight as much as they wanted, but they would still go down with that lousy boat. And then the vile queen also said, let people experience terrible despair and die a slow and painful death. The terrible monster continued to laugh, and Botha shouted at her to shut her ugly mouth. The guy said that this ship would never sink, and he knew what he was talking about. After all, civilians at home are waiting for their return, and everyone is counting on those who went to war. All people hope for the return of their heroes with the victory they blessed them with in this fierce battle. That is why the harpooners who came here will not lose, just as they will not give up. They will definitely win and return home no matter what. And they will be welcomed by all citizens who are tirelessly waiting for their soldiers, and then they will continue to live happily together. Botha continued to talk about his dreams, saying that even Lita would return home to unified Busousan, to their shared home. A united Busousan will definitely wait for its heroes because those for whom it has become a true home are waiting for them. That is why the harpooners who went to this brutal war cannot and do not have the right to lose, so they will definitely win. And then the Leviathan Queen rushed to attack the harpooners again and launched her tentacles at them. And Botha immediately called out to his loyal comrades to launch a counterattack. So Kana's team began to work tirelessly to destroy the terrible monster, and they immediately cut off every tentacle that attacked them. However, as it turned out, the queen regenerated the damaged parts of her body much faster than the harpooners cut them off. Then Brune said that they needed to get rid of the roots of those tentacles, because it was the only way to stop the regeneration of the queen's body. And the guy immediately activated the full power on his armbands and ran as fast as he could to the queen's roots. But the monster immediately activated its secret techniques, and the queen launched thin, strong threads at her opponents, which hit each of the harpooners. Those sharp stakes flew out from the queen's main tentacles, but Botha said they would not stop the humans and rushed back to the counterattack. And after him, and the rest of the group, Kana said that they had to cross the monster at the waist so that it could no longer recover. Brune immediately volunteered to clear the way for the others by destroying all the stakes the queen throws at them. The monster said that it would take a while to clear this road and threw the lion's share of its stakes at him, but Brune was saved by his metal armbands. Then the queen began to aim more at his legs, but the harpooner still wasn't going to give up and kept moving forward. And right behind Brune were Kana and Botha. So they got to the queen's body and immediately began to strike at it from both sides. The two harpooners tirelessly struck blow after blow, and there was still a little more to do to completely disconnect the monster's body part from the root. But suddenly the queen used her tentacles to throw Kana and Botha away from her with the last of her strength, thus saving herself from death. She threw them far away from her, and immediately began the process of regenerating her body in the damaged areas, and even laughed at her enemies that they were close to their victory. But then the queen was attacked by Brune, who struck her in the place that was in the process of regeneration. The queen yelped in pain, and then released smaller stakes from another of her tentacles, which fell to the ground and immediately sprouted, lifting Brune up on their sharp ends. The stakes completely pierced the harpooner's body in different places, and he just hung limply on them. Everyone else rushed to cut down those small stakes so that they would not sprout again, and the queen used another of her powers to throw people to the ground. When the harpooners stopped attacking, the queen looked at Brune and said that the people were very weak. It is enough to make a few holes in their bodies and they lose their lives, and then she threw Brune off her stakes like trash. Such a cynical and cold-blooded gesture made Botha even more angry, and he stood up saying that he would take the life of the Leviathan Queen. Sonia also looked at the dead body of her teammate and friend, and tears came pouring out of her eyes when she realized that Brune was no longer among the living. And then the queen leaned close to the girl and told her to do her best and fight with all her might, even though it would hardly help her. Because she and Brune and all the people on Earth are nothing more than prey for the powerful. The queen continued to tell Sonia that she should finally realize to the depths of her soul how insignificant her human race was. And then, after he realizes this unimportance, let him lose his life in complete despair. And then the queen heard someone call her name and ask if she was the queen, and Clark Miller came to join the fight against the monster. A brave man stood with a weapon in his hands and sarcastically asked the queen how many holes she needed to make her die. Kana's team didn't expect a harpooner from New York City to come to help them fight the Leviathan Queen. The queen was a little distorted by this ironic question, and turned to him and asked who else was coming here. Immediately she launched her long stakes at him, which had already wounded Kana's team. However, Clark Miller was so fast that he outrun the stakes and none of them touched the harpooner's body. Instead, he cut them all. And the very next moment, Miller, without waiting for the monster's next attack, began to attack her himself. The queen tried to stop him with her tentacles, which she immediately pointed directly at him. But the harpooner, with his skillful actions, completely neutralized them all as soon as they approached him. And so Clark Miller quickly and almost unhindered got to the queen herself and stuck his harpoon right in the place where the regeneration was still taking place. The queen screamed and again threw her stakes at her opponent, one of which hit Clark in the shoulder, but the boy continued to fight and brought the matter to an end by detaching a part of the queen's body from its roots. The queen fell to the ground. Now she had lost her ability to recover, but she still continued to be indignant. She was about to continue attacking, but Clark Miller had already launched his harpoon at her head. And then he jumped on that harpoon himself and shoved it even deeper into the monster's head. After that, she again grew sharp stakes from her body that entered the harpooner's body on one side and came out through the other. However, Miller continued to fight. He managed to cut off those stakes and once again struck the Leviathan Queen's head with his harpoon. And then the queen again grew sharp stakes that again pierced the harpooner's body. Miller thought that he had gotten rid of everything that stood in his way. He had destroyed everything that seemed irritating to him. In the end, Clark could not allow the queen to do what she wanted because he was the hunter in this battle. So he gathered his strength and struck the queen from the very head down, dividing her body in half. After that, he jumped to the ground and bowed down weakly because the queen's stakes were still sticking out of his body, and she herself said that this could not be. The halves of the queen's body fell in different directions from each other, and Clark Miller looked at her and said that he had won. The harpooner was on his knees because he could not stand fully on his feet and was breathing heavily after an extremely difficult battle. The other harpooners could not believe their eyes that the Leviathan Queen had finally come to an end and they had won. But the queen was pregnant, and inside her belly was a little monster that was now deprived of its mother as a container necessary for its life. And this little unborn monster released its tentacles and put them into Clark Miller's body. It was completely unexpected for him, so he did not have time to defend himself. The monster lifted Miller up, holding him on those tentacles, and the queen, even in her physically split state, tried to take care of her baby. Then this terrible creature said again that it was immortal, and with the help of those tentacles began to drain all the vital energy from Clark Miller's body. The monster baby in the belly of the Leviathan Queen was fed by that energy, and Clark said that no one in this world could take his life. The only one who can do this is himself, and having twisted himself so that he was facing the queen's belly, Miller stuck his harpoon into it. As a result, the monster's stomach cracked, and the terrible baby monster just shattered into small pieces. As a result, there is now a huge hole in the place of the Leviathan Queen's stomach, and Clark Miller has fallen to his knees again because his strength has almost completely left him. Tasha ran to her leader to help him, even though he was not only wounded but pierced by the Queen's tiny tentacles, which were sucking out his life energy. The girl touched his shoulder, and suddenly Clark just disappeared, leaving only his suit and his trusty harpoon. Suddenly, a bright green light flashed in that hole inside the queen's torn abdomen. Then, a human hand appeared out of the slime, and then the entire humanoid body of this organism, shedding green mucus, came out of the queen's body. All the harpooners present watched in shock at the birth of some unknown monster. First, a skeleton was formed, on which muscles and tendons gradually grew, and finally it was covered with pale grayish skin with red strands. The creature said that this ingredient was different from the others. It was cold. Now everyone realized that the queen had just consumed Clark Miller, as if she had been reborn again, using the body of the harpooner she had just destroyed as a basis. Tasha spoke to the queen as soon as she dared to touch their Miller, and the queen asked if it was Miller, and ironically said that this was the name of the ingredient she had absorbed. Then she said that no matter how hard she tried to change her body, she could not get rid of Nerissa's compassion that was deeply rooted inside her, and the compassion of her ingredient, which she absorbed, greatly weakened the queen's will. In other words, we can actually say that the mind of the Leviathan Queen was contaminated by Nerissa all that time. But now, thanks to this new ingredient, Nerissa's compassion has finally disappeared, and the queen feels completely free. She said that she had now become the mistress of fear, and she looked down on her opponents. And then she said that without any pity, she would devour everyone here and all of humanity and dilute the ocean with the red liquid that flows through people's bodies. And then suddenly there was a sound from the bottom of the ocean that everyone around heard, and Sonia asked what was happening again, and the Leviathan Queen replied that it had finally begun, and the seeds were about to explode. The volcano at the bottom of the ocean near the nest of the Leviathan Queen was preparing to erupt, and Kana said that time was running out, and they needed to drop explosives there by all means. The girl offered to do everything they could to get through the gate that was blocked by the queen's tentacles. Meanwhile, the queen only laughed at the harpooners and their weakness before her, and said that if they wanted to open the gate, they could go and try. And then she stood between them in a fighting stance and declared that none of them would get past her. The queen calmly said that if they tried to go further, they would only lose their lives. Sonia looked at the lifeless body of her friend Brune again, and tears came to her eyes, and she said that she was not afraid to die. All the other harpooners were also determined, and Botha said he would destroy the queen and still bomb that damn nest. But the queen continued, saying that she did not understand people because they rush to attack like gnats, even though they realize that they are going to lose their lives. And she is ready to burn them like moths flying into the light, which often costs them their lives if that is their wish. Botha rushed to attack the reborn Leviathan Queen. His sword and the monster's renewed harpoon crossed in battle. Kana also immediately joined the battle, but the queen was very strong and fought back, so the harpooner leader shouted to her comrades to break down the gate to the cargo hold. The queen ran to the gate to prevent the bot from breaking it down. But the monster pushed him away and ran to those who were walking towards the gate to prevent the explosives from being dumped into the ocean. The battle with the queen continued, and the ship of the United Busousan rocked so violently that a little girl noticed these irregular jolts and was afraid for her brother. But she had to deal with exterminating sea monsters, of which there were many, so she decided to lure them to another place as far away as possible. Lita realized that I could not let the monster go to unified Busousan. The girl turned to face them so that they would immediately pay attention to her, and when the monsters stopped for a while, Lita lit up her tentacles and their radiance blinded the eyes of the monsters, which were vulnerable to bright light. Meanwhile, on the United Busousan ship, the Leviathan Queen stood between the harpooners and the gate to the cargo hold, and Botha rushed to attack her again. The queen swung her harpoon at the boy, but suddenly her weapon was grabbed by Tasha's whip, and the girl snatched the harpoon from the queen's clutches. The monster repelled her attack, but she was immediately attacked by Uku from the other side. The queen struck several blows at this harpooner and then immediately attacked Kana, who managed to detach her arm from her body and then immediately attacked Botha. Botha injured the monster's shoulder trying to detach the other arm from the body, but the queen stopped him with her sword. Almost immediately, the Leviathan Queen's arm, damaged by Kana, regenerated and her tentacle grabbed Botha by the neck. Now Gontai Park ran to attack the monster, then Sonya attacked immediately. The harpooners did not give the queen any rest, and meanwhile underwater the volcano near the queen's nest became even more active, and it became clear that the nest was about to explode. Dr. Foyd wondered why the harpooners hadn't dropped explosives here yet, and began to worry if they hadn't succeeded. A harpooner in a spacesuit tried to contact the United Busousan ship, asking what happened there, but there was no response. She addressed each of her team members, including Brune, and asked them to hurry up and drop the bombs. And Brune was lying there covered in blood and thinking that there was a lot of noise around him and he was very tired. It was hard to move, and he realized that all these shocks that were very noticeable on the ship were the consequences of the battle, so his comrades were still fighting. Brune had only one thought in his head, that he needed to help them, and he even tried to get up. But his body did not obey him at all, so he remembered how he had decided the day before that he was going to be the one who took the lives of the Leviathans. The boy recalled his nightly conversation with Sonya, who told him that he was pretty cool considering his nickname 3 Seconds, so she was sure he could be the one to take the lives of the Leviathans. And Brune smugly said that he hadn't shown her everything yet. If he didn't give it his all, they wouldn't be able to go out on the battlefield tomorrow. And then Brune wanted to tell the girl something else about the time that would come if they survived tomorrow. But Sonya didn't let him finish. She just kissed him and asked if he was planning to stay in bed all day. But it was time to get up, and Brune tried to get up again, and his eyes suddenly caught Sonya sitting under the wall with a sword sticking out of her chest. When the guy saw this, some titanic forces awoke in him. He screamed loudly and still managed to get up despite all his wounds. Both Botha and Kana continued to fight the Leviathan Queen, and Botha saw that Brune was alive and on his feet, and shouted to him to break down the gate. Then Brune activated his armbands at full power and ran to the locked cargo hold gate. The guy touched the stakes of his armband to the gate and worked continuously until they cracked and finally broke completely. And then all the explosives that were on the United Busousan ship rolled into the ocean right into the nest of the Leviathan Queen. Completely exhausted, Brune fell to the ground and again recalled the nighttime conversation with Sonya, when he suggested that if they survived, she could go with him to his hometown. And the guy felt as if Sonya had stroked him and told him that he had done a great job and was flawless. And now he must be really tired, so let Bruno rest as if the girl were sitting right next to him. And now, when his body was completely exhausted, he could hear Sonya calling him the one who takes the lives of Leviathan. Meanwhile, all the bombs that were now falling freely into the ocean depths were approaching the nest of the Leviathan Queen unhindered. There were many seeds inside the nest, and meanwhile the bombs began to detonate one by one, exploding right inside the nest and destroying all the seeds of the queen. Dr. Foyd and a harpooner in a spacesuit watched the whole spectacle from the underwater capsule, and the girl happily said that all the bombs worked after all. But then they immediately had to flee because the lava that had accumulated in the volcano began to break out of the nest. The volcano woke up and started erupting. The explosives helped this volcano tear the queen's nest apart from the inside. Dr. Foyd began to transmit a signal to the ship to get away from those coordinates immediately because the volcano was about to erupt. The scientist and the harpooner in the spacesuit were trying to get away from that place in the underwater capsule as quickly as possible, and they were constantly sending a signal that they needed to escape. The captain of the USS Busousan announced an immediate general evacuation, a signal that resounded everywhere, and soldiers gradually descended onto lifeboats. The ship was constantly rocking in different directions, and Mr. Mao, heading with everyone to the evacuation ships, kept looking for Khan. The man was looking everywhere and calling desperately for Kana and Botha until his comrades noticed that he had to leave immediately. And the harpooners of Kana's team, as well as Tasha and Uku, continued to fight the Leviathan Queen, who had already felt that her nest was broken and said that she would never forgive people, so let them not even think about running away. And Botha said that they were not going to run away from here. This is exactly what they and their comrades had been hoping for, that they would finally be able to do what they came here to do. And Kana said that now it was time to end it once and for all. The queen was very angry with people, but at the same time she felt a lot of pain for the destruction of her nest, so she became more vulnerable. She began to attack the harpooners again, and Botha and Kana gave the monster a worthy fight, wounding the queen over and over again. Kana managed to detach 2 arms from the monster's body at once, but it continued to regenerate. With her arm restored in a flash, the queen immediately counterattacked Kanu, striking the harpooner in the shoulder. The queen called the girl a devilish parasite and shouted for her to die, while the child tried to pull the monster's hand away from her. The very next moment, Botha attacked the queen from behind and plunged his sword into the enemy's ribs up to the middle of the body. The queen lost her balance and fell, but immediately got up with her regenerated body and said that she was invulnerable, and Botha struck her again and said that if she was really invulnerable, she should do them a favor and not die. The bot angrily shouted, "Let the queen live." This is so that he can take her life 100,000 times, and it will still not be enough for all the troubles she has caused to humanity. The bot continuously struck the queen one after another, and suddenly the wounds on the monster's body stopped healing. The queen was worried. She said she couldn't lose. And Kana said that she imagined herself so big that she decided that she was allowed to control the fate of other species, and then asked the monster why she hated people so much. And then the queen of the Leviathans replied that humans suck all life from the planet, so they must disappear. And Kana then asked if the queen didn't find it a bit strange. She herself constantly behaves like a human being, and even assumed a human form for a long time. The monster also said that it had always been watching people. The queen often disguised herself as a human and watched them closely, watching how they behaved and how they lived. In fact, this was not a simple observation out of curiosity. It was a deliberate surveillance by the queen, who was spying on people. Kana's speech made the Leviathan queen even more angry, and she shouted at the girl to shut up. Then she recovered her strength a bit to attack the harpooners again, and attacked Kana. She shouted that people are nothing, and continued to fight the harpooner, and Kana then threw her sword into the queen's hand and nailed her to the wall. And then the girl shouted to Botha that it was his turn to strike, and the boy immediately struck a crushing blow to the queen's torso. The queen fell down and screamed, "How dare the boy treat her like that? He was just a worthless person." And Botha reminded her that he had said earlier that he would take her life if she laid a finger on his little sister Lita. Then Botha abruptly pulled out the sword that was stuck in the queen's body and then cut her head off from her body, after which the monster said that people should not think that it was the end of summer as well. Eventually the queen's body melted and Kana fell to her knees exhausted, and Botha ran to her aid. And the United Busousan ship was now rocking even more due to an underwater volcanic eruption. Kana and Botha were thrown overboard by one of the blast waves. Kana was unconscious and Botha caught her underwater. Both harpooners were wearing protective diving suits, and Botha tried to put a helmet on Kana's head to give her access to oxygen. Then the boy pulled on his helmet and suddenly he heard the tremors at the bottom of the ocean again. Botha tried to hold Kana with his hands and suddenly he saw a bright glow next to him. It was Lita who came to the rescue of her brother and Kanya, the girl who protected her family and friends from the eruption with her tentacles. On the surface, small ships and boats moved away from the epicenter of the explosion as quickly as possible, but the explosion was so powerful that the waters were disturbed and some boats were overturned. Many people were in the water, so those who stayed on the boats began to rescue the survivors. Everywhere they called for help and boats came to them to take them on board. And then suddenly one man exclaimed loudly and pointed to the distance so that others could see what he was seeing. People looked in that direction, and among the fog and smoke they could see an island. Nobody knew what it was, and people were surprised to see something they had never seen in their lives. And there was a real island made of earth with wonderful green grass, and on that grass Botha and Kana were lying opposite each other. Botha was the first to wake up and called for Kana. When the girl responded, Botha told her that her wounds had disappeared. And then they heard the voices of their comrades, who also did not understand how this happened to them and where they were now. Gontai Park Tasha and Uku and Botha told them that they had been saved by Lita. Then the harpooner saw something else strange on this island. A huge tree that looked like many other trees were intertwined with each other. The soldiers looked at the crown of this tree and saw red, juicy apples on it. This is how an underwater volcano erupted to form an island on the surface of the water. People on the boats were looking in that direction, fascinated, and then tears came out of their eyes because they realized that they were looking at a real island, a real land. So for 3 years, people settled on this island and began to slowly inhabit it. They called it Apple Island, and it belonged to the Federation of the United Busousan of Akroma and Benin. Kana and Dr. Foyd walked through the streets of the city. The scientist was surprised at how much things had changed while he was in prison, and Kana added that it finally looked like a city. The doctor said that most volcanic islands disappear because of the waves that hit their shores, but this island has Lita roots that protect it from those violent waves and winds. Suddenly, a merchant's boat docked at the island, and he saw Kana and Dr. Foyd on the shore and immediately greeted them. The trader brought the doctor a phase microscope, which he had asked for. The scientist sincerely thanked him and said that such a thing was very rare. A woman and her child arrived on another boat and were greeted by the family's father. Kana's friend said that family reunions are always very touching. Then the man asked if Botha had returned yet, and Kana replied a little sadly that he had not. Botha was constantly combing the ocean in search of his little sister Dita, and he could not live peacefully without knowing where she was and what was wrong with her. Kana said that Lita is his family for Botha, and the boy will never give up until his needs are met. Meanwhile, Botha arrived on Menguita, a construction island. As always, he carefully examined everything so as not to miss what he was looking for. Suddenly, he saw Tasha Bot among the people to greet him and say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl invited him to tea and they reminisced a bit about the old days when the war for the nest was going on. Tasha asked the boy what brought him so far from his home to the north. And Botha answered seriously that he was constantly looking for Lita. Now Tasha understood and asked if Lita had disappeared after the incident. Botha was silent for a while, and then said that he didn't know why Lita didn't come home. Maybe she wanted something that she was not talking about. Then Tasha asked if he was really going to search this huge ocean by himself, and she was sure that his sister would return when she was done with her work. The bot was very surprised to hear that Lita had a job he knew nothing about. And Tasha explained to him and asked him if he had seen leviathans attacking people lately. After all, these sea monsters have stopped hurting people if they do not attack them. And for example, she knows that their divers have had the opportunity to face such strange things happening now. The bot asked if Tasha really believed that it was all thanks to Lita, and now he was seriously thinking. And the girl replied that only Botina's sister came to her mind in this case. Finally, Tasha summarized that the boy needs to return home and not travel the world, because whether it is the territory of the Leviathans or not, people still continue to fight for the ruins, and Tasha showed that she has a prosthetic leg instead of one. And this means that people will have to fight people this time. Some of them, who want to get their hands on the only island on the planet, will definitely appear soon. That's why Tasha strongly recommended that Botha return home and start defending the island on the spot. For Botha, it was like a bolt from the blue because finally peace has come to the earth, and yet people continue to fight each other. After such a warm welcome and a very informative conversation with Tasha Botha, he said goodbye to her and set off back on the road, thinking that perhaps there will always be monsters in the ocean. The guy was going down the stairs to the boat when suddenly something white fell from the sky and the boat stopped and even took off its hood. He pointed his hand and white snowflakes landed on his mitten and it started to snow. And then a man came up to the boy and asked if Botha had ever seen snow before. And then a few more men came up, each with a gun in their hands, and they said that Botha had a very nice boat moored there on the water. So they told the guy that they were taking the boat and letting him sail as he pleased, if his life was worthwhile. Botha tilted his head to the side and said that it would be difficult for him to follow the instructions they gave him. Because the boat the men pointed to did not belong to him, and Botha reached behind his back where he had his weapon. At the same time, the man who was talking to the boy shouted at him to stay still if he did not want to be beaten and swung a stick at him. But in a split second, Botha pulled out his sword and immediately began to strike at his attackers. In the end, Botha overpowered all the men, knocking them to the ground without giving them the opportunity to attack him or even defend themselves. When the guy was fighting, the cloak cape was pulled back and Botha's shoulder was exposed, which had a tattoo that meant he was a harpooner, and a large blue star was emblazoned under the common sign. The men now realized who they had dared to attack, the harpooner of the blue star. Another, shocked and stammering, shouted, "Is this the same harpooner who took the queen's life?" And then, out of fright, he said something stupid and asked if he was Kang from Unified Busousan. The bot snapped at him for asking such stupid questions. Meanwhile, Gontai Park called out from the boat and told the bad men that they were facing Botha from Unified Busousan. Then the men quickly got to their feet and ran away as fast as they could, reproaching themselves for choosing that person to rob. Huntai was already holding his weapon and asked his friend if he would just let those bastards go. And Botha recalled a recent conversation with Tasha, how she had strongly recommended that he return home. The girl was right when she said that people who want to get their hands on the only natural island on the planet will definitely appear soon. And Botha immediately remembered all his relatives and friends who were waiting for him to return to Unified Busousan, so he told Gontai that he just wanted to go home, which surprised his friend. However, Botha now knew exactly what he had to do, and for that he had to return home first. Meanwhile, on the island of Yablunya, small children continued their peaceful life, having fun swimming in the ocean and enjoying the beauty of the underwater kingdom. Suddenly, Mr. Lee Kehoe came to the shore, as usual, holding a folder with documents in his hand, and told the children not to swim there because it was dangerous. And one girl greeted him and called him Mr. God knows how many head of the department. At first, the man was somewhat offended and angry at this nickname for himself, and then he calmed down, although he felt a little bit sorry for himself because, to tell the truth, he really hasn't been in office since yesterday. But Mr. Kehoe is sincerely confident that his life will soon be better. The man hopes to be promoted this year, although the installation of Lee Kehoe as head of Yablunya Island is still a distant future. There was a huge library on the island, the same one that once existed on the ship, and the girl Leah spent her time there constantly reading many different books. Even the librarian noticed that the child was sitting and reading all day and told her that she should go outside and play with other children. And Leah was somewhat surprised to say that she didn't want to, because she liked it much better here. Suddenly, Dr. Foyd came up to the girl and expressed his admiration for her, saying that books are the greatest heritage of mankind. Then he laughed softly and said that she should study hard to become a great scientist like him in the future. Leah seemed to agree, but the head of the library approached the scholar with a book in her hands and asked him what it was. This book was called All About Human Relations. Dr. Foyd was a little embarrassed, and meanwhile a harpooner in a spacesuit, who now finally didn't wear that suit anymore, flew into the library and demanded to know what he was doing here, and the scientist called her a sea monkey. Then the girl went up to the doctor, grabbed him by the collar, and said that she thought he had been released from prison on the condition that he would research a cure for fish plague, but the scientist made excuses that he was just out for a walk. Then the girl handcuffed him to her and told him to leave, and if he tries to escape again, he will go straight to the cell and not to the lab. Dr. Foyd also had time to tell Leah to study hard. Because she was supposed to become his student, the head of the library expressed her opinion that this is what happens when you study the world only through books. Leah's brother Noah and the head of the workshop had already repaired the ship's control panel. One of the sailors came over to try out how everything worked and was satisfied. The captain told the boy that it was amazing, but the master said that this boy was even better than him, and Noah said that this was also the merit of Mr. Sting. And then suddenly the ship heard a report that the mullet boat was coming to Yablunja Island. The captain looked through his binoculars, and now everyone saw that it was the boat that Botha was sailing on. They were all incredibly happy, and immediately began to announce to the whole island that Botha and Gontai had returned. People were very happy to hear this news because they had been waiting for their hero's return for a long time. So everyone wanted to meet him on the shore, so they quickly ran there, and Kana was there too. Botha came closer to her, smiled, and said that he was back now. Kana smiled back and welcomed him home. Noah and Leah were very happy to see their foster father Gontai return, and the man hugged them and told them that they had grown a lot. Sometime after their return, Botha and Hontai went to pay their respects at the memorial to the victims of the war for the nest. It was engraved with an inscription that the survivors should hold hands with Gontai, who was looking at Sonia's sword, and promised to continue Jocko's work. The man said that he was going to dive underwater for the sake of those suffering from fish plague. Sonia once told him that she didn't seem to have anything else to occupy herself with. And now Gontai echoed exactly the same words, saying that he seemed to have nothing else to do. Sonia also said that she really wanted to finish the job that Captain Jocko had started. And Gontai promised here in front of the memorial that he would make every effort to complete what the captain had started, and asked Sonia to watch him. In the evening, the citizens of the island gathered to listen to Botha's stories about what he saw and felt during his journey. He told us about the snowfall in the North Sea and how he walked across the frozen Arctic Ocean, and also about a giant transparent leviathan, the likes of which he had never seen before. One girl was surprised that the ocean was frozen, which must mean that something has changed, and Dr. Foyd said that these are icebergs and they have already appeared in the polar region. In general, the planet Earth was gradually healing its wounds. Both Botha and Lita sat on the lawn and looked at the night starry sky. Kana asked the boy what he planned to do now, whether he was going to go in search of the robot children again. He replied that he was going to wait here because he thought he had been in too much of a hurry before. And I remembered the past when the queen of the Leviathan spoke of some kind of trophic existence. Perhaps it was true. If this is true, then Lita has definitely been given too much time. So the guy decided that he would no longer run headlong in search, and Botha said in all seriousness that he was going to settle down and build a house. Kana was very surprised at his desire, but he smiled and offered to build a house together. And he wants to do it close to the ocean on the shore, so that Lita could see it when she swims through the depths of the ocean. Botha directly offered Kana to build their house together. So the friends got to work and had some funny situations, like Kana scratching her finger and forgetting a nail, and Botha got very excited and said he would bring the ointment. Kana told him that it was just a scratch, but Botha insisted that it needed to be treated because it was bleeding. Mr. Huarong and Mr. Gontai, who were nearby and heard this conversation, wondered if their invincible Leviathan fighters were just a nail. And then one day, Mr. Mao arrived on Yabluni Island with fresh news from the Oasis seaport. He said that they had found an underground city in the Himalayas that was not accessible because of sea monsters, and now divers from all over the world are coming there. The Himalayas are the largest human ruins built before the flood, and they can find medical machines there that will help to cope with the fish plague, so Gontai was ready to go to explore this area. Both Botha and Kana saw them off standing on the island, and Botha mentally contacted Lita, telling her that Mao and Gontai had gone to the underground city of Himalaya. The two men were attracted to the project by both their curiosity and a very noble goal. They both set out to meet their own destiny. But Botha decided to stay here on Yablunja Island among the flowering fields. He told Lita that the flowers she adored so much, symbolizing hope, were now growing all over the island. And the giant apple tree produces so many apples every year that they are more than enough for all the citizens who live here. She and Kana have built their own home, and she has recently started practicing cooking. She tries very hard to learn how to bake fish because she wants to cook Lita's favorite fish dish. Mr. F started selling seaweed wine with one of the pirate grandmothers and made a fortune. Even in New York City they have heard about it, and Mr. F is going to open a store there as well. The bot was constantly recording everything that was happening, and the boy was eager to tell his little sister Lita about it. Every time he said in his mind that he and Kana and the whole of unified Busan were looking forward to seeing her. Botha would write letters to Lita, stuff them into empty bottles, and let them travel across the ocean. He assured Lita that he would always be here so that she could easily find him. As an older brother, Botha was constantly worried about his little sister and wanted to know how she was doing. Perhaps the deep ocean waters are too cold, dark, and frightening. So if Lita ever feels lonely, she should not forget that she always has her brother. In that case, let her find him, and the bot assures her that she can always come back. And one day, when Botha was standing on the shore once again, looking longingly into the distance, he saw a figure emerge from the ocean. He recognized his younger sister Lita and immediately ran to her. Lita had her home here, their home together. The brother and sister hugged each other tightly, and then other islanders saw them from the shore, so they immediately announced the happy event throughout the island. So many people came to greet their rescuer. Kana also ran to hug her Lita, who had become her family. And even if Lita has to return to the ocean again, so be it. Botha will live above the water on this beautiful island of Yablunya, and Lita will live underwater where she has her own kingdom. But these are just conventions, and they will always live together.